Chapter 1. The Accident Scene of the Soul-Transcending Realm. Awakening suddenly from a dying dream. Was it truly himself who frightened himself? Qin Ye's eyes widened in shock as he sat up in bed, his entire body drenched in cold sweat. He had just endured a nightmare, one that left him ravenously hungry. In his dream, he was performing a backflip for an audience, only to miscalculate and land head first onto the ground, resulting in his demise. Even more absurdly, upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself entangled in yet another dream within a dream. He envisioned himself reclining while indulging in fruit, which seemed benign enough, yet he insisted on selecting the largest ones. While others lay back enjoying grapes, he foolishly opted for an apple, only to inadvertently choke on a piece, failing to catch his breath, and subsequently perished again. To die twice in a single night left Qin Ye's complexion as pale as a ghost. What rendered his pallor even more pronounced was the realization that upon awakening, he found himself in a strange place, with a half-eaten apple resting beside his bed. As he picked up the apple and tentatively compared the bite mark to his own teeth, he was enveloped in silence. Could it be that he had not merely been dreaming? Had he truly died twice? Could it be that he suffered a catastrophic head-first fall resulting in both physical and social demise in that world, only to be choked by an apple in this realm? If anyone were to discover this, what would become of him? He might as well flee under the cover of night, smuggling himself aboard a Shinkansen to Mars. As for why he would choose to escape with a Japanese train rather than a domestic one, that was simply because pilfering state property is a crime, foolish one. Just as Qin Yu felt a sense of relief that his disgraceful plight had gone unnoticed, the door was suddenly flung open. A maid entered, carrying a basin of water. Upon seeing Qin Yu upright, she froze momentarily, then gasped in shock, followed by an outburst of joy. The basin clattered to the floor as the maid turned and ran, shouting, "The fourth young master is awake. The fourth young master has not been choked by an apple. The fourth young master is alive." At these words, Qin Ye's expression froze. Gazing down at the apple in his hand, he began to contemplate whether he should choke himself once more to escape this world. Indeed, the world of carbon-based life forms does not suit me. I find myself starting to miss my hometown. Sighing, Qin Yu took a bite of the apple, deciding to quell his shock with a snack. However, his astonishment was not assuaged by the fruit, for before he could take another bite, the door was shattered by a forceful kick. Indeed, it was not merely opened, it was obliterated into splinters. Staring at the cloud of wood debris swirling at the doorway, Qin Yu, still holding the apple, stood frozen in place. A burly, middle-aged man burst in, and upon noticing the apple in Qin Ye's mouth, his masculine visage drained of color. Without uttering a word, the man lunged forward and delivered a resounding slap to Qin Yu. With a sharp crack, the apple flew from Qin Ye's mouth. As his left cheek swelled instantly, Qin Ye's eyes widened even further. The muscular man shook Qin Ye's shoulders vigorously, his voice laced with urgency. "Foolish child, do not seek death. Speak to me if something troubles you. Who has wronged you? Tell me, I shall make them pay." Hearing this, Qin Yu turned his dazed expression toward the man, trembling hands pointing directly at him. The man, upon witnessing this, glared in confusion, shouting back, "You scoundrel! How dare you bully my son? I shall tear you apart. Who stands behind me?" Turning to face his son, whose finger was directed at him, the man could not comprehend the situation. After much contemplation, he suddenly slapped Qin Ye's shoulder. "Ah, you have begun to hallucinate. You must not have fully recovered. Rest. Someone, hurry and tend to my son. If anything happens to him, I shall take your life." Forcefully pressing Qin Yu back onto the bed, he bent Qin Ye's fingers in a manner that seemed almost cruel. Once this was done, the man stepped aside as a servant and a doctor rushed in, bustling with concern. "Son, take care of your injuries. I still depend on you for my old age. Do not act foolishly, understand?" Despite the man's imposing stature and brash demeanor, his tone toward Qin Yu was surprisingly gentle. After reiterating his concerns, the man caught sight of the apple nearby, his anger flaring once more. He seized the apple and hurled it with great force, resulting in a loud crash as it collided with the doorframe. As the fruit splattered, a half-intact piece ricocheted back and landed squarely on Qin Ye's face. Now both sides of his face were swollen. Unaware of his son's additional misfortune, the man placed his hands on his hips, glaring at the surrounding servants and maids. "Ensure my son is well taken care of. If anything happens to him, you all know the consequences." "Yes, master." The burly man seemed overwhelmed with responsibilities, though he longed to stay by his son's side. It was merely a matter of minutes before others began seeking him out. Recognizing his duties, he sighed, urging the doctors to be meticulous in their care before hastily departing. As he watched the man leave, Qin Ye's eyes brimmed with tears. Finally, he was gone. What manner of calamity was this? In just a matter of minutes, his face had been swollen, and his fingers had been painfully bent. If he had to endure a full day with that man, his third demise would surely be imminent. Lying in bed as the doctor tended to him, Qin Yu finally processed the memories flooding his mind. His name was Qin Yu. He had been called that in his previous life, as well as in this one. This was the result of some cosmic law, certainly not due to the author's laziness in naming him. The Qin Yu who bore this name now understood his predicament. He had transcended classic soul transference. In that world, he had perished while this individual in this world had also died simultaneously. Perhaps due to their fateful connection, the two unfortunate souls, both having experienced social death, had exchanged spirits for reasons unbeknownst to them. The Qin Yu who choked on an apple was revived as the protagonist's spirit traversed into his body, the apple extracted by the doctor. As for the unfortunate soul who had crossed into the protagonist's world, judging by Qin Ye's memories, it was likely that his body, having sustained a broken neck, was beyond salvation. One could only hope that the poor fellow who had crossed over would find an opportunity to transcend once more. Amen. After absorbing the memories of this world, Qin Ye's expression turned peculiar. His lineage was rather unorthodox. The Qin family, one of the four prominent families in Tianlong City, was rumored to have descended from butchers, of course. The Qin family vehemently denied this, insisting their ancestors were soldiers. Regardless of the coincidences, the Qin family prospered, accumulating wealth and becoming a local power. The current head of the family was named Qin Shou, meaning to guard the family business. He had 4 sons, the eldest, Qin Zhou II, Qin Qian III, Qin Kuan, and the youngest, the protagonist, Qin Yu. Together, their names constituted the phrase universe, Qian, Kuan. As for why the character representing universe was placed at the end instead of the beginning, it was because Qin Yu was technically the 5th son. Regrettably, the eldest brother met with a tragic accident due to a jealous rivalry with a celestial being. Both had set their sights on the same courtesan at the Yihong Tower. The celestial being offered 3,000 taels of silver, to which the Qin family's eldest bid 3,001. The celestial being raised the stakes to 4,000, and the eldest responded with 4,001. When the celestial being finally reached a breaking point and offered a lethal bid, the eldest was tragically unable to counter with a mere 11 bid before meeting his untimely end. It was evident that some disputes should not be trifled with at times. They truly pose a threat to one's health. Faced with the death of his eldest son, Qin Shou dared not offend the immortal and had no choice but to swallow his anger. Though his son had perished, the 4 characters of universe, Qian, Kuan, must be fulfilled, as it was proclaimed by a master. If they could not be assembled, it would spell doom for the family. If they could, prosperity would follow. This was simply common sense. With 4 sons, how could they not have a thriving lineage? Surely, no family could have 4 sons who remained unmarried. Regardless of the master's credibility, Qin Shou firmly believed in this doctrine, promptly reassigning the titles of his sons. The second became the eldest, the third became the second, and the original youngest became the third. However, a problem arose. He initially had only 4 sons, and with one tragically lost, the youngest son's position remained vacant. Thus, the characters of universe, Qian, Kuan, would still not be complete. Yet this was not a concern for Qin Shou. If he lacked sons, he could simply have more. After 2 daughters were born in succession, Qin Yu was finally welcomed into the world. In an effort to complete the phrase universe, Qian, Kuan, the newly born 4th son, was bestowed with the name of the deceased eldest brother. As for why the names of the other 3 were not rearranged, would you want to be named after a deceased person? Chapter 2. Am I the villain? Upon awakening, Qin Yu indulged in a full week of recuperation, finally liberating himself from the torment inflicted by a horde of servants and physicians. One could only wonder whether these doctors possessed any legitimate credentials. Their methods were utterly unreliable. With one shoving herbs into his mouth, while another poured tea down his throat, their demeanor hardly suggested an intent to save lives. Rather, it seemed more akin to a death sentence. During this week, Qin Yu was not merely consuming herbs, he was also pondering a perplexing quest-iona conundrum that eluded his understanding. Why did the people in this world all sport halos above their heads? Had he, perchance, already passed away? Was this not some form of soul transmigration, but rather the fabled paradise? Yet, this could not be true. He had never heard of any angel adorned with a black halo. Could it be that even heaven had succumbed to the trend of black privilege? Or perhaps the art of tattooing had found its way to the celestial realm. As he observed a maid passing by, Qin Yu found himself utterly baffled over the past few days. He had become the source of numerous amusing incidents. For instance, he discovered that the halo above this particular maid's head was, astonishingly, white pure as snow. This revelation thrilled Qin Yu, leading him to almost mistake her for an angel descended from the heavens, or perhaps a concealed figure of immense power. He incessantly engaged her in conversation, attempting to attach himself to her influence. However, rather than forming a beneficial connection, the maid, radiating a pristine white halo, unexpectedly developed black spots upon her aura, resembling a speckled dog. Could it be that this halo was contagious? Standing before a mirror, gazing at the dark aura emitting from his own head, Qin Yu fell into a profound silence. It dawned on him that angels could indeed fall from grace. Qin Yu was no fool through mere days of observation. He had gleaned the purpose and characteristics of the halos above their heads. Firstly, this phenomenon was invisible to others, only he could perceive it. Secondly, the color of the halo represented the nature of its bearer. For instance, a black halo indicated malevolence, suggesting that even if one was not evil at present, they were destined to commit wicked deeds. A white halo represented an ordinary person. How did Qin Yu possess such clarity? It was due to a vision he had witnessed emanating from a servant's halo, which swiftly materialized into reality. The formerly timid and gentle servant, who had been a target of bullying, found himself in a dire predicament after accidentally shattering his master's ornate lamp, an antiquated handheld lantern belonging to Qin Yu's father. If the master were to discover this, given his notorious temper, the perpetrator would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. The honest servant was merely innocent. It did not imply a lack of intellect. To ask him to take the blame was not merely unreasonable, it was akin to sending him to his doom. Thus, the honest servant, for the first time, resisted unreasonable demands. This dissatisfaction escalated from insults to physical assaults, culminating in a mob attack. It was only when the honest servant, in a fit of rage, seized another of his master's cherished possessions, a glowing glass pot, essentially a radiant chamber pot, and shattered the skulls of 3 assailants, that the violence ceased. Little did this chamber pot anticipate that, beyond its utilitarian purpose, it would one day serve as an instrument of destruction. The last image Qin Yu witnessed through the honest servant's halo was that of the servant, having killed 3 men, hanging lifeless in his own room a few days later. He observed this very scene play out in reality. A white halo represented an ordinary person, or a bystander. Like that maid, a black halo denoted a villain or one destined to commit wrongdoing. Exemplified by the unfortunate servant who took his own life, a red halo indicated one who committed heinous acts, a quintessential antagonist, embodied by Qin Yu's father. As for why the maid's halo was gradually darkening, it was due to her increasingly close association with Qin Yu, prompting others to curry favor with her. Leading her to succumb to arrogance, she had succumbed to corruption. She had turned to the path of wickedness. Thus, her purity was compromised, transforming her into a small villain. As the most favored youngest son of the Qin family, Qin Yu's status was self-evident. Even without engaging in any illicit secrets with the maid, her proximity to him as a favored companion was enough to earn her the respect of any servant. Consequently, enjoying privileges and ultimately falling into depravity was unavoidable. Additionally, Qin Yu had meticulously observed the dynamics within the Qin household over the past few days. To summarize, it was a den of pests. Mosquitoes and cockroaches congregated, while snakes and rats nested together. In this family of over 100, not a single direct descendant of the Qin family displayed a white halo. There were 130 with light black halos, 27 with deep black halos, 16 with light red halos, and even 3 with deep red halos. What a gathering of nefarious forces. While other families boasted of loyal and virtuous members, the Qin family was on the brink of annihilation. Moreover, Qin Yi's own halo was indeed black, albeit a lighter shade indicative of having committed minor transgressions. If this were a novel, he would be the kind of second-rate antagonist destined to be humiliated and beaten by the protagonist, a detestable, yet not fatal figure. However, should he encounter a ruthless character, one who would exterminate his entire family for a mere insult, he would certainly meet his demise. Had he unwittingly become a villain himself? A trivial one at that? And were his 3 elder brothers the main antagonists? His father the ultimate villain? In such a family, should they offend the protagonist one day, the following scenario would likely unfold. Qin Yu would instigate trouble. Only to be humiliated by the protagonist, he would seek assistance from his brothers, yet be defeated by the protagonist. Ultimately, their father would intervene, only for the protagonist to retaliate with overwhelming force, leading to the family's destruction. Alas, this identity is all wrong. Am I not a transmigrator? Should I not be the protagonist, who would willingly embody a mere supporting villain? Truth be told, Qin Yi's mindset had been crumbling over these past few days. He had yet to accept his fate this morning. As he reclined in a grand chair at the entrance of the Qin estate, basking in the sun, he caught a glimpse of his 3rd brother's figure flitting past. Speaking of the 4 sons of the Qin family, they were truly a motley crew capable in both intellect and martial prowess. Yet uniquely eccentric in their own ways, the eldest was avaricious, ever eager to engage in lucrative enterprises. Rumor had it he secretly formed a small organization, dubbed the Death Squad, dedicated to various illicit trades. What a ridiculous name. Qin Yu could wager his intellect that this underground organization would either betray him or meet a swift demise, perhaps even featuring a brainwashed beauty who would ultimately reform after encountering the protagonist. Could a villain dare to establish a clandestine assassination organization? Was he not merely inviting disaster? It would be prudent to keep his distance to avoid becoming collateral damage should the situation turn dire. The 2nd brother was drawn to power, reportedly consorting with many influential figures in the city, and engaged in unsavory trades, another path to self-destruction. It would be entirely normal if his actions led to a confrontation with the protagonist, resulting in his downfall. Best to steer clear of him as well. Not only was he wicked, but he was also portly. More bloodshed awaited. As for the 3rd brother, he was nothing short of a human bomb, towering in stature, possessing a face that could frighten children. He was formidable, yet lecherous. Was there a single redeeming quality about him? He was ugly, strong, and lascivious, an archetypal boss character destined to bring ruin upon the Qin family. Should he ever provoke disaster through his reckless pursuits of women, Qin Yu would not be the least bit surprised. It was no longer a matter of avoiding him. Qin Yu was now actively seeking ways to rid himself of this menace. Please, ancestor. The Qin family cannot withstand the havoc wreaked by such talent. It would be best for you to seek a master and wreak havoc upon them instead. Given your remarkable martial talent, wouldn't it be more fitting to become an engine of destruction for a sect rather than cling to the Qin family? Greedy, power-hungry, and lecherous, this small Qin family was on the verge of accumulating a full array of negative attributes. If only there were one who delighted in martial pursuits, they would achieve the elite achievement of a complete set. In truth, while Qin Yu had little fondness for martial arts and limited talent in that realm, there had once been a martial enthusiast in the Qin family. His late eldest brother, Qin Yu, the unfortunate soul, met his demise after being ambushed by another, proving that one should never engage in combat with those who cultivate immortality. It was one thing to argue needlessly, it was another to attempt to engage physically with an immortal practitioner. The outcome was disastrous, his intestines severed. He met a tragic end. What purpose did such folly serve? Chapter 3. Wow! The Silver Legend. As Qin Yu gazed at the retreating figure of his 3rd brother, his brows furrowed in swift concern. Encountering his brother at the entrance was not particularly unusual. Despite his tendency to come and go at odd hours, often lingering in brothels and imbibing wine, it was not uncommon for him to return for a midday meal or to collect a few thousand taels of silver, only to be met with reprimands from the family patriarch, Qin Shou. However, what puzzled Qin Yu was the sight of his brother returning today with a burlap sack in tow. A burlap sack? When did he switch careers to that of a servant? Was it filled with potatoes or sweet potatoes? Upon further reflection, this situation seemed awry. Could one truly rely on his brother to carry potatoes? He was more likely to reduce someone to the state of a potato instead. Surely, this scoundrel had not succumbed to carnal desires once more, had he? This rogue was notorious for his lustful inclinations and was indeed capable of such unscrupulous acts. After all, the Qin family had only a handful of individuals with red circles on their heads, and his brother was one of them. Their father was another, followed by the eldest brother and the second brother. This was outrageous. With a sudden clap of his hands on the table, Qin Yu, realizing the gravity of the situation, stealthily pursued his brother. Employing an unrefined method of stealth, he approached his brother's courtyard. Expelling the few sycophants lurking at the door with a stick, before cautiously peering inside, in the next moment, Qin Yu's soul nearly fled in terror. Before him lay the burlap sack, now open, revealing the silhouette of a woman. Judging by her appearance, she seemed to be around 16 or 17 years old. Though her visage radiated innocence, her figure was anything but pure. It was, in fact, quite alluring. She possessed the face of a young maiden yet the figure of a woman in her 20s. An incongruous amalgamation that defied all standards, a delicate beauty with a captivating form. This was hardly surprising, considering the Qin family's immense wealth and status as a formidable presence in Tianlong City. They could easily procure an abundance of beautiful maidens, each more exquisite than the last. But what truly alarmed Qin Yu was the faint silver aura enveloping the woman's head. Silver? What manner of color was this? What could it possibly signify? Qin Yu was at a loss, having never encountered such a hue before. Yet, he understood one undeniable truth. Extraordinary circumstances often herald extraordinary phenomena. The Qin family was in deep trouble. "Little beauty, do not struggle. I shall treat you well," cackled the third son of the Qin family, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he began to disrobe. The frail girl, trembling in the corner of the bed, clutched her tattered clothing, her face streaked with tears. "Please, don't come any closer. Stop resisting. This is the Qin family's territory. Who would dare come to your rescue? You might as well submit to me. You will enjoy a life of luxury and indulgence." At that moment, the third son had removed his shirt and was beginning to unfasten his trousers, when suddenly, a voice filled with righteous indignation pierced the air from outside. "Beast, halt!" With a resounding crash, the sturdy door was kicked open, though its robust lock prevented it from swinging wide. A leg wedged into the doorframe struggled to gain entry, followed by a pained cry, as if it had met an unfortunate encounter. Startled, the third son of the Qin family hastily pulled up his trousers, bellowing in anger, "Who dares to invade my room?" The voice from outside retorted defiantly, "I dare." Upon hearing such audacity, the naturally irascible third son was enraged, his brows twitching in fury. Gripping the doorknob, he exerted force, and with a resounding crack, the lock was forcibly shattered as the door swung open. Qin Yu tumbled into the room alongside it. The third son, initially fuming, froze in surprise upon recognizing Qin Yu. "Fourth brother, what brings you here?" The girl, who had been cowering in the corner, suddenly turned pale. Her face drained of color. She had anticipated a hero's arrival, only to discover that this hero was part of the den of wolves. It was the end for her. Finally managing to extricate his leg from the door, Qin Yu, incensed that his brother had the gall to question his presence, felt a surge of rage rising within him. He raised his arm, palm open, gazing up at his brother, whose towering stature loomed over him, only to lower his arm in resignation. He moved to grab a nearby stool, standing atop it to deliver a resounding slap to the third son's face. "What do you think, beast?" With a sharp crack, the third son was left utterly bewildered. "You dare strike me? This is insurrection." The naturally hot-tempered third son prepared to retaliate, but before he could act, Qin Yu collapsed to the floor, clutching his head and rear. Howling dramatically, "Help, murder! The third son of the Qin family is harming his brother. Father, someone seeks to kill your precious son. Eldest brother, someone covets your inheritance. Second brother, someone aims to usurp power. Everyone, come quick." This outburst left not only the third son dumbfounded but also the sobbing girl in shock. Watching Qin Yu roll on the floor in agony, the third son's hair bristled in alarm, and he hurriedly pulled him up. "Calm down, fourth brother. What are you doing? You're putting me in jeopardy." The eldest brother was fond of wealth, the second brother craved power, and their father cherished his beloved son. If those three were to be summoned, today would be a day of reckoning. Seeing his brother panic, Qin Yu suddenly piped up, "You won't hit me anymore?" "Not anymore." "Really not?" "Absolutely not." "That's splendid." As the third son conceded, Qin Yu nodded, suddenly springing back to his feet to deliver another slap. "Then why the hell were you frightening me earlier? You dare strike me again? Why not inquire around the Qin family about who would dare to lay a hand on me? My father has never even struck me." With each resounding slap, the third son was thoroughly confounded. He could not comprehend how he had offended his younger brother to warrant such unprovoked aggression. "Stop. What on earth do you want?" "Want?" At this point, "I am inclined to take your life. Do you understand? Answer me. Who is she?" He pointed at the girl on the bed, fury igniting within him. The third son hesitated, glancing at the girl. "She's a woman." "Oh, a woman? Dio, you think you're amusing. I'm not blind, of course. I can tell she's a woman. Now, tell me, who is she?" "I don't know." "What?" "Stop. I truly don't know." "Fourth brother. She is just a stunning beauty I happened to encounter on the road. I heard she might be from the mountains." "From the mountains?" At this revelation, Qin Yu's heart sank, visions of the fabled hermit village flooding his mind. Yes, a remote village. She came with her boyfriend to sell New Year goods in the mountains. Boyfriend? Qin Yu's heart raced again, the phrase playing the fool to catch the master echoing in his thoughts. That must be her boyfriend. They appeared quite close. When I captured her, that lad attempted to intervene, but I dispatched him with a kick, leaving him sprawled on the ground for quite some time. Sprawled on the ground? Qin Yu's heart sank once more, recalling the adage of 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in their struggles. Indeed, he was quite fragile, incapacitated on the spot, begging for mercy, but I paid him no mind. Begging for mercy? Qin Yu's heart plummeted again, contemplating the notion of today's humiliation will be repaid in blood tomorrow. Fourth brother, do not fret. My intentions are noble, despite her current tears. Once I have my way with her today and take her as a concubine, she shall experience a life of wealth and comfort. She will be happy. Then I can bring her before that lad and make him suffer. You dare to provoke him? At this moment, Qin Yu's heart raced uncontrollably. Tio think, all this time, he had been embroiled in a tragedy. Chapter 4. The protagonist emerges inside the room. The three sat in a triangular formation. Qin Yu pulled a chair to sit beside the bed, while the third son positioned himself at the foot of the bed. The girl trembled, nestled at the head of the bed. Noticing Qin Yu's displeased countenance, the third son rubbed his hands together. Fourth brother, it's just a rural girl you've captured. Why are you so troubled? How about this? I'll gift her to you. Whenever you tire of her, you can return her to me. With my extensive experience, I can guarantee she is untouched. The pleasures I could share. Shut your mouth. You seek your own demise, and yet you wish to drag me down with you. Do you believe I want to twist your head off and use it as a chamber pot? Qin Yu was already in a state of turmoil, unsure of how to resolve this matter. Upon hearing this fool suggest pulling him into this mess, he nearly swung the stool at him. Taking the protagonist's woman? Was there any hope of survival? Do not be deceived by the tragic demeanor of this male protagonist. He may very well be the kind adorned with a green glow above his head. Nonetheless, a tragic protagonist is still a protagonist. Furthermore, individuals of this ilk tend to be more ruthless when they take action. Upon hearing his fourth brother's blatant disrespect, the smile on the face of the third son of the Qin family gradually faded. I say, fourth brother, do not take things too far. I have already graciously allowed you to have her first. What more do you desire? What is it? Do you wish to include me in your pursuits? That seems to be a possibility. Get lost. If you are unwilling, then I shall take the lead and send her your way. All right. What the hell? Bestowing a title upon the protagonist is one thing. But you dare not spare your own brother? Do you even possess humanity? Damn it. What exactly do you intend to do? At this moment, the third son of the Qin family was also enraged. He had set out joyfully, intending to seize a person and return to bed with them. What a delightful venture! Yet, for no apparent reason, he was pummeled by this brat. Lowering himself to plead was futile. Relinquishing his interests was out of the question. What on earth did this fellow want? Did he truly believe he was made of clay? Let us not forget that even clay figures can ignite with 3 flames. As the third son of the Qin family slammed the table, Qin Yu was equally defiant, striking the table in response and standing up, only to realize he was significantly shorter than his opponent. However, that mattered little. If he was shorter, he could simply elevate himself. With a swift motion, he leapt atop the table, gazing down at the third son of the Qin family. What now? Do you wish to strike me? Come on, hit me right here. I have high blood pressure, high blood sugar, and high cholesterol. The only thing shorter than you is my height. Everything else surpasses yours. Dare you lay a finger on me? As Qin Yu threw a tantrum, the third son of the Qin family hastily retreated. If there was anyone in the Qin family who was truly untouchable, it would be Qin Yu in second place. No one would dare contend for the first. Qin Shou cherished this youngest son, particularly as the family's fortunes flourished following Qin Yu's birth, treating him as a talisman of prosperity in the Qin family. Anyone who dared to strike Qin Yu would face dire consequences, if not death. Reluctantly returning to his seat, the third son of the Qin family sighed deeply and shook his head. You must propose a request. Old Four, what is it that you desire? What do I want? My desire is quite simple. Give her to me. Growing weary of this scoundrel's antics, Qin Yu pointed at the girl beside him. The third son of the Qin family brightened at the mention. Is that all? You should have said so earlier. I never said I wouldn't. But when will you return her to me? In 7 days. I will return your sister, of course. Is there a need for repayment in this matter? Why not? As the saying goes, what is borrowed must be returned, and it is not difficult to borrow again. Next time, when I find a beautiful one, I will call you along. Qin Lao San. Let me tell you, you have earned enough to be executed 100 times over. If I were not at a disadvantage, I would have you castrated right now. Looking at the imposing figure of the third son of the Qin family, Qin Yu, in a fit of rage, hoisted the girl onto his shoulder, disregarding her desperate struggles, and turned to leave the room. The third son, not yet deterred, shouted from the doorway, Hey, you still haven't told me when you will return her. I will discuss it with Dad. What? Don't tell Dad. He is a workaholic. He doesn't like this sort of thing. Old Four, Old Four, Old Four. The loud cries behind him gradually faded as Qin Yu carried the girl, weaving through the corridors, ignoring the bewildered gazes of the maids and servants, and unceremoniously dropped her at the entrance of the Qin residence. The Qin family guards, who had gathered outside to kick a certain unfortunate man, paused momentarily at the sight. Fourth Master, what is this? None of your business. Continue with your duties. Oh, then brothers, carry on with that. For guards resumed their kicks on the unfortunate soul, while Qin Yu, having discarded the girl, instinctively glanced over, only to be struck with a chill. What the hell? The golden legend. Stop. Halt. Everyone, cease this madness. In a flurry, he pulled the guards away, gazing at the bloodied man on the ground, his head adorned with a golden halo, and felt his heart sink. That halo, that hue. It was far more radiant than the girl behind him. This was undoubtedly a character of protagonist caliber. Surely, he could not be. Before Qin Yu could fully grasp the situation, the beauty seated on the ground leapt forward, embracing the man in her arms. Tiangang, are you all right? Please do not frighten me. Well, this is undoubtedly his childhood sweetheart, Qin Yu mused. The man, on the verge of unconsciousness, struggled to open his eyes. A faint smile gracing his face. I am fine. You are not hurt, are you? At his words, the girl shivered, anxiously scanning the area for the burly men in Qin Yu. Seeing this, Qin Yu hurriedly waved his hands. Misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. The one who previously seized your woman is actually the fourth son of the Qin family. He was recently choked by an apple and has not been quite right since. He sees a woman and thinks she is an apple. He insisted on bringing her back to nibble on. Not to worry. I have given him a good beating to teach him a lesson. As for you, whoever you are, go fetch 500 taels of silver for this brother. Look at the state you have left him in. Have you no compassion? Being part of the family guard, Qin Yu certainly could not allow them to take the blame. He promptly arranged for 500 taels to be given to the couple, leaving the originally furious man momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Above his head, the shimmering golden halo that had been pulsating with light moments ago vanished in an instant. That was the scene of the man having mastered his skills, coming to challenge the four guards, and defeating them one by one, observing a bloodbath that was destined to occur fade away before him. Qin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Good news! It turns out that future events can be altered. This is undoubtedly a monumental revelation, though receiving a substantial sum of money was indeed a significant fortune for them at that moment. The fact that his betrothed had been unjustly seized and nearly violated, coupled with the beating he had endured, stirred a sense of grievance within the man. He cast a deep look at Qin Yu, nodded slightly in gratitude, and, with the girl's assistance, turned to leave. Witnessing this scene, the four guards furrowed their brows. One of them leaned closer to Qin Yu and whispered, "Fourth Master, this fellow has established enmity with the Qin family. Future complications may arise, perhaps." He did not continue, but made a subtle gesture indicating the need to eliminate the threat. Qin Yu, noticing this, gazed intently at the man, his eyes wide with disbelief, observing the flickering images within the man's dark halo. He nearly smacked himself in frustration. Failing to pursue and eliminate him, he had been distracted by money, and though he had acquired the funds, he had allowed a tiger to return to the mountain, only to be hunted down a month later and killed. This was the epitome of foolishness. With a pointed finger, Qin Yu's expression darkened. "Get lost?" "Yes, sir." Watching the four retreat, Qin Yu gazed at the receding figures of the duo. Feeling a sense of indecision, it was evident that this protagonist had yet to rise to prominence, which meant he was bound to encounter his own opportunities in the future. Since he could see the images within the man's aura, he pondered whether he might seize those opportunities for himself. After much hesitation, Qin Yu gritted his teeth and suddenly turned to sprint toward the Qin family estate. Moments later, he followed the two elderly men out of the Qin family and pursued them in the direction they had taken. These two were none other than the esteemed elders of the Qin family. Speaking of these elders, their status was remarkable. To be an elder in a prominent family like the Qin family implied extraordinary strength. The two old men, known as the Black and White Twins, one practiced the white killing palm, while the other practiced the black killing fist, both being formidable warriors of the essence refinement realm. In terms of cultivation, they were equivalent to formidable figures in the core formation stage. Within the Qin family, only the other two elders could rival them, while only the family patriarch, Qin Shou, a master in the returning origin realm, could suppress them, akin to a golden core stage cultivator in the realm of immortality. Chapter 5. The Alluring Secret Manual. Concealed within the trees, Qin Yu held a finely crafted monocular, continuously observing the situation within the room. This prompted the Black and White Twins beside him to furrow their brows. They had not heard of the pampered fourth son possessing any penchant for voyeurism. Why would he take the time to spy on two commoners? Was he perhaps enamored by the beauty of that woman? If that were the case, given the Qin family's status in Tianlong City, he could simply abduct her forcefully. After all, such unscrupulous deeds were not foreign to the Qin family. Why resort to stealth? In the eyes of the Black and White Twins, Qin Yu appeared to be a deranged wealthy heir, likely in the throes of some delusion. However, within Qin Yu's perspective, the scene was utterly different. Inside that modest straw hut lay hidden talents. One deep golden aura, one light silver aura. The two resonated beautifully. At that moment, the girl was applying medicine to the injured man, who grimaced in pain. Slamming his fist into the bed, anger flickered in his eyes. A group of bullies. Just because we lack power and influence, they think they can trample us. But 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. One day, I will make them regret their arrogance. In stark contrast to the angry young man, the girl, with her alluring figure and innocent features, wore a bright smile. Having escaped a calamity unscathed, she felt a profound sense of contentment. It is all right. It is over now. One must learn to be content. Come, drink your medicine first. Gently blowing on the medicinal soup in the spoon, the young girl cautiously fed it to her childhood friend. Moreover, there are indeed good people in that household. That young man saved me, after all, and even gifted us 500 taels, which means I can finally afford the medicine for you. Bah! What good could possibly come from those scoundrels? How could anyone raised in such a place be virtuous? The Qin family is nothing but a den of thieves. Clearly, the man harbored deep-seated grievances against the Qin family, for their reputation in Tianlong City was far from admirable. Hidden among the trees, The duo of black and white assassins possessed extraordinary hearing and clearly caught the man's curses emanating from within the room. This caused their expressions to shift, instinctively glancing at Qin Yu. "Fourth young master, should we take care of him?" they suggested in a nonchalant tone, as if the matter at hand involved not a living being. Qin Yu shook his head at their words, unwilling to engage with the black and white assassins. He continued to scrutinize the two individuals in the room, his mind increasingly torn. Should he make a move? Through the aura of the two, Qin Yu glimpsed flickering images, yet these visions seemed entirely random and uncontrollable, emerging without regard for significance. The girl's vision was quite simple. She appeared to earn a small fortune that night, assisting others in freeing a stuck cart, and was rewarded with a generous 30 taels of silver. Manifestly, her foolishness brought her unexpected fortune. As for the man, the vision hovering above his head quickened Qin Yu's heartbeat. It was an opportunity belonging to him, a jade pendant shimmering with golden light. From the pendant emerged a flicker of golden silhouette, seemingly transmitting some information to the man.it appeared to be a martial arts technique. Once the man absorbed the information, he seated himself cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate, his body radiating a continuous golden glow. The jade pendant concealed the soul, a peerless martial art. Such a quintessential protagonist's fortune made Qin Yu yearn to leap down and beat the man senseless. Seizing the pendant for himself, yet, despite his diligent search through the surroundings with his telescope, he found no trace of the jade pendant. It was nowhere on the man, nor in the room. Could it be that this fellow had hidden the pendant in his trousers? But that seemed implausible. Who would be so foolish as to conceal such an item there? Wouldn't it be uncomfortable? Glancing at the black and white assassins beside him, Qin Yu refrained from asking for their assistance in the search. After all, if these two old fellows discovered the secret, wouldn't they resort to murder and theft? Such hired help was utterly untrustworthy in Qin Yu's mind. With a sudden clever idea, Qin Yu spoke up. "Black Elder, White Elder, I have a small favor to ask of you." Upon hearing the favored fourth young master speak, the two fearsome-looking elders quickly turned their attention to him, even managing to force a faint smile onto their faces. "Pray tell. Here is the thing. I would like you both to lure them out of the room, preferably for a prolonged period." "That can certainly be arranged, but may I ask why you wish for this?" "I have certain peculiarities. I have a penchant for stealing." Qin Yu's response momentarily stunned the two, causing them to exchange glances. Peculiarities? Stealing? It seemed the rumors about the Qin family were indeed true. This lad was not quite right in the head. "Very well, we shall lead them away." Instantly losing interest, the black and white assassins soared to the window, lifting a hand to effortlessly shatter the door open. The sudden, thunderous noise startled the two individuals inside, and the already furious man bellowed as he rushed out of the room, with the girl hastily following. Concerned for her childhood friend's safety, in the ensuing chaos, the four vanished without a trace. Qin Yu nimbly descended the tree trunk, embarking on his thieving journey. After rummaging through the bed, under it, through the cupboard, and even inspecting the roof, Qin Yu found nothing. Despite searching for a full hour, he could not uncover the whereabouts of the golden jade pendant. Only when footsteps echoed outside did Qin Yu escape through the window, his expression one of dissatisfaction. He dared not call for help, fearing that others might become greedy. Contemplating whether to summon his father, he hesitated. Even if his father believed him, the protagonist's fortune was extraordinary, and given his father's volatile temperament, it could lead to disastrous consequences if they were to let the tiger return to the mountain, resulting in a deadly feud. After a moment of silence, Qin Yu bit his lip in frustration, deciding to return for now. He pondered the timing of the boy's acquisition of the inheritance. What if he waited until the boy had received it and then had his father confront him to extract the martial arts secrets? Was he becoming more like a villain? Surely, it must be the influence of this wretched aura. Why did it have to be black? A light black at that, lacking the qualifications to be a good person. Yet insufficiently villainous as well. What a tormenting predicament. With the black and white assassins in tow, Qin Yu departed, oblivious to the black tattoo on the man's chest, which faintly glimmered. Consumed by his preconceived notions, Qin Yu continued to search for the golden jade pendant foretold by his fate. But who decreed that before the pendant revealed itself, it must be golden and tangible? As the tattoo on Zhao Tianjing's chest began to glow faintly, seemingly on the verge of awakening, The fortune destined for the girl shifted unbeknownst to her. The flutter of a butterfly's wings could summon a tempest. The black and white assassin's diversion caused the girl to be delayed by a full hour, resulting in her missing her own opportunity for fortune, and soon she would encounter her own misfortune. Chapter 6. Who was the protagonist in the werewolf game? On a dark and windy night, amidst a murder spree in a lonely village, a young man found himself unable to sleep, tormented by the absence of the legendary jade pendant. Finally, in exasperation, he roused the black and white assassins once more, leading them back to the mountain village in the dead of night. Such erratic behavior incensed the assassins, who nearly leapt down to behead the couple being spied upon. In truth, they were more inclined to take out the troublesome young lad beside them. But reconsidering the fiercely protective Lord Qin, they wisely abandoned that notion. This time, Qin Yu did not request their close protection, but instead left them at the village entrance with a signal flare. They agreed to rush to his aid should he trigger the signal, and with his life assured, Qin Yu commenced a new round of voyeurism. At last, this time, Qin Yu struck gold. Lying in bed was Zhao Tiangang, the one destined for greatness, who also tossed and turned in sleeplessness, grimacing in pain. Unlike Qin Yu, who was merely vexed, Zhao Tiangang was suffering. Where could Xiaolin have gone to procure medicine for so long? Why hadn't she returned yet? Should he venture out to search for her? Just as he was preparing to endure the pain and seek her out, a brilliant light erupted from his chest. It was golden light, dazzling, resplendent golden light. The jade pendant tattoo on his skin came to life, twisting and shifting, gradually emerging from beneath the surface. Such a miraculous scene left not only Zhao Tiangang astounded but also Qin Yu, who was watching from outside. Realization dawned. Qin Yu smacked his forehead in frustration. How could he have forgotten that divine objects possess divine powers? Now it was too late. The man had activated his fortune. There was no chance to steal it now. Yet, it was hardly Qin Yu's fault for not considering this possibility. Who would connect a golden entity with a tattoo? If he were to encounter a gang leader adorned with a myriad of chaotic tattoos, would he then suspect a cartoon character to emerge from them? The light within the room grew ever brighter until the jade pendant manifested completely, its radiance gradually fading. The pendant floated in the air, exuding an otherworldly aura, from which emerged a faint silhouette, likely a woman. This revelation caused Qin Yu to pound his chest in frustration. Look, not only was the man about to receive unparalleled martial arts, but he might also gain a cheap master and a lovely wife. What if, once the wife, no, the beautiful master, regained her corporeal form, it meant he would have someone to rely on for guidance? Why had he been so cautious? Had he known, he would have simply hung the lad up and stripped him bare. How infuriating. Just then, a new scene unfolded above the man's head, as the aura of fortune brightened and revealed a grim tableau. The girl, who had inexplicably disappeared, would eventually be found by the man, but by then she would be left naked, battered, and barely clinging to life. Enraged, the man would unleash his newly acquired divine skills upon the Qin family, slaying the third son of the family, but sustaining grievous injuries himself. As the Qin family's experts rushed to the scene, a fierce battle ensued, resulting in the man's relentless killing spree, leaving him increasingly wounded. Most shockingly, Qin Yu discovered that he too was among the deceased, crushed by a fallen body during the chaos. Who could he possibly complain to? As a mere background villain, his existence was fraught with hardship. And yet his demise was so arbitrary, not even a proper shot at recognition. Couldn't he at least enjoy a taste of the villainous experience? What a wretched fate. The scene depicted is, without a doubt, a genuine tragedy for both the man and Qin Yu. Then, Qin Yu's father makes a dramatic entrance, utterly unconcerned about the death of his third son. Yet he clutches Qin Yu's lifeless body, wailing inconsolably. Following this is the classic confrontation between the boss and the protagonist, where the latter finds himself outmatched, teetering on the brink of defeat. What truly astonishes Qin Yu, however, no, what shocks him to his very core, is the peculiar manner in which the protagonist experiences this surge of power. He does not achieve a sudden breakthrough. There is no explosive burst of energy, no divine intervention. Instead, this man's empowerment is the result of having his body forcibly taken over. The translucent spirit within that jade pendant actually betrays him in his moment of peril, seizing control of his body to resurrect itself. Qin Yu had initially thought this young man was merely a tragic hero, but it turns out that the Jade Pendant is the true protagonist. A protagonist reborn through possession, Qin Yu nearly loses his grip on the tree, almost tumbling down in sheer fright. How terrifying! This is truly horrifying. Is this the infamous realm of cultivation that consumes people without a trace? Oh dear! He no longer wishes to partake. He longs to return home. Perched on the tree, clutching the trunk, Qin Yu trembles, devoid of any desire for treasure. Indeed, the world of cultivation is far too profound for someone like him, a mere novice from another realm, to navigate. Perhaps it is best to withdraw. He shall not wade through this murky water. Yet, upon recalling the scene, especially the moment when an innocent bystander inadvertently caused his demise, reducing him to a mere background character, Qin Yu cannot help but feel a surge of sorrow. His thoughts turn to the instigator of this calamity, his dear third brother, whom he curses 108 times. Third brother, why must you be so obstinate? What need was there to confront that woman? If you had to die, that would have been one matter, but to drag me along to my doom as well. And now, our father must follow suit. At this rate, the entire Qin family may perish. You are truly a veritable harbinger of annihilation. As he wipes away his tears, Qin Yu shakily descends from the tree. He is no fool. Having observed the fragments of the scene, combined with his third brother's predictable thought patterns and his propensity to allow his lower instincts to dictate his actions, Qin Yu has pieced together the likely course of events. At this moment, it is painfully clear why the young woman has yet to return. That incorrigible fool must have dispatched someone to capture her after realizing that Qin Yu had released her. The informants, without a doubt, are those 4 guards at the entrance. No, rather, they are protectors. Wiping his tears, Qin Yu takes a deep breath and suddenly calls out, "Have you heard? That girl from our village. What was her name again? Damn, what was it? Anyway, the one who lives in the straw hut by the village, with the cherubic face and ample bosom. She has been captured by my third brother once more." After ruminating for an eternity without recalling the girl's name, Qin Yu resorts to describing her features. This method of conveying information is akin to pointing directly at the protagonist's nose and declaring that his beloved is in peril. Inside, Zhao Tiangang pauses, his expression shifting as he abruptly stands. However, his sudden movement while cultivating destabilizes his inner energy, nearly causing him to spew blood. The ethereal figure hovering nearby furrows its brow. "Zhao Tiangang, do not move recklessly. Focus on your cultivation. I have yet to complete my teachings." Zhao Tiangang, upon hearing this, appears anxious. "But Master, Zhang Xiaolan, this is your inner demon, merely an illusion. Do not concern yourself with it. Calm your mind and cultivate so that is it." The disciple understands. Zhao Tiangang, upon hearing this, once again sits cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes to meditate. Outside, Qin Yu, who has been eavesdropping, is left dumbfounded. What the hell? This woman has no sense of honor. Whether it is an inner demon or not, does Zhao Tiangang not possess even a shred of awareness? For the sake of possession, is she willing to discard her own face? To lie so brazenly? Enraged, he rolls up his sleeves, wipes his mouth vigorously, and seizes a stone from the ground, shouting as he hurls it, "We must rescue her." Nonsense. The Qin family is far too powerful for us to contend with. You are the one talking nonsense. You can see that the young girl is about to be harmed. Are you not going to take action? Are you even a man? With a loud crash, the stone shatters the window and lands squarely between the 2 individuals inside. Zhao Tiangang, in the midst of his cultivation, fails to catch his breath and coughs up blood. Meanwhile, the translucent spirit awkwardly clears its throat. Unable to maintain the facade any longer, ahem, it seems I have misunderstood. This is no mere illusion. This is indeed reality. Chapter 7. The Woman's Counterattack Master. If this is indeed reality, then does that mean Zhang Xiaolan, Zhao Tiangang, filled with excitement, attempts to rise but is sternly halted by the translucent spirit. Tiangang, you are my chosen disciple. You must cast aside all desires and focus solely on your cultivation. Pursue the path of immortality. But Zhang Xiaolan, I shall only impart the technique to you once. If you cannot comprehend it, then it can only be said that our fates are severed. Are you truly willing to forego this opportunity to save her? But Zhang Xiaolan, you foolish child. Must I spell it out for you? With your meager skills, do you think you can rescue someone from the Qin residence? If you wish to perish, do not drag me along. With the spirit's exasperated outburst, Zhao Tiangang, tears in his eyes, finally regains his composure. Gritting his teeth, he once again sits cross-legged on the bed, his hands trembling slightly. Xiaolan, wait for me. Once I have mastered my cultivation, I will avenge you upon the Qin family. Outside, Qin Yu, still clutching the stone, watches in disbelief as Zhao Tiangang resumes his meditation. What the hell? Are the youth of today so rational? A childhood sweetheart says to let go. And he does? Wasn't he bold when he stormed the Qin residence and faced a beating? Where has that spirit gone? Perplexed and utterly bewildered, Qin Yu cannot comprehend why a person's character can shift so drastically. The truth is that he has not yet adjusted to this world. In this realm, cultivators hold a status far above ordinary people and even martial artists. With their extended lifespans and world-altering powers, cultivators occupy a realm of influence that far surpasses that of mere mortals. Zhao Tiangang, once a reckless youth with little regard for life, is now a cultivator. It is akin to a beggar suddenly inheriting a fortune and becoming a billionaire. If you were to tell him that his beggar wife was being attacked by wild dogs, and that intervening could lead to his own demise, would he still dare to act? Would he still wish to intervene? Cultivators are certainly not lacking in romantic partners. A mere mortal woman is inconsequential. He could have as many as he desires in the future. The childhood sweetheart no longer holds the worth of his very life. While it may be harsh, it is an undeniable truth. After waiting outside for what feels like an eternity, witnessing the man inside seemingly intent on continuing his meditation and unwilling to save anyone, Qin Yu is driven to the brink of frustration, pulling at his hair. Yet, he cannot simply march in and drag Zhao Tiangang to the Qin residence, can he? Should he summon the infamous duo of black and white? Perhaps eliminate him while he is still vulnerable? However, the forces of destiny are unpredictable. Who knows if he might not face calamity only to emerge with greater fortune? Not to mention that the Jade Pendant is the true protagonist. It could very well be an ancient being that has lived for countless years. How could it possibly lack a few tricks up its sleeve? After pondering for some time, an idea suddenly strikes Qin Yu. This young man fears taking risks, so let us not allow him to take one. Once more, Qin Yu raises his voice and cries out, "Have you heard? The Qin residence is hosting a grand banquet. Everyone is there. Only that third brother of the Qin family remains, still plotting to harm the young girl. If he were to strike him unexpectedly, what satisfaction that would bring? Satisfaction aside, the most pressing concern is to rescue her." The self-directed dialogue outside once again captures Zhao Tiangang's attention. The ethereal figure hovering in the air is also frantically shifting its gaze. In truth, she has no interest in Zhao Tiangang's body. If given the choice, she would much prefer Zhang Xiaolan's. After all, having been a woman for over 1,000 years, who would willingly switch bodies with a man? The mere thought of using the restroom in a man's body would be utterly discomforting. However, having previously inhabited Zhao Tiangang's family, she lacked the opportunity to ensnare Zhang Xiaolan. Now that she hears there is still a chance to save her, she finds it worth intervening. "Disciple, since this opportunity is rare, you should seize it." "Yes, master." With impatience bubbling within, Zhao Tiangang strides out of the room, eager to discover who has been persistently urging him. Yet, upon exiting, he finds no one in sight, only the nearby wooden gate shaking slightly, clearly having just been closed. After casting a lingering glance at the neighboring room, Zhao Tiangang turns and rushes toward the city. Moments later, Qin Yu peeks out from behind the fence, a half-watermelon perched atop his head. Watching Zhao Tiangang depart, he cannot help but exhale in relief. Phew, finally, he took the bait. You thought you could remain unscathed? How naive. Since the die is cast, today shall be a battle to the death. Just as Qin Yu is about to continue his grandiose speech, someone suddenly strikes him on the head with a stick. "You little rascal, stealing my watermelon in the dead of night, are you?" Who is stealing your watermelon? You may have stolen, but that is not all. You even have a watermelon perched atop your head, and I allowed you to squander food. The cries of despair echoed as Qin Yu was pursued and struck by the homeowner, who had emerged to investigate the commotion, wielding a stick. The half-watermelon, which he had used to disguise himself, was shattered into several pieces. Ultimately, it was his signal flare that summoned the infamous duo of black and white. thereby averting capture by the authorities. With the guidance of these two formidable individuals, Qin Yu moved with a swiftness that far surpassed that of Zhao Tiangang, swiftly returning to the Qin estate. There was no time to attend to the swelling on his head. He hastily commanded all the guards and servants of the Qin family to return to their residences, forbidding any of them from venturing outside to investigate. Due to Qin Yu's favored status, none dared defy his orders, and although filled with curiosity, they obediently retreated. In an instant, the Qin estate fell into a profound silence. Even the sycophants loitering outside the door of the third Qin brother were driven off by Qin Yu's blows. Struck with exceptional force. After all, it was these very lackeys who were most likely involved in the abduction. If not for their complicity, would he have had to devise such elaborate schemes to lure Zhao Tiangang? It was they who had beaten him, branding him as a thief of watermelons. As night deepened, a figure slipped past the wide-open doors of the Qin estate. Moments later, the man scaled the wall. His movements somewhat comical, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground upon landing. Observing this from a distance, Qin Yu could not help but cover his face in dismay. Is this truly the protagonist? The door was wide open for him. Why not simply walk in? Wouldn't that create an even greater ruckus, dear brother? Zhao Tiangang was blissfully unaware of Qin Yu's inner monologue. Upon entering the Qin estate, he began to cautiously explore, only to find himself hopelessly lost. After nearly 10 minutes, aided by the signs, he finally stumbled upon the residence of the third Qin brother, searching the area until he picked up a stick. Meanwhile, a few dozen meters behind him, Qin Yu also rose, brandishing a stick in his hand. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a woman trembling in the corner, covered in bruises, none other than Zhang Xiaolan. The sole consolation was that, at present, her clothing remained relatively intact. However, the injuries she bore suggested she had been mercilessly whipped. This left Qin Yu somewhat perplexed. His third brother was merely lecherous, not a pervert. As far as he knew, having captured her for quite some time, it was surprising that, with his notorious proclivities, he had not taken advantage of the girl but had instead beaten her. What is this? Has my third brother finally triumphed over his baser instincts, evolving from a lecher into a fool? Zhao Tiangang, entering the room, paid little heed to such considerations. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaolan's pitiful state, he hastily dropped the wooden stick and rushed to her side. Xiaolan, brother Gang. The two embraced tightly, and Zhang Xiaolan wept bitterly. Brother Gang, I am so frightened. Xiaolan, are you all right? Did they do anything to you? He hit me. He beat me mercilessly. He beat you? Yes, with a whip. Zhang Xiaolan wiped her tears. Her face filled with indignation. He caught me again, and when he attempted to assault me, I was terrified and grabbed him there, and he screamed while hitting me, demanding I let go. The more it hurt, the tighter I held on, and the harder he struck. Her sense of grievance deepened, and she eventually broke down in tears. Meanwhile, both Zhao Tiangang and the eavesdropping Qin Yu shivered involuntarily. Could it be that the third Qin brother has been rendered impotent? Chapter 8. The praying mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. Where the hell is that scoundrel Qin Kuan? Zhao Tiangang shouted, seizing a nearby stick with a fierce expression. Zhang Xiaolan, noticing his demeanor, anxiously clutched his sleeve. Brother Gang, let us leave. Leave? I did not come here today with the intention of returning alive. Tell me where he is. I will kill him. Brother Gang, let us not engage with them any further. Zhang Xiaolan stood timidly to the side, and under Zhao Tiangang's relentless questioning, she finally divulged the location of the third Qin brother's room. Stealthily exiting the room and confirming that the area was truly deserted, Zhao Tiangang approached the door of the third Qin brother. This Qin brother was also a martial artist, having attained the 8th level of postnatal cultivation, equivalent to the 8th level of Qi training in the realm of immortals. Moreover, martial artists excelled in close combat. When spells could not be cast, they held the advantage in combat of equal rank. Under ordinary circumstances, Zhao Tiangang's brazen approach would surely have drawn the attention of the third Qin brother. However, today was different, and even as Zhao Tiangang quietly pushed open the door, the third Qin brother remained completely unaware, for he was preoccupied with applying medicine to his own brother, weeping as he did so. Indeed, he was sobbing, like a nearly 200-pound child. Brother, you must stand up, do not frighten me. How can I live without you? You must get up. In truth, Zhang Xiaolan had lied. At that moment, She was not merely grabbing but twisting. Akin to wringing out a towel, it could also be described as pulling. Yes, pulling, and this is not a mere metaphor. It is a genuine description. Tragically, as the third Qin brother was ambushed, he instinctively slapped Zhang Xiaolan, resulting in a dire consequence. She was sent flying, yet her grip remained unyielding. With a crack, the situation became dire indeed. The room's third Qin brother wept uncontrollably, and even when Zhao Tiangang stood right behind him and nervously bumped the table, he remained oblivious, or perhaps he was aware but simply indifferent, for he was pale as a ghost, his spirit seemingly departed. With a resounding thud, Zhao Tiangang swung with all his might, landing a blow on the third Qin brother's head. The third Qin brother collapsed, unconscious on the spot. Grabbing him by the collar, Zhao Tiangang dragged him from the room and into the garden, where he began to furiously dig. Zhang Xiaolan's face paled at the sight. "Brother Gang, what are you doing? Burying him alive, what? That is murder. It is against the law." Upon hearing the words of his childhood sweetheart, Zhao Tiangong's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "Murder? Against the law? The law no longer applies to me, Xiaolan. Go to the neighboring courtyard and fetch some plants. We shall disguise the fresh earth. Once we are out, we will flee far away." "All right." Zhang Xiaolan was clearly a traditional woman, someone who understood the concept of following one's husband, yet possessed no opinions of her own. Hearing her childhood sweetheart speak of fleeing together, her cheeks flushed, and she hardly considered whether it was right or wrong. She hurried to the adjacent courtyard to gather some flowers. As Zhao Tiangang dug furiously, a figure silently approached from behind. Zhao Tiangang, having already scouted the area and found no one else in the Qin estate, assumed it was Zhang Xiaolan returning. "Xiaolan, have you found the flowers?" Before he could finish his sentence, a wooden stick descended from above, and Qin Yu unleashed all his strength, delivering a blow to Zhao Tiangong's head. Poor Zhao Tiangang did not utter a sound as he crumpled into the very pit he had just dug. Seeing this, Qin Yu hastily employed the same method he had used on the third Qin brother, clumsily binding Zhao Tiangong's hands and feet to prevent him from escaping upon awakening. He then began to shovel earth frantically, but not before snatching the tangible jade pendant from around Zhao Tiangong's neck and pocketing it. The sound of earth being shoveled filled the air, and just as Qin Yu was about to finish burying Zhao Tiangang, another shadow appeared behind him. With a thud, a trembling stick struck Qin Yu's head. After taking this blow, Qin Yu showed no reaction, continuing to shovel earth. It was not until 2 seconds later that his eyes suddenly focused, revealing an exceptionally intelligent expression, before he collapsed to the ground. Zhang Xiaolan, having hastily dropped the stick, trembled all over. "Brother, please wake up." Despite having knocked Qin Yu unconscious, she shook her childhood sweetheart frantically, but alas, the force of that blow had likely caused a concussion. No matter how she shook him, Zhao Tiangang remained unresponsive. Eyeing her helplessness, Zhang Xiaolan hoisted Zhao Tiangang onto her shoulder, stumbling toward the exit, leaving behind a large pit and the 2 brothers of the Qin family lying nearby. Time passed, and the third Qin brother slowly opened his eyes, only to see his 4th brother lying before him, causing him to exclaim in shock. The unconscious Qin Yu was startled awake by this cry. Holding his head as he sat up, "4th brother, what are you doing here? And what is this pit? Who tied me up? Do you intend to kill me?" Gazing into the adjacent deep pit and glancing down at his bound hands and feet, Qin Laosan could not help but scream in terror. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, who had just regained consciousness, realized that Zhang Xiaolan and Zhao Tiangang had vanished without a trace, and he understood that his plan to eliminate witnesses had likely failed. Hearing his elder brother's frantic cries, Qin Yu's frustration boiled over. He unleashed a swift kick to Qin Laosan's groin. As Qin Laosan doubled over in agony, Qin Yu seized the opportunity to strike him on the head with a stick. With a thud, the recently awakened Qin Laosan fell unconscious once more, tumbling directly into the deep pit. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yu grabbed a shovel and began to bury him. "Laosan, do not blame your elder brother. Do not hold it against your 4th brother for being cruel. I never intended to kill you. But you are nothing but a calamity. Sooner or later, you would bring ruin to your brothers. One must strike first to gain the upper hand. When you reach hell, be sure to inform King Yin that your murderer is Qin Yu. Let him seek out that deceased elder brother for retribution." Just as Qin Yu was halfway through burying him, he suddenly froze. His left hand darted into his pocket, and upon feeling a round object, a look of excitement spread across his face. The jade pendant remained. It had not been taken. By heavens! The opportunity was still in my grasp. Forgetting all about burying a body, Qin Yu discarded the shovel and dashed into the room, retrieving the jade pendant. Holding the seemingly unremarkable jade pendant in his hands, Qin Yu shook it with fervor. "Hey, Master, Mentor, Celestial Beauty, come forth and impart your techniques to me." He transitioned from shaking to striking, but regardless of how forcefully he tried, banging it against the table until it rattled, the pendant remained unresponsive, appearing merely as an ordinary piece of jade. This caused the smile on Qin Yu's face to gradually fade. "So you have come here to play tricks on me? I witnessed you teach that wretch the techniques. You refuse to show yourself, do you? Then let us both perish together." Grabbing a nearby hammer, Qin Yu raised it with intent to smash. Almost simultaneously, a voice emanated from within the pendant. "Stop, do not act rashly. I am coming out. I shall emerge now." Chapter 9. The battle for the jade pendant. As wisps of smoke curled around, a figure emerged from the pendant, revealing a translucent woman. With her hands clasped before her, she bore an expression of sorrow. "Young friend, the pursuit of immortality relies on fate. Why must you? Enough with this nonsense. Impart your techniques." Qin Yu was entirely uninterested in her coaxing. He had long seen through the woman's intentions. She was merely a schemer aiming to seize control over her disciple. Did she truly expect him to honor her? That was utterly impossible. This woman was simply lusting after him, physically. Seeing Qin Yu's haughty demeanor, the woman sighed in resignation. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. This fool even discarded the jade pendant. This lad is truly unreasonable. Perhaps I must swallow my pride for a time. After all, possessing this lad would not be without merit. His family is quite wealthy. Raising her hand, she infused a stream of ethereal mental energy into Qin Yu's mind, revealing a cultivation technique. After absorbing the memory, Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. "Is this it? Well, as the saying goes, greed can lead to one's downfall. Learning too much offers no advantage. This technique alone is sufficient for you to reach the golden core stage. You shall first become my named disciple, and I will teach you gradually." "All right, I get it. Thanks." Without waiting for the ethereal woman to finish her sentence, Qin Yu abruptly interrupted her and, without hesitation, brought the hammer down. With a crack, the pendant shattered into several pieces before the woman's astonished gaze. In that instant, the entire room fell silent. "What the hell are you doing?" The woman, finally regaining her composure, could no longer maintain her dignity and shrieked as she lunged at Qin Yu. However, this did not intimidate him. Instead, he struck the fragments of the pendant with another blow. With a crash, the pendant shattered even further, and at the same moment, the ethereal woman let out a piercing scream, her form disintegrating into mist. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yu could not help but let out a cold laugh. "Ha! The moment you feared my destruction of the pendant and felt compelled to reveal your true self. You had already exposed your weakness, fool." With a triumphant flourish, Qin Yu wrapped the shattered pieces of the pendant in cloth and stowed them away in his pocket before making his way outside to continue his burial task. Upon stepping outside, Qin Yu discovered that Qin Laosan had regained consciousness yet again. It was evident that he was a resilient fighter, demonstrating impressive endurance. Startled by Qin Yu's appearance, the struggling Qin Laosan redoubled his efforts to free himself from his bindings. However, such struggles were futile, as the ropes were specifically designed to restrain female warriors, ensuring they could not escape, and were purchased at a hefty price by Qin Laosan himself. Ironically, the very bindings meant for others were now his own undoing. Realizing that the more he struggled, the tighter the ropes became, Qin Laosan was at a loss for tears. Approaching with purposeful strides, Qin Yu did not waste any words with his younger brother. He simply raised his stick and struck, rendering Qin Laosan unconscious for the third time. With a firm grip on Qin Laosan, Qin Yu resumed his task of burying him. Just as he was about to complete the job, a sudden gust of wind whistled past his ears. With a loud thud, Qin Yu's vision blurred as he collapsed to the ground. Behind him, Zhang Xiaolan stood, gripping a cane tightly, her expression fraught with concern. Though her hands trembled no longer. Having subdued Qin Yu and secured him, Zhang Xiaolan began to search the area but could find no trace of the jade pendant. After a fruitless search, her gaze ultimately settled on Qin Yu. For Zhang Xiaolan, gratitude lingered in her heart. For Qin Yu had saved her life previously, sparing her from disgrace. In her eyes, he was a rare good soul within the Qin household. Yet gratitude aside, she had to conduct her search. After a thorough rummage, Zhang Xiaolan successfully unearthed a small cloth pouch from Qin Yu's pocket. Observing the fragments of the jade pendant within, she felt a twinge of confusion. Brother Gang had not mentioned that the pendant was broken. After piecing together the shards and confirming their alignment with Zhao Tiangong's description, Zhang Xiaolan hastily pocketed the pendant and rushed toward the entrance. Outside the city, within the woods, Zhao Tiangong leaned against a tree, recuperating. The force of Qin Yu's strike had been overwhelming, and though he had not sustained a fatal blow, the elasticity of the wooden stick had spared him from a more severe fate. Though Zhao Tiangong had regained consciousness, moving was an arduous task, let alone walking. Upon awakening and realizing the jade pendant was missing, Zhao Tiangong nearly fainted. He urgently instructed Zhang Xiaolan to return and search for it, leaving her pale and trembling. Return? That would be a death sentence. I left Qin Laosan in that state. Let alone that Qin Laosi is lying in there. They must have awakened by now. If they see us, it would be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Zhang Xiaolan's expression was one of deep despair, attempting to dissuade Zhao Tiangong from his reckless course of action. Yet, faced with such a monumental opportunity, Zhao Tiangong could not bring himself to relent. Without hesitation, he insisted that Zhang Xiaolan return, his tone resolute. Left with no choice, Zhang Xiaolan clutched her clothing tightly, preparing to risk a return to the Qin estate. Fortune favored her, as she successfully retrieved the sought-after item. Upon her return, Zhao Tiangong's face lit up with excitement, but that joy quickly waned upon seeing her pale, sorrowful countenance. I'm sorry, Xiaolan, I was overly anxious and forced you to search for this item. You cannot comprehend its value. It can enable us to cultivate and ascend to immortality. Together, we shall achieve eternal life and become a pair of celestial lovers, shall we not? With his words of persuasion, Zhao Tiangong's tone softened, and Zhang Xiaolan's expression finally eased. To express his remorse, Zhao Tiangong refrained from demanding the pendant during their journey, his gaze never straying from her. Upon their return to the village, before Zhao Tiangong could speak, Zhang Xiaolan, ever understanding, produced the cloth pouch. This was found on Qin Yu, and it should be the jade pendant you mentioned. Zhao Tiangong, upon hearing this, eagerly accepted the pouch. I told you. He is no good. He was clearly after my opportunity. That despicable scoundrel. Why is the pendant shattered? The instant he opened the pouch, Zhao Tiangong's voice faltered. Trembling, he hastily gathered the fragments, softly calling out, Master? Are you there? Master? Master! No matter how fervently Zhao Tiangong cried out, the pendant remained unresponsive. After all, the soul within had long since dissipated. How could there be any reaction? As he gazed at the assembled but lifeless pendant, Zhao Tiangong fell into a daze. Across from him, Zhang Xiaolan lowered her head and softly remarked, When I found it on him, it was already broken. This is impossible. How could he have shattered the jade? He was after this opportunity as well. He would never destroy the pendant. Suddenly snapping out of his stupor, Zhao Tiangong erupted in fury, seizing Zhang Xiaolan by the shoulders and shaking her frantically. It was you, wasn't it? You harbored resentment and broke the pendant, didn't you? Faced with Zhao Tiangong's menacing expression, Zhang Xiaolan stammered, brother. It is not me. Do you still dare to quibble? You have ruined my opportunity. You wretched woman have destroyed my chance. I should never have attempted to save you. I should never have intervened. The roar of anger erupted as Zhao Tiangong forcefully threw Zhang Xiaolan to the ground. Simultaneously, he turned and kicked the table, which crashed down with a resounding crack, scattering jade shards across the floor. You woman, it is all because of you. You are a harbinger of misfortune. Look at these wounds upon me. They are all your doing. The furious accusations echoed in the air, while Zhang Xiaolan, sitting helplessly on the ground, bore a vacant expression, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Brother, I swear, I truly did not touch that jade. Get out, just get out. Just as Zhao Tiangong was preparing to continue his tirade, a sudden cacophony of barking dogs resounded from afar. Outside, the scene was illuminated by bright lights as numerous soldiers charged forth. Lanterns in hand, their shouts piercing the night. Do not let those two scoundrels escape. The fourth master has ordered, capture or kill the man. A reward of 3,000 taels of silver. Roars of aggression filled the air as the private soldiers of the Qin family mobilized. Along with the city defense forces of Tianlong City, and even some bodyguards from escort agencies and local militia joined the fray. After all, 3,000 taels of silver was a fortune enough to ensure a lifetime of comfort. Even knowing that the Qin family was not a benevolent force, it was highly likely that this operation was set to ensnare innocent people. Yet, with wealth glimmering before their eyes, everyone chose to conveniently overlook the Qin family's past transgressions and the morality of the situation. Rushing to lend their assistance. Chapter 10. The evolution of the female protagonist, the protagonist beast. Hearing the shouts outside, Zhao Tiangong's expression changed dramatically. He realized that the Qin family had come for them. If they were caught, not only would death be a certainty, but he feared he would not even have the luxury of wishing for death. Turning to see Zhang Xiaolan, tearfully picking up the shards of jade from the ground, he hesitated momentarily before abruptly fleeing. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Xiaolan looked up in shock, and upon witnessing Zhao Tiangong's unhesitating escape through the window, the fragments of jade slipped from her grasp and clattered to the floor. "Brother!" The familiar cry caused Zhao Tiangong's steps to falter slightly, but in the next moment, he surged forward with renewed speed, a movement that pierced Zhang Xiaolan's heart completely. Sitting on the ground, her gaze vacant, it took her several moments to regain her senses, and she began mechanically gathering the scattered jade pieces. Moments later, the door was kicked open, and a throng of soldiers poured into the room, jostling one another in their haste. Some even leapt in through the windows. "Where is he? There's a woman here." All eyes turned menacingly towards Zhang Xiaolan, only to find her slumped lifelessly on the ground, devoid of any intention to speak. Just as someone prepared to inquire, a shrill cry rang out. "That brat escaped through the back door. Pursue!" With a rush, everyone bolted out of the room, one individual glancing back at Zhang Xiaolan with a hesitant expression. "Isn't this girl one of those wanted by the fourth master? Should we take her back?" His companion kicked him dismissively. "Are you out of your mind? Capturing this woman won't earn us a dime. That brat is worth 3,000 taels. What is she worth? Ah, true enough. Pursue." In mere moments, all had fled, leaving Zhang Xiaolan alone, still dazedly searching for the jade pieces. Time drifted by until footsteps echoed, and Qin Yu, his head wrapped in bandages, entered the room. Upon seeing him, Zhang Xiaolan's gaze flickered with a hint of life. She finally felt some spark of hope. "Itsu. Yes, it is I. Where is that little brat? How dare he strike me twice? If I do not remove his head to use as a chamber pot today, I do not carry the Qin name." Clutching his head, Qin Yu's expression turned fierce. Zhang Xiaolan lowered her gaze, offering no reply. Noticing her silence, Qin Yu lost interest in questioning her further, grabbing a metal rod as he prepared to exit through the back door. However, as he passed by Zhang Xiaolan, her voice suddenly broke through the silence, a voice frail and laced with despair, yet tinged with a semblance of acceptance. "You are called Qin Yu, correct? Yes. Is there something you need? Thank you for saving me earlier. If you truly wish to thank me, tell me where that little brat is hiding." As Qin Yu spoke, he turned back, only to find Zhang Xiaolan seizing a shard of jade and shoving it into her mouth. "Consuming jade will sever your soul." Qin Yu reacted swiftly, lunging forward like a raging bull to tackle Zhang Xiaolan to the ground. "That is jade. Eating that is akin to consuming shards of glass. And she is doing it without even chewing, forcing it down whole. The pieces will scrape her throat, tear her esophagus, and plunge into her stomach. Is there any hope for her now? Spit it out. Quickly, spit it out." Gripping Zhang Xiaolan's mouth tightly, Qin Yu attempted to extract the jade pieces, but Zhang Xiaolan's resolve to end her life was far stronger than he had anticipated. With both hands sealing her lips, even as Qin Yu desperately tried to stop her, she swallowed the shards whole. Blood trickled from her mouth, clearly indicating her esophagus had been injured. Zhang Xiaolan gazed at Qin Yu with a smile, slowly closing her eyes. Thank you. My foot. Are you out of your mind? If you do not want to speak, then do not. Doctor, physician, is there anyone here?" In a nearby mountain village, the air was thick with anguished shouts that lingered long after. As the sun hung high, casting its rays upon a clear sky, Zhang Xiaolan slowly opened her eyes to find herself in an unfamiliar place. The red bricks and green tiles, the decor of the room, were exquisite, the furniture elegant, and the delicate porcelain cups and bowls were things she had only glimpsed in the grand households where she had once worked. Even those lavish furnishings paled in comparison to this. As Zhang Xiaolan surveyed the surroundings in confusion, the door suddenly swung open, and two maids entered, chattering and laughing. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaolan awake, they were taken aback before joyfully rushing out, "Fourth Master, Fourth Master. The young lady has awakened." Moments later, Qin Yu strolled into the room with his hands in his pockets, tossing a silver ingot to each maid as a reward. The maids left in delight. And Qin Yu approached Zhang Xiaolan, his gaze a complex tapestry of emotions. As Qin Yu regarded Zhang Xiaolan, she returned his gaze, equally complex. "Did you save me?" "Yes." "Why?" "Because I'm a bit unhinged. Is that enough?" Zhang Xiaolan fell silent, merely observing Qin Yu, her eyes flickering slightly. She felt indebted to him for saving her life, despite her initial intent to end it. Yet, she understood the goodwill of others. As for Qin Yu, he felt as if his head were about to explode. Gazing at Zhang Xiaolan, especially at the resplendent golden halo above her head, he could only feel a sense of impending madness. This woman had somehow transformed into the protagonist? Why? Why had all his efforts, 3 burials to be precise, yielded no redemption? Instead, the sheen of the halo above her head had grown dark and glossy, morphing him from a mere side villain into a bona fide minor antagonist. And all she did was consume a handful of jade pieces. Why did she receive such a luminous halo? Her brilliance even surpassed that of the previous brat. She was nothing short of a high-intensity, energy-saving light bulb. Was this the new trend, eating jade to level up? Did she truly think herself a super scion, growing stronger merely by surviving? Qin Yu admitted to feeling a twinge of jealousy. He was consumed by envy. A sentiment so intense it felt as though he were being torn asunder. Had it not been for his rational restraint, he might have impulsively taken a knife to her during her treatment. At that moment, another question plagued Qin Yu. If Zhang Xiaolan had evolved into the protagonist, what had become of the original protagonist, Zhao Tiangang? Had he transformed into a super-powerful main character, a king among the harems of protagonists? Qin Yu had even devised a title for Zhao Tiangang's tale. He awaited the day that Brat would return, seasoned in his craft, to exact vengeance upon him, so he could recommend the title. Indeed, Zhao Tiangang had fled, and Qin Yu had no notion of how he managed to escape. After all, so many had failed to apprehend him. Releasing a tiger back into the mountains would surely bring endless trouble. And witnessing Zhang Xiaolan's halo evolve in real time had left Qin Yu feeling utterly despondent. Chapter 11. A misunderstanding. You should rest here for now. Do not rush to seek death, for your better days are approaching. Unsure of what to say to Zhang Xiaolan, Qin Yu shook his head as he exited the room. And my good days are drawing to a close. While treating Zhang Xiaolan, Qin Yu had gleaned the reason behind her evolution into the protagonist from the shimmering halo above her head. It stemmed from her seizing the protagonist's fortune, indeed, all of it. The so-called transmission of power, although a part of fate, was merely a minuscule fraction, almost negligible. The true catalyst for the protagonist's metamorphosis lay within that jade pendant. It must be said that the cunning female spirit within the jade pendant is indeed quite astute. That pendant was her final trump card. Once she successfully seized control, she could instantly consume the jade to enhance her physical constitution, transforming into the legendary 9-in jade body. This was the primary reason the female ghost dared to so audaciously select her hosts. For she had no regard for their qualifications. Who would have thought that a jade pendant, instead of being a mere tool, was intended for consumption? While Qin Yu and Zhao Tiangang were racking their brains over the competition for the cultivation technique, they completely overlooked this treasure. Ultimately, as Zhang Xiaolan ingested the jade, the grand opportunity that should have belonged to the protagonist was thus transferred to her. The proverbial duck that was almost within reach flew away. And to make matters worse, it was consumed before his very eyes, leaving Qin Yu's spirits in disarray. Adding to his woes, the awakened third son of the Qin family now firmly accused Qin Yu of attempting to murder him. And the matter had escalated to his father. Qin Yu's hasty departure was partly due to his uncertainty about what to say to Zhang Xiaolan, but more so because he needed to clarify the situation. Upon entering the main hall, He pushed open the door and was immediately struck by the sight of a room filled with people. Among them were the 4 elders of the Qin family, all martial artists at the dance stage. In the center sat the family head, Qin Shou, a formidable figure at the return to origin stage. Flanking him were over a dozen family enforcers, as well as a number of young ladies, presumably either Qin Shou's concubines or daughters. Despite having 4 sons, he had an impressive 17 daughters, demonstrating the considerable effort he invested to fulfill the universe's balance of the Qian Kuren principle. As Qin Yu entered, before Qin Shou could speak, a beautiful woman cradling Qin Kuan suddenly burst into tears. "My lord, I know you cherish this youngest son, but you mustn't show such favoritism. You must seek justice for the 3rd son." She pointed at Qin San, whose head was bandaged, weeping like a wilting flower. "Look at how he has been beaten, and Qin Yu even tried to bury him alive. They are brothers. How could such cruelty occur?" Upon hearing this, Qin Shou raised a hand, and the weeping woman fell silent, turning her expressionless gaze toward Qin Yu, his eyes narrowing slightly. "4th son, explain yourself." Stepping forward, Qin Yu replied resolutely, "I am wronged. You lie." The scowling Qin San nearly erupted in rage upon hearing this accusation, pointing at his own head as his finger trembled. "This is the result of your actions. You struck me not once, but twice. 4th brother, how can you lie with your eyes wide open? Does your conscience not ache?" "It does ache. It aches terribly. My heart is in agony," retorted Qin Yu, clutching his right chest, a sorrowful expression etched on his face. "It pains me to see you slander my brother. Ah, my heart feels as if it is being cut by a knife." "Cut by a knife?" "The heart is on the left side," obediently shifting his hand to his left chest. Qin Yu's expression once again transformed into one of profound sorrow. "What grievances do we share, 3rd brother? I cannot recall ever having offended you. Why do you slander me so? This is precisely what I wish to convey. I too do not remember having wronged you. Why did you attempt to bury me alive?" "Bury you? By heaven's conscience, father, elders, you may ask the servants and guards. When they rescued me, my hands and feet were bound. In such a state, I could hardly stand, let alone strike you or bury you. You? Regardless, you did attempt to bury me. As for why you were bound, you must have accomplices. How absurd! If I had intended to bury you, you would have long since been cold. How could you dare to spew such filth here, you bastard? You wretch! You fool! You imbecile! You brainless fool!" As the two exchanged increasingly loud insults, the family head Qin Shou's face grew darker with each passing moment. It became difficult for him to discern whether they were arguing with each other or with him. Regardless, as their father, he could not escape being implicated. "Enough!" With a resounding thud on the table, Qin Shou barked in a commanding tone. The sound of his authoritative shout. Qin San, frightened, turned and leaped into his mother's embrace. "Mother!" The beautiful woman clasping her son quickly pleaded, "My lord, he is still just a child." "Damn it! Seeking the parents, are we? You mama's boy." Qin Yu gritted his teeth, hastily scanning the room for support, but alas, he found none. His biological mother had tragically died during childbirth. Seeing no allies, Qin Yu charged into the center of the hall. "Father!" With a resounding crash, he collided headfirst into Qin Shou's groin, causing the family head's expression to subtly shift. With an arm locking around Qin Yu's neck, he swiftly executed a chokehold, speaking through clenched teeth. "Next time you charge at me, do not lower your head so much, understood?" Yes. Humph. Let this matter rest for now. 4th son, you shall remain confined to your courtyard for a few days, as for you. 3rd son, if I hear of you provoking the 4th son again, I will not hesitate to bury you myself." With that, Qin Shou pushed Qin Yu away and strutted out of the room. His feet turned inward. Such a biased decision would naturally displease the mother and son duo. Yet the Qin family was a dictatorship under Qin Shou's rule, and even if they were dissatisfied, they dared not voice their objections as they watched Qin Yu leave with a smug expression, even raising his middle finger in defiance. Qin San's teeth ground in frustration, but he felt powerless to retaliate. Returning to his courtyard, Qin San transformed into a master of table clearing, first sending teapots and cups flying to the ground, then smashing a fist through the table. Observing their leader's rage, the lackeys exchanged glances, and the leader cautiously approached. "Third master, there is something I believe requires reporting." "Speak." It concerns that girl from the mountain village. How dare you mention her? It is because of her that I nearly got buried alive and almost suffered irreparable damage." Upon hearing this, Qin San abruptly turned and seized the lackey's ear, his expression a mask of fury. "Ouch, ouch, ouch, third master. I realize my mistake. I did not intend to anger you, but yesterday, we inadvertently saw that girl being brought into the Qin residence by the fourth master." "What?" Qin San gasped in shock, his brows knitting together. "You did not mistake it?" "Absolutely not. She was indeed carried in. Well then, I knew those two had something going on. Otherwise, why would that little brat target me relentlessly?" "Humph, Qin Si, just wait. If I cannot deal with you, can I not handle a mere woman?" Chapter 12. Learning from the beginning, you scoundrel. As for Qin San's resentment, Qin Yu was blissfully unaware, and even if he knew, he would not care. After all, he was merely a stray dog. What was there to fear? He paused, realizing something felt off. At this moment, Qin Yu had returned to his courtyard. It was a standard 3-room courtyard. The left room was for servants, the center was the master's dwelling, and the right was a guest room. After knocking on the guest room door, he stepped inside, only to find Zhang Xiaolan tidying up the space. Zhang Xiaolan was the epitome of a gentlewoman, possessing a character that was quite easygoing, lacking ambition or grand aspirations. Perhaps in her eyes, finding a good man and dedicating her life to supporting him and raising children constituted the pinnacle of existence. Watching the young woman clean, Qin Yu could not help but shake his head. She was clearly the quintessential childhood sweetheart type, uncompetitive and exceptionally understanding. Even as a female protagonist, she would only shine briefly upon her debut, ultimately fading into obscurity as more prominent figures emerged. It was no wonder her fate was so tumultuous. Even if one day she were to be insulted and perish, serving as a catalyst for the protagonist's rage, Qin Yu would not be surprised in the least. Yet, fate had a peculiar sense of irony. This woman, who should have been a mere vase, had now snatched the protagonist's fortune, her head adorned with a dazzling halo. What was this? A useless female protagonist? A counterattack female protagonist? Or a complacent female protagonist? As Zhang Xiaolin swept the dust from the table, she seemed to sense a presence behind her and quickly turned. Upon seeing Qin Yu, she visibly relaxed. It was evident that she harbored a poor impression of the Qin residents. After all, she had been captured and whipped, with the exception of Qin Yu, who had rescued her twice. Everyone else in her eyes were demons. Setting down her feather duster, Zhang Xiaolin clasped her hands in front of her and offered a slight bow. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life, and no need for thanks. If you truly wish to repay me, tell me where that scoundrel is hiding." At this stage, Qin Yu had not yet abandoned his struggle. He still intended to find Zhao Tiangang and eliminate him before that ruffian could rise to power. Zhang Xiaolin's expression faltered at his request, prompting Qin Yu to roll his eyes. "Fine, if you are unwilling to speak, I shall seek him out myself. No, it's not that I am unwilling to speak. Rather, I truly do not know where he is. He abandoned me and fled alone." As she spoke the final words, Zhang Xiaolin's gaze dimmed. Zhao Tiangong's scolding and cruel betrayal inflicted unimaginable psychological trauma upon her. Otherwise, she would not have contemplated such a desperate escape. Zhang Xiaolin's revelations sparked a sudden realization in Qin Yu. A scoundrel's betrayal. The heroine awakens. She truly embodies the essence of a triumphant female protagonist. With excitement, he approached, disregarding Zhang Xiaolin's startled expression as she clutched her collar, looking pitiful. Qin Yu couldn't help but beam, revealing his pearly whites. "I relish such gossip. Come, enlighten me. What transpired?" "Nothing much, really. He merely accused me of shattering his precious jade and left me stranded." "What? The jade shattered, and yet he discarded his wife? Is this fellow truly so temperamental? That's not just a loss. It's a double tragedy. So, does this mean you are completely at odds with him now?" "Indeed, no worries. A rift means nothing. You've got me. The Qin family will support you." Upon learning that this newly minted heroine was utterly alone and without recourse, Qin Yu immediately resolved to take her under his wing. First, he would establish familiarity and provide kindness. When she eventually flourishes, he would bask in her glory, wouldn't he? As for any romantic pursuits, absolutely not. Such notions were out of the question. This lady is a rising female lead. Based on Qin Yu's extensive reading experience, It was likely that she would awaken her queenly aura at any moment. At that point, she would reign supreme, and he would, alas, be the villainous foil. He would surely meet his demise. Through a series of inquiries, Qin Yu finally unraveled the relationship between Zhao Tiangang and Zhang Xiaolin. In truth, Zhao Tiangang ought to refer to Zhang Xiaolin as sister, for he was an adopted son of the Zhang family, a foundling discovered along the road. They had grown up together, their lives being relatively bearable, even having enough spare change for Zhao Tiangang to study martial arts. However, with the tragic accident that befell Zhang Xiaolin's parents years ago, their family lost its pillar, and their circumstances deteriorated day by day. Zhang Xiaolin, being practical and diligent, occasionally worked odd jobs for affluent families to earn some money. Yet Zhao Tiangang was consumed with dreams of chivalry, constantly yearning to seek a master and learn martial arts, unwilling to earn a living. If fortune favored him, his ambitions could be seen as youthful aspiration. But without such fortune, they were mere idleness. Initially, their parents had arranged for an engagement, planning for marriage upon reaching adulthood. Yet now, having been abandoned by the man she had deemed her betrothed, Zhang Xiaolin's heart had turned cold. This delighted Qin Yu immensely. Look, what did he say? That guy is nothing but a tragic male lead. If he hadn't interfered, the subsequent events would likely have seen Zhang Xiaolin sullied, leading her to despair and self-harm, while Zhao Tiangang, in his grief, would acquire a legacy, training for a month before seeking revenge on the Qin family. Qin Lao San would meet his end, Qin Yu would perish in the chaos, and their father would severely injure him. Only for this tragic male lead to be possessed by the Jade Maiden. Is that not the epitome of tragedy? At this moment, with Qin Yu's intervention, it seemed Zhang Xiaolin's fate had shifted from tragic. While Zhao Tiangang appeared to be the one descending into despair, his eyes darted about, and upon learning that Zhang Xiaolin and Zhao Tiangang had indeed parted ways, Qin Yu resolved to perform a good deed, forging a benevolent bond. So, Xiaolin, you have never studied martial arts, correct? That is correct, benefactor. Well then, you see, do you know why you are always caught by Qin Lao San? It is precisely because you lack martial skills. Come, I possess an unparalleled manual to bestow upon you. From now on, you shall be my disciple. Once you achieve mastery, should Qin Lao San dare to pursue you again, you shall incapacitate him with the 9-in white bone claw. Grabbing Zhang Xiaolin's hand, Qin Yu disregarded her willingness and prepared to impart martial knowledge on the spot. The teachings he intended to share, however, were certainly not the Qin family's hidden secrets. In truth, that old thing was hardly worth passing on, merely an ordinary 5-tier cultivation method from the realm of immortals, which Qin Yu felt embarrassed to present. The method he imparted was the 3-tiered cultivation scripture, Sangyo Baiyu Jing, given to him by the Jade Maiden, accompanied by a set of boxing and spear techniques, both of which were indeed from the Qin family, as the Jade Maiden had only provided the core method without supplementary materials. The boxing technique was the 8-tiered 26 routes of Crumbling Mountain Fist, while the spear technique was the 7-tiered 32 routes of Qin family spear. As he began teaching her hand in hand, Qin Yu suddenly encountered a rather disheartening realization. Initially, upon hearing Zhang Xiaolin claim ignorance of martial training, he assumed she simply had not learned how to cultivate. Yet as he guided her through the process, he quickly discerned that this woman was not merely untrained. She was utterly oblivious to the very existence of acupoints and meridians. He was forced to start from scratch. Chapter 13. The legendary 9-in Jade Body 2 days. A full 2 days, Qin Yu dedicated himself to instructing Zhang Xiaolin on the intricacies of meridians and acupoints. During this period, he was so exasperated that he lost consciousness 3 times, suffered 2 seizures, and rolled his eyes in frustration 8 times. This was not merely a dense head. It was akin to a solid iron lump. Had Qin Yu not intervened to disrupt the monotony, this woman's lack of comprehension would have condemned her to a lifetime of mediocrity. Furthermore, during the course of their instruction, Zhang Xiaolin contemplated abandoning her martial pursuits multiple times, sending chills down Qin Yu's spine. Through 2 days of observation, Qin Yu had recognized that Zhang Xiaolin was a woman of gratitude and loyalty. Due to his previous rescues, she held him in immense regard. If she were to give up on martial arts, it would surely spell disaster for him. Just imagine. A protagonist with auspicious fate, unwilling to train in martial arts. What could compel her to embrace it? The answer was singular: stimulation. An immense, overwhelming stimulus. Perhaps something like being violated, or her parents being murdered, or her beloved being dismembered, or her benefactor being cruelly harmed. Under the rigorous management of his strict instruction, Zhang Xiaolan finally grasped the fundamentals of channeling her inner strength within 2 days. Her journey in cultivation had officially commenced. Rushing to the storeroom, she retrieved 100 spirit stones and, with a flourish, scattered them across the table. Gazing at the dazzling array of spirit stones, Zhang Xiaolan covered her mouth in astonishment. This treasure is worth hundreds of taels of silver each. It is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qin Yu rolled his eyes in response. What are you thinking? Did I ever say this was a gift? This is a loan. Come, sign here. He thrust a promissory note and a pen into Zhang Xiaolan's hands. Noticing her reluctance to sign, Qin Yu seized her hand and forcibly pressed her thumbprint onto the paper. Listen up. According to the terms of this note, you must reach the first level of Qi training within 3 days. If you fail to achieve this, you will owe me 60 spirit stones. As he waved the promissory note, Qin Yu pushed 50 spirit stones towards Zhang Xiaolan. You must reach the peak of Qi training within 6 months. Otherwise, you owe me an additional 30%. Within a year, you must reach the foundation establishment stage. If not, an additional 50%. 3 years for core formation, 5 years for golden core, 10 years for nascent soul, 20 years for spirit transformation, 30 years for tribulation crossing, 50 years to attain immortality. If you lag behind by just a year, you will owe me double, and the interest will keep compounding. Should you dare to delay too long, I shall sell you to cover the debt. If a cultivator were to overhear Qin Yu's words, they would likely deliver him a resounding slap. This was not merely a request for payment. It was a matter of life and death. 50 years to attain immortality? Whether one could even reach core formation within that time frame was a question in itself. Yet Zhang Xiaolan, having been an ordinary citizen until now, perceived Qin Yu's stipulations as entirely reasonable and promptly nodded in agreement. Qin Yu was somewhat aware that his conditions were rather harsh, but this woman was a protagonist. One must be formidable for a protagonist to truly be a protagonist. Compared to those who relied on cheat-like abilities, the time he offered was indeed generous. Armed with a ruler, Qin Yu stood beside Zhang Xiaolan, arms crossed, watching her meditate in cultivation. With his father's fierce features paired with an intimidating gaze, Qin Yu exuded an air of menace. Whenever Zhang Xiaolan showed any signs of distraction, the ruler would swiftly land upon her shoulder, startling her into focus. However, Zhang Xiaolan found herself puzzled at times. For even when she made no mistakes, Qin Yu would still strike her. His explanation was that he was hardening her spirit, helping her acclimate to external distractions. As Zhang Xiaolan fell into deep concentration, Qin Yu finally set down the ruler. Of course, the primary reason for his reprieve was that this woman had responded excessively, showing little reaction, and her body had ceased to sway, rendering him somewhat disinterested. It was time for him to focus on his own cultivation. After all, relying on others was never as dependable as relying on oneself. Upon arriving beside Zhang Xiaolan, Qin Yu elegantly seated himself in a cross-legged position, gently closing his eyes as he formed hand seals. In the next moment, as the true energy within him began to circulate, one of the 50 spirit stones laid out on the table before him slowly levitated. A substantial amount of spiritual energy surged forth from the stone, transforming into tendrils that entered Qin Yu's body. This is the method of utilizing spirit stones. Ordinary cultivators must refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into their own essence. However, the spiritual energy in the natural world is exceedingly sparse, making the refining process laborious and, as a result, the cultivation speed lamentably slow. In contrast, the energy contained within spirit stones is extraordinarily pure, nearly allowing for immediate assimilation, thus rendering the effects of cultivation with spirit stones vastly superior to those without. This is the primary reason for the exorbitant price of spirit stones. Unbeknownst to Qin Yu, who was deeply engrossed in his meditation, at the moment he closed his eyes, the spirit stones in front of Zhang Xiaolan also began to float. However, unlike the single stone that rose before Qin Yu, all 50 stones hovered simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of fierce spiritual energy that surged into Zhang Xiaolan's body. While Qin Yu required an entire hour to absorb a single spirit stone, this woman was absorbing 50 stones, an entire 50, in merely half an hour. Her skin was as flawless as white jade, her physique resembling a delicate sculpture. The spiritual energy surged from her very core. While others toil for centuries in their cultivation, she, with her 9-yin body, achieved in an instant what others could only dream of. The 9-yin jade body, renowned as one of the most exceptional cultivating physiques in the realm, is famed for its rapid cultivation speed. For others, absorbing spiritual energy is akin to drinking water. For her, it is merely a matter of storage, ready to be filled. At this moment, Zhang Xiaolan was nothing less than a living embodiment of jade. Her rate of energy conversion and storage was beyond the comparison of ordinary cultivators, something they could only aspire to. Not only were the 50 jade stones before her in action, as these stones were nearing depletion, the scattered white jade stones in front of Qinyu, including the one he was currently absorbing, began to uncontrollably emit spiritual energy, rushing toward Zhang Xiaolan's body. Having meditated for less than an hour, Qinyu suddenly furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. The spiritual energy provided by the jade stones had inexplicably ceased. Could it be that he had inadvertently taken a used stone? How could the supplier of the stones be so careless? Confused, he opened his eyes and immediately beheld Zhang Xiaolan, this woman, once again tidying up. What was her obsession with cleanliness? Instead of focusing on her cultivation, she was cleaning. Anger surged within him. With a heart full of fury, Qinyu could hardly care about Zhang Xiaolan's supposed protagonist luck. He grabbed a nearby ruler and charged forward, startled by the commotion. Zhang Xiaolan trembled, turning to see Qinyu rushing at her with a fierce expression, and in fright, she exclaimed and bolted away. The two of them raced around the room for a full 3 laps. Qinyu, despite his best efforts, could not catch her. I kindly teach you the ways of cultivation, and yet you dare to be lazy. Stop right there. If I don't make your backside 2 halves today, I shall change my surname. But my backside is already in 2 halves. Is that not enough for you? Do you want more? I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. The chase began anew. As they sprinted from the room to outside, only to return inside, repeating this cycle 4 or 5 times, until Qinyu was utterly exhausted. With a thud, he collapsed against the door, panting heavily, his eyes rolling back in fatigue. Zhang Xiaolan was equally worn out, draped over the table, gasping for breath. Please, no more chasing. You stop running and I shall cease my pursuit. Do you think I'm foolish? If I don't run, you'll strike me. Chapter 14. Achieving accomplishments. Betrayal of the master. Zhang Xiaolan's escape was fervent, yet ultimately futile. Qinyu could fumble countless times, but as long as Zhang Xiaolan avoided capture just once, she would be doomed. Ultimately, Zhang Xiaolan was caught by the collar and dragged back into the room. However, before Qinyu could enact the role of a strict teacher, he suddenly realized something even more distressing. What the hell? Where are my spirit stones? All of my precious spirit stones. Releasing Zhang Xiaolan, Qinyu rushed to the table, only to discover it was completely bare. With a blank expression, he turned to Zhang Xiaolan, whose shifty gaze betrayed her guilt. With a loud thud, he struck the table with his ruler, his eyes blazing with anger. Where are the spirit stones? Zhang Xiaolan jumped in fright, her eyes instinctively darting toward the nearby trash bin. This small gesture was immediately caught by Qinyu, who took 2 steps to the garbage can, only to find no trace of the spirit stones. Only, grabbing a handful of the refuse mixed with glimmering specks of dust, Qinyu's expression grew increasingly grave. He certainly recognized this substance. It was the unique residue formed after the spiritual energy within the jade stones was depleted. Known as jade powder. In simpler terms, it was jade dregs. Shaking off the dust, Qinyu frowned at Zhang Xiaolan. Just as she was about to express her unease, he abruptly asked, "What is your current cultivation level?" I promise I will break through to the 1st level of qi refinement next time. Please don't punish me." Cowering in the corner, Zhang Xiaolan trembled, and upon hearing his words, Qinyu too quaked. Just your 1st time cultivating, and you've devoured over 100 spirit stones, almost reaching the brink of the 1st level of qi refinement. What kind of monster are you? Are ordinary cultivators even allowed to exist anymore? Is being the protagonist truly that significant? Do you have no sense of reason? You must understand that whether in martial arts or cultivation, the initial stages are the most challenging. Although no innate talent is required, one must take the time to meticulously infuse spiritual energy into the mortal body, gradually purging it of impurities. Qin Yu's own journey from an ordinary person to the first level of qi refinement took a total of 3 years. His father, Qin Shou, was regarded by the Qin family as a once-in-a-century genius, achieving this in a year and a half. Yet this woman accomplished it in half an hour, grabbing at his hair. Qin Yu felt as though a box of lemons had been shoved into his brain. His jealousy turned his eyes green. He was nearly driven by impulse to stab Zhang Xiaolan, unfamiliar with the cultivation system. Zhang Xiaolan had no idea how terrifying her displayed talent was. Her reason for secretly disposing of the Jadregs was solely to avoid Qin Yu placing the blame entirely upon her. If it came to that, Zhang Xiaolan would truly have no choice but to sell herself. For 100 spirit stones equated to a staggering sum of over 10,000 taels of silver. Just you wait. Stay put. I will return shortly. Casting aside the ruler, Qin Yu dashed out of the courtyard, leaving Zhang Xiaolan anxiously standing in the room, her thumbs nervously fidgeting. Upon exiting the courtyard, Qin Yu hurried to the Qin family storeroom, and after a brief search, he kicked open the spirit stone storage room. Opening his storage ring, which had a capacity of 5 cubic meters, he rapidly collected a significant number of spirit stones. Having completed this task, he turned to leave, only to be stopped by the steward. "Fourth young master, what do you need so many spirit stones for? Taking such a large quantity requires the master's approval." Pushed back by the steward, Qin Yu appeared visibly irritated. "That master is my father. I'm merely taking my father's possessions. What's wrong with that? But according to the rules, forget your rules. In the Qin residence, I am the rule." Seizing a nearby tray, he aimed it at the frail old man, delivering a barrage of blows until the steward shrank back into a corner, too frightened to move. Only then did Qin Yu storm out of the warehouse in a huff. What kind of fool dares lecture him on rules? What a pompous act! This old man was worse than his several lowly brothers. Returning to his room, Qin Yu dumped the spirit stones onto the floor with a clatter. Absorb to your heart's content. I shall see how much you can take." Zhang Xiaolan gasped in surprise, clutching the corner of her garment and too afraid to look up. But I fear I won't be able to repay it." "Not to worry. It's a trivial matter. Who cares about repayment? You can just not repay at all." "What a delusional dream you have. Repay me when you have the means. No more chatter. Get on with your cultivation." Under the threat of Qin Yu's ruler, even though Zhang Xiaolan had 1,000 hesitations, she had no choice but to submit. As Zhang Xiaolan once again closed her eyes, the spirit stones around her surged wildly. A torrent of spiritual energy, vast as the ocean, erupted from all directions and flowed into her body. A display so grand that it left Qin Yu utterly dumbfounded. Over 2,000 spirit stones ultimately sustained her for just a few hours. When the final spirit stone transformed into ash, Zhang Xiaolan, seated on the bed, radiated with spiritual light. Not only had she succeeded in qi refinement, but she had also surged through to the 3rd level. This rocket-like speed of cultivation left Qin Yu banging his head against the wall in frustration. Had he known that consuming jade would yield such results, he would have willingly gone to the toilet to learn from the old master. Half an hour later, outside the storeroom, Qin Yu dashed forward, knocking the steward to the ground with a tray before beginning to plunder with abandon. The Qin family, a quintessential nouveau riche, had established itself in Tianlong City, becoming gentry in just under 300 years. Despite their late arrival, their wealth was undeniably substantial, as the Qin family was engaged in the lucrative trade of medicinal herbs and weaponry. Just a mere side warehouse contained over 30,000 spirit stones, merely intended for the family's disciples' cultivation materials for the month. The grandeur of the Qin family is evident as time swiftly passes. Half a month has gone by, and the 30,000 spirit stones taken by Qin Yu have nearly been completely consumed. In the room, Qin Yu remains motionless in a relaxed position on his chair, while on the bed, Zhang Xiaolan sits cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation, the profound true energy circulating around her. After a month of diligent cultivation, Qin Yu has finally made a breakthrough, joyfully achieving the status of a 6th-level postnatal martial artist. As for Zhang Xiaolan, she commenced her attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage 4 days ago. Indeed, this woman has already reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi training. For the 9-yin jade body, there is no need for the refinement of true energy, as long as the spiritual energy is ample. As long as the spirit stones are plentiful, The only barrier for them is the bottleneck, and it must be a significant bottleneck. A minor one simply will not suffice. Having just broken through today, she could ascend to the peak of the Golden Core in a month's time. For the 9 Jade body, such a feat is utterly commonplace. After meditating for half a day, Zhang Xiaolan slowly opens her eyes, unable to suppress a sigh. It's no use. I cannot break through. What a pity. My internal spiritual energy is excessively abundant, making the breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage exceedingly difficult. If I were to force it, it would likely take me several months. DOUC? Retribution has arrived. Benefactor, could you refrain from making sarcastic remarks? What? Now that your cultivation surpasses mine, you've grown bold. Haven Tu? How dare you talk back to me? Do not forget that I am your master. Even if you are merely at the Qi training stage, should you reach the Golden Core, I would still discipline you. Qin Yu slammed the table and stood up in anger, yet despite his boisterous words, his body remained surprisingly obediently distant. For just yesterday, as Qin Yu prepared to find a pretext to teach this ungrateful disciple a lesson in the name of being her master, he was met with Zhang Xiaolan's fierce counterattack, which left him severely shaken. This woman has grown wings. She dares to fight back. How outrageous to strike her master. Is there no one to intervene? Chapter 15. The transformation of Zhao Tiangang outside the gates of the Qin residence. Qin Yu staggered out, intending to purchase some wine and snacks, roasted chicken, barbecued duck, braised pork knuckles, crabs, lobsters, and stewed goose, anything delectable to bring back and enjoy in front of Zhang Xiaolan, denying her a taste to infuriate her. This woman has learned to rebel. Once a docile fool, ever since she acquired strength and realized he could not defeat her, her behavior has become increasingly audacious, forcing him to assist in cleaning and planting. That little girl even uprooted all the flowers in the 2 flower beds in front, insisting on planting peanuts instead. Does the Qin family need her mere peanuts? Those flowers were all precious varieties, worth enough to buy 1,000 pounds of peanuts, and just moments ago, this audacious disciple even snatched away his ruler. What does she intend to do? Is she plotting to usurp her master? Does she wish to strike him with it? How dare she? With a furious glare and a stomp of his foot, Qin Yu rushed out, deciding to lay low for a while. As he walked through the streets, Qin Yu bought a plethora of delicious food, munching as he strolled. Suddenly, he halted, turning slowly to look behind him, laden with his bounty. You've been following me for quite a while. Do you have something to say? Indeed, I have matters to discuss. A hooded man stepped forward, slowly removing his hood, revealing a face familiar to Qin Yu. His eyes widened in astonishment. Zhao Tiangang, indeed, it is I. Your grandfather. Ha, ha ha ha, is that truly you? How could it be you? How have you changed so drastically? Food dropped from his hands as Qin Yu laughed uncontrollably. It was no wonder he had not recognized the man following him. He certainly did not expect this character to be Zhao Tiangang. The halo above Zhao's head had transformed into a dark hue, a villain. Just like Qin Yu, a villain. This lad has actually shifted from protagonist to antagonist. Seeing Qin Yu laugh so heartily, Zhao Tiangang hurriedly checked himself, ensuring nothing was amiss, but his expression turned exceptionally grim. What are you laughing at? Ha ha ha. I was wondering how you ended up in the same predicament as me. Don't wear such a serious face, as if I owe you money. We are all crows now, none can afford to look down on the other. Nonsense. I am nothing like you. Not like me? Indeed, you are correct. Wiping the tears of laughter from his eyes, Qin Yu gazed at Zhao Tiangang's halo, now dark with red, and his smile gradually faded. We are indeed different. At least I have never taken a life. Nor would I kill for money. You, upon hearing this, Zhao Tiangang's eyes widened, fists clenching tightly in his destined fate. He was to encounter a wealthy merchant, and upon seeing the riches, would commit murder, given the swift and skilled manner of his actions. This was likely not his first offense. Qin Yu could hardly fathom that the once protagonist, the fated child of fortune, had fallen to such depths. Was it due to his fortune being usurped? Without the 9 Jade body and only the cultivation methods, Zhao Tiangang, relentlessly pursued by the Qin family, was forced onto an irreversible path. Zhao Tiangang, I should have anticipated this. Since Zhang Xiaolan can replace you as the protagonist, then you, the rejected one, are destined to fall to the role of a side character. Wouldn't you agree? Great villain. Xiaolan? Where is she? What have you done to her? At the mention of his childhood companion's name, Zhao Tiangong's expression shifted. Qin Yu's demeanor darkened instantaneously. Oh, what have I done to her? I treat her quite well. Can't you see I have bought so much delicious food? No one person can consume it all. Kicking the food at his feet, Qin Yu beamed brightly. Soon, I plan to buy some roasted kidneys, some leeks, some goji berries, and perhaps a few special medicines. Oh, and let me tell you something. Your taste is quite excellent. Xiaolan is very appealing. Qin Yu, I will kill you. Originally intending to pry some information from Qin Yu's lips and subsequently dispose of him, Zhao Tiangong was now consumed with fury, launching himself at Qin Yu with a fierce punch. Qin Yu, not one to back down, stepped forward and threw a punch of his own. With a resounding thud, their fists collided. The two exchanged blows rapidly, their movements growing increasingly swift, fueled by the third-grade heart method, the Tsangyo Baiyu Sutra. Finally, with a powerful strike, they both landed a punch simultaneously, resulting in a stalemate. Breathless, Qin Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling overwhelmed. Shall we take a break? After all, we were taught by the same master. It's impossible to break through each other's defenses. Nonsense. I could crush you. You worthless fool, 100 times over. I think a break would be wise. Unlike you, I have important matters to attend to tonight. You bastard. Once again, they collided, each strike filled with malice, particularly Zhao Tiangong, who aimed his blows viciously towards Qin Yu's lower regions. As they exchanged punches, both suddenly leaped back, taking a standard knee strike stance. Then, with a resounding thud, both fell to the ground, clutching their groins, writhing in pain. In this clash between two ruffians, neither emerged unscathed. The pain surged within, and both struggled to rise. Just as they began to recover and prepare for another round, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. The city guard had arrived. Do not underestimate the city guards. Even if they were indeed incompetent, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. A dark mass of dozens rushed toward them, weapons glinting, sending Zhao Tiangong trembling in fear. He swiftly leaped onto a rooftop, hastily fleeing to AS for Qin Yu. He had no intention of pursuing. A fallen villain bearing a dark halo was hardly worth risking his life over. What significance does a dark halo hold? Their family has plenty. There are at least 100 of them, not to mention their red halos. There are heaps of those too. When it comes to nefarious forces, none could rival their family. Fourth Master, are you all right? The arriving city guards surrounded Qin Yu, and their leading officer inquired anxiously, only to receive a roll of Qin Yu's eyes in response. Could you possibly run any slower? Thank goodness this guy is roughly my strength. If he were stronger than me, I would already be a cold corpse. Well, our strength is indeed limited. Forget it. Forget it. Issue a citywide bounty for him. His name is Zhao Tiangong, from the mountain village near Tianlong City. Same old rules. Whoever captures him will receive 5,000 taels of silver. No, 10,000 taels. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the eyes of the surrounding city guards lit up. With a loud bang, they scattered in all directions. Even those supporting Qin Yu and the concerned captain vanished without a trace. Watching the crowd flee, Qin Yu could not help but pout. When it comes to money, they sure do run fast. What a bother! That rascal actually kicked me where it hurts. Is there no sense of martial ethics left? Next time, I will completely ruin you. Chapter 16. The unyielding Qin Lao San. Just as Qin Yu unexpectedly encountered Zhao Tiangong and engaged in a fierce battle with him, a situation unfolded within the Qin residence, in the courtyard of the Qin family. Zhang Xiaolan hummed a cheerful tune while hanging out laundry, her face radiant with a smile, as if she had recalled some joyful memory. At her waist, a ruler was tucked in, dozens of meters away. A group lay in ambush, consisting of 6 lackeys and the long-absent Qin Lao San, leaning against the wall in a state of boredom. Qin Lao San observed Zhang Xiaolan through the furtive glances of his subordinates. As it became increasingly clear that Zhang Xiaolan had no intention of emerging from the yard, one of the lackeys irritably scratched his head. Ah, is this woman a reincarnation of a Pekingese? There's no one holding her back. Why is she just lingering in the courtyard? Exactly. We've been waiting here for half a month. She shows no signs of leaving. She's truly capable of holding out. What should we do then? We can't just rush in and seize her, can we? If we forcefully intrude on Fourth Master's territory and get caught, we would surely face dire consequences. The group exchanged glances, uncertain and apprehensive. Qin Lao San, who had been sitting in the corner smoking a pipe, abruptly threw it to the ground, standing up in a fit of anger. I can't care about that anymore. Let's go. We will go in and capture her. Ah? The lackeys were momentarily stunned, but once they processed his words, fear gripped them, and they hurried to restrain their master. Third master, please calm down. This is absolutely not advisable. You know how much the master dotes on fourth master. If he finds out about this, if it gets to the master, it would be truly troublesome. The lackeys were understandably reluctant to let him proceed, as they feared for their lives. After all, Qin Lao San was the offspring of the family head, Qin Shou. Even if the matter reached Qin Shou, he would likely not punish Qin Lao San for the sake of a peasant girl. However, the lackeys lacked such standing. If the situation escalated, they would most likely be scapegoated, and given Qin Lao Si's cold nature, they might face immediate death. Listening to his subordinates' warnings, Qin Lao San was already consumed by rage. It was merely a peasant girl. He had been beaten and humiliated, nearly buried alive before. How could he swallow his pride? During this period, driven by a desire for vengeance, he had spent half a month lying in wait outside with his lackeys, all to capture this woman and exact revenge. Yet, that woman seemed to bear a grudge against him, refusing to comply with his wishes, as someone accustomed to stirring up trouble, who had everyone trembling at the sight of him. How could he endure such humiliation? After hesitating for 2 seconds, he ultimately returned to his spot in the corner, choosing not to act recklessly on the spot. After all, these days, Qin Lao Si seemed to be acting rather erratically, his temperament more detestable than ever, causing trouble and creating chaos, ready to bury him alive at the slightest disagreement. If it were the previous Qin Lao Si, who was overbearing and self-righteous, Qin Lao San might have dared to provoke him. But in the face of this current version, filled with malice, Qin Lao San truly felt a sense of trepidation. After all, confusion and wickedness are two entirely different concepts. While Qin Lao San sat gloomily smoking his pipe, the 6 lackeys exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, the small gate in the distance was pushed open, and the woman who had been cooped up in the courtyard for half a month finally stepped outside. Seeing this, Qin Lao San sprang to his feet, tears of excitement almost spilling from his eyes. With a wave of his hand, his facial features contorted into a menacing grimace. Let's go. We shall meet this little woman. Yes, boss. The 7 of them stealthily followed, trailing Zhang Xiaolan from a distance. Zhang Xiaolan, carrying a small flower basket in one hand and a pass token given to her by Qin Yu in the other, looked at the bustling household servants and maids with a hint of anxiety. In truth, Zhang Xiaolan did not wish to leave that small courtyard. After all, her impression of the Qin family was far from favorable. How could she voluntarily walk into the jaws of a tiger? Given her easygoing nature, as long as there was enough food, she could live her entire life in that little dilapidated courtyard. However, due to recent setbacks in her cultivation and behavior, Qin Yu was visibly thinning out at an alarming rate. The once chubby boy was no longer plump and had lost much of his cheerfulness. This made Zhang Xiaolan feel a pang of guilt, believing she bore some responsibility for her benefactor being pushed to such an extent. Thus, she decided to use her own money to buy some meat and prepare a meal to compensate him. Such a kind-hearted act of gratitude may not be understood by others, but for Qin Yu, who had been striving to lose weight and shed his chubby identity since crossing over, it was unlikely he would find joy in it. Enduring the peculiar gazes of the surrounding maids, Zhang Xiaolan lowered her head and quickly made her way through the crowd towards the exit. With Qin Yu's token in hand, no one in the Qin family dared to impede her. Trailing behind her, Qin Lao San and his companions noticed that the surrounding crowd was thinning, and their expressions began to darken. Go be honest, while Zhang Xiaolan possessed an air of modest beauty, she could hardly be deemed a stunning beauty. Qin Lao San could not claim to be infatuated with her. After all, as a member of the most prominent family in Tianlong City, a notorious bully in the surrounding hundreds of miles, what kind of woman had he not encountered? Let alone someone of her modest beauty. He had seen numerous breathtaking women, particularly the renowned beauties from Qingwan Pavilion. That small head, that delicate face, those little eyes and mouth. The combination of these features, while not perfect individually, created a sense of comfort when combined. Otherwise, his older brother would not have been directly entrapped by that woman. The reason he clung to Zhang Xiaolan was purely to vent his frustrations and to irritate his younger brother. Qin Laosi. Generally, martial artists tend to refrain from engaging in intimate relations before reaching adulthood to enhance their cultivation. The fellow named Zhao Tiangang clearly adhered to this principle. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaolan would not have caught the attention of Qin Laosan. Qin Yu had previously followed this rule as well, at least in his earlier days. However, Qin Laosan was different. This fellow practiced an unorthodox technique that did not require him to conserve energy and had a rapid cultivation speed before reaching the Dan stage. The drawback was insufficient endurance, classifying it as a typical quick-burn technique. This was why he dared to recklessly harm respectable families, specifically targeting unmarried young women. In fact, he had actively chosen this method of cultivation during his youth. Qin Shou had always looked down on this third son, consistently giving him a cold shoulder, and a significant part of the reason was this approach to cultivation. After all, what use is it to cultivate someone with no future? Lacking the strength to hold their ground? As they walked, they finally arrived at a deserted garden. Although it was designed by a reputable family and appeared visually pleasing, the Qin family, being uncultured, had no one to appreciate the garden's beauty. Zhang Xiaolan was momentarily stunned by the picturesque scenery, standing there in awe. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Laosan and his companions exchanged glances, grinning maliciously as they emerged from their hiding spot. This little woman has chosen a splendid place to make her move. Chapter 17. A second encounter with two loud footsteps echoing. Zhang Xiaolan, who had been admiring the flowers ahead, was startled. Reflexively stepping back, she became so flustered that she accidentally tore the flower she was holding. Upon turning to see who had approached, her face turned even paler. Gazing at Zhang Xiaolan, who was retreating timidly while clutching her collar, Qin Laosan stroked his bearded face, a grin that was anything but pleasant spreading across his features. "Ah, Miss Zhang, we meet again. It has been quite some time. How have you been? What do you want?" "What do I want?" No, don't misunderstand. I wouldn't dare harm you, especially since you have my dear third brother to protect you. Rather, I should be asking what you are doing." He took a few steps closer, dramatically inspecting the broken flower, shaking his head disapprovingly. "TSK, TSK, TSK. What a splendid dragon leaf flower, and you just go and break it like that? Do you have any idea how much this flower is worth, woman?" One of the lackeys, who had approached with a similarly sinister smile, instinctively turned to his boss, hesitatingly speaking up, "B brother, the dragon leaf flower is white. This one is blue. It's not a dragon leaf flower. Did I ask you?" With a crisp slap, Qin Laosan struck his lackey, sending him spinning in place, his expression twisted with rage. "Oh, knowledgeable about flowers. Why don't you go cultivate them? What are you doing following me?" "Why yes, I'm sorry, boss." Having dealt with the chatty lackey, Qin Laosan turned his attention back to Zhang Xiaolan, revealing a menacing grin once more. Pointing at the broken flower, he raised an eyebrow. "Now, tell me, how much do you intend to compensate for this?" Zhang Xiaolan raised her brows at his words, speaking in a barely audible voice. "3 qian. That's the market price. I'll give you 2 qian. No need for change." As she spoke, Zhang Xiaolan hurriedly rummaged through her pocket, pulling out 2 small silver ingots and tossing them at the feet of Qin Laosan. This unexpected gesture left Qin Laosan, who was poised to concoct an excuse to apprehend Zhang Xiaolan, utterly bewildered. He gazed down at the silver, then raised his eyes to meet hers. After a brief moment of hesitation, he turned to his garrulous lackey nearby. The lackey, seeing the situation, nodded slightly. Indeed, the market price of Longyiwa was approximately 1 tael and 3 qian. "You just said this is not Longyiwa, right? Then what is it?" "Tianjinlan, Tianjinlan? What a splendid name. It sounds valuable. How much is a piece of Tianjinlan worth?" A piece of Tianjinlan seems to be priced at 99 and Sanyi, you would still need to return her 1 tael and 1 qian." "You fool." With a sharp crack, the sound echoed in everyone's ears as Qin Laosan viciously struck his lackey, his features contorted in rage. "Are you out of your mind? Couldn't you have chosen a more expensive item to mention?" Still unsatisfied, he continued to lash out at the lackey several more times, his voice gritted with anger. "And return money? I don't even pay when I dine out. When have you ever seen me give money to anyone?" Kicking the lackey aside, Qin Laosan suddenly raised a finger, commanding, "Stop! Did I permit you to leave?" Zhang Xiaolan, who was cautiously retreating and preparing to make her escape, froze in place at his words. After a moment's hesitation, She suddenly bolted away, racing toward the horizon. Witnessing this, Qin Laosan's gaze sharpened, and without a moment's pause, he led his men in pursuit. Run? I'll see how far you can go within the Qin family. And so, a chase ensued, weaving through residences and scenic spots, back to the garden, only to repeat the loop in a chaotic fashion. After several disorienting laps, Zhang Xiaolan, unfamiliar with the surroundings, finally ceased her flight. Do not misconstrue. She was not fatigued but had unwittingly trapped herself in a dead end after circling around. Before she could contemplate how to scale the Qin family's outer wall, which loomed like a miniature fortress. Footsteps echoed from behind. Several staggering figures emerged in Zhang Xiaolan's line of sight. Qin Laosan, accompanied by 6 of his lackeys, panted heavily as they struggled to advance. Upon spotting Zhang Xiaolan finally at a standstill, their eyes lit up and their speed surged, albeit incrementally, until they confronted her from a few meters away. Qin Laosan effortlessly leaned against the railing, then retched. Clutching his mouth, he nearly expelled his last meal. His complexion a sickly shade of green. His companions fared no better. Having overexerted themselves, they leaned against the railing, succumbing to nausea. Hearing their retching, Qin Laosan's lips quivered as he fought to suppress a similar fate. However, unwilling to lose face in front of a woman, he summoned his resolve, forcing down the bile. Kicking aside a lackey still heaving, Qin Laosan glared menacingly at Zhang Xiaolan. Observing her demeanor, which betrayed no signs of fatigue, Qin Laosan was left with a multitude of questions. How curious! Just days ago, when this woman was captured, she floundered like a small fish, struggling ineffectively. How is it that she can run so swiftly this time? Could it be true what that teacher said, that a person's potential surges when faced with death? Pondering this perplexity, Qin Laosan decided it was unnecessary to resolve the mystery. He was too weary to seek excuses. Resolved instead to capture this woman first. As for excuses, they could wait. What are you standing there for? Charge! With Qin Laosan's furious command, the 6 lackeys, who had finally ceased their retching, exchanged glances. Two of the closest lackeys grinned wickedly, transforming their hands into claws as they lunged forward. Jin Hua Tianling. Martial arts manifestation, 9th grade martial technique, Tiger Fist. With the flow of their inner energy, vibrant tiger apparitions materialized behind the 2 assailants. They lunged at Zhang Xiaolan, eager to showcase their prowess with a decisive strike. Then, bang! A dull thud resounded as one of the lackeys, leaping towards her, was met with Zhang Xiaolan's high kick, striking him square in the chest and sending him hurtling back like a severed kite. The second lackey, startled by the sight, floundered in confusion, his inner energy dissipating, causing the tiger apparition to vanish. His performance fell short of even that of his fallen comrade. He barely managed to scream before Zhang Xiaolan's elevated leg came crashing down upon his head, rendering him silent as he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing the swift incapacitation of his 2 lackeys, it was not just the others who were stunned. Even Qin Laosan was taken aback, gazing at one lackey unconscious, the other writhing in agony, unable to rise. The remaining 4 exchanged glances before resolutely nodding in unison. Let us go all out? With a collective roar, the 4 household members gathered their inner energy, transforming it into various apparitions as they charged at Zhang Xiaolan. Monkey Fist, Behold My Eagle Claw, Serpent Hand, Crane's 8 techniques, 4 figures, 4 martial art styles. Although these 4 lackeys held no special status, they had at least trained under Qin Laosan, enjoying better treatment and martial arts training than ordinary servants. All 4 possessed strength around the 4th stage of the postnatal realm. While they might not rank highly within the Qin family, their capability to bully ordinary people was more than sufficient. Had this been the Zhang Xiaolan of yore, merely one of them would have sufficed to subdue her instantly. Yet now, Zhang Xiaolan had undergone a remarkable transformation. Having acquired the protagonist's fortune in the 9 Jade body, she had evolved in just half a month from an ordinary person with basic martial skills into a master on the brink of foundation establishment. This so-called foundation establishment, in terms of martial arts, equated to the innate realm of returning to the source. For those lacking talent and resources akin to commoners, it was unlikely they would ever reach this level. Though merely a half step into the innate realm, Zhang Xiaolan's power had already eclipsed that of the 4 lackeys. The Monkey Fist lackey was the first to charge. As he attacked, he emitted a series of shrill cries. Yet, After only a few exchanges with Zhang Xiaolan, he found himself struck in the neck by her side kick, his body spinning through the air before crashing to the ground, lifeless. The eagle claw lackey rushed in, seizing Zhang Xiaolan's shoulder, but with a mere shrug, Zhang Xiaolan sent him howling in pain. His hand twisted and deformed from the force of her inner energy. Before he could retreat, Zhang Xiaolan barreled into him, sending him flying several meters, crashing against the wall, which cracked under the impact. In the blink of an eye, 2 more lackeys were downed, leaving the remaining 2 wide-eyed with shock and fury. After exchanging glances, they attempted to coordinate their efforts, but as the serpent hand lackey flung his arm to ensnare Zhang Xiaolan, she countered with a twist, contorting his arm grotesquely. With a sharp crack, the man, struck in the waist, soared into the air, his dislocated arm dangling uselessly. Ignoring the unfortunate soul writhing on the ground, Zhang Xiaolan turned her fierce gaze toward the last lackey. That menacing glare belied her former delicate demeanor. Startled, the final lackey flailed his fists defensively, attempting to retreat. However, Zhang Xiaolan surged forward, unleashing a series of powerful strikes. Crushing mountain technique, skull shatter strike, followed by the Qin King's arm swing, with a resounding thud. The last lackey was struck in the head by her forceful blow, crashing to the ground like a cannonball, rendered unconscious. Even Zhang Xiaolan, having incapacitated 6 men, found herself slightly out of breath as she concluded her flurry of strikes. One arm raised behind her and the other firmly clenched, pointing forward. Qin Laosan's expression darkened from a distance. Watching Zhang Xiaolan's poised stance, his pupils constricted slightly. Like a tree stump, yet as agile as a willow. Dual fists proficient in both offense and defense, the King of War lifts the cauldron in jest, traversing the 3 mountains and 5 peaks. This is our Qin family's 32 styles of Qin King crushing mountain fist? That brat actually dared to impart our family's martial arts. Qin Laosan's face darkened as he violently shrugged off his outer garment. Imparting martial arts to outsiders was a grave offense, especially when it came to family secrets. Indeed, although the Qin King's crushing mountain fist was merely an 8th-grade martial art, a common enough technique, it was strictly forbidden to be shared with outsiders. The reasoning was straightforward. The Qin King's crushing mountain fist was a foundational skill leading to the Qin King's breaking army fist. A core family technique. With a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth, Qin Laosan's expression grew increasingly malevolent. Who would have thought you would deliver such a grand gift? That brat dared to divulge such martial arts. Once I report this to my father, he shall surely break his legs, and as for you, I no longer need an excuse to deal with you, woman. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaolan's pupils constricted. Her arms crossed as her expression gradually darkened. People do change, particularly after experiencing significant events and gaining power. Accompanied by the realization of possessing formidable strength, the once timid and delicate Zhang Xiaolan had undergone a silent transformation within. Otherwise, she would not have been able to decisively incapacitate 6 individuals just moments ago. Her earlier ruthless actions were, in fact, an opportunity for revenge against those who had previously arrogantly captured her twice. Yet, deep down, Zhang Xiaolan still harbored some reservations and had refrained from inflicting severe harm, merely injuring them instead. After all, she did not wish to embroil her benefactor in trouble. However, upon hearing Qin Laosan's words, as her heart sank to the depths of despair, a glimmer of cold light flickered in her eyes. Her fists exchanged positions, shifting from a stance of defense to one of preparation, clearly adopting an aggressive posture synonymous with the perilous techniques of the Qin King's crushing mountain fist. Although Qin Laosan maintained a smile, he silently heightened his alertness. Nevertheless, despite his growing wariness, Qin Laosan remained dismissive, believing that defeating a few household servants was trivial. A modicum of skill was all that was required, and it was hardly worth noting. He could not fathom that a woman who was merely an ordinary person, just half a month ago, could possibly be a contender against him now. As he raised his fists, blood surged through his body, and an ethereal figure clad in crimson armor began to coalesce behind him. The Qin family's ultimate technique. The 5th-grade Qin King's breaking army fist. I shall first sever your limbs. Then, I will slowly deal with you, woman. With a sinister laugh, Qin Laosan first attempted to distract her with words before lunging forward with a punch aimed at Zhang Xiaolan's face. Yet, in that moment, Zhang Xiaolan did not evade or flinch, Instead, with a heavy expression, she launched a punch of her own. The disparity in rank between the breaking army fist and the crushing mountain fist was immense, leaving no room for comparison. However, with a sharp sound of bones fracturing, the two fists collided, resulting in both combatants being forced backward. Zhang Xiaolan's face turned ashen, her tightly clenched fingers contorted in agony. While Qin Laosan fared even worse. His entire arm twisted grotesquely, the broken bones piercing through flesh and emerging grotesquely. With his features contorting in pain, Qin Laosan howled in disbelief, especially upon witnessing the martial arts illusion blooming behind Zhang Xiaolan like a white lotus. This was certainly not merely the crushing mountain fist. At the very least, it was not purely the crushing mountain fist. How could this woman possess internal martial arts techniques that were not inferior to the Qin family's ultimate skills? She was merely a country girl. How could this be possible? Unfazed by Qin Laosan's astonishment, Zhang Xiaolan, gritting her teeth against the pain of her shattered fingers, seized the moment to press her advantage. Charging toward the terrified Qin Laosan with fierce determination, raising her arm in defiance. She executed the Qin King's lifting cauldron maneuver, her elbow striking upward to connect squarely with his jaw. Next, she propelled herself forward with a shoulder charge, her entire weight crashing against his chest. Following this, she unleashed a rapid flurry of blows, targeting his vital points to forcibly extinguish his ability to resist. Finally, she delivered her lethal blow, the crushing mountain-shattering skull. Her fist clenched tightly, knuckles protruding, she struck with all her might at his temple. With a resounding crack, Zhang Xiaolan's full-force blow struck true. Qin Laosan staggered backward, reeling several steps before coming to a halt, his hand instinctively reaching to touch his bloodied temple. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Zhang Xiaolan. Severing the meridians? This woman had actually utilized a lethal technique. Just as Qin Laosan opened his mouth to articulate a protest, a torrent of blood surged forth uncontrollably from his lips. Before he could clear his throat, Zhang Xiaolan's silhouette, akin to a hunting leopard, lunged at him once more, delivering a knee strike aimed at his neck while simultaneously bringing her elbow down in a vicious assault, creating a pincer movement from above and below. The twin blade shattering skull, another lethal technique. Chapter 19. The revelation of martial arts murder. This was an act Zhang Xiaolan had never committed before. Previously an ordinary young lady of a prominent family, she had never even dared to contemplate such a notion. Yet, the ferocity with which she struck now was unparalleled, for this man had just declared that if word of her mastering the Qin family's martial arts reached others, not only would she be doomed, but her benefactor, Qin Yu, would also face dire consequences. Zhang Xiaolan did not wish for death. She had only just begun to learn martial arts, to enjoy a better life, and to discover her purpose. She could not allow herself to perish in such a muddled manner, nor could she permit her benefactor to suffer because of her. Thus, this man must be silenced. His survival meant her demise. Consequently, Zhang Xiaolan had no choice but to ensure his death. Moreover, the previous grievances had yet to be settled. Now that she wielded formidable power, she would deal with both old and new grudges in one fell swoop. In the face of Qin Laosan's terror-stricken gaze, Zhang Xiaolan launched herself forward, her elbow aimed at his crown while her knee targeted his neck. Having previously executed this technique on others, Qin Laosan understood that if struck, it could shatter his skull, ensuring his demise. Yet, he found himself unable to evade, for this woman had rendered his meridians numb with her earlier assault, leaving his legs weak and powerless. Now, Qin Laosan was left with only the prospect of awaiting his fate. Third-grade immortal technique. The Sangyo White Jade Scripture, coupled with the overwhelming strength of the half-step foundation establishment stage, the two combined were more than sufficient to overpower Qin Laosan. Boom! A dull thud resonated in the air as Zhang Xiaolan collided with Qin Laosan. Yet, in the next instant, the previously dominant Zhang Xiaolan was sent sprawling backward like a kite with its string severed, landing heavily before staggering backward several paces before barely regaining her footing. With her legs braced against the ground, she forced herself to halt, raising a hand to her chest, only to violently cough up blood. Behind the still reeling Qin Laosan, heavy footsteps echoed ominously as a burly man emerged, flanked by numerous guards and retainers of the Qin family. Useless waste. A mere woman has reduced you to this state. Have you wasted all those years of training? Qin Shou glared fiercely at his third son. his wrath barely contained. Had it not been for the injuries he had sustained, he might have struck him across the face. Initially, a servant had reported that there was a brawl in the inner courtyard of the Qin family, and that it had escalated. Qin Shou had presumed it was an invasion by an external enemy or a wandering expert seeking to uphold justice. Yet, upon arriving, he found his third son being bested by a woman, rendering him utterly humiliated in front of his retainers. "Father, silence. Get out of my sight." Qin Laosan attempted to explain, but was swiftly silenced by Qin Shou's roar. Stepping past his son, Qin Shou scrutinized Zhang Xiaolan from head to toe, a glimmer of interest sparking in his eyes. "Oh, what a pretty little girl. Quite the character. What brings you to the Qin family to stir up trouble? Give me a reason not to kill you." Having been struck by a wave of qi that left her breathless, Zhang Xiaolan's face turned pale, and she bit her lip, not intending to respond. Observing this, Qin Shou prepared to press further, only to be preempted by Qin Laosan, who interjected, "Father, fourth brother secretly taught this woman the Qin king's crushing mountain fist. This is a grave family sin, father." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Qin family members surrounding them shifted dramatically. Even Qin Shou's countenance darkened as he shot a fierce glare at his third son, causing him to hastily fall silent. Turning his attention back to Zhang Xiaolan, Qin Shou's voice lowered ominously. "Have you truly learned the crushing mountain fist?" Feeling the predatory gazes of those around her, Zhang Xiaolan's complexion grew even paler, realizing her chances of escape were slim. Steeling herself against the excruciating pain radiating from her broken fingers, she charged directly at Qin Shou. "Whether I have learned it or not, you shall see for yourself." With that, Zhang Xiaolan swung her fist, only for Qin Shou to effortlessly evade her strike. Observing her chaotic punches, Qin Shou raised an eyebrow, while Qin Laosan, feeling the weight of the peculiar stares from those around him, wore a look akin to having swallowed a fly. "She truly can execute the crushing mountain fist. Father, how else could I have been so thoroughly defeated by her? Additionally, she possesses fourth brother's token. She carries fourth brother's pass." Upon hearing this, Qin Shou's gaze hardened. As he sidestepped Zhang Xiaolan's strike, his arm shot forward with the speed of lightning. Realizing the danger, Zhang Xiaolan's expression shifted dramatically as she instinctively raised her knee and brought her arm down, successfully trapping Qin Shou's wrist. Having thwarted the attack, Zhang Xiaolan's pallor deepened as she registered the murmurs of the Qin family members surrounding them. This truly is a technique from the crushing mountain fist. The execution is exquisite. She must have practiced for quite some time. Teaching this martial art to an outsider is a serious crime, punishable by the loss of one's abilities and expulsion from the family. Upon hearing the hushed discussions, Qin Laosan wore a smug grin, fully aware that the situation had spiraled beyond their control. Now, even if Qin Laosan's fourth brother was favored, he would undoubtedly suffer consequences. As for this woman, death would be a light punishment. With a mere smile, Qin Laosan gradually found it difficult to maintain his jovial demeanor. As the discussions around him began to take a turn, the crowd started to reverse their opinions about him. As a direct descendant, Qin Laosan was indeed qualified to learn the Qin Wangpejun fist. Yet, despite showcasing an advanced version of the family's ultimate technique, he was being bested by someone practicing basic skills. How utterly worthless he appeared. Amidst the murmurs surrounding him, Qin Shou paid no heed. With a grim expression, he adeptly fended off attacks with one hand and, after a series of exchanges, forcefully seized an item from Zhang Xiaolan. It was not the token, as Zhang Xiaolan had guarded it fiercely. Instead, he took a white jade ruler, which also belonged to Qin Yu. Gazing at the ruler in his hand, Qin Shou's expression grew increasingly peculiar. This item was a treasure that Qin Yu had stealthily taken after Qin Shou had previously intimidated him. Naturally, the outcome was that Qin Shou had replaced it with a steel ruler to continue terrorizing his youngest son. As he contemplated the engraved characters on the ruler, Qin Shou's gaze turned strangely towards Zhang Xiaolan. "Are you truly a person of the fourth young master? Did you really learn your martial arts from him?" Zhang Xiaolan remained silent, as responding at that moment held no significance. Clenching her fists tightly, she no longer concealed her intentions and unleashed the overlord's mountain-shattering fist, attempting to break free. Unfortunately, she was utterly unaware of the identity of the man before her. Qin Shou was no mere kitten or puppy. He was a master of the return to the origin realm, equivalent to a golden core stage cultivator, and even possessed greater combat prowess. Such a level of martial artist was exceedingly rare in the secular world. How could a mere novice on the brink of foundation establishment contend with him? After effortlessly evading a dozen of her full-force strikes and confirming that Zhang Xiaolan was indeed executing the mountain-shattering fist, Qin Shou casually intercepted her punch in the next instant. He tightened his grip and forcefully twisted a few of her fractured fingers, eliciting a scream of agony from Zhang Xiaolan. Chapter 20. The crime of passing down skills. The gates of the Qin residence slowly creaked open, revealing Qin Yu humming a tune as he staggered in with an assortment of snacks he had just purchased. Although he unexpectedly encountered his nemesis Zhao Tiangang en route, his spirits remained high, for what could bring more joy than witnessing a rival in misfortune? However, Qin Yu's good mood was soon to be dampened. Upon entering the courtyard and observing the peculiar gazes of the guards and servants, he sensed that something was amiss. Just then, four armored brutes, who had been waiting at the entrance, approached him. Two of them flanked him, effectively sandwiching him in between. Fourth young master, the master requests your presence. Hearing the dull voice near his ear and witnessing the imposing figures before him, Qin Yu's heart sank. The Qin Wuwei, the most formidable force of the Qin family, was one of their trump cards against formidable foes. Comprising a total of 132 members, even the weakest among them was at the innate realm. While the leaders were masters at the Golden Core level, equivalent to the Golden Core realm in the cultivation world. In the secular realm, this was undoubtedly a top-tier force and a cornerstone of the Qin family's authority over hundreds of miles. This unit was not always under the command of the family master, namely his rather unassuming father. It was even established by Qin Shou himself, fiercely loyal and heedless of anyone other than Qin Shou. Why had they come here? Was it possible that his father was on the verge of death, wishing to summon them to divide the family assets? But that didn't seem right. Given that old man's robust physique, he would hardly leave without taking Qin Yu with him. Though perplexed, Qin Yu had no choice but to accompany the four imposing figures as they whisked him away to the grand hall of the Qin family. Above, a black dragon coiled around a tiger beam, and below, four pillars stabilized the 8 directions. The hall's mysterious doors opened wide, a place reserved for adjudicating the fates of direct descendants during significant events. Abandoning the stunned Qin Yu, the 4 Qin Wuwei stationed themselves at the entrance, leaving him standing before the open doors, anxiously swallowing hard as he peered inside. He raised a hand to brace himself against the door. Cautiously poking his head in, with a tremor at the corner of his mouth, Qin Yu managed to force a smile. Who has made a mistake this time? Is there a need for a feast? I wish to sit at the children's table. Qin Yu. Before Qin Yu could finish his sentence, a synchronized roar erupted from within the hall. The 8 family stewards and the 4 elders simultaneously turned to glare at him. You dare to impart the family's ultimate techniques to outsiders. Do you know the gravity of your offense? Those who privately transmit ultimate techniques are subject to immediate execution, at the very least. They must have their martial arts abolished and be cast out of the family. Do you comprehend your crime? The chorus of voices left Qin Yu bewildered. The family's ultimate techniques? Wasn't it just that trivial fist technique and that other minor skill? 2 fifth-tier martial arts he deemed unworthy of his attention. Who had he even imparted them to? One elder, with hair as white as snow, leaned on his cane and spoke solemnly, fourth young master. While the Qin family's mountain-shattering fist is merely an external technique of low rank, it is nonetheless classified as a treasured skill. Your actions of passing it to outsiders were indeed grievous. The elder's words struck Qin Yu like a lightning bolt, and he suddenly understood what they were discussing. However, his expression swiftly morphed into one of horror, a pallor creeping over his face. The Qin family's mountain-shattering fist? Since my arrival in this world, I have only imparted it to one person. Surely these rascals cannot mean, Dad, have you captured Zhang Xiaolan? Qin Yu's terrified voice rang out, and Qin Shou, who had been silent in his seat, slowly nodded in response. His gesture plunged Qin Yu into darkness, nearly causing him to faint on the spot. They had seized the protagonist? How could these fools be so reckless with their own lives? She was merely waiting for her protagonist aura to manifest, and these dimwits had chosen to provoke it, all while being a den of villains themselves. If they didn't meet their demise, it would be a disservice to their dark aura's dad. I truly had no idea that the fist technique was a family ultimate skill. I merely stumbled upon it in the armory. One should bear the consequences of their own actions. The martial arts were imparted by me, Qin Yu. This matter should be directed at me. Release Zhang Xiaolan. One should bear the consequences of their own actions. Such audacity. Can you truly take on this burden? The second elder, responsible for overseeing the clan members, slammed his hand on the table and turned sharply to the stewards. What punishment should be meted out for such a grave error committed by a family descendant? The steward, stern-faced, swiftly provided an answer. To privately transmit family ultimate techniques warrants the abolition of martial arts and the severing of limbs. Exile from the family? Very well. The second elder nodded in agreement. Prepared to speak further when a cough from the side interrupted him. Instinctively glancing back, the second elder noticed the third elder gesturing towards him, then followed his gaze to find Qin Shou seated at the head of the table. Expressionless and fixated on him, in an instant, the second elder felt a chill run down his spine, trembling involuntarily. The Qin family had become a dominant force thanks to the man before him. Having held the position of family head for nearly 2 centuries, Qin Shou had once swept through Tianlong City, decisively eliminating rival families. He was a figure of both cunning and ruthlessness, a veritable warlord. The Qin family operated under Qin Shou's singular authority. The opinions of elders and stewards were meaningless in his eyes. Though Qin Shou remained silent, the icy glare he cast caused the second elder to break out in a cold sweat. Understanding the unspoken message, the second elder hastily altered his tone. Cough, however. The Qin family's mountain-shattering fist is ultimately just an external technique and not a closely guarded secret. The fourth young master acted without malice and should receive a light penalty. The third elder, in charge of external affairs, quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, a light penalty. How about this? Let the fourth young master forfeit 3 years' worth of allowances and refrain from leaving the family home for a year. The fourth elder also nodded in concurrence. This seemed reasonable, as the fourth young master had been deliberately lured by a woman. He was merely an accomplice and deserved a lighter punishment. However, that malicious woman had intentionally sought to learn the Qin family's ultimate techniques. Such a grave offense warranted the severing of her limbs and the removal of her ears and eyes. The 4 elders, each taking turns to speak, effectively exonerated Qin Yu from the situation. While other family members felt this was unjust, the mere presence of Qin Shou's indifferent gaze silenced any objections. However, someone did dare to voice a dissenting opinion, and that person was none other than Qin Yu himself. You re-talking nonsense. Who said she lured me? It was I who insisted on teaching her martial arts, and I even forced her to learn it. What sort of cowardice is it to bully a woman? If you have the guts, come at me. Chapter 21. If you have the guts, come at me. At that moment, Qin Yu was in a state of panic, but it was not due to the impending punishment he faced. After all, no matter how severe the penalty, his status afforded him some protection. At worst, he would be stripped of his martial arts and expelled from the family. What was so dreadful about that? Could they really bring about their own demise? Ever since Qin Yu discovered that his home was a den of villains, he had been meticulously planning for his future. For instance, he had secretly smuggled away a fortune to serve as emergency funds, and he had also procured courtyards and other locations to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Even after being cast out from his home, Qin Yu could confidently assert that the money he had pilfered was enough to sustain this group of scoundrels for a decade. With a mere transformation, he had become a local magnate. He could still indulge in the pleasures of life without the worry of being implicated by these ruffians, which, in fact, was a boon. However, if the verdict of these miscreants were to be followed, Qin Yu would not have needed to be expelled from his home. But what of Zhang Xiaolan? Whether she had been rescued or executed and subsequently discarded, once that woman's protagonist aura erupted, Qin Yu feared that no matter how far he fled, she would surely track him down to exact her vengeance. Would he willingly accept such a fate? Gazing at the astonished expressions of those around him, Qin Yu stormed up to the 4 elders, slamming his hands on the table with a resounding thud. You may punish me as you see fit, cripple my martial arts, expel me from the family. Do as you wish. After all, my current prowess amounts to merely the 6th level of acquired mastery. I can return it to you. But you will release Zhang Xiaolan immediately. Otherwise, I shall disseminate the Qin family's secret techniques to anyone I encounter outside. You, 4th young master, we are assisting you. How absurd. You are clearly trying to harm me. You seek my demise. As he observed the four elders with their aggrieved expressions, Qin Yu felt a surge of anger rising within him. Suddenly, he seized one elder by the beard and yanked it fiercely. With a cry of pain, the eldest elder of the Qin family, even senior to Qin Shou, stumbled back, clutching his chin in alarm. Qin Yu, shaking the white beard in his grasp, seethed. Is it merely the practice of your pathetic external martial arts? What a miserly demeanor you display. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Fourth young master. Mind your words, mind your own business. Amidst the chaos and uproar, Qin Shou, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Shao Si, cease this folly. Am I being foolish? I am merely salvaging the situation. Father, if you truly wish to settle this matter, then go ahead and cripple my martial arts, cast me out from the family. You can even break my legs if you desire. What kind of grudge do you hold against that woman? As long as you do not lay a finger on her, I would be willing to sever our father-son relationship at your command. You insolent wretch! You would sever ties with me for a mere woman? How dare you speak so? You ungrateful brat! Do not presume to lecture me. I am trying to save you. You old scoundrel! Were it not for your kindness towards me, I would not care whether you lived or died. In the grand hall, as the father and son quarreled over a woman, the surrounding direct descendants exchanged bewildered glances, none daring to speak. It was Qin Laosan who, with a sudden idea, rushed forward and chastised Qin Yu. How dare you speak to your father in such a manner? You scoundrel! It is merely a woman. What could be more important than your father? And look at the injury that vile woman has inflicted upon me. As Qin Laosan spoke, he shook his bandaged arm. Upon hearing his words and observing his condition, Qin Yu instantly comprehended how Zhang Xiaolan's martial prowess had been exposed. Rising anger surged within him, and he forcefully kicked aside a nearby steward, seizing his stool and placing it before Qin Laosan. Then, standing atop the stool, he delivered a resounding slap to Qin Laosan's face. Gazing at the bewildered expression of Qin Laosan, Qin Yu did not forget to pinch his injured arm with great force, eliciting a pained howl from him. Qin Laosan desperately withdrew. Qin Yu, still unsatisfied, pointed at him and shouted, I should have buried you alive in a cesspit back then. You insufferable fool! As blood seeped anew from his wound, Qin Laosan's face contorted in agony. Father, did you hear that? He admits he buried me alive. He intended to kill me. This woman must have been instigated by him. Do you truly think I need to instruct others to kill you? Watch yourself while you sleep at night. Beware that I might come for you in the dead of night and simply castrate you. Father! In the solemn Qin family hall, chaos reigned. The two brothers hurled insults at one another, each more foul than the last, in a manner that would require censorship. Sitting between them, Qin Shou's expression darkened with each exchange. These two rascals, in their tirades, invoked their parents, and while they appeared to be cursing each other, an outsider might think they were indirectly berating him. With a resounding slap to the table, Qin Shou's cold voice cut through the noise. Enough! The uproar ceased instantly as the two turned to face him. Qin Shou's gaze ultimately settled upon Qin Yu. For the sake of a peasant woman, must you escalate matters to the point of severing brotherly bonds and father-son relationships? At this pronouncement, the hall fell silent. Without hesitation, Qin Yu flopped onto the ground, his expression one of utter desolation. Either release her, or you may kill me. After all, death is inevitable. At least dying at your hands would be swifter. You, make a choice swiftly, but let me warn you one last time. This is for your own good, for your salvation. Ha, good lad. Your temper bears a striking resemblance to my own. I never expected you to be such a loyal and righteous fellow. The previously somber Qin Shou suddenly burst into hearty laughter, returning to his seat. When I first met your mother, I too had a quarrel with my family elders over the matter of secretly transmitting martial arts. However, unlike you, I dealt with those who sought to harm me directly, silencing them for good. With a wave of his hand, Qin Shou signaled, and moments later, the door curtain parted, revealing two Qin martial guards escorting a figure into the hall. Bloodied and flushed, Zhang Xiaolan rushed toward Qin Yu as soon as she was released, hastily supporting him. Young Master Qin, you need not go to such lengths. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaolan appear unharmed, Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon noticing her bandaged arm, his pupils dilated in shock, and he instinctively covered his mouth. What happened to your arm? What? I? I never anticipated that you would turn out to be a heroine akin to Yang Guo. Are you planning to raise a pet and cultivate a divine arm next? Who did this to you? Step forward. I shall confront you. Hearing Qin Yu's furious outburst, Qin Shou cast him a calm glance. It was I.It was you? You are finished this time. King of the Golden Wheel? King of the Golden Wheel. Upon hearing Qin Yu's exasperated reference, Qin Shou was left utterly baffled. When did he become a king? Chapter 22. Qin Shou's calculations. Young Master Qin, you have misunderstood Lord Qin. I was not injured by him. Looking up at the person who had saved her twice and was now arguing with her own father, Zhang Xiaolan's cheeks flushed as she gently tugged at Qin Yu's sleeve. Qin Yu paused, instinctively turning to Zhang Xiaolan. Then how did your hand become injured? I accidentally bumped into something. Zhang Xiaolan's head drooped lower at this admission, wishing she could bury her face in her chest. The fact that she had inadvertently injured herself while fiercely attacking someone was a tale she could never bring herself to tell. Young Master Qin, my finger was broken before, and it was Lord Qin who helped me mend it. Clutching her bandaged hand, Zhang Xiaolan's face grew increasingly flushed. At that moment, she had been desperately attacking. But Qin Shou had merely grabbed her hand and yanked it, leaving her believing she was doomed. Yet, not only did Qin Shou spare her harm, but he also corrected her dislocated bones, using his internal energy to restore her meridians. Ultimately, he promised to protect her and brought her here. Hiding in the side chamber, Zhang Xiaolan had witnessed the entirety of the recent events unfold, in a span of less than a month. A boy she barely knew had saved her twice and was willing to confront both her and the entire Qin family for her sake. This left her heart in turmoil, especially after experiencing betrayal from her childhood sweetheart. In stark contrast, Qin Yu's actions left her astounded. The only regret was that this loyal and righteous benefactor had a rather, unconventional appearance. Stealing a glance at the chubby boy beside her, Zhang Xiaolan quickly averted her gaze. Her cheeks aflamed. In truth, upon closer inspection, young Master Qin was not all that unattractive. His round face was quite endearing, albeit with slightly smaller eyes, larger ears, a fiercer expression, a rounder belly, and a rather gruff voice. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Yu was oblivious to her thoughts, currently wearing a bewildered expression as he regarded his father. After confirming that Qin Shou had not transformed from a villain into a righteous figure, Qin Yu found himself even more perplexed. As a villain, why was this old man now playing the role of a benevolent grandfather? Establishing a connection with the protagonist and assisting in their healing is indeed the hallmark of a righteous character. Yet, such redemption cannot be achieved so easily. The character's essence has seemingly transformed. Could it be that this old man has been possessed? Why did he use also? Before Qin Yu could fathom the unfolding events, Qin Shou had already risen slowly from his chair, a faint smile gracing his face as he cast a glance at Zhang Xiaolan, his eyes sparkling with cunning. Qin Shou has never been one to embody benevolence. On the contrary, he is ruthless and cunning, quick to annihilate entire families at the slightest provocation. The three prominent families that once vied with him for dominance over Tianlong City faced utter destruction upon their defeat. Not a soul remained, nor even a single egg was left uncrushed. Such a vicious individual could hardly engage in acts of kindness. His decision to aid Zhang Xiaolan in her recovery and to ensure her safety is, in fact, quite straightforward. Zhang Xiaolan is worth protecting. If you were to encounter a prodigy barely on the cusp of foundation establishment, would you not recognize their potential? To illustrate this in simpler terms, if you met a gifted child, already delving into university-level studies while still in middle school, and he happened to be your son's best friend, would you truly break his legs over a stolen $10? The answer is obvious. Qin Shou's desire to shield Zhang Xiaolan stems from his admiration for her innate talent. Upon discovering that his fourth son had engaged in questionable activities for her sake, rather than being incensed, Qin Shou felt a surge of delight. He even summoned the clan members to orchestrate a public interrogation, right in front of Zhang Xiaolan. Qin Shou acknowledges that there is a gamble involved in this decision. Should everything unfold favorably, and if his son truly harbors feelings for this girl, it would be an auspicious turn of events. Captivating beauty and prodigious talent would bolster the Qin family with a formidable ally. Conversely, if his son falters in a crucial moment, Qin Shou would simply express his regrets and allow Zhang Xiaolan to bear the brunt of the fallout. Regardless of how events transpire, this cunning old fox would ensure his own advantage. The outcome of the situation has left Qin Shou quite satisfied. Although his fourth son is a scoundrel, he has shown remarkable resolve in this critical juncture. Observing the flush on the woman's cheeks reveals just how impactful his son's words were. Clapping his hands, Qin Shou approached the two, his delight palpable. "Miss Zhang, you are indeed a beauty. It is remarkable that in less than a month, you have so thoroughly enchanted my son. I am impressed." Zhang Xiaolan's face flushed at his words, and just as she opened her mouth to respond, Qin Shou interrupted her. His smile gradually faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. "However, rules are rules. My son's protection of you does not imply that the Qin family will overlook your presence, especially since he has committed a grave error. Now, he is merely a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to secure even his own safety. He cannot escape the consequences of his actions. But, young Master Qin, enough with the buts. There are laws of the state and rules of the family. Without regulations, chaos reigns. I am left with no choice." Shaking his head in sorrow, Qin Shou gestured toward the elders behind him. "You see these individuals? Each one holds a status no lesser than mine. Should they choose to punish my son, I am powerless to intervene." At his gesture, the four elders, who had been observing from the back, straightened up in alarm, quickly nodding in agreement. Indeed, the Qin family is not a dictatorship. We four elders still hold some authority. He has committed a grave offense. Even the emperor must answer for his crimes, let alone the mere son of a clan leader. Today, even if Qin Yu does not perish, he shall certainly suffer. Before the fourth elder could finish his sentence, he was abruptly silenced by a sharp elbow from the third elder, causing him to stop mid-sentence. Perceiving the hostile glares from the other three elders, the fourth elder sheepishly lowered his gaze. Seeing him finally quiet, the others shot him menacing looks before resuming their fearsome glares at Zhang Xiaolan. "The clan leader has instructed you to cooperate with this performance. Merely play your part without embellishment. If you overstep and provoke the clan leader's ire, do you think you can still hold on to your position as the fourth elder?" Unbeknownst to Zhang Xiaolan, who had come from a humble farming background and was raised to adhere to traditional virtues, she was utterly oblivious to the intricacies of such power struggles. Engaging with these seasoned schemers, she was easily manipulated, let alone the entire room orchestrating a play around her. Did she truly believe that they intended to impose severe penalties on Qin Yu? Her expression turned anxious. "Wasn't it just a matter of transmitting a martial art? I could simply choose not to use it." No. Whether you choose to use it or not is your prerogative, but the punishment is theirs to decide. What exactly do you plan to do to young Master Qin? As she gazed at Zhang Xiaolan's increasingly pale face, Qin Shou's eyes glimmered with amusement as he slightly turned his head towards the back. According to family regulations, how shall he be punished? The four elders exchanged knowing glances, instantly grasping the implication. For passing on forbidden techniques, the punishment is clear. Severing an arm and expulsion from the family. What? Merely for a martial art? You intend to sever young Master Qin's hand? Are you not his father? Can you truly not save your own son? In a flurry, Zhang Xiaolan stepped in front of the stoic Qin Yu, her voice rising in pitch. Qin Shou, however, merely shook his head slowly. Family rules cannot be broken. Besides, I have 4 sons and over a dozen daughters. Losing one is of no consequence to me. Even a tiger does not eat its young. How can you be so heartless? What kind of father are you? Heartless. His actions are tantamount to clandestinely transferring the family estate to outsiders, and all this merely to please a woman. I have shown him leniency by not executing him myself. Faced with Qin Shou's grim demeanor and the rising tension from the young Qin family members, Zhang Xiaolan stood her ground, her expression impassive, as if she were an outsider. Clenching her fists tightly, she declared, "Before I fall today, I shall see who dares to lay a finger on young Master Qin." The crowd erupted in laughter at Zhang Xiaolan's defiant stance, and even Qin Shou found himself chuckling. This girl indeed possesses formidable talent. At such a young age, she has nearly reached foundation establishment. Yet, her grasp of reality is sorely lacking. Even if there were 100 of her, they would still fall short against Qin Shou's might. After all, the chasm between foundation establishment and golden core is vast. With a flourish, he clasped his hands behind his back, standing tall and indifferent before Zhang Xiaolan. The 4 elders and several guardians of the family advanced. And as the door burst open, A multitude of Qin martial guards clad in armor stormed in, brandishing weapons. Feeling the overwhelming aura radiating from the gathered assembly, Zhang Xiaolan, who had never encountered such an intimidating presence, felt her legs weaken. After a few tense moments of silence, Qin Shou's voice boomed, "Step aside. I will not. You think I care about eliminating one more person? I refuse to yield. Then do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With a sudden motion, he unleashed a forceful wave that tore through his silk sleeves, blood vessels bulging. Qin Shou's arms radiated with golden rings of energy that clashed together with a resounding chime. Channeling his inner energy to its peak, he suddenly assumed the stance of the Qin King's breaking army fist. The ferocious waves of true energy surged forth, causing the surrounding crowd to stagger backward. Zhang Xiaolan, confronting him directly, turned pale and stepped back, pressing herself tightly against Qin Yu as she felt the oppressive force emanating from Qin Shou, rendering her as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. On the verge of being extinguished without him lifting a finger, the elders, too, were unable to suppress their astonishment at the overwhelming aura Qin Shou projected. Only a few months have passed. The clan leader's strength has grown even more formidable. Truly a rare talent in the Qin family. With such prowess, how could the Qin family not thrive? In a different context, Qin Shou would have relished the flattery, but at this moment, he desired something else. After waiting for several seconds without any response, he turned to the crowd behind him, his gaze filled with menace. "You fools! What are you doing standing around like mere spectators? Do you expect me to go over and deliver a fatal blow to this woman myself? Speak your lines!" Qin Shou's menacing glare sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, finally snapping them out of their instinctual flattery. One individual reacted swiftly, sliding to Qin Shou's feet and kneeling. Clutching his legs in desperation, "Clan leader, you must reconsider. Young Master C is the most talented among your sons. How can you let him perish for the sake of a woman? Please, think carefully." Qin gazed at the long elder gliding towards him. Embracing his thigh, this elder was none other than his second uncle. With an expressionless face, he fell into silence. The old man was weeping in a manner so tragic that one might assume it was his own son on the brink of death. Meanwhile, standing silently behind Zhang Xiaolan, Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback as he observed the farcical performance of the crowd. He had already discerned that his adoptive father had no intention of killing Zhang Xiaolan. And at this point, it mattered little to him. As long as he did not offend this newly appointed leading lady, he would not even deign to glance at them, even if they were to perform a pole dance in the street. However, while Qin Yu was idly picking his nose, he could not help but turn his head upon hearing the elder's words. Curiosity piqued. The most talented one? Who is this old man referring to? Isn't he the most useless among the four of the Qin family? The crowd, engrossed in their theatrical antics, paid no heed to Qin Yu's incredulous gaze. The elders, now fully embodying their roles, along with the attendants, rushed forward to intervene, as if it were their own son facing demise, fighting with fervor. "Patriarch, the fourth young master is exceptionally gifted. He is the future hope of our Qin family. Let go of the old man. What use is there in raising a waste who would forsake everything for a woman? The fourth young master is loyal and honorable, a true dragon among men. His actions demonstrate his care for family. Patriarch, rules are rules. If we break them for the sake of emotion, then what use are they? No one can intervene today. Let me end him." In the chaos, Qin rushed towards them several times, only to be forcibly pulled back by the crowd. The scene appeared incredibly intense, sending Zhang Xiaolan into a state of nervous tension. Only Qin Yu wore a disdainful grin, watching the expressions of those around him. This group could only bully the unsophisticated Zhang Xiaolan. Any normal scion of a family would have quickly recognized the absurdity of the situation. After all, the patriarch was intent on executing someone due to the rules, while the elders and attendants were desperately trying to save that person. So the question arose. With the upper echelons of the Qin family in turmoil, who was demanding that he be punished according to the rules? At least let an elder play the role of the antagonist. Such unprofessionalism in their act. Just as Qin Yu was internally mocking them, one elder, sensing the time was ripe, suddenly bellowed, "Patriarch, since you wish to pass judgment according to the rules, let us adhere to them. The clan rules state that this cultivation method must not be passed to outsiders. But didn't you once teach an outsider a method? And they were not expelled from the family." Qin's rage flared upon hearing this. Why situation is not the same? What is different? I married the one who transmitted the teachings. Then let the fourth young master marry her as well. At this proclamation, silence enveloped the grand hall. The individuals who had been tugging at each other abruptly halted their actions, and Zhang Xiaolan, who had been fiercely guarding Qin Yu, froze in place. Even Qin Yu, who had been idly cleaning his teeth, was momentarily stunned. He turned to gaze at the upper echelons of the Qin family who were now looking in their direction. Qin Yu's complexion shifted from yellow to white, then to a shade of green. Especially upon seeing Zhang Xiaolan's face, which, upon realizing the implications, bore a hint of crimson. His expression turned completely grim. Marry the leading lady? As a minor antagonist, to marry a golden-hued protagonist. If this were to happen, he would not be surprised in the slightest if he let out a fart and died from embarrassment the very next moment. Were these people out of their minds? Chapter 24. If you dare, kill me. Just as Zhang Xiaolan's face flushed crimson, and she opened her mouth to say something, Qin Yu, standing behind her, suddenly shouted. The crowd turned in shock to look at him, especially Zhang Xiaolan, whose eyes were filled with astonishment. Sensing her bewilderment, the previously furious Qin Yu suddenly composed himself and calmly explained to Zhang Xiaolan, "Do not misunderstand. I do not think less of you. Rather, I have utter disdain for the coercive tactics of these ruffians." Zhang Xiaolan, the protagonist, blessed with a golden aura, would undoubtedly find her future filled with opportunities, slaying antagonists and seizing chances. Unfortunately for Qin Yu, his fortune was that of a standard minor antagonist. He did not wish to hear this woman shout at him about the tides of fortune, warning him against underestimating youth. He was merely a minor antagonist. Such treatment was beyond his capacity to endure. Thus, despite his fury, Qin Yu promptly soothed Zhang Xiaolan. After saying all this, he turned his ire upon the crowd. "Isn't it the age of free love? Who gave you the right to coerce me into marriage? And you, Zhang, please do not misunderstand. I do not mean to say I do not wish to marry you. Threatening a young lady with my safety? You would stoop so low? How shameful and, Zhang, please do not misunderstand. I do not mean to say I do not want to marry you. Look at our appearances. From head to toe, do we even match? Zhang, I must insist that you do not misunderstand. I mean to say I am unworthy of you." With each statement, Qin Yu felt compelled to turn back to Zhang Xiaolan, fearing that this future protagonist might harbor resentment and seek revenge for today's humiliation. Faced with Qin Yu's erratic behavior, the crowd fell silent. It was Qin Yu's adoptive father, Qin Shou, who first reacted, turning to Zhang Xiaolan. "This child has received quite a shock upon hearing the good news. She seems a bit dazed. I trust the young lady will not mind." "Ah? No, not at all." "That is good then. Today, I shall take charge. From now on, you are a part of our Qin family. Since you are one of us, training in martial arts will not violate clan rules. This is a win-win for all." "Stop. I have not agreed yet." As Qin Shou prepared to proceed to the next step, Qin Yu rushed forward anxiously, only to be seized by Qin Shou, who gripped his face and lifted him up. In that moment, Qin Shou's expression turned menacing. "You little rascal, do not cause me trouble. What is wrong with gaining another wife? I do not want to. I absolutely do not want to. I oppose arranged marriages. Opposition is futile. Today, you will either become engaged or I shall end you." Observing the father-son duo arguing because of her, Zhang Xiaolan nervously edged closer to Qin Yu. Having witnessed the overwhelming strength of the elder before and having heard tales of his fearsome reputation throughout her life, Zhang Xiaolan felt a deep-seated fear of Qin Shou. Gently tugging at the hem of Qin Yu's garment, Zhang Xiaolan softly urged, "Qin Gongzi, perhaps it would be best to heed the elder's advice." Zhang Xiaolan's words sent a shiver down Qin Yu's spine, causing him to shake his head vigorously. "Why would I listen to that old man? He is full of malice. How could following him lead to a good life? But if I do not heed him, he will surely end me. Do not fear. Would he truly dare to kill me?" Suddenly breaking free from Qin Shou's grasp, Qin Yu pushed Zhang Xiaolan aside and marched up to Qin Shou, fiercely thumping his head against his own chest. "I will not marry. Come on. If you dare, end me." Upon hearing this, Qin Shou remained expressionless, gazing down at the boy who was repeatedly banging his head against him. Veins bulging on his arms. In the next moment, a gust of wind whooshed past. Qin Yu barely had time to look up before a heavy slap landed on his head. The next instant, Qin Yu collapsed straight to the ground. The spectators fell into a stunned silence. Zhang Xiaolan, who was standing nearby with her mouth covered, finally snapped out of her shock after a brief moment and hurriedly rushed towards Qin Yu. Qin Gongzi. As time passed, hours slipped away. When Qin Yu finally awoke from his dazed state, he found himself in an unfamiliar place, a strange room with unfamiliar furnishings and a ceiling he did not recognize. Before he could fully regain his bearings, a gentle voice chimed in his ears. Qin Gongzi, you are awake? Upon hearing the voice, Qin Yu silently turned his head to see Zhang Xiaolin beaming at him from beside the bed. He was momentarily taken aback, then dumbfounded. With both hands, he grasped her face, squeezing and pinching it, before finally giving it a firm tug. After confirming her reality, he lay back on the bed, his gaze vacantly fixed. Zhang Xiaolin, he had met before, but this was the first time he had seen her in a red wedding gown. How long had he been unconscious? Why did the room suddenly appear festooned with decorations? Noticing Qin Yu's incredulous expression, Zhang Xiaolan's face flushed slightly as she lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingers. Qin Laoyi said that verbal promises are difficult to uphold and may incite dissatisfaction among the Qin family members. Therefore, he suggested that we hold a wedding first to formalize matters, and later we can have the official ceremony, inviting all the citizens of the city. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu threw off the blanket to inspect himself. Glancing at the newly donned groom's attire, he turned his back to Zhang Xiaolan and bit down on his arm, overwhelmed with tears. Was that old man in charge of family planning in his past life? This urgency was simply too much. Is there anyone who rushes a marriage like this? The head of the Qin family, Qin Shou, has always been known for his swift and decisive actions, emphasizing the importance of speed in all endeavors. At this moment, he is no different. Verbal promises? What use are they? Qin Shou once vowed to spare the 3 major families, yet look at who among them has survived. Not a single soul. Not even a dog was spared from being captured and stewed. Qin Shou places his utmost faith not in promises, but in tangible results. The couple weds by day and consummates their union by night. Ideally, by tomorrow, Zhang Xiaolan will be with child, at that point. She will be irrevocably tied to the Qin family's chariot of fortune. Judging by the intelligence gathered, Zhang Xiaolan was merely a sheltered young lady, blissfully unaware of the world's intricacies. Now is the perfect time to deceive her. Which is precisely why she is so overwhelmed with gratitude for her son's life-saving grace. However, once she begins to shine and receives adulation from others, after experiencing the world's allure, can one expect her to remain devoted to a son lacking in both looks and talent? With a marriage contract, she would have long since rescinded her vows. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Qin Shou resolves to take absolute measures, ensuring that the raw rice is cooked before any further discussion. By then, even if Zhang Xiaolin finds his son unappealing, she will have no choice but to accept her fate. Chapter 25. A day of great joy for the Qin family within the grand estate of the Qin family. In the study, Qin Shou tossed the documents in his hand onto the table, intertwining his fingers, his gaze sharp and penetrating. His already resolute features, combined with an intimidating aura, commanded respect without the need for anger. After a few moments of silence, Qin Shou's voice resonated in the study. Qin Wei. Yes, my lord. Several figures entered the room, bowing respectfully. Is everyone here? Yes, all have arrived. The dignitaries of Tianlong City have been summoned. Good, there should be no one who dares to disregard the Qin name. There are none. From high-ranking military officials to wealthy merchants, all have come, with some even traveling great distances to be here. They are wise to recognize the occasion. Although this is merely a simple wedding, my son's marriage, and that girl is a martial prodigy, we cannot afford to lose face, do you understand? Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the Qin family. I understand. By the way, there is one more matter for you to address. He rummaged through the documents, eventually extracting a piece of paper and tossing it before Qin Yui, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Find this boy, eliminate him, and bring back his head. Remember, I want to see the corpse. Qin Yui's superior caught the document, studying the image and accompanying details, nodding firmly in acknowledgement. Understood, do not disappoint me. I do not wish for him to appear before my daughter-in-law, even for a moment. He must die. Understood. With the photograph of Zhao Tiangang in hand, the guards swiftly exited the room. Qin Shou, arms crossed, gazed up at the ceiling, his expression becoming more profound. He was a powerful figure at the Guanyuan realm, on the brink of breaking through to the next level, achieving enlightenment through martial arts and coalescing a martial essence. Yet, the difficulty of this next step was extraordinary, a veritable gamble between heaven and hell. Throughout history, countless prodigies have faltered at this juncture. Although Qin Shou was exceedingly proud, he remained grounded. The Qin family was merely a newly risen force, lacking any truly noteworthy treasures. Faced with the tribulations of the Golden Core, he was left to contend with life and death. Would he successfully transcend? Or would he face annihilation? No one dared to predict, especially given the countless lives he had taken to bolster his family's ascent, which only heightened the severity of the heavenly tribulation. Truth be told, Qin Shou harbored little faith in his survival. Thus, he had devoted considerable effort to cultivating a capable successor, a genius who could uphold the Qin legacy. However, his offspring, how to put it delicately? Aside from their proclivity for being utterly useless, they excelled in little else. The eldest was avaricious, the second craved power, the third was licentious, and the fourth, well, until recent events, he seemed unremarkable, but now Qin Shou harbored grave doubts about his fourth son's intellect. These 4 children had proven to be failures, devoid of any potential for further development. As a master of the martial Golden Core, Qin Shou could easily overpower Golden Core experts from the cultivation world in close combat, even taking on 2 or more opponents simultaneously. However, such prowess came at a cost. While Golden Core practitioners in the cultivation realm could live for 500 years, a martial Golden Core could only expect to reach 300 strength, indeed, at the expense of longevity. Qin Shou was already in his early 200s, and should he be forced to confront the tribulation without a viable successor, he would find himself in a precarious position if he were to fail. The same ruthless fate he had once inflicted upon the 3 major families would inevitably be visited upon the Qin clan, leaving not a trace behind. This is precisely why Qin Shou was so invested in Zhang Xiaolan. He wished to utilize his final century to cultivate her, ensuring that when he fell to the tribulation, the family would not be devastated. As for his 4th son, given the boy's character and talent, it was questionable whether he would even see 100 years. It seemed likely that the Qin family would ultimately fall into the hands of this outsider, Zhang Xiaolan. Yet, this mattered little. As long as his bloodline retained control over the Qin family, all would be well. While the Qin family bustled with preparations, adorned with decorations, and dignitaries flowed in and out, outside the estate, a group of beggars observed from a distance. Among them, one figure, with sharp eyes and clenched fists, was Zhao Tiangang. Originally, he was destined to be the protagonist, though he could hardly be considered one, as the true protagonist lay within the jade pendant, a female specter. This unfortunate fellow was merely a pawn destined for possession. Yet, he had once basked in golden glory. Even if he was to be a mere accessory to another's tale, it was still gilded. However, things had changed. With the pendant stolen, his fortunes had shifted. Once a favored child of fate, he had become a villain cloaked in darkness, a pitiable minor antagonist, akin to Qin Yu, with the only advantage being that his aura was darker. During this time, he had wandered around the Qin estate, his demeanor becoming increasingly effeminate due to his cultivation of the Tsangyo White Jade Sutra, a feminine martial technique. He could hardly be called a mere fop. At best, he resembled a delicate young man, or a charming youth. Owing to the subtle changes in his demeanor and appearance, Zhao Tiangang had managed to evade capture by the authorities, now mingling among the beggars in search of a way to rescue someone. Indeed, he sought to save someone. Upon regaining his composure, mainly due to the absence of anyone to cook for him, do his laundry, or earn money, Zhao Tiangang began to reminisce about his childhood companion, Zhang Xiaolin, yearning for a chance to rescue her. Of course, seeking revenge was also a primary objective. Yet, instead of finding his adversaries, he was met with grim news. His childhood sweetheart, the one he had watched grow, Zhang Xiaolan, was to marry the 4th son of the Qin family? In an instant, a myriad of thoughts flooded Zhao Tianggang's mind. Threats, coercion, abduction, enduring humiliation, and compromising for the greater good. Ultimately, all these thoughts coalesced into a singular notion. Zhang Xiaolan must be being coerced. His expression darkened. Zhao Tiangang stood amidst the beggars, grinding his teeth in frustration. It wasn't just him. The nearby beggars shared his indignation. But let there be no misunderstanding. They were not particularly acquainted with Zhao Tiangang. They were indifferent to who had taken away his childhood sweetheart. Their outrage stemmed from the fact that the Qin family, a wealthy and powerful clan, was hosting a joyous occasion yet barred them from entering, a blatant affront. Did the Qin estate truly lack for their presence? While Zhao Tiangang furrowed his brow, pondering how to infiltrate the Qin estate and rescue his childhood companion, a guard emerged from the Qin residence and approached. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Tianggang's pupils dilated, hastily pulling his tattered hood to obscure his face. Despite the changes wrought by his cultivation of the White Jade Sutra, should anyone scrutinize him closely, they would still recognize him. The approaching guard ignored the beggar who quickly melded into the crowd, merely glancing at the leader of the beggars. Master has decreed, on this joyous occasion for the Qin family, all guests are welcome to enter and partake of the feast, but you must change into appropriate attire. The beggar leader's face reflected a mixture of conflict. If they had clothes, they would hardly be beggars. Before he could voice his grievances, the guard continued, clothing will be provided by the Qin estate. Come on in. All right, thank you, Master Qin. Thank you, Master Qin. Gratitude is appreciated. Remember to speak a few kind words later. Understood. Understood. Chapter 26. Zhao Tiangang enters the mansion. A throng of beggars, having heard the news, eagerly followed the guards through the side entrance of the Qin residence, hoping to scrounge a meal. Zhao Tiangang, with a somber expression and tattered hood pulled tightly, hurriedly trailed behind. Entering through the main hall was out of the question. Such privileges were beyond their reach. The group traversed the narrow alleyway, arriving at a secluded back courtyard. Zhao Tiangang, positioned at the rear of the crowd, was taut with tension, ever ready to flee should the situation take a turn for the worse. Fortunately, the guard was not leading them into a trap but was indeed guiding them to change into new attire. He tossed a plethora of garments onto the ground and gestured towards several prepared water tubs nearby. Wash up thoroughly and change into these clothes, the guard instructed. We'll take you for a meal shortly. So don't wander off, understand? Otherwise, watch your heads. Yes. Once the wedding feast concludes, if you comport yourselves well, the steward will even reward you with a bit of silver, all in the name of pleasing the fourth master. More money? Thank you, fourth master. Thank you. As they exited the courtyard alongside the guard, the beggars, bowing and scraping, rushed forward to seize the clothes scattered on the ground. The garments, while not of the finest quality, were certainly far from rags, being made from ordinary coarse fabric and dyed in vibrant colors that rendered them quite appealing. All the outfits were identical in style, complete with hats and shoes, and emblazoned with auspicious red characters on the front and back, dragon and phoenix harmonizing, heaven's favor, talents and beauty united in joy, mandarin ducks playing in water, joy uncontested, not a celestial being, but exceeding one. Between the two rows of grand characters, the names Qin Yu and Zhang Xiaolan were prominently displayed. In a flurry, the crowd scrambled to don their new garments, rushing to the tubs to wash up, none daring to voice any complaints. They were acutely aware that, given the fierce temperament of the head of the Qin family, any disruption could lead to severe consequences, even amidst a joyous occasion such as this. Amidst the bustling crowd, only Zhao Tiangang stood still, untouched by the chaos surrounding him. His aloofness quickly drew the attention of the more astute beggars. The leader of the beggars was the first to finish washing up, taking advantage of his elevated status to commandeer a single tub for himself. Hastily donning his clothing, complete with a long, theatrical hat, he swayed towards Zhao Tiangang, his exaggerated attire appearing rather ludicrous, especially with the ostentatious red characters emblazoned on his chest. Nevertheless, it was undeniably festive, injecting a dose of amusement into the wedding celebration. Not only would the guests find it amusing, but the beggar leader himself was quite pleased, as he was now well dressed, would enjoy a feast of sumptuous food, and might even receive a monetary reward. With the substantial resources of the Qin family, the rewards could not possibly be meager. This was an opportunity that came once in a decade. With a flourish of his sleeves, the beggar leader approached Zhao Tiangang, swaying as he walked, and began to adopt a theatrical tone. Who stands before us? Why do you not change your attire? Have you delayed the fourth master's joyous occasion? Do you know what punishment awaits you? His words incited a raucous uproar from the surrounding beggars. Indeed, how could such a leader lack such flair? Most beggars could not pull off such theatrics. Seeing the commotion, the beggar leader quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of mock humility, bowing to the onlookers. However, after acknowledging the crowd, he noticed that the solitary figure of Zhao Tiangang remained unmoved. This caused his smile to falter, fading swiftly. "Hey, wash up and change. If you go out in those rags, the guards will surely take your head." Zhao Tiangang remained unfazed, especially upon noticing the conspicuous red characters on the beggar leader's attire. His teeth grinding in agitation as his expression twisted into one of disdain, making him even less inclined to comply. Witnessing this, the beggar leader took a deep breath, reaching out towards him. "You little brat. I've done you a favor by letting you join us for a meal, and yet you dare to act defiantly. It hurts. It hurts." In an instant, Zhao Tiangang seized the beggar leader's outstretched hand, applying enough pressure that, as a practitioner of the 6th level of martial prowess, he nearly snapped the beggar leader's wrist. The beggar leader, grimacing in pain, fell to one knee with a cry of anguish. The commotion drew the attention of several guards, who burst through the door, their demeanor fierce. "What is going on here?" At the sound of their voice, Zhao Tiangang stiffened, quickly releasing his grip. The beggar leader, now free from Zhao Tiangang's hold, clutched his injured arm and scrambled behind the guards in a panic. "Masters, this fellow refuses to change his clothes and has assaulted me." Refuses to change? The guards, upon hearing this, grasped their weapons and zeroed in on Zhao Tiangang. "Are you looking to stir trouble? No, then why is it only you who hasn't changed? I have no suitable attire." "Humph, even as beggars. You still have such lofty demands. Change your clothes at once. Otherwise, you'll never wear clothing again." Feeling the piercing gazes of the guards, Zhao Tianggang's expression darkened. These guards of the Qin family were formidable, each possessing strength equal to that of someone at the 5th level of martial prowess, while he had confidence in his ability to dispatch any one of them within 10 moves. A confrontation with all 4 wielding weapons posed a significant risk. After all, no matter how profound his techniques, their efficacy depended on the practitioner's level of cultivation. It was akin to the foundation of a building. A high-rise foundation was certainly superior to that of a single-story dwelling. Yet if only a single story were to be built, what difference would it make? Silence enveloped the scene for several seconds. As the guards narrowed their eyes, one of them discreetly unsheathing a portion of his blade. Finally, Zhao Tiangang turned and walked towards the pile of clothing. Seeing this, the guard quickly sheathed his weapon. In truth, he was only daring to intimidate. He had no intention of engaging in violence. This was not out of fear of bloodshed. Typically, their arrogant demeanor would have led them to dispatch a beggar without a second thought. Today, however, they were tempering their aggression, as it was a day of celebration, and bloodshed was unwelcome. Should the patriarch of the Qin family learn of such an incident, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences before dinner. The guards withdrew from the room, though one lingered at the doorway, silently monitoring the situation to prevent any further disturbances. Under the watchful eye of the guard, Zhao Tiangang quickly approached the pile of garments. Gritting his teeth as he rummaged through the clothes to find something suitable to wear, however, he was met with dismay as he gazed at the remaining hats. The once plentiful selection had been reduced to mere scraps, leaving only 3 hats behind, all of the same color, green. Who said beggars lacked aspirations? They simply had no choices before. Now that they did, they were not foolish enough to don such hats. Thus, the 3 remaining hats lay abandoned. Chapter 27. The troubled makeup artist reaching down, Zhao Tiangang silently picked up a hat. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the fearsome guard, he clenched his jaw and placed the hat upon his head. Seeing the youth finally comply and don his attire, the guard nodded in satisfaction, releasing his grip on the weapon and turning to engage in light-hearted conversation with his companions. The wedding of the 4th young master was not of particular concern to them. However, the generous rewards bestowed by the head of the Qin family were significant. Regardless of whether they were maids or servants, each received at least 30 taels of silver, equivalent to over a year's wages. For the guards, who held a higher status than maids or servants, each would receive a hefty 50 taels, and all they needed to do was keep watch at the gate, at that moment. The guards could hardly contain their affection for Qin Yu, wishing fervently that he would marry every day. If there were no suitable candidates, they would gladly assist in finding one for him. or even resort to snatching someone for the fourth young master if need be. After exchanging a few casual remarks with their comrades and deciding where to revel later that evening, the guard on duty casually glanced around the courtyard only to discover that the troublesome young man had vanished. Furrowing his brows and casting a sweeping glance, he found no trace of his guard and chose not to dwell on the matter too much. After all, donning such a conspicuous hat, he would feel embarrassed to flaunt himself before others. It was only natural to seek refuge. Turning his head once more, the guard resumed discussions with his companions about where to indulge in frivolities that evening. Meanwhile, atop the walls of the Qin residence, a shadow gracefully descended. With a nimble leap over the wall, Zhao Tiangang, clad in a theatrical robe, moved swiftly, gaining momentum with a couple of strides before launching himself skyward. With a deft step against the wall and a twist of his body, he effortlessly cleared the towering barrier of over 3 meters. After making several such leaps and distancing himself from the beggar group, Zhao Tiangang finally came to a halt. Surveying the expansive garden and the indistinct crowd in the distance, he quickly concealed himself behind a large tree, his resolute features hardened and brow furrowed. The throng in the garden was diligently trimming the flowers and plants, striving to transform the space into a stunning spectacle. This was an uncommon sight, considering the Qin family's martial prowess. They were decidedly unskilled in the art of floral appreciation, particularly with Qin Shou as a constant example. The scions of the Qin family preferred the training grounds to frivolously frolicking in a garden. Due to the lack of spectators and concern, the family's gardeners were woefully few. Otherwise, they would not have been in such a frantic rush to gather numerous servants and maidservants, even enlisting help from other clans' gardeners to tend to the flora. The garden had long been left in a state of semi-neglect, allowed to grow wild. Amidst the hurried trimming directed by the gardeners, a servant suddenly dashed in from the distance, exclaiming in a flurry, "Oh no! It has erupted again!" At this proclamation, the faces of the servants and maidservants changed dramatically as they abandoned their tools, turning to flee. Some grumbled as they ran, "What is the fuss about a wedding?" Ah, do not presume to guess the thoughts of those influential figures. It's not as if they want to reward you. Hurry and lend a hand. Watching the crowd disperse, Zhao Tiangong's gaze sharpened at the sound of their discourse. A wedding uproar? Could it be Zhang Xiaolan? Indeed, she is being coerced. Wait, I shall rescue her at once. He swiftly merged into the throng, utilizing the foliage for concealment. The servants he followed soon arrived at the rear courtyard of the Qin estate. However, to his surprise, the arriving servants split in two, dashing off to either side. This left Zhao Tiangang momentarily stunned, his expression one of bewilderment. He could comprehend the commotion over Zhang Xiaolan, yet why was there another disturbance? Could it be that the rotund Qin Yu was stirring trouble? Or did he intend to marry 2 brides at once? After a brief hesitation, Zhao Tiangang decided to follow one group to the left, taking a few turns until he arrived at a lavish courtyard, to the entrance. A tall steed adorned with a red flower grazed leisurely, while a cluster of robust soldiers clad in armor, their bodies tied with red silk, stood nearby. These soldiers held aloft banners and instruments, exuding an air of formidable authority. Avoiding the wedding procession, Zhao Tiangang leaped onto the rooftop, quickly pinpointing his target from the sounds below. Gently shifting a red tile, he gazed down at the unfolding scene, momentarily engulfed in silence. Inside, a multitude of servants and maidservants bustled about, at the center. A rather rotund young man, who had shed a few pounds yet remained quite plump, sat expressionless in a bright red wedding garment, allowing a makeup artist to attend to him. It was evident that transforming Qin Yu into a formidable figure was no easy task. After all, while one might hide a multitude of flaws beneath a fair complexion, his girth obliterated all hope. Be it yellow makeup, he resembled a potato. White makeup, a turnip. Red attire, a rotund red carrot. Enduring the makeup artist's incessant adjustments, Qin Yu finally reached his breaking point. Snatching the foundation from the artist's hands, he slapped it onto his own face haphazardly before slamming the container onto the table, crossing his arms and returning to his sullen demeanor. All that remained were the makeup artists, wide-eyed and frozen in shock. Before him sat a pale visage that resembled not a wedding groom but rather a specter attending a ghostly marriage. The makeup artists exchanged glances, their expressions conflicted. In that moment, they felt their professional careers faced unprecedented challenges. After a prolonged silence, One of the makeup artists, realizing that conventional methods had failed, reluctantly proposed an unconventional solution. How about trying on armor, fourth young master? As the saying goes, a person is judged by their attire. Qin Yu's appearance was beyond redemption. If not for his dismal looks, the makeup artists would not be so exasperated. Thus, the team resolved to enhance his appearance with imposing armor. With several servants and guards racing toward the storeroom, they soon returned with an array of armor sets. Golden armor and helmet, adorned with leopard epaulets. A jade belt and a red cape, pray tell, where lies the general's valor? On the battlefield, the spear reaches the sky. Qin Shou, at 30, he stood tall. Once donned in golden helm and armor, wielding a war spear on the battlefield. 1 against 100, slaying 5 warriors of the Baodin realm, achieving fame in one battle. This ensemble was emblematic of Qin Shou's youth, a favorite among the Qin family scions. Yet, few dared wear it for fear of retribution, for it was this very armor that had allowed Qin Shou to dominate the younger generation of the Qin clan. To don such an outfit now would carry significant implications. In the golden helm and armor, adorned with a jade belt and a crimson cape, Qin Yu appeared less like a general and more like a comically exaggerated figure. The makeup artists fell into silence, each grappling with their thoughts. After a lengthy pause, one of them gritted their teeth and uttered, "Change." Chapter 28. The Grand Gamble, blood-stained in white attire. A long sword slashing through evil, dominating the realms. What can heaven do to me? At 50, Qin Shou ascended to the pinnacle, becoming the head of the Qin clan, clad in white with a treasured sword, engaging in both open and covert struggles with the other 3 prominent families. After 11 arduous years, he obliterated the 3 families, solidifying the Qin clan's supremacy. In the final battle, the remnants of the 3 families holed up in their fortress, steadfast in their defense. Qin Shou, adorned in white, entered alone and emerged alone. Of the 317 remnants, none survived. Qin Shou's pristine white attire was drenched in blood. From a distance, he appeared as a celestial demon descending upon the world, instilling fear throughout Tianlong City. This was the zenith of Qin Shou's glory, garbed in white with inner armor, exuding a blend of dominance and elegance. Yet, the scions of the Qin family eschewed elegance, preferring the sanguine attire of his later years. Consequently, the color of this current ensemble was a chilling blood red. The makeup artists encircled the now-clad Qin Yu, exchanging glances, none daring to speak. Staring at the sight of the rotund figure in a vibrant red, the lead artist bit down hard, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. Change. Once more, chaos ensued as they hastily stripped Qin Yu of the blood-red attire and produced the final outfit, one that the family head Qin Shou favored for significant occasions, often referred to as the Lord's attire. Silver plates woven into a shirt, a wolf's head guard suspended amidst dragons, though the fierce aura may be subdued. The eyes blaze with fury, clad in silver armor, with a wolf's head atop. If the first ensemble of golden armor symbolized youthful audacity and unstoppable might, and the second blood-red attire embodied murderous intent and unyielding pride, then this third set of silver wolf armor exuded an air of solemnity, appearing to possess an innate authority without any overt rage. After capturing Tianlong City, Qin Shou seldom took the field himself, making this armor his signature attire. This was something other families were keen to witness. Otherwise, a figure clad in white loitering at their gates, perpetually contemplating their demise and staining his garments with their blood, would surely induce heart ailments among them. Once again dressed in armor, Qin Yu bore a stoic expression, while the makeup artists were in various states of despair, some cradling their faces, others clutching their heads. At this moment, Qin Yu was no longer a mere turnip. Clad in silver armor beneath the sun, he resembled a bulbous light fixture, an oval-shaped energy-saving bulb. Turning to gaze in the mirror, Qin Yu's already dejected face appeared even more so. The makeup artists began to question their life choices. Could this truly be the son of Lord Qin Shou? Aside from the fierce glint in his eyes, where was the resemblance? Just as the lead makeup artist hesitantly raised his hand, preparing to suggest another change, Qin Yu abruptly halted him with an outstretched hand. Enough. The hardware is inadequate. Merely swapping out the peripherals is futile. Let it be as it is, but Master Qin has stated that if something goes awry, he will bear the consequences. If the bride is truly dissatisfied, we can always call off the wedding. Upon hearing the mention of an annulment, Qin Yu paused, then suddenly turned to the crowd, a grin spreading across his face. Ah, why not apply a layer of silver foundation on my face? It would match the armor splendidly. At this proclamation, the makeup artist exchanged bewildered glances. Silver foundation? Wouldn't he that make him a true energy-saving bulb? Fourth young master, one does not don silver makeup for a wedding. I suggest we paint instead. I care not. I want silver makeup, do it, or I shall dump all the foundation on your heads. Upon noticing the reluctance of the makeup artist to assist, Qin Yu resorted to forceful intimidation. It was evident that when it came to threats, he was far inferior to his rather unrefined father. Regardless of how he attempted to coerce them, the makeup artist steadfastly refused to comply. After all, disobeying him would merely result in a beating, but should they ruin the makeup or the wedding? The head of the Qin family, Qin Shou, would surely resort to lethal measures. Amidst the chaos in the room, the door suddenly swung open, and a jovial, robust figure strode in. Xiao Si. How are the preparations coming along? Miss Zhang's side is already set. Don't let this old man down. Upon hearing the voice, Qin Yu released the makeup artist, his expression tinged with melancholy as he turned to face his father. He glanced at the imposing silver wolf armor adorning Qin Shou, then looked down at his own attire, which appeared to be nothing more than a low-quality trinket scavenged from a street stall. Touching his belly, he silently turned his gaze back to the makeup artist and gritted his teeth, uttering, "Change my outfit." It was not the clash of styles that concerned him. It was the embarrassment of being outshone. Clearly, with Qin Shou's authentic presence, not only was his own equipment a mere imitation, but he was also a pale imitation compared to his father. As Qin Yu began to fuss over his attire once more, Qin Shou could not help but shake his head in exasperation. A real man only needs decent clothing. Why must you take so long to change? A man's worth is not measured by his appearance, but by his prowess. Looks may fade, but strength never diminishes. Listening to Qin Shou's incessant ramblings, Qin Yu, now irritable, shoved him out of the room. Enough. It's not your wedding. What I wear is none of your concern. Even if I choose not to wear anything, it's none of your business. Hey, how can you speak like that? Get out. Immediately, otherwise, you'll find no one to carry your banner once you're gone. How dare you speak to me like that? With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut behind him. Qin Shou, forced out of the room, wore a helpless expression, reflecting on his youngest son's recent erratic behavior. He added, "Kid, don't let me down on this, understand?" "Understood," came Qin Yu's impatient reply. Inside the room, as he removed his helmet, a look of despondency washed over Qin Yu. The guests had already been invited, and the wedding was confirmed. Most importantly, regardless of the motives, Zhang Xiaolan had also given her consent. Even if Qin Yu wished to back out now, he lacked the courage to do so. The last person to call off their wedding on the spot was Zhang Wuji, whose jilted fiancé subsequently became the ultimate antagonist. This was only because he was the protagonist, enjoying the privileges that came with it. Another who had actively sought to break off an engagement was not a protagonist, but rather a minor character, resulting in her becoming a secondary antagonist, her sect obliterated by the main character, and her master taken by him. This was the treatment reserved for a supporting character of moderate importance. As for Qin Yu, the faint, dark aura hovering above his head served as a constant reminder that he was neither a protagonist nor even a supporting character, not even worthy of being labeled as a boss. He was merely a villain occupying a chapter that would not exceed 3 pages, and a rather pitiable one at that, a minor antagonist unworthy of the title. At this point, marrying would merely make him a target for someone else's wedding crash. Yet, if he dared to annul the marriage now, he might find himself facing extermination. During the boisterous wedding, should Qin Yu, relying on the might of the Qin family, publicly cancel the marriage, leaving the heroine Zhang Xiaolan to stand alone in the hall, he would undoubtedly be ridiculed and scorned by the guests. Listen, what a perfect opening for a protagonist. If Qin Yu were to act on those thoughts, he might even elevate himself to the status of a minor boss. Sighing as he handed the helmet to the makeup artist and gazing into the mirror, a flicker of resolute determination sparkled in Qin Yu's eyes. Though marrying the heroine would undoubtedly lead to a miserable fate for a minor antagonist, the bow was already drawn, and there was no turning back. Perhaps it was time to take a gamble. Chapter 29. Another wedding disturber outside Qin Yu's room. The ejected Qin Shou chuckled and shook his head. Despite the somewhat tumultuous process, at least the boy had acquiesced. Miss Zhang had not refused either. Thus, once the wedding concluded splendidly, he, Qin Shou, would have a legitimate heir to nurture. Once Zhang Xiaolin matured fully, he could focus on breaking through the golden core tribulation without distraction. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qin Shou turned to leave, but after taking a few steps, he abruptly spun around, his fierce gaze locking onto the ceiling. Startled by his imposing presence, a wild cat scurried away in panic. Observing this, Qin Shou retracted his fierce gaze, frowning as he walked away. Strange, why did it feel like someone was watching me just now? Could it be that my elation led to some misperception? Above, Zhao Tiangang lay motionless on the opposite side, his pupils trembling with tension, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. How perilous! He had merely cast a glance at that man. Yet he had sensed it instantly. Thankfully, martial artists excelled in combat, not in detection and reconnaissance, in comparison to cultivators. They lacked significantly in these aspects. Otherwise, had it been a golden core cultivator, Zhao Tiangang would have been discovered and swiftly dealt with, no longer daring to linger, nor to seek trouble with Qin Yu, especially with the wedding party below, comprising over 40 individuals, including more than 20 Qi Condensation Realm Qin guards, with 2 leading figures at the core formation stage. Should Zhao Tiangang leap down now, he would hardly be able to escape their clutches. Cautiously vacating the rooftop, he headed in another direction. Zhao Tiangang resolved to rescue his childhood sweetheart first. As for revenge, he had ample time for that. After all, there are 1,000 days for a thief, but not 1,000 days to guard against a thief. There was no need to rush. Following the marks left behind and the hurried movements of the maidservants, Zhao Tiangang quickly located another room. This courtyard was evidently more chaotic than Qin Yu's. The maidservants were keeping their distance, fearful to approach, while the servants scurried about in disarray. 2 guards attempted to force their way in to persuade the occupants, only to be repelled by objects hurled from within. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Tiangong's heart raced with excitement. He suddenly ambushed a household servant, knocking him unconscious and swiftly donning his attire. Disguised, Zhao Tiangang emerged from behind the rockery, lowering his hat to blend into the crowd outside the courtyard. Observing the guards shaking their heads and the servants sighing, a smirk crept onto Zhao Tiangong's lips. Humph! Xiaolan is gentle on the outside but strong-willed within. She may appear soft, but her character is incredibly stubborn. Trying to force her hand? That tactic won't work with her. Once he confirmed that no one was watching, Zhao Tiangang leaped over the wall into the courtyard. With a graceful landing, he sprinted toward the window. Performing a slick roll, he quickly rose to his feet, turning eagerly to face the interior. Xiaolan, I've come to rescue you. Inside the room, Qin Laosan, Qin Yu's third brother, was seething with rage, lifting a teacup to hurl at the door when he heard Zhao Tiangong's voice. Bewildered, he turned to face Zhao Tiangang, their eyes locking in an awkward moment. Qin Laosan, having developed a significant grudge against Qin Yu, had attempted to pursue Zhang Xiaolan multiple times, only to be thwarted by Qin Yu's interference. Now, with Qin Yu and Zhang Xiaolan engaged and preparing for a simple wedding, Qin Laosan was struggling to contain his frustration. After all, she was merely a farmer's daughter, albeit one with striking features and a curvaceous figure. But what beauty had he not encountered? Did he truly desire such a match? They could marry if they wished. However, upon further inquiry into the family's circumstances, he realized he had indeed underestimated her. Zhang Xiaolan, a 17-year-old half-step foundation establishment genius. What did that mean? Even his father, the idol who single-handedly upheld the Qin family, had only reached foundation establishment in his 20s. Achieving core formation by 30 was due to a stroke of fortune. This meant she possessed greater talent than his father. Surely, she would become a pillar of the Qin family. Such a rare gem should have been his wife. If it weren't for Qin Yu's constant meddling, they would likely already have been wed and possibly have children by now. As he witnessed the phoenix, he had nearly grasped being taken away by another, and with his father seemingly intent on nurturing this very phoenix, Qin Laosan's heart grew increasingly heavy with discontent. If Zhang Xiaolan were to be favored by Qin Shou, the next head of the Qin family would become glaringly apparent. The prospect of Zhang Xiaolan assuming the role of family leader was utterly inconceivable. After all, the Qin family would never allow an outsider to govern their lineage. However, it was a foregone conclusion that Qin Yu would be allowed to serve as a mere puppet leader. Finally understanding why his father placed such importance on Zhang Xiaolan, Qin Laosan also grasped why the entire upper echelons of the family were complicit in his father's charade, leaving him feeling utterly disheartened. At that moment, his animosity towards Qin Yu reached unprecedented heights. He almost wished he could strangle Qin Yu and don his skin to wed Zhang Xiaolan. Holding a teacup, Qin Laosan, already seething with rage, suddenly noticed Zhao Tiangang entering through the window. Initially, he did not recognize him, merely finding him somewhat familiar. After furrowing his brow and scrutinizing him for a moment, Qin Laosan's eyes widened in realization. "It was you? How could it be you?" Both of them shouted in unison, and after regaining their senses, they instinctively assumed defensive stances, tense and poised for confrontation. "What do you want? To save someone." Save someone? With you?" Qin Laosan sneered coldly at the individual he had once bested into submission. Then, as if struck by a thought, his gaze darted about. If memory served him right, this fellow was Zhang Xiaolan's childhood sweetheart. Was he not? Although something significant had transpired between them, leading Zhang Xiaolan to disavow him, the bonds of kinship forged over the years still lingered. If he were to eliminate him and hide his head in Qin Yu's despicable quarters for Zhang Xiaolan to discover. A sinister smile crept across Qin Laosan's face, his features contorting into a cruel grimace. With one hand, still bandaged and hanging at his chest, Qin Laosan roared in fury and charged at Zhao Tiangang, unleashing his full power as he closed the distance. The unexpected assault startled Zhao Tiangang, who hastily countered with a punch. With a dull thud, both men staggered back a few steps, feeling a twinge of pain in his arm. Qin Laosan's eyes widened in disbelief. It had only been a few days. How had this lad's strength increased so drastically? Chapter 30. Settling scores. The Qin Wangpajun Fist, one of the Qin family's ultimate techniques. A fifth-tier martial art, is characterized by its grandiose and forceful strikes, prioritizing lethality. The destructive power of this fist technique is unquestionable, undoubtedly peaking within its class. Unfortunately, its slower speed renders it somewhat clumsy. As a direct descendant of the Qin family and the head son, Qin Laosan naturally had the right to learn this martial art and now unleashed it with all his might. Denying Zhao Tiangang any opportunity to respond, Qin Laosan advanced with relentless punches, driving Zhao Tiangang to retreat, desperately trying to create distance. Zhao Tiangang was not versed in any sophisticated martial arts. The only technique he knew was a mediocre 9th-tier fist technique, the tiger form from the 12 forms of Xingyi, which he had pilfered from the corpses of merchants during a recent robbery. While the 12 forms of Xingyi, when combined, dazzled with their complexity and were difficult to defend against, they paled in comparison when dissected. The tiger form's broad and sweeping strikes held no ground against the Qin Wangpajun Fist, leaving Zhao Tiangang utterly suppressed. Each exchange of blows forced grimaces of pain from him as Qin Laosan's fists struck like hammers, far beyond what Zhao Tiangang's claws could withstand. After trading blows for several rounds, Zhao Tiangang, regaining his wits amidst the chaos, realized something was amiss. This opponent, at the 8th level of postnatal cultivation, with profound techniques and sharp fists, should have easily overwhelmed him. Yet now, he could barely keep him at bay. This was clearly abnormal. As he evaded another punch, Zhao Tiangang's pupils constricted, finally noticing Qin Laosan's severed arm hanging limply in front of him. The Pujun Fist was a technique primarily reliant on both hands. With one arm incapacitated, it was a wonder he could still fight at all. Summoning the Tiger Claw, Zhao Tiangang forced himself to intercept Qin Laosan's sweeping strike. With a muffled groan, he disregarded the pain in his own arm and lunged forward, clawing at Qin Laosan's severed limb. A shrill scream pierced the air as the ambushed Qin Laosan staggered backward, blood gushing from his already grievously injured arm. Sensing success, Zhao Tiangang would not allow his opponent to escape. He surged forward, claws flailing wildly. The vivid image of a roaring tiger loomed behind him, infusing his strikes with tremendous force capable of splitting stone. Inside the room, screams echoed incessantly. Outside the courtyard, the servants and guards, ordered to stay clear, exchanged bewildered glances. What could be happening in there? Who knows? It could be yet another unfortunate servant or maid being used as a punching bag by the third young master. Should we intervene? Go in? You must be new here. If you dare step inside, you'll be the next to scream. Given Qin Laosan's notorious temperament, none of those standing outside dared approach. The guards, capable of entering if they wished, were also reluctant to provoke the wrath of an enraged Qin Laosan. Having someone else to vent his frustrations upon was preferable to him causing chaos at a wedding, affecting everyone. As for the fate of the one being beaten, that was none of their concern. Outside the courtyard, a group gathered to spectate, none daring to draw near. Meanwhile, inside, Qin Laosan let out another scream as Zhao Tiangang forcibly tore the bandage from his arm, wrenching the already injured limb anew. He was sent flying by a powerful kick, his heavy body crashing against a table and shattering it into splinters. Rising unsteadily from the ground, Qin Laosan's injured arm hung limply at his side, rendered completely useless. His features contorted in agony as he struggled against the wall to rise, turning to face Zhao Tiangang, who had assumed the tiger claw stance, a furious roar echoing behind him. With a sudden spit of contempt, Qin Laosan kicked over a nearby cabinet, retrieving a short-handled cleaver. He brandished it menacingly, spinning it in the air before positioning it defensively before him. 7th-tier martial art. The executioner's blade. With a roar, Qin Laosan charged, his arm whirling overhead, the nearly meter-long blade transforming into a whirling arc, forcing Zhao Tiangang to retreat hastily. As they closed the distance, Qin Laosan relentlessly pursued, striking again and again, compelling Zhao Tiangang to dodge and weave, unable to mount any defense, much less counterattack. After all, the tiger claw could not withstand the edge of a blade. However, the executioner's blade was also characterized by its sweeping motions and required the use of two hands. With one arm incapacitated, Qin Laosan struggled to exert his full strength, and the pain from his severed limb continually distracted him. With a thud, he cleaved through several pieces of furniture, even splitting a wardrobe in two. Before delivering a hefty blow to the solid wooden table, Zhao Tiangang, quick on his feet, evaded and kicked the blades back, seizing the opportunity to thrust his hand into his pocket and hurl a handful of lime powder toward Qin Laosan's face. Though a lowly and underhanded tactic, the results were surprisingly effective. With a scream, Qin Laosan stumbled back, howling in agony, only to be met with a kick to the chest by Zhao Tiangang, who had capitalized on his moment of blindness. Qin Laosan grunted, continuing to retreat until he collided heavily with the broken table. Before he could regain his footing, Zhao Tiangang swiftly stepped onto the blade's back, seizing the big knife that had been sent spinning into the air, and hurled it toward Qin Laosan. Hearing the whistling of the blade, Qin Laosan still struggled to open his eyes, hastily grabbing the wooden table to shield himself. Yet, he had forgotten that the table had already been cleaved in two, and the upper half lay in ruins. Through the broken section of the table, the cold gleam of the blade flashed past, slicing cleanly through the back of Qin Laosan's neck. With his eyes still shut and mouth agape, he stood frozen in place, motionless. Behind him, the large knife quivered slightly as it lodged itself in the wooden beam, emitting a crisp ringing sound. In the next moment, the table slipped from his grasp and crashed heavily to the ground. As Qin Laosan's body swayed slightly, his headless corpse crumpled to the floor, the severed head rolling to rest at Zhao Tiangang's feet, where he stepped down upon it, observing the clean and decisive strike that severed the head. Zhao Tiangang couldn't help but let a smirk escape. What a fine blade! Kicking the lifeless head that lay on the ground, Zhao Tiangang drew a large knife from the wooden beam and swiftly turned to depart across the rooftop, leaving behind the corpse sprawled in a pool of blood. Qin Laosan likely could not comprehend, even in death, how a man who had previously been utterly defenseless against him could, in less than a month, stand in opposition and even defeat him. Setting aside the fact that he had lost an arm and was only able to exert 50% of his strength, the 3-grade Sangyo Baiyu Sutra that Zhao Tiangang had learned from the Jade Pendant was certainly not of mere continental origin. The combination of the two factors led to Qin Laosan's defeat being rather justifiable. Chapter 31. A reunion with childhood sweetheart Miss Zhang is truly beautiful indeed, especially her figure. It is nothing short of perfect. She will look even more stunning in bridal attire. The 4th young master is quite fortunate. Chirping voices filled the air as 4 maidens assisted Zhang Xiaolan with her makeup and hairstyle, while incessantly showering her with compliments. Their words caused Zhang Xiaolan to blush, and she hurriedly lowered her head, twisting a strand of hair around her finger, clearly feeling bashful. "Oh, it's merely average, Miss Zhang. How can you say such a thing? If you weren't beautiful, How could the fourth young master possibly defy the entire Qin family for you? This matter has become common knowledge. Indeed. Moreover, the master holds Miss Zhang in high regard. I've heard he intends to impart to you the ancestral secret techniques of the Qin family. The chatter resumed, and upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaolan's face grew increasingly flushed, her head bowing lower. In truth, the maidens were mistaken. Qin Shou did not merely intend to teach her, he had already imparted the Qin Wang Pajun fist, the Qin Wang Zhan Tian halberd, and the unique mental techniques. Qin Wang Ju, to her while Qin Yu was in a coma. Zhang Xiaolan, a peasant girl from a once prosperous family that had recently fallen into decline, had never experienced such treatment. Qin Shou's generous actions left her both astonished and somewhat pleased, especially now, surrounded by four maidens who praised her. Simply sitting there and doing nothing allowed her to bask in the attention. This made her feel almost euphoric. Ideas worth noting that just half a month ago, Zhang Xiaolan was one of these maidens, usually working for wealthy merchants to supplement her family's income, often enduring the verbal harassment of the merchant's sons. Raising her hand to smooth her hair, Zhang Xiaolan gazed into the mirror at her reflection clad in bridal attire, her eyes reflecting a hint of daze. Am I truly about to become a wealthy matron? Will I join the ranks of those I could only envy before, who live lives of ease and luxury? Suddenly jolted back to reality, Zhang Xiaolan shook her head vigorously, her focus returning. What am I thinking? I am not marrying for wealth. During my time working, how many wealthy sons promised me riches? Yet I never wavered. I chose to endure hardships alongside Zhao Tiangang. Now clad in this attire, it is solely to save Qin Gongzi's life, to repay his kindness and the imparted teachings. Lowering her gaze to clutch her dress, Zhang Xiaolan gently bit her lip, her complexion deepening in Hui. As Qin Laoi mentioned, to prevent discontent among the Qin family's offspring, believing they were being deceived. This rather extravagant yet simple wedding in Zhang Xiaolan's eyes would soon lead her to the bridal chamber with Qin Yu. Once they consummated their marriage, others would have little to say. But isn't Qin Gongzi a martial artist? To lose his virginity before reaching innate mastery would make future breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. Zhao Tiangang had previously avoided Zhang Xiaolan for this very reason, obsessively aspiring to ascend to greatness, refusing to touch her. Did Qin Gongzi truly not care for his cultivation? Or did he deem having a formal title more significant than martial prowess? Suddenly cupping her face, Zhang Xiaolan lowered her head even further, her cheeks burning. What am I thinking? Qin Gongzi has never declared his affection for me. At most, he cares for me. He is merely willing to confront his own father for my sake. These fanciful thoughts are utterly shameless. Does Qin Yu care for cultivation? He truly does not. Of course, it matters little even if he does. For Qin Shou has already taken him aside for a discussion, the contents of which can be summarized in a few words. This waste has no hope of redemption. His achievements in this lifetime will be limited. Thus, he should simply sell his charm to secure Zhang Xiaolan's affection, even if he remains incapable of achieving innate mastery for the rest of his life. After all, the Qin family does not rely on him as a martial artist. This is not a request. It is an order. If Qin Yu fails to comply, Qin Shou would not hesitate to break his legs, all three of them. Just as Zhang Xiaolan cradled her face, swaying while listening to the maiden's praises, a sudden thud echoed from above. In the next moment, bricks shattered, and a figure descended from the sky, wielding a silver blade. The sudden commotion startled everyone, and they hurriedly turned to look behind. With a bridal crown atop her head, Zhang Xiaolan's eyes widened in shock as she recognized the figure, her pupils constricting. Tiangang? Hearing that familiar voice, Zhao Tiangang felt his eyes welling with tears. After mistakenly entering two places and even battling Qin Laosan, he had finally arrived at the right location. Xiaolan, I've come to take you away. Don't be afraid. I will lead you away right now. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Zhao Tiangang excitedly approached Zhang Xiaolan. The four maidens exchanged glances and one, bolder than the rest, approached with a scowl. Who are you? Do you know whose territory this is? How dare you trespass into our Qin residence, and dare to harm the fourth young master's bride? You must be tired of living. Guards, guards! The shrill cries rang out, yet outside, there was an oppressive silence. Due to Zhang Xiaolan's natural beauty, the makeup artist had quickly completed her look and had now rushed off to deal with the troublesome Qin Yu. No guards were stationed outside. Qin Shou did not wish for Zhang Xiaolan to misinterpret the situation, thinking he was preventing her escape. Well, although Qin Shou genuinely feared that this talented young woman might flee from the wedding, as he lacked confidence in his son and worried that the clever girl might regain her wits and seize control of the situation. However, such concerns could not be overtly displayed. The more he feared, the more magnanimous he had to appear. The second reason was that this was a wedding. Soon, guests would arrive to escort the bride. It would be inappropriate to have a group of men at the entrance. A few maidens would suffice. After all, in Tianlong City, within the Qin residence, Qin Shou believed no one would dare to cause trouble. As it turned out, he was mistaken, for trouble indeed came, and it was unexpectedly brutal. A flash of cold light appeared, swiftly slicing through the neck of a maiden attempting to intervene. Blood sprayed forth. The maiden fell lifeless to the ground. Staring at their fallen companion, the remaining 3 maidens, faces pale, shrieked in terror and hurriedly distanced themselves from Zhao Tiangang. Zhao Tianggang's sudden attack startled Zhang Xiaolan, causing her to stumble back against the dressing table, covering her mouth in disbelief. You killed her? Xiaolan, come quickly with me. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. If I don't eliminate them, they will surely inform others, and we will never escape the Qin residence. This is a matter of necessity. Gazing at the shocked Zhang Xiaolan, Zhao Tiangang gripped his bloodied blade, his clothes and face flecked with blood. Disregarding her expression, he stepped towards the other 3 maidens, prepared to eliminate them as a precaution. With a swift motion, the blade aimed for the heads of the 3 maidens, eyeing their terror-stricken gaze. A thunderous shout suddenly erupted in their ears, eyeing the next instant. Zhang Xiaolan elbowed sideways, her arm crashing heavily against the blade's back. With a soft sound, the treasured knife was forcefully knocked from Zhao Tianggang's grasp, leaving him no time to react. Having disarmed Zhao Tiangang, Zhang Xiaolan stepped forward, her arms striking down like a fierce tiger, delivering a powerful blow to his chest. Qin Wang Pajun Fist, 7th move. Qin Wang lifting the cauldron, Chapter 32. A rift with a resounding crash. The door burst open. Zhao Tiangang was sent flying from the room, crashing heavily to the ground several meters away. Zhang Xiaolan followed closely, her delicate features set in a stern expression, her brows furrowed. Casting a brief glance back at the 3 frightened maidens, Zhang Xiaolan called out sternly, "You all need to leave now." "Ah, yes." The 3 terrified maidens hurriedly fled through another door. Seeing this, Zhao Tiangang struggled to rise from the ground, clutching his chest with a twisted expression of shock and confusion. "Xiaolan, have you lost your mind? Do you not understand what will happen if you let them escape? Once the Qin family is alerted, what will become of us? Am I mad? The one who has gone mad is you." Glaring at her childhood friend, now splattered with blood, Zhang Xiaolan's eyes blazed with anger. "Tiangang, it has only been half a month. How have you changed so drastically? That was a living, breathing person. When did you become so ruthless?" "Ha, ha, ha, a life? Ruthless, me?" Clutching his injured chest, Zhao Tiangang pointed at himself, a twisted smile forming on his lips. "You dare call me ruthless?" Standing in the den of wolves known as the Qin family, surrounded by this despicable lot, you dare to accuse me of cruelty? My ruthlessness pales in comparison to theirs. I have merely emulated their ways. Yanking at his collar to reveal the scars upon his body, Zhao Tiangong's gaze turned ferocious. "Look, just look. These are the marks left by the Qin family. What wrong have I committed? They brazenly snatched you away before my very eyes, publicly humiliating me. Has anyone ever called them cruel? Why must it be this way? Why must I endure such disgrace? Merely because I am not strong enough, because I lack the necessary ferocity. Had I possessed greater strength than they, it would be them on their knees, not me." Grasping his collar to cover his old wounds once more, Zhao Tiangang raised his hands, a faint smile gracing his face. "Xiaolan, I have gained strength now. Come with me. Let us leave this place. Once I attain a certain level of power, I will return with you to exact revenge upon the Qin family. We shall repay them 1,000-fold for how they have treated us." As Zhao Tiangang approached, his blood-stained hands on display, Zhang Xiaolan lowered her head, her expression devoid of emotion. The decorations atop her phoenix crown jingled softly. After a prolonged silence, just as Zhao Tiangang reached for her arm, Zhang Xiaolan suddenly swung her hand away, rejecting his offer. I do not care whether the Qin family is cruel or not, nor do I wish to know how you have come to be this way. My heart cannot bear such burdens. I simply wish to ask you one question. Why did you abandon me? Gazing at the frozen Zhao Tiangang, Zhang Xiaolin bit her lip, lifting her head, her lips trembling as tears streamed down her cheeks. Why did you leave me behind? Why did you let me wait there to die? All for a mere jade. For a worthless piece of jade that you had possessed for only a few days. You cast me aside without a second thought, not even listening to a word I said. Xiaolin, Zhao Tiangang stammered, his voice faltering. We have known each other for over 10 years. I willingly relinquished my position, allowing you the opportunity to cultivate, persuading my parents to provide the funds, dedicating myself to your success. I ask you, from the moment we met until now, have I ever deceived you, even once? Taken aback by the question, Zhao Tiangang fell silent, his expression filled with embarrassment. In that moment of anger, he had acted rashly, and upon reflection, he realized that the jade could not have been shattered by Zhang Xiaolin. After all, she had no knowledge of its contents. Breaking it held no significance for her. Xiaolin, please allow me to explain. I do not wish to hear your explanations. Zhao Tiangang, you claim the Qin family is cruel? In my eyes, you are 1,000 times more ruthless than they. The Qin family wields power that permits their tyranny. You, without strength, resort to senseless violence, forsaking your childhood companion for your selfish desires. How shall we account for the wounds you have inflicted upon me? With a swift motion, Zhang Xiaolin, clad in her wedding dress, turned away, unwilling to gaze upon Zhao Tiangang any longer. Depart, out of respect for our past. I shall not disclose your whereabouts to the Qin family, and I may even assist you in evading them, but from this moment forth, our ties are severed. Her words struck Zhao Tiangang like a bolt of lightning. Causing him to stagger back 2 steps, he beheld the woman before him, adorned in a brilliant red wedding gown, her delicate features resembling that of a celestial being. His lips trembled slightly. Are you truly so heartless? Yes. Is there no chance for reconciliation? None. From now on, I shall be the wife of Qin Yu, and you shall be your youthful hero. Did you not always say that I hindered your dreams? Congratulations, no one shall hold you back anymore. Zhao Tiangang trembled all over, his gaze turning bloodshot. Qin Yu? That rotund fool? What merits does he possess that could possibly compare to me? He possesses everything you lack. I am drawn to his wealth, his willingness to stand by my side, rather than leaving me to die alone. Is that not sufficient? Within the courtyard, as Zhang Xiaolin's furious voice faded, silence enveloped the surroundings. After a long moment of quiet, Zhao Tianggang's expression darkened as he slowly clenched his fists. No one shall take you from me, Zhao Tiangang. No one. If you refuse to leave, then I shall forcibly take you with me. At his words, Zhang Xiaolin stepped back slightly, her arms moving in a swift motion, suddenly adopting the Qin family's ultimate technique, the Qin Wang Pejun fist. Who I choose to accompany is not for you to decide. That is for me to determine. As the air stilled, a moment later, the sound of a collision filled the space as the crimson silk-wrapped fist met the bloodied one in a fierce clash. Upon impact, the air before them twisted violently. With the force of the shockwave, Zhao Tiangang stumbled back 2 steps, his arm trembling uncontrollably. In stark contrast, Zhang Xiaolin remained unfazed, merely taking half a step back to absorb the force before launching her counterattack. A straight punch aimed at the chest, the Qin Wang Chui Xi in hand. An elbow strike to the jaw, the Qin Wang Sui strike. With 2 successive moves dismantling Zhao Tianggang's defense, Zhang Xiaolin's eyes blazed with fury as she unleashed a full series of Qin family Pao Jun techniques upon him. Ultimately, with a resounding thud, Zhang Xiaolin's arm, like a steel whip, swept down upon Zhao Tianggang's neck, sending him crashing to the ground like a cannonball. Gazing at Zhao Tiangang, who lay there wide-eyed and crying out in agony, Zhang Xiaolin's brows furrowed as she transformed her palm into a blade, striking downward toward his neck. Yet, just as her hand was about to make contact with his skin, the movement abruptly halted. Her trembling arm lingered just before Zhao Tianggang's throat, gritting her teeth as the sound of grinding echoed. As her shaking hand slowly formed a fist, she suddenly flung her arm back, turning away. Leave! Dazed by the onslaught, Zhao Tiangang struggled to rise. Xiaolin, leave. I shall not repeat myself. The Qin family does not welcome you, and neither do I. Chapter 33. the Qin family's hidden agenda as Zhang Xiaolan's furious roar echoed. Distant footsteps suddenly approached in disarray, accompanied by the sounds of clashing weapons and the raucous shouts of men. Where is he? Kill him. How dare he stir up trouble in the Qin family? I say we take his head and display it on a flag. At the sound, Zhao Tiangong's body jolted. What he had intended to say evaporated, and he cast a final, deep glance at Zhang Xiaolan before he struggled to his feet and dashed toward the wall, swiftly climbing over it. Moments later, the main gate burst open, and a throng of Qin family guards and direct descendants rushed in, weapons at the ready. Where is he? Zhang, are you unharmed? Did that brat lay a finger on you? Find him, slaughter him. The Qin family, known for their domineering nature, had ruled Tianlong City for many years, a veritable scourge. Yet, they were not devoid of virtues. Particularly in their fierce protection of their own, they exemplified a textbook standard. Even though Zhang Xiaolan had yet to fully marry into the Qin family, these individuals would not tolerate anyone harming her. After all, it was one matter for family to squabble amongst themselves. But it was an entirely different issue when an outsider threatened their own. Hearing their words, Zhang Xiaolan turned her back to them, wiping away the tears from her cheeks. I am fine. Thank you all for your concern. Zhang, where did that brat run off to? I have already chased him away. He should not return. Today is my joyous occasion with young Master Qin. Let us not stir up trouble. What? How can that be? That scoundrel dared to enter our Qin family and kill. A Qin family descendant instinctively rebutted, only to be silenced by another man beside him. The leader of the Qin Wu Guard, clad in armor, cast a deep glance at Zhang Xiaolan without further comment, merely waving his hand. Since Zhang has spoken, we shall naturally show her respect. Withdraw. But I shall explain this matter to the head of the family. Withdraw. With the intervention of this master of the Baodin realm, though the other Qin family descendants were filled with discontent, they chose to obey the command. The crowd grumbled as they dispersed, and just as the captain was about to leave, Zhang Xiaolan, still facing away, spoke softly. Thank you, General. You are the future head's wife. It is only right that I heed your command. Yet, I must advise you, now that you are part of the Qin family, do not shield those of such character in the future. I understand. Thank you. Zhang Xiaolan nodded gently, raising her gaze to the heavens, her thoughts unspoken and inscrutable, as the captain stepped out of the courtyard. He cast a fleeting glance towards the distant rooftops, a smirk curving his lips, only to vanish swiftly from sight, closing the door behind him. With the makeup artist and maidens returning, preparations for the wedding resumed with renewed fervor. Naturally, a room once occupied by the deceased could not be utilized any longer. The group led Zhang Xiaolan to a different courtyard, where they immediately commenced urgent touch-ups, striving to avoid any delays on this auspicious day. However, stationed at the entrance of the courtyard were 8 formidable Qin Wu guards, clad in full armor, their fierce visages serving as a deterrent against any unforeseen incidents. Meanwhile, outside the Qin residence, a figure struggled to scale the high wall, tumbling heavily to the ground. Zhao Tiangang, now quite disheveled, rose unsteadily, his injuries a testament to the fierce confrontation he had endured. Even without unleashing her full potential, Zhang Xiaolan's series of Qin Wangpajun fist strikes had made it abundantly clear that the disparity in their realms was insurmountable. How could someone of Zhao Tiangong's meager post-heavenly 6th level withstand such an onslaught? With his body marred by wounds, he dared not linger near the Qin estate, staggering away into the distance. Traversing residential blocks and alleyways, wiping his face, smeared with either his own or another's blood, Zhao Tiangong's features twisted in agony. You would rather marry a rotund man than me, Zhang Xiaolan. What do I lack compared to Qin Yu? If I were a scion of the Qin family, I would undoubtedly surpass him 1,000-fold, rendering you unattainable for the rest of your life. Clutching his bruised shoulder, he leaned heavily against a wall. Despite his grievous injuries, his eyes glimmered with a savage intensity, and the aura above his head, unseen by anyone but Qin Yu, darkened ominously. Zhang Xiaolan, Qin Yu, the Qin family, wait for me. One day, when I have perfected my skills. You may not live to see that day. Just as he concluded his mutterings, a chilling voice echoed from behind. Startled, Zhao Tiangang froze, turning abruptly to face the source. There stood a man in black armor. Having seemingly materialized out of thin air, arms crossed and eyes glowering ominously, A palpable aura emanated from him, one that Zhao Tiangang could assure was beyond that of a mere post-heavenly realm. A master, a skilled warrior of the Qin family. Realization struck him, and he spun around in a panic, attempting to flee into the throng of people. Yet, after only a few steps, he found himself immobilized once more. Before him, two similarly clad men blocked his path. One stood with arms crossed, while the other leaned against the wall, blade in hand, both regarding him with malevolent expressions. Qin family secret guards, Qinwu guards. The two innate experts, alongside a formidable alchemical adept, posed a lethal threat. They were more than capable of dispatching someone as inexperienced as Zhao Tiangang, even without the need for their combined prowess. Their battlefield experience and overwhelming strength enabled them to execute a swift execution of even a Dan realm adversary in mere moments. Given the immense value placed on Zhang Xiaolan, Qin Shou would never overlook her safety. He had merely refrained from deploying forces overtly. These three, among the elite of the Qinwu guards, had been covertly surveilling the courtyard all along. They witnessed the sudden appearance of Zhao Tiangang and the irrevocable rift between him and Zhang Xiaolan. Their decision to remain hidden was merely a matter of practicality. After all, Zhang Xiaolan had no intention of fleeing with this youth. Revealing themselves now would only complicate matters, should she be swayed by Zhao Tiangang to escape her wedding. Both would likely find themselves restrained and awaiting the judgment of the family head, Qin Shou. The Qin family was not known for their leniency. Now, with the situation resolved and Zhang Xiaolan severing ties with him, the three men breathed a sigh of relief. While the Qinwu guards who had arrived at the scene might spare Zhao Tiangang due to Zhang Xiaolan's presence, the trio had no such intention. Such a menace must be eradicated entirely to prevent further complications for the Qin family. With a harsh scraping sound, 3 steel blades were drawn, aimed at the pallid Zhao Tiangang. In unison, 3 cold voices intoned, "Will you come willingly, or shall we assist you?" You cannot bully me so," Zhao Tiangang stammered. There's no need for such words. Seeing his reluctance to end his own life, the expressions of the 3 Qinwu guards darkened. They surged forward, steel blades whirling towards him. As they approached, they leapt off the ground, deftly maneuvering past Zhao Tiangang. In the next instant, blood splattered as he barely had time to scream before collapsing to the ground. Gazing at the 3 long gashes on his body and the relentless flow of blood, Zhao Tiangang clutched his wounds, scrambling backward. The 3 Qinwu guards advanced, their faces devoid of emotion. "Since you wish to live, we have no choice but to oblige you in your demise." Before Zhao Tiangang could utter a word, their blades descended upon him. However, in a flash of white light, an unsheathed sword flew in from the side, deflecting the 3 weapons and sending the assailants staggering back with a resonant clang. The sheathed sword embedded itself 3 inches into the wall, trembling slightly as it emitted a soft chime. A figure clad in azure appeared atop the sword, nonchalantly seated as he raised a gourd to his lips, taking a swig. The sweet spring of Gambi Mountain is truly delightful, with a fragrant allure that intoxicates the senses. It takes a decade to craft fine wine, a century in the cellar to enchant the heart. Ha ha ha, what a fine drink! Excellent wine. Lowering the gourd, the man on the sword regarded the others with a tipsy smile. "Gentlemen, this youth's swordplay is rather dull. If you truly wish to engage in combat, allow me, the wandering recluse, to spar with you instead." Chapter 34. The Azure Lotus recluse. The 3 Qinwu guards, having been forced back, exchanged glances. In the next moment, they showed no inclination to speak, as the insignia of the Qin family on their armor was unmistakable. Clearly, the man before them was unafraid of the Qin family's wrath. Words were futile. A swift resolution was imperative. With a flick of his hand, an unseen force materialized. The 3 fallen swords soared back into the hands of their respective wielders. In an instant, the trio coordinated their efforts, with the alchemical adept partnering with an innate master, swiftly advancing towards the azure-clad man. The other innate master, without hesitation, turned to unleash a furious strike aimed at Zhao Tiangang's head. Witnessing their unwavering determination, even as they sought to eliminate the very person he wished to save, the azure-clad man's pupils constricted, revealing his displeasure. With a powerful push, he leapt off the sword, soaring into the air. His azure robe fluttered in the wind, exuding an ethereal grace. This leap not only evaded the sweeping blades of the two experts, but also sent the sword he had stepped upon careening forward, striking the back of the innate master who had swung at him. The impact caused the latter to stumble, his downward strike veering off course, the blade grazing the wall as it narrowly missed Zhao Tiangong's head, showering sparks in its wake. The innate master's expression shifted as he regained his balance, hastily attempting to deliver another blow. However, just as the blade was about to pierce Zhao Tiangong's skin, it halted with a resounding clang. The azure-clad man, with a radiant smile, pinched the vibrating blade between his fingers. Your strikes are all aimed at vital points, such a murderous intent. Before he could finish his words, the sound of approaching footsteps resonated from afar. The alchemical adept had returned, his blade raised high before even closing the distance. A seasoned warrior, he was highly attuned to the fluctuations of power. In mere moments of skirmishing, he discerned that this azure-clad man was undoubtedly superior, a being of a caliber far beyond his own. A true master of the Golden Dan realm. Though puzzled as to why this Golden Dan expert would intervene in the affairs of the Qin family, the alchemical adept, as a die-hard soldier of the Qin clan, chose not to back down in the face of adversity. While he could not contend with the man directly, it did not mean he could not fulfill his mission. After all, even a master of the Golden Dan realm was not invincible. With fervent swings of his blade, he unleashed a torrent of cutting energy, slashing towards the azure-clad figure. In an instant, the narrow alleyway was engulfed in a flurry of blade light, dirt and debris flying in every direction. The Qin Wu guard did not expect to harm the azure-clad man. His goal remained clear from the outset, to overwhelm him with sheer force and execute Zhao Tiangang from behind. Upon witnessing this scene, the man clad in green could no longer maintain his smile. With a sudden exertion of force, he snapped the treasured sword that he had been gripping tightly. Subsequently, he transformed his hand into a palm strike, deftly sidestepping to send the innate realm master, who had attempted to strike him, flying. After executing these maneuvers, the man in green gathered his energy at his dantian and abruptly swung his sword, creating a dazzling wheel of blades around him. An intricate web of sword energy instantaneously warded off the encroaching sword light. The innate realm warrior, Qin Wuwei, who had clutched his chest and staggered back several steps before regaining his footing, coughed up a mouthful of blood upon witnessing this. In a hurry, he raised his broken sword, coordinating with his two companions to unleash a flurry of sword-light attacks. The crisp sounds of clashing echoed incessantly as blades met, sending forth a multitude of sparks. The ground was marred with deep cuts, and the walls bore numerous gaping wounds. After a brief yet intense exchange with the three Qin warriors lasting mere seconds, the man in green suddenly leaped into the air, executing a graceful spin while wielding his sword. In the next moment, a magnificent azure lotus blossomed behind him, its petals transforming into streams of sword energy that rained down upon the enemies flanking him. Thunderous booms followed in succession as the walls on either side crumbled under the assault, and the already ravaged ground became even more chaotic. As the lotus petals settled, the man in green landed gracefully. His sword sheathed. Out of the three who had just engaged him, two now lay defeated. Gazing at his battered and gravely injured companions, the remaining innate realm warrior of the Qin family, though equally wounded, fixed a fierce gaze upon the man. Kneeling on one knee, he wobbled unsteadily to his feet, his armor in tatters. Qinglian's sword energy? I recognize that technique. It's you, he exclaimed, his eyes filled with rage as he regarded the blood-stained adversary. The man in green, sensing the fierce intent directed at him, took a deep swig from his wine gourd, his smile radiant. Dressed in green as if a celestial being, he wielded a sword that transformed into an azure lotus, capable of overshadowing mountains. Though he was a solitary wanderer without allegiance to any sect, he claimed dominion over the world in every step he took. Ha ha ha, such a humble talent. I am indeed the Qinglian wanderer. I never expected my name to have spread so widely that even the Qin family is aware of me. Truly, what an honor. Raising his hand, he summoned the sword sheath embedded in the distant wall, executing a graceful spin to return the sword. With narrowed eyes, he regarded the Qin warriors. I have always taken it upon myself to champion the oppressed. It is one thing for your Qin family to bully the weak, but to mobilize three masters against a mere boy, see that rather excessive. Do you truly wish to leave him with no glimmer of hope? A glimmer of hope. if I intended to spare him, why would I pursue him? The innate realm warrior of the Qin family, covered in blood, suddenly spoke in a low voice. This man harbors a deep grudge against my Qin family. He infiltrated our ranks and slaughtered my kin. This vendetta cannot be forgiven. Are you truly willing to bear the enmity of the Qin family for the sake of an insignificant boy you do not even know? Upon hearing these words, the Qinglian wanderer, who had been lifting his wine to drink, froze mid-motion, a look of palpable astonishment crossing his face. He had merely passed by, witnessing the Qin family bullying a youth, and without a second thought, intervened. After engaging in combat, he realized the formidable strength of these three men, adorned in the armor of the Qin family's elite assassins. He understood that he had inadvertently waded into treacherous waters. Yet, he had not taken it too seriously, as the strongest among the Qin family, the head of the family, Qin Shou, was merely a warrior of the Return to Origins realm. Having self-taught himself and ascended to the Golden Core realm for many years, he believed he would not be weaker than Qin Shou. It was merely a matter of casually rescuing someone. The Qin family could hardly hold him accountable. However, as he processed the words of the Qin warrior before him, the Qinglian wanderer suddenly realized the gravity of the situation he had stumbled into. To kill a member of the Qin family, and to do so within their own domain. How ruthless! Before he could gather his thoughts, the Qin warrior added in a low tone, "If you withdraw now, we can pretend this incident never occurred, and we shall keep our paths separate. But should you insist on meddling, you should understand how the Qin family deals with those who have turned into irrevocable enemies." Upon hearing this, the expression of the Qinglian wanderer became increasingly conflicted. Though he relished acts of chivalry and exuded an air of defiance, it did not imply that he was a fool. To confront the Qin family head-on for the sake of an unknown boy would jeopardize his future here. Just as the Qinglian wanderer lowered his sword, his expression stern as he made a decision in his heart, Zhao Tiangang, who had been observing from the rear while clutching his wound, suddenly changed countenance. He realized that the man who had come to his aid was beginning to falter. What should he do? If the stranger departed now, even with the three opponents injured, he would surely not survive. With a steely resolve, Zhao Tiangang dashed forward, clinging desperately to the leg of the Qinglian wanderer, crying out, "Hero, I beseech you for justice." The sudden commotion startled both men in their standoff, particularly the Qinglian wanderer, who, had he not reacted swiftly, might have inadvertently sent Zhao Tiangang to his demise with a kick in the heat of the moment. Noticing that the Qinglian wanderer merely trembled but did not push him away, Zhao Tiangang felt a surge of hope and cried even louder, "Hero, I was but a farmer from a village near Tianlong City, living a simple life, content with my childhood sweetheart. Though our days were hard, we found joy in our toil. But they, yes, they..." He pointed vehemently at the Qin warriors, his fingers trembling, his features contorting with anger. "It was this group of scoundrels. They saw my sweetheart's beauty and forcibly took her to marry. When I approached them for an explanation, they mercilessly beat me, leaving me no choice but to scale the walls of the Qin family to rescue her." "Hero!" Zhao Tianggang's words caused the Qinglian wanderer's expression to shift dramatically. A man of deep sentimentality and a strong sense of justice, he could not abide injustice. Thus, he could not help but act. Hearing of Zhao Tianggang's tragic plight, his eyes narrowed as he turned to face the Qin warriors. "Is what he speaks true?" The Qin warrior remained impassive, unwilling to provide a direct answer. His silence stemmed not from a lack of desire to respond, but from ignorance of the situation. His duty was solely to follow the commands of the family head. Matters of bullying or forcibly taking women were beyond his concern, and he had never sought to inquire further. His grip tightened on the hilt of his sword as he declared coldly, "I care not for his reasons. He has killed members of my Qin family, and for that, he must die. Killing is indeed a crime. Yet I acted out of desperation. I did not wish to harm that maidservant. I was terrified, and it was an accident." Zhao Tiangang, clinging to the Qinglian wanderer's leg, appeared panicked. She was the one who called for help. "I had no choice but to strike. Hero, if you truly believe I am at fault, you may kill me, but I implore you to save my sweetheart. She is to be forcibly wed to the fourth son of the Qin family." As Zhao Tianggang's tearful plea reached the ears of the Qinglian wanderer, the latter could not help but raise his head, sniffing back tears. The sorrows of love are the most profound, unhealable wounds that rend the heart. How pitiful, how lamentable. Placing a reassuring hand on Zhao Tianggang's shoulder, the Qinglian wanderer's expression turned resolute. Do not worry. As long as I am here, the Qin family, before he could finish his sentence. A deafening explosion echoed in their ears. The Qinglian wanderer and Zhao Tiangang turned in shock to see the remaining Qin warrior, realizing that the confrontation was about to escalate, had activated a signal flare. The fireworks soared into the sky, bursting into a dazzling display of the character for Qin, glaringly bright even in the daylight. Witnessing the signal, the previously arrogant Qinglian wanderer turned pale. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized Zhao Tiangang by the collar, propelling them both upward against the wall. Azure Lotus Transformation, Sword of the Sky, Rise. As he chanted the incantation, the Qinglian wanderer unleashed his azure sword, which spun and expanded, transforming from a mere blade into a several-meter-long projectile. Standing upon the soaring sword, accompanied by the rush of his inner energy, they swiftly ascended, leaving behind the furious cries of the Qin warrior. Qinglian wanderer, the Qin family will not let you escape. As his voice faded, numerous members of the Qin family received the signal, hastily arming themselves and rushing toward the alley. The city guards were also assembling in droves, preparing to investigate the situation. Had the Qinglian wanderer hesitated even for a moment, by the time reinforcements arrived, escaping would have become a far more complex endeavor. After all, a golden core warrior could not truly stand against the multitude. The azure sword light soared away from the city, piercing the clouds before swiftly descending. With a clang, the sword returned to its sheath, shrinking as it did so. The Qinglian wanderer released Zhao Tiangang, who was still in shock, and murmured softly, "What a decisive fellow, truly deserving of the Qin family's elite." Quite a formidable opponent. Startled by the sudden upheaval, Qinglian Sanren, drenched in a cold sweat, was reluctant to lose his dignity in front of the young man he had just rescued. With a swift motion, he brushed back his hair, quickly regaining his usual composure. Qinglian Sanren turned to Zhao Tiangang with a cheerful smile and said, "Little brother, you are now completely safe. I have led you beyond the confines of Tianlong City. Even the Qin family cannot lay a hand on you for the time being. Here, I have some healing potions for you. Do use them, for I would hate to see you perish from your injuries." As he spoke, he tossed a small vial towards Zhao Tiangang, whose mind was still reeling from the sensation of flying on a sword. In an instant, he regained his clarity. He caught the vial and looked at the jovial man before him, who had resumed drinking. With his head lowered and his eyes darting, Zhao Tiangang was acutely aware of the severity of his injuries, compounded by the recent emotional turmoil he had endured. He had been blindsided by the news of his childhood sweetheart's impending marriage to another, only to discover that she had willingly severed ties with him. Before he could escape the clutches of the Qin family, their assassins had pursued him relentlessly. This cascade of misfortunes left Zhao Tiangang in a daze. But it also fueled his burgeoning hatred for the Qin family. The man before him seemed to take pleasure in meddling in others' affairs. Given Zhao Tianggang's current capabilities, provoking the Qin family would be akin to courting disaster. Yet this individual had effortlessly defeated 3 formidable foes. And what had the ruffians of the Qin family called him? Qinglian Sanren. Wasn't he a renowned golden core cultivator in the nearby cities? Zhao Tiangang was unsure of the full extent of a golden core's power, but he at least understood that the Qin family's most formidable asset, their patriarch Qin Shou, was merely a golden core cultivator as well. In a contest of golden core against golden core, the outcome was uncertain. If he could persuade this man to stir up trouble within the Qin family, perhaps he could exact his revenge. Even if vengeance proved unattainable, disrupting the wedding would still be a gratifying endeavor. With this thought in mind, Zhao Tiangang suddenly hurled the vial aside, knelt on the ground, and performed a deep bow. "Thank you, esteemed sir, for saving my life." "Ha ha ha, it was but a trifling effort. No need for gratitude," Qinglian Sanren replied casually. "You have rescued me from peril. Truly, you are a legendary hero." Zhao Tiangang exclaimed, "I have one more request. I beseech you to save my unfortunate childhood sweetheart. If she is forcibly wed to a tyrant, I could not bear to live in this world any longer. If it proves too difficult, I shall not insist," he continued. "After all, I possess nothing of value to repay you, and my life was already destined to end at the hands of the Qin family if I cannot rescue her. What use is my miserable existence?" With profound reverence, Zhao Tiangang bowed repeatedly before struggling to his feet and moving toward the exit, neglecting to retrieve the discarded potion. Witnessing this scene, Qinglian Sanren, whose expression fluctuated between somber and contemplative, could not help but sigh. "Very well, foolish child. If you are so determined, then I shall accompany you to the Qin estate once more." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Tiangang, who had been walking away with his back turned, suddenly revealed a triumphant smile upon his lowered face. Chapter 36. An unsettling wedding within the Qin estate of Tianlong City. A multitude of dignitaries gathered in one place, the entrance of the grand courtyard. Numerous soldiers clad in black armor, adorned with red silk, marched in formation, followed closely by a band and a throng of maidservants. The sound of footsteps echoed. Zhang Xiaolan, her head covered by a red veil and dressed in an extravagant crimson wedding gown, gracefully approached with the aid of her attendants. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of the door, Qin Yu, also donned in a red robe, sought to display his might by wearing armor and accentuating his features with bold strokes of paint. Made his timely entrance. The atmosphere grew lively as the bride and groom made their appearance. However, as Qin Yu surveyed the courtyard, his brow furrowed in concern. Despite the presence of the city's elite, his father was conspicuously absent. The absence of a patriarch at such a significant wedding could not bode well. Wasn't this marriage his father's insistence? Why had he suddenly chosen to hide away? Was he bashful? Before Qin Yu could fathom the situation, a Qin Wu guard approached him and whispered urgently, "Fourth young master, there has been an incident concerning third young master. The patriarch is currently dealing with it and will return shortly. The master has instructed you to commence the wedding and hold the ceremony until he arrives." The guard's words left Qin Yu with an odd expression. An incident? Was it possible that his troublesome third brother, unable to withstand the pressure, had finally chosen to take his own life? What splendid news that would be. It would save him from future complications. He resolved to drink a few more cups in celebration. Unbeknownst to him, his third brother had indeed departed from this world. But Qin Yu was too preoccupied to care about that. He had made up his mind to see the wedding through to completion. Hoping to alter his fate by marrying the protagonist, he sought not to be the main character. Even a supporting role would suffice. Anything would be preferable to this perpetual aura of misfortune that plagued him. As the officiant guided the proceedings, the wedding unfolded with the customary rituals. The traditional Chinese wedding ceremonies, crossing the fire basin, tying the red string, and performing songs of blessing, were all present, though the bowing ceremony was postponed due to Qin Shou's absence. Qin Yu and Zhang Xiaolan promptly moved on to the next step, lifting the veil and drinking from the cup of union. Taking the jade rui handed to him by a nearby maidservant, Qin Yu gently lifted the cup of wine with one hand while using the jade rui to raise Zhang Xiaolan's red veil. The veil, akin to a delicate handkerchief, was an ancient adornment meant to shield the bride from embarrassment. As the bride's face was gradually revealed, Qin Yu's heart raced with mounting excitement. This marriage was one of the most pivotal moments in his life. Although it was an arranged union, the significance of the occasion left him feeling somewhat flustered. The moment the red cloth was lifted, revealing her slightly bashful yet exquisite features, he felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. Previously preoccupied with observing the guests and strategizing his escape from the clutches of the minor antagonist, he had not truly taken note of her appearance. Now, as he focused, he was struck by the realization that Zhang Xiaolan was astonishingly beautiful. Her natural grace had only been enhanced by her cultivation of the Sangyo Baiyu Sutra, rendering her even more enchanting. It was not a beauty that screamed for attention. Rather, she possessed a serene allure, akin to a white lotus. At first glance, she appeared rather ordinary, but the more one gazed, the more one appreciated her charm. Coupled with her somewhat mismatched figure, the visual impact was striking. As he beheld Zhang Xiaolan's slowly unveiled visage, Qin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, she was worthy of being the designated heroine. Her beauty was undeniable. How could such a stunning woman emerge from a humble village, spending her days tending to the fire and cooking, enduring the smoke and flames? That she could maintain such delicate beauty was simply unbelievable. He was about to marry her? To a protagonist? How splendid! Upon reflection, the trope of a righteous character pairing with an antagonist seemed rather popular. Perhaps he could be the one to straddle both worlds. A classic tale of a hero with dual allegiances. As he contemplated this, he tightened his grip on the jade rui. Just as he was lost in thought, he successfully lifted the red silk. But before he could transfer it to the jade plate held by a nearby maidservant, a cold gleam shot towards him from afar. He barely managed to utter a muffled grunt as the veil descended once more. Obscuring Zhang Xiaolan's features, the jade rui fell to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Qin Yu clutched his injured wrist, his face paling as he staggered back, abruptly turning to the entrance of the courtyard. The wine gourd that had been hurled towards him, striking his wrist with precision, was deftly caught by a figure clad in blue atop the wall. Who goes there? An ambush. Protect the young master. Shouts erupted as numerous Qin family guards rushed to shield Qin Yu and Zhang Xiaolan, while the guests hurriedly retreated. Behind the protective barrier formed by the guards, Zhang Xiaolan anxiously lifted a portion of her veil to check on Qin Yu's injured wrist. Observing the bruise forming on his arm, her expression darkened as she turned her gaze toward the distant figure. Qin Yu, clutching his wounded hand, could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Hadn't he said that marrying the heroine would not be an easy feat? Look, and they hadn't even consummated the marriage yet, and already trouble had come knocking. Standing atop the wall, the Qinglian Sannarin confronted the crowd below with an impassive expression. Beside him, Zhao Tiangang, still nursing his injuries, grimaced as he struggled to climb the wall. Utilizing his silver tongue, he had successfully persuaded the impetuous Qinglian Sannarin to assist him in causing a ruckus at the Qin family estate. Unfortunately, the Qinglian Sannarin was adamant about bringing Zhao Tiangang along, reasoning that having him face the Qin family would bolster his own confidence. Moreover, seeing Zhao Tiangang exert himself for the sake of his childhood sweetheart, how could Qinglian Sannarin deny him the opportunity to make his presence felt? Despite Zhao Tiangong's desperate attempts to explain that his involvement would only hinder Qinglian Sannarin, the latter remained resolute in including him. Gazing down at the throngs of guards and skilled fighters, Zhao Tiangang felt a sense of helplessness. His original intent was for Qinglian Sannarin to confront the Qin family alone, leaving him free from any consequence, regardless of the outcome. Now, however, he found himself ensnared in the chaos, and should Qinglian Sannarin meet with misfortune, his own fate would be equally grim. With the situation now set in stone, Zhao Tiangang could do naught but silently pray for Qinglian Sannarin's formidable prowess. Chapter 37. A blaze of fury. I, Qinglian Sannarin, have chanced upon this place and learned of your Qin family's heinous acts of abducting innocent maidens. Such malevolence cannot go unchecked with that proclamation. Qinglian Sannarin leapt down from the wall, his countenance grave, entirely unperturbed by the multitude of Qin family's experts ahead. It is said that the path of cultivation is a journey of the heart, and the heart must be steadfast. Without a resolute spirit, a cultivator can never withstand the tribulations of heaven and is destined to perish beneath them. Therefore, the heart is of utmost importance to a cultivator. This so-called heart is the essence of one's character, one's convictions, and the goals one pursues throughout life. A virtuous person possesses a righteous heart, while the wicked harbor their own nefarious intentions. This heart can seek a life of leisure, ascension to divinity, vengeance, and justice, or the pursuit of personal desires, even at the expense of others. For Qinglian Sannarin, his heart's intent was to eradicate evil and distinguish between right and wrong. Having acquiesced to Zhao Tiangong's request, he would not waver. Otherwise, he would succumb to inner demons, forever barred from further progress. Although overcoming such demons could illuminate the heart and elevate one's cultivation, few possessed the fortitude to achieve it. Qinglian Sannarin, having remained stagnant at the golden core level for so long, certainly did not believe himself capable. Confronted by the hundreds of adversaries before him, Qinglian Sannarin's heart quaked, yet he resolutely chose the path of righteousness over fear. Suddenly advancing, his expression darkened as he unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Qin Yu. Especially you, Qin Yu, the fourth son of the Qin family. How dare you commit such atrocious acts as abducting another's wife and inciting your kin to murder and silence? Do you not possess even a shred of conscience? Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback by Qinglian Sannarin's words, instinctively pointing to himself in confusion. When had he ever abducted a maiden? When had he ever committed murder? Who was this fellow with the gray halo above his head, spouting nonsensical accusations? As he pondered, the sudden movement of his arm inadvertently aggravated his injury, causing him to clutch his bruised wrist in pain. His features contorted. A surprise attack from a golden core expert, even without full force, was beyond Qin Yu's capacity to withstand. The fact that his arm remained functional was solely due to Qinglian Sanaren's restraint, as he did not wish to escalate the situation. Observing Qin Yu's agony, Zhang Xiaolan, who was supporting him, revealed a flicker of determination in her eyes. Her gaze turned fierce upon noticing Zhao Tiangang, who stood behind Qinglian Sanaren, cowering and hesitant to step forward. In a sudden burst of resolve, she charged forward, forcefully pushing past the guards in her way. With a swift motion, she drew a dagger from one of their waists. Stepping out into the open, with her steel blade brandished, she aimed it at Zhao Tiangang and Qinglian Sanaren. Zhao Tiangang, I should have killed you on the spot. What are you all waiting for? Slay them. Her intent to spare her childhood sweetheart had been to ensure their paths would diverge peacefully. Yet, to her shock, an expert had come to disrupt this crucial wedding, injuring her future husband in the process. Zhang Xiaolan was now consumed by rage, her furious shout sending shivers through the ranks of the Qin family. Exchanging glances, the Qin family disciples steeled themselves, their eyes narrowing as they raised their weapons, roaring as they charged toward Qinglian Sanaren. This unexpected turn of events left even Qinglian Sanaren momentarily dumbfounded, as he beheld the woman clad in bridal attire, wielding a steel blade and leading the charge against him. Qinglian Sanaren's mind momentarily faltered. What was happening? Wasn't he this the same lad who claimed his childhood sweetheart had been forcibly taken? Why did this woman react so vehemently upon his arrival? As if she were intent on cleaving him in two. There was no semblance of coercion here. Suddenly realizing something, Qinglian Sanaren turned to glance at the equally bewildered Qin Yu. A chilling thought struck him. Could it be that the childhood sweetheart Zhao Tiangang spoke of was none other than this plump girl? Was it possible that the so-called fourth son of the Qin family was actually a woman? Nimbly sidestepping Zhang Xiaolan's fierce strike, Qinglian Sanaren retreated swiftly, observing the relentless assault of the woman, who wielded her blade with ferocity, following up with a series of relentless attacks. Sensing the potent energy radiating from her, Qinglian Sanaren found himself reluctantly believing his earlier, far-fetched speculation. With such a fierce temperament, such a brutal approach, and possessing half-step innate strength at such a young age, this individual could undoubtedly be none other than the fourth son of the Qin family. With a distinct clang, Qinglian Sanaren parried Zhang Xiaolan's blade, sending her sprawling. Just as he dealt with one adversary, two more Golden Core experts from the Qin family surged forth, weapons drawn, followed closely by a throng of innate disciples. Amidst the clash of blades and the flashing of swords, Qinglian Sanaren found himself entangled in a fierce exchange with several experts, both parties leveraging their strength and numbers, resulting in a stalemate. As the Qin family's experts were forced to retreat momentarily, they regrouped, forming a circular formation to encircle Qinglian Sanaren. The leading Golden Core expert let out a thunderous roar. Qin family disciples, form the formation. With a resounding battle cry, the disciples combined their efforts, summoning the shadow of ravenous wolves to surge behind them, a manifestation of their family's secret technique, the Qin King's army breaking formation. Without affording Qinglian Sanaren a moment to react, dozens of the weakest yet still innate experts advanced, weapons drawn, the long spears thrusting forward with overwhelming force, while the blades slashed through the air, creating a wall of lethal energy. The Qin family, a clan forged through martial prowess, had risen to prominence through bloodshed and combat. Their techniques, whether in spear or swordplay, were rooted in the ethos of grand, sweeping battles. The Qin King's army breaking formation, designed to ensnare and annihilate formidable foes, was immensely powerful. Even with Qinglian Sanaren's superior strength, facing the relentless barrage of attacks from all directions, he found himself hard-pressed to defend against the onslaught. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Xiaolan, untrained in the combined techniques, leapt into the air with an explosive movement. Realizing she could not assist directly, she turned her ire toward Zhao Tiangang, her brow furrowed in fury. Devoid of any trace of tenderness, with a fierce determination, she charged towards him, dragging her steel blade along the ground, sparks flying in her wake. Hearing the shrill sound of metal scraping, Zhao Tiangang trembled in fear, scrambling to flee. Yet, just as he took a few steps, he found himself confronted by a looming figure clad in a resplendent red groom's attire, armored beneath for added intimidation. Qin Yu, whose eyes glared at him with a ferocity that suggested he was ready to devour him whole. If a protagonist were to crash the wedding,
or even a secondary character, Qin Yu might have accepted it. However, this fellow, an even darker villain, accompanied by an unknown gray-haloed individual, dared to disrupt the Qin family? Did he truly not understand the meaning of the gray-haloed power? Did he think Qin Yu was made of clay? Chapter 38. A mixed match of men and women. Zhao Tiangang. A furious roar erupted as Qin Yu swung his war spear, leaving a gleaming arc in the air. Zhao Tiangong's reflexes were commendable, as he narrowly evaded the strike. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the chilling blade of Zhang Xiaolan descended upon him. The battle ahead raged with the fierce clash of weapons, each inch of length translating to greater strength. On the rear, steel blades glimmered, each move a perilous and frenzied assault. Zhao Tiangang found himself ensnared between two assailants, momentarily flustered and utterly defenseless. After evading a barrage of blows, a muffled grunt escaped him as the crescent halberd struck him violently, sending him hurtling through the air. Fortunately, Qin Yu wielded a soldier's single-hooked Qinglong halberd, and by a stroke of fortune, the impact landed with the unhooked side against Zhao's chest, merely delivering a blow from a sturdy shaft. Had it been otherwise, Zhao, unarmored, would have surely been disemboweled on the spot. As Zhao was sent reeling, Qin Yu hefted the halberd onto his shoulder and swiftly pursued, the wind howling around him. Closing the distance, he lunged with a sideways thrust, only to hear a sharp chime as his full-force strike became ensnared upon the spine of a steel blade. Hastily retrieving another weapon from the ground, he steadied himself and raised the blade over his shoulder. With a muffled grunt, the steel blade met the crescent halberd at their junction, locking them in a tense standoff. The air grew still as Zhao, baring his teeth, and Qin Yu, his countenance aflame with fury, locked gazes, in the next instant. Roar erupted as Qin Yu swung his halberd with wild abandon, leveraging the advantages of his long weapon to charge at Zhao. Meanwhile, Zhao, desperately blocking with his steel blade, retreated while brandishing another, wielding both in a frenzied counterattack. Sparks flew as metal met metal, the sounds of battle echoing. It is said that a single sword against a spear invites certain death, and two blades against a gun spells mutual annihilation. Although Zhao clutched dual weapons, facing the battlefield's great killer, the spear, he found himself reduced to mere defense, his counterattacks a distant dream. After a fierce exchange spanning dozens of rounds, Zhao quickly discerned a flaw in Qin Yu's technique, more specifically, in the weapon he wielded. While the halberd is renowned as the essence of 100 weapons, a synthesis of myriad advantages, hooking, sweeping, slashing, stabbing, and slicing, Qin Yu's weapon was ultimately a mere guardian's implement. Lacking in finesse, the shaft, after all, was little more than a robust wooden stick. Recognizing that continuing this struggle would lead to his inevitable demise, Zhao suddenly dodged to the side, the cold gleam of the crescent blade slicing past his shoulder, inflicting a deep gash. Seizing the moment, Qin Yu, emboldened by his advantage, prepared to sever Zhao's arm. However, Zhao had already exploited this opening, his dual blades crossing in a swift maneuver. With a surge of vital energy, the wood of the Qinglong halberd splintered under the pressure. Realizing the sudden lightness in his grip, Qin Yu's pupils constricted as he instinctively thrust the halberd forward. Though the weapon had broken, the force of Qin Yu's might propelled the remaining tip into Zhao's chest, causing him to cry out in agony. Yet the momentum ceased there. With his body propping against the halberd, Zhao unleashed a flurry of strikes with his dual blades, quickly reducing the wooden shaft to splinters. As Qin Yu stumbled back in haste, Zhao, his eyes ablaze, lunged forward with murderous intent. Yet before the blades could descend, a flash of cold light erupted from the side. Slicing upward and cleaving through the weapons, Zhang Xiaolan, who had been hovering nearby, seized the moment as Qin Yu began to falter, her strikes unfaltering and decisive. Her onslaught was on an entirely different level compared to Qin Yu's raw ferocity. While he relied on brute strength and the advantage of reach, Zhang Xiaolan exhibited an overwhelming mastery, her movements imbued with the grace unique to women. With a steel blade in hand, she twirled like a dragon, forcing Zhao, despite his dual weapons, to retreat under her relentless assault. Unprepared for the sudden shift in combatants, Zhao was thrown into disarray once more. Had Zhang Xiaolan been more adept in her swordplay, her half-step innate prowess would have been sufficient to dispatch Zhao in mere moments. The clanging of metal resonated throughout the courtyard, while the distant figure of Qinglian Sanren found himself besieged by the elite of the Qin family and their formidable guests. In the meantime, Zhao had already sustained significant injuries at the hands of Zhang Xiaolan, who had left him with 3 distinct wounds in just a few exchanges. Gritting his teeth, Zhao feigned an opening, hoping to disarm Zhang Xiaolan before she could strike again. Yet, as he trapped her blade between his, a figure surged in from the side, clad in armor, with one arm hooking and the other hammering down. A resounding crack echoed as the 3 blades twisted and contorted under the pressure of their clash. With a single punch, Qin Yu bent Zhao's steel blade, then unleashed a ferocious double-fisted strike, akin to a rampaging bull, that landed squarely on Zhao's chest. Zhao, spitting blood, was sent flying more than 3 meters, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, emboldened by his success, shook his arms and assumed the stance of the Qin king's breaking army fist. Behind him, Zhang Xiaolan's fierce visage mirrored his intent as she readied the stance of the Qin family's eagle claw technique. Zhao Tiangang, you have gone too far, you brat. Today, I shall take your head as a trophy. Without granting Zhao any respite for explanation or struggle, Qin Yu charged forward with a furious roar. Zhang Xiaolan, who had intended to voice her thoughts, hurriedly followed suit. Witnessing this scene, Zhao's face blanched. If he had any chance of parrying their onslaught with weapons in hand, then rendered weaponless, he stood no chance against foes of similar strength, one of whom could easily overpower him in hand-to-hand combat. Not one to be foolish, he sought to find cover and maneuver against his 2 adversaries. Yet Qin Yu and Zhang Xiaolan were equally astute. They split into 2 flanks, effectively cornering Zhao and unleashing a relentless barrage upon him. Turning sharply, Zhao barely evaded Qin Yu's sweeping punch, which crashed into a wooden beam nearby, splintering it into a flurry of fragments. Before he could catch his breath, a sharp pain seared through his back, eliciting a pained cry. Zhang Xiaolan had arrived from behind, her claws striking twice, her first claw tearing through the flesh of his back, while the second narrowly missed as Zhao dodged just in time. The wall beside them bore the marks of her ferocity, 5 deep gouges left in its wake, under the relentless assault from both sides. Zhao quickly found himself battered and bruised, his arms, once shields, now resembling bloodied rags, as his defenses faltered. Their blows grew increasingly severe. Finally, with a sweeping strike, Qin Yu landed a crushing blow to Zhao's neck, lifting him off the ground momentarily. Before he could descend, Zhang Xiaolan leaped and delivered a powerful kick, sending him soaring once more. Chapter 39. The struggle of a cornered beast, dizzy and disoriented. Zhao Tiangang crashed heavily to the ground, struggling to rise, as he braced himself with trembling hands. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed behind him. Zhang Xiaolan's voice, laced with fury, rang out, "You abandoned me, and I bore no grudge. I aided you in your intrusion into the Qin household, Zhao Tiangang. Yet why do you persist in harming me time and again?" Gazing at Zhao's pitiful state, any semblance of compassion had vanished from Zhang Xiaolan's heart, replaced solely by indignation. "On the day of my wedding, you bring trouble upon me. How am I to hold my head high among the Qin family? How can I show my face before my husband?" Her anger swelled with each word, her arms trembling with rage. A woman fears disgrace, and a man fears ridicule. As an ordinary farmer's daughter, Zhang Xiaolan valued loyalty above all else. Now, on the eve of her matrimonial ceremony, a man had dared to disrupt her happiness. How many whispers would circulate about her in the future? What had once been a severed bond between her and Zhao Tiangang had now ignited a desire for vengeance deep within her heart. Yet, before the incensed Zhang Xiaolan could charge forward, a figure suddenly interposed himself, halting her advance. Qin Yu raised a hand to restrain her, even going so far as to grasp her chin, forcing her to turn her head aside. "This matter is for me to resolve. It may get a bit bloody. Turn your head away." With that, Qin Yu did not wait for Zhang Xiaolan's response, striding purposefully toward Zhao. Injured and barely able to stand, Zhao Tiangang was no match for Qin Yu. He staggered, managing to absorb several blows until a thunderous strike landed squarely on his chest, followed by a flurry of punches that rendered Zhao's combat capabilities null. Having completed this, Qin Yu had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. With a single hand, he thrust toward Zhao's neck. After all, he was already draped in the mantle of the antagonist. He needed to exercise caution. The fate of villains who speak too much should not befall him. Crack, as the fingers, charged with vital energy, stiffened abruptly, they halted just before Zhao Tiangong's neck, pressing against the skin yet unable to penetrate even a fraction further. Observing the blood-soaked arm that clutched his wrist with unyielding strength, Qin Yu's pupils constricted in sudden shock as he turned to his side. Standing beside him, obstructing his movements, was none other than the formidable expert brought by Zhao Tiangang. Drenched in crimson, his azure robe was stained with blood, and numerous scars marred his face. Yet, despite the onslaught from so many skilled fighters, this individual had miraculously survived and managed to break through the encirclement. Before Qin Yu could recover from his astonishment, the Qinglian Taoist swiftly seized Qin Yu's throat, holding him firmly before him. Meanwhile, the Qin family's experts, armed and encroaching from all directions, hastily halted their advance. Glancing at the encircling adversaries, the Qinglian Taoist's eyes twitched slightly. Although the Golden Core was not a watershed moment, with none entering the nascent soul realm being considered mortal, the half-step into transcendence that the Qinglian Taoist had achieved should not have left him in such a dire predicament. Even if besieged by numerous masters, he should have only been forced to retreat. The issue lay in the fact that among the guests at the Qin family gathering, there were two formidable experts of his own caliber, one a Golden Core cultivator, the other a Guiyuan realm martial artist. Both had insidiously concealed themselves within the crowd, seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, which led to the Qinglian Taoist sustaining grievous injuries. Had it not been for a third-grade protective treasure he possessed, which had momentarily shielded him, he would have surely perished on the spot. With a grip tightening around Qin Yu's throat, the Qinglian Taoist's expression twisted into a snarl as he bellowed, "All of you, stand back. If anyone dares to approach even a step closer, I will end his life." At these words, the crowd recoiled in alarm. Even the two masters from Tianlong City refrained from making any rash moves. After all, if the fourth son of the Qin family were to perish at their hands, they would be implicated as well. Just then, Zhang Xiaolin burst through the crowd, stepping forward with narrowed eyes directed at the Qinglian Taoist. "Release him, and I assure you that you will leave here alive." Humph, assurance. I trust no one's promises. Little did he expect that a momentary whim to lend assistance would nearly cost him his life. The Qinglian Taoist's complexion was exceptionally poor, and as he refused to release his hostage, Zhang Xiaolin's expression grew increasingly grave. "What do you wish to do? This matter has nothing to do with him. Take it up with me. I have no particular desires. I intend to take him and leave. Once we are far enough away, I will naturally release him. None of you are permitted to follow." "Very well, but I warn you, should anything happen to my husband, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth and ensure your demise. I, Zhang Xiaolin, swear to the heavens." As Zhang Xiaolin's resolute words fell, the Qinglian Taoist remained unfazed, yet Qin Yu began to tremble, his complexion turning a ghastly pale. He had meticulously calculated every eventuality, yet he had never anticipated that Zhang Xiaolin would turn out to be a widow seeking vengeance. Noticing Qin Yu's distress, Zhang Xiaolin softened her gaze and whispered reassuringly, "Do not fear, my husband. While I am here today, you shall come to no harm, my dear brother. Do not heed this woman's nonsense. She cannot harm you." Looking up at the Qinglian Taoist, the only thing Qin Yu could do was silently pray that this elder brother was not a villain of great misfortune. Otherwise, if he were to directly oppose Zhang Xiaolin, sneeringly declaring, "I shall kill your husband, what will you do about it?" and then proceed to twist his head off like a can lid, Qin Yu would truly have no words left to express his frustration. Fortunately, the Qinglian Taoist was not a mindless antagonist. Even if he wished to kill Qin Yu, he would never dare to act in front of so many witnesses. Otherwise, he could forget about leaving alive. For him, the most pressing matter was to escape the Qin family with his hostage in tow. Controlling Qin Yu, the Qinglian Taoist began to retreat slowly with Zhao Tiangang, but before they could reach the exit, chaos erupted in the crowd. Suddenly, the Qin family disciples parted to reveal a figure with hands clasped behind his back, his face shadowed as he approached the Qinglian Taoist. "Leave? You too arrive uninvited, yet wish to depart without leaving any gifts. What do you take my Qin family for?" Seeing the man step forward from the crowd, the Qinglian Taoist's pupils constricted. "Qin Shou. Indeed, it is I. Gazing at the battle-worn Qinglian Taoist and the captured Qin Yu, Qin Shou's brows furrowed, his voice growing colder. "Now, You have two choices. 1. Sever an arm and leave this place, and this matter will be forgotten. 2. Die here. Choose. As Qin Shou's words echoed in the courtyard. Silence enveloped the room. The corner of the Qinglian Taoist's mouth twitched, his grip on Qin Yu's throat tightening. What, do you wish to fight to the death with me? And if I do you not care for your son's life? I have 4 sons and numerous daughters. Do you think I would miss one for my old age? At this declaration, the Qinglian Taoist paused, while Qin Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Zhang Xiaolan, standing beside Qin Shou, cast a peculiar glance at him. This statement sounded eerily familiar as the atmosphere thickened. Qin Shou approached the Qinglian Taoist, his face impassive, devoid of any visible emotion. Even though the Qinglian Taoist did not consider himself significantly weaker, he could not help but take a step back. After all, he was severely injured. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaolan opened her mouth, seemingly about to voice a concern, but was halted by Qin Shou's raised hand. This matter is for me to resolve. You need not intervene. Upon hearing Qin Shou's words, Zhang Xiaolan could only obediently close her mouth, falling silent as Qin Shou stopped a few meters before the Qinglian Taoist. The heavy sound of breathing filled the otherwise quiet hall. Observing the Qinglian Taoist's tense demeanor, Qin Shou's lips curled into a slight smile. Are you afraid? It is only human nature to fear death. There is no shame in it. I have feared death myself. Casting a glance at the distressed Qin Yu, Qin Shou's eyes narrowed as he suddenly looked up at the Qinglian Taoist. Release him? And if you can withstand 3 of my punches, I shall spare your life. This proclamation. The Qinglian Taoist was momentarily taken aback. Then a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes, gathering strength. He tightened his grip around Qin Yu's neck, preparing himself. You still care for your son, do not misunderstand. This is not a negotiation. I am merely informing you of how you might survive. You may also choose not to release him. With a flick of his wrists, Qin Shou rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms, his expression now serious. However, at that point, what awaits you will be more than just 3 punches. As he spoke, a dense aura of vital energy radiated from Qin Shou's body, swirling around him with a menacing hiss. The blood-red essence was enough to send chills down the spine of anyone who merely glanced at it. They say that the spirit follows its master. The aura cultivated by Qin Shou manifested in a crimson hue, a testament to the countless lives he had taken, a number that no one could ever accurately tally. Faced with Qin Shou's unwavering stance, which indicated an imminent attack, and observing the encroaching crowd armed with weapons, the Qinglian Taoist took a deep breath and silently released his hold on Qin Yu's throat. The master of the Qin family is the foremost expert of Tianlong City. I have long been aware of your esteemed name and have sought an opportunity to spar with you. Since you wish to engage in a contest of 3 punches, I shall comply. Before he could finish his sentence, noticing Qin Yu evade, a flash of crimson light ignited in Qin Shou's eyes. In the next instant, he vanished from his position like the wind. The ground where he had stood was instantly riddled with cracks, shattered bricks and tiles flying up to half a meter high. Caught off guard by Qin Shou's sudden attack, the Qinglian Taoist barely had time to raise his arms in defense. The next moment, a resounding thud echoed in the ears of the onlookers as Qin Shou sidestepped, delivering a powerful punch that collided with the crossed arms of the Qinglian Taoist. The contrasting energies of crimson and azure clashed violently, the blue lotus blooming before the Qinglian Taoist in an attempt to sever the oncoming wave of blood energy. However, that ferocious blood energy was incredibly potent, targeting a single point with devastating force. In the first second, the blood energy scattered upon impact with the lotus, surging along its edges with reckless abandon, tearing the ground and the building apart in an instant. Within a mere second, the courtyard, paved with blue bricks, was marred by a straight line of cuts stretching over 10 meters. In the second, the blue lotus shattered, its surface cracking, and streams of blood energy erupted forth, striking the Qinglian Taoist and exploding into arrows of blood. In that instant, the Qinglian Taoist's arms, which had been raised in defense, were rendered a mass of injuries, exposing the stark white of bone beneath. In the third second, the delayed scream of agony finally pierced the air, amidst the anguished wails that the Qinglai master could no longer suppress. Qin Shou, with a stern countenance, unleashed a devastating punch that pierced through the defenses of the Qinglai. His fist surged forth, breaking through the lotus flower, and struck fiercely against the chest of the Qinglei master. Another resounding boom reverberated as a colossal lotus, composed of spiritual energy, erupted, sending the figure of the Qinglei master hurtling backward. The force of his body collided with the structures behind him, collapsing them. As he was propelled over 10 meters away, lying amidst the ruins, gasping for breath, his arms, once used for defense, now reduced to a cloud of blood mist. Standing before the scene of devastation, gazing at the 10-meter-long trench carved by his punch and the bloodied figure lying at its end, Qin Shou could not help but emit a cold snort, once again clasping his hands behind his back. 3 punches. Do I truly need to go through such trouble to eliminate you? Cough. Qin Shou. You lack integrity, stammered the Qinglei master, lying amidst the bricks and tiles, utterly devoid of strength to rise. You ambushed me. Ambush? Qin Shou retorted, standing proudly with his hands behind his back, looking down upon the distant figure. Was it not merely my intention to grant you a swift end? Tell me, had I not ambushed you, would you have had the confidence to withstand 3 punches? You, if you claim you could. I shall have someone heal you and then strike you down once more. His declaration rendered the onlookers, including the Qinglei master, utterly speechless. While the prior punch had indeed lacked martial ethics, the Qinglei master had been caught completely off guard by Qin Shou, who had similarly refrained from any buildup of power, delivering his strike in haste. Neither had exerted their full strength, yet the Qinglei master had still sustained grievous injuries, teetering on the brink of death. Even if given another chance, it was certain he would not endure more than 10 moves. The prowess of Qin Shou towered far above that of the Qinglei master. Observing the latter rendered speechless, Qin Shou scoffed once more. Blame yourself for provoking someone you ought not to have. And no sooner had the words left his lips than he stomped his foot and swung his fist. In a swift motion, as he sank into a horse stance, his right arm descended like a cannonball. Blood-red true energy roared forth with this punch, morphing into a vibrant tiger that lunged toward the Qinglei master in the distance. This was no unparalleled martial art, but rather one of the most commonplace boxing styles available, the 12 forms of Xingyi, the tiger form. Yet, while others might merely mimic its form, beginners could only grasp its essence, and those who had mastered it could condense its shadow into a tangible force. Few, however, could manifest their martial way into a corporeal entity that could strike and kill as Qin Shou did. Not to mention, by virtue of this single technique, Qin Shou was indeed worthy of being called a martial arts grandmaster. As the formidable, nearly tangible tiger charged forth, it appeared as a blood-red monstrosity. The Qinglei master, utterly bereft of the strength to retaliate, felt his eyes widen in terror as he let out a fierce roar. In the next moment, a thunderous sound echoed throughout the Qin family estate as the unleashed tiger collided heavily with the Qinglei master, only to be thwarted by a glowing jewel that steadfastly defended him. The clash between the tiger and the jewel erupted into a shower of crimson, scattering the ruins behind the Qinglei master. However, shielded by the jewel, the Qinglei master remained unscathed. Seizing the moment of shock among the crowd, he unleashed the last remnants of his true energy, and in an instant, a damaged flying sword sped toward him, rapidly expanding in mid-air. With the last of his strength, the Qinglei master leaped upward, simultaneously drawing along the nearby Zhao Tiangang with his true energy. In the next heartbeat, the sword light flashed like thunder, carrying the two skyward. Where do you think you're going? As the duo attempted to flee, Qin Shou would not allow it. With a sudden tremor of his arms, he sidestepped and executed the Qin family's ultimate technique, the Qin King's Cauldron Lift. Accompanied by the convergence of true energy, he soared upward, creating visible shockwaves that rippled through the air. The surrounding crowd was immediately thrown into disarray by the force of this energy wave, with the stronger individuals staggering back while the weaker ones were sent flying several meters. The true energy, transformed into a deadly sword, struck at the two figures in the sky with a speed that left no room for reaction. As the blood mist exploded and shattered the surrounding clouds, though the two targeted individuals swayed violently, they were not immediately brought down. Amidst their tumultuous movements, the sword beneath their feet accelerated once more, swiftly vanishing from the spectator's sight. Upon witnessing the enemy's escape, the Qin family's disciples were taken aback, brandishing their weapons and preparing to pursue. However, Qin Shou raised a hand to halt their actions. Let him go, Patriarch. But he, The cultivators are adept at speed. We martial artists cannot catch up. Your pursuit would be futile. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qin Shou gazed into the distance, his voice steady. Moreover, he has endured 3 punches from me without perishing. I ought to allow him to leave, lest I break the rules. Understood, Patriarch. At Qin Shou's words, his disciples promptly nodded in acquiescence. The guests in attendance also expressed their admiration for Qin Shou's adherence to his word. Yet, Qin Shou himself bore a slightly sullen expression. He was not truly upholding a promise. The reason he refrained from chasing was twofold. First, he could not catch up, and second, that boy had been rendered incapacitated, rendering him no longer a threat to the Qin family. Whether or not to pursue was inconsequential. Furthermore, today was a momentous occasion, the wedding of his son. To maintain an upright image before his daughter-in-law, Qin Shou was unwilling to let her perceive him as ruthless for the sake of 2 worthless individuals. Naturally, the matter of pursuit would be addressed later, for these scoundrels had dared to kill his son. Even if that son was the least capable of the 4, with no martial prowess or strategy, and held a deep grudge against Zhang Xiaolan, Qin Shou held him in disdain. Yet, despite his shortcomings, that boy was still his son. This vendetta would eventually be avenged. Turning around, Qin Shou's gaze softened as he saw Zhang Xiaolan tending to Qin Yu's wounds. A warm smile quickly graced his face. The insignificant ones have been driven away. Let us proceed with the wedding ceremony to avoid delaying this auspicious day. Zhang Xiaolan, upon hearing this, cast a nervous glance at Qin Yu. But, young Master Qin, fear not. This boy is quite resilient. Mere minor injuries are of no consequence. With that, Qin Shou publicly announced the commencement of the wedding ceremony, and the entire Qin family estate once again buzzed with festivity. Amidst the cheers and revelry, Zhang Xiaolan, now covered with a red veil once more, stood alongside the freshly attired Qin Yu as they came together once again. However, this time, the proceedings adhered to a more traditional format. Bow to heaven and earth. Honor the ancestors and the heavens. Bow to your parents. Respect the elders. Then, the couple bowed to one another, vowing to support each other through thick and thin, never to part, and to grow old together. As the 2 completed their bows, Qin Shou, seated at the head of the table, wore an exceptionally amiable smile. His demeanor was so gentle that it seemed a far cry from the ferocity he had displayed earlier. As he watched Qin Yu rise slowly, Qin Shou nodded in satisfaction. Among his 4 sons, this youngest one was indeed the least capable. Yet, this was also due to his late birth, with the family's crucial enterprises already firmly in the grasp of his elder brothers. Nonetheless, Qin Shou's fondness lay solely with this 4th son. One must realize that as one's cultivation level ascended, the likelihood of bearing offspring diminished. Otherwise, those renowned couples who had spent millennia together would have likely birthed an army of children within that time. So how could there be so many childless couples? To have a child in one's later years naturally invited affection. Moreover, the mother of Qin Yu was the first and only woman Qin Shou had married purely out of love, rather than for family interests. Regrettably, the woman faced great hardships. Despite Qin Shou's lavish expenditure on longevity and rejuvenation elixirs, she could not live beyond a century. Shortly after giving birth to Qin Yu, she passed away in Qin Shou's embrace. From that moment on, Qin Shou had never taken another wife or concubine. Looking up at the sky, he sighed, a hint of melancholy in his gaze. Had she been alive, she would surely have been overjoyed at this moment. But no, if she were to witness how I raised this boy into such a wastrel, she would likely have gone to great lengths to reprimand me. Yet, this 4th son, lacking talent and ambition, and devoid of wit, even if Qin Shou were to invest in his training, how could he compete with his brothers? The answer was abundantly clear. Once Qin Shou transcended and passed away, he would undoubtedly be usurped from the position of patriarch, facing an even grimmer fate. Not cultivating him, allowing him to live freely as he desired, and gifting him a sum of money upon adulthood to lead a life of leisure, that was already the best outcome for the 4th son. Yet, fate played its hand, for this seemingly unremarkable 4th son had found a wife of extraordinary talent. It appeared that the position of patriarch would soon need to be reconsidered. Casting a glance at his eldest and 2nd sons, who bore less than favorable expressions, Qin Shou paid them no mind. Instead, he retrieved a small jade box from his robes and presented it to Zhang Xiaolan, who had just risen. My dear, since you have called me father, I cannot let this go unacknowledged. Here, take this third-grade foundation establishment pill as a token of my goodwill. As the words fell, a profound silence enveloped the grand hall. Everyone stared in astonishment at the jade box, with the second son nearly popping his eyes out in disbelief. The alchemical pills were classified into 9 grades, with the 9th being worthless and the first exalted. Among them, the pills that could break through realms were the most precious. A third-grade foundation establishment pill could elevate one's success rate of breaking through by at least 50%. The value of such an item could easily surpass 10,000 spirit stones. Father, father, father! The second son, suddenly regaining his senses, stuttered as he spoke, his hand trembling slightly as he pointed at the foundation establishment pill. It was worth noting that he had been stuck at the peak of the postnatal realm for 8 years. Having consumed 2 lower-grade foundation establishment pills, both of which had resulted in failure. Now, witnessing his father intending to bestow such a treasure upon another, his eyes brimmed with tears of frustration. Qin Shou, hearing the commotion, offered no reply, merely maintaining a beaming smile as he cast a sidelong glance at him. Sensing the underlying chill concealed beneath his father's jovial demeanor, the second son, who had initially wished to say something, shuddered and hastily sealed his lips, bowing his head in silence, his fists clenched tightly. It was not only the second son who was taken aback. Qin Yu felt the same, gazing at the precious foundation establishment pill. Qin Yu excitedly turned to his father, gesturing towards himself. Perceiving his fourth son's actions, Qin Shou, with an impassive expression, tossed a wooden box towards him, causing Qin Yu to fumble in his attempt to catch it. Then, under Qin Yu's eager gaze, the wooden box opened to reveal a pill within. An 8th grade foundation establishment pill, valued at a mere 100 spirit stones, could at most enhance the success rate of breaking through by 20%. Glancing at the exquisite jade box in Zhang Xiaolin's hands, then down at his own tattered wooden box, Qin Yu looked up at Qin Shou with an expression devoid of emotion. Am I truly your son? Qin Shou, responding with equal impassivity, met his gaze. If you were not my son, you wouldn't even be able to possess this. Oh, be honest. Based on Zhang Xiaolin's aptitude, even if you were to give her a 9th grade pill, she would still succeed in her breakthrough effortlessly, even without it. Young man, if you dare covet that pill, I shall personally strangle you. Chapter 42. The True Role of Fortune Within the Bridal Chamber. Qin Yu sat on a chair, sighing heavily, particularly after glancing at the 8th grade foundation establishment pill nearby. His frustration only deepened. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaolin sat demurely on the edge of the bed, cradling the small jade box in her hands. Observing Qin Yu's expression of disillusionment and perceived injustice, she gently caressed the jade box and couldn't help but speak softly. Qin Gongfu, if you truly desire the foundation establishment pill, why not use mine? You and I need not speak of it. I am certain that my esteemed father would not discover it. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu abruptly turned to glance at her. Sensing his peculiar gaze, Zhang Xiaolin shyly lowered her head, the jewels atop her head gently swaying and producing a soft jingling sound. Do not worry about me. Even without this, I believe I can succeed in my breakthrough. Her words resonated with Qin Yu, who nodded in agreement. He had no doubt that Zhang Xiaolin could achieve her breakthrough through her own abilities. After all, she was the protagonist, blessed with a golden aura, a harbinger of great fortune. Given such luck, if she couldn't even manage to break through to the foundation establishment stage on her own, what chance did a minor antagonist like Qin Yu have? However, alas, shaking his head, Qin Yu rose with a sigh, moving to Zhang Xiaolin's side and gently patting her on the head. You should keep it for yourself. But I am merely at the 6th level of the postnatal realm. There is still a long way to go before I can break through to the innate stage. You need not fret for me. Moreover, your growth and strength would also aid me, so do not overthink it. To steal from the protagonist, such a notion would require a truly deranged individual. If previously Qin Yu believed that fortune merely represented opportunities, and that seizing it could obliterate the protagonist, then after the events of the day, he had come to a firm conclusion. Fortune not only signifies opportunity but also embodies luck, divine favor, and the outcomes during moments of crisis. In the same situation, where others might perish, the protagonist could turn misfortune into fortune. Faced with calamities, while others might face near-death experiences, the protagonist would emerge unscathed. This, indeed, is the essence of the protagonist's fortune. She was cherished by the heavens, while one dared to snatch her treasures before her parents' eyes. When the fortunes clashed, one could only wonder who would meet their demise. The arrival of the Qinglian Taoists saw Qin Yu, the weakest and most unfortunate, wounded first. Then, at an untimely moment, when Zhang Xiaolan retreated, Qin Yu prepared to strike, only to find himself cornered. It was as if fate conspired against him. Had their fortunes not been equally lacking, Qin Yu might have been sacrificed today. Moreover, the earlier incident involving the jade pendant was equally peculiar. He had exhausted every effort to eliminate Zhao Tiangang and seize his opportunities, yet all his plans were thwarted by a series of fortuitous coincidences. In the end, the pendant was snatched back. Although the jade was shattered, the fragments did not hinder its use. Rather, they dispelled the danger of possession. Had Zhao Tiangang not acted foolishly and had Zhang Xiaolan, equally fortunate, not consumed the jade in desperation, Qin Yu would be left wondering where the jade would ultimately reside. Seating himself beside Zhang Xiaolan, he gazed at her as she held the jade box, her demeanor shy and silent. His emotions were complex. In a certain sense, given this woman's fortune, she could be seen as a harbinger of misfortune for her husband. After all the events of the past few days, Qin Yu felt that she had indeed brought him misfortune. Yet, the marriage had been solemnized, the rituals performed, and the wine consumed. With the matter now settled, he could only adapt and respond. He could only hope to rid himself of the ominous shadow looming over him swiftly. Otherwise, with the continued clash of fortunes, he feared he might not even know how he would meet his end. Xiaolan, focus on your cultivation and strive for an early breakthrough to the innate realm. Listening to Qin Yu's gentle voice, Zhang Xiaolan's lips quivered slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, her cheeks flushed as she softly replied, "Actually, I do not care much for my cultivation level, but I do. My father cares even more. If I were to harm myself before you break through to the innate stage, my father would surely hang me from the city gate. So, you should earnestly focus on your training." As night deepened, the once vibrant Qin family estate gradually returned to its former tranquility. Simultaneously, outside the city, in a dilapidated temple, two figures burst through the temple doors, stumbling inside. The two beggars resting within the temple, startled by the commotion, hurriedly rose. One, particularly irritable, shivered in the cold wind that rushed in and yelled, "Who is it? Have you no sense of decency in the dead of night? Can't you see someone is trying to sleep?" After his outburst, as the two beggars caught sight of the newcomers in the moonlight, they gasped in shock. Emerging from the shadows were two men, Zhao Tiangang and the Qinglian Taoist. This moment, Zhao Tiangang bore significant injuries, while the Qinglian Taoist was drenched in blood, his arms severed, appearing utterly tragic. Upon hearing the shout and noticing the presence of others inside the temple, Zhao Tiangong's pupils constricted. He abruptly released his grip on the Qinglian Taoist and unsheathed the steel blade at his waist, charging angrily toward the two beggars. The beggars, terrified, let out sharp cries and turned to flee toward the back of the statue. However, before they could escape a few steps, Zhao Tiangang had already caught up and swung his blade down. With two agonizing cries, the beggars collapsed, lifeless in a pool of blood. Having completed his grim task, Zhao Tiangang sheathed his blade and turned to assist the Qinglian Taoist, helping him to sit on the grass. The Qinglian Taoist, who had been dizzy and weak, widened his eyes in shock upon witnessing this. "You need not have killed them." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Tiangang replied, "If they were to alert others, it would be the end for both of us. The Qin family has offered a bounty of 10,000 taels of silver. Do you truly believe they would resist the temptation, being so alone in the world?" Sighing heavily, the Qinglian Taoist leaned against the wall, seated in the straw, and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. While he relished in swift retribution, it did not signify that he was a fool. Originally, he had believed Zhao Tiangong's words due to the notorious reputation of the Qin family and had been persuaded to commit robbery. Yet, upon arriving at the scene, the so-called childhood sweetheart had displayed more fervor than even the Qin family's disciples, practically eager to eliminate them on the spot. Now, coupled with this young man's ruthless methods of killing at a whim, the Qinglian Taoist realized that he had likely been used as a pawn. But now that he understood, what did it matter? In this present moment, my injuries have left me in such a dire state that nearly all of my prowess has been diminished. The process of recuperation alone may take a decade or more, and whether I can ever regain the use of my arm remains uncertain. This loss, I must simply endure. Zhao Tiangang remained oblivious to the subtle shift in the demeanor of the Chilean hermit, and he felt a profound gratitude towards this expert who was willing to assist him. But of course, both men were currently bound by necessity, and Zhao Tiangong's need for protection from the hermit was a significant reason for his warm-heartedness. I shall procure some herbs and provisions, esteemed sir. Please wait here for a moment. I will return shortly. After rummaging through the belongings of a nearby beggar and finding nothing of sustenance, Zhao Tiangang seized a steel knife and turned to leave. However, at that moment, the Chilean hermit abruptly halted his actions. There is no need to search. My injuries cannot be healed with mere common herbs. Do not trouble yourself. Esteemed sir, I am but a humble practitioner, and I am no match for the Qin family. This fate I have suffered is of my own making. If you seek vengeance against the Qin family, you must find a more capable ally. For I am powerless. What? Esteemed sir, do not insist. Once I have regained my strength, I shall return to recuperate at dawn. The opportunity between us ends here. Chapter 43. The Death of the Chilean Hermit. Upon hearing the words of the Chilean hermit, Zhao Tiangang opened his mouth but ultimately could find no response. After all, the hermit had spoken, and what could he possibly say in reply? He sat in silence beside him, and the room fell into an uneasy quiet. Gazing at his injuries and recalling the terrifying punch of the Qin family patriarch, he turned to look at the Chilean hermit. After a few moments of contemplation, Zhao Tiangang suddenly rose. Esteemed sir, I am not yet able to fast. I find myself rather hungry. I shall seek some food, and since we are to part ways tomorrow, although I may not find anything of great value, I must offer you a drink in gratitude before I depart. Very well, young brother, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. As Zhao Tiangang stepped out of the room, the Chilean hermit narrowed his eyes, controlling the last remnants of his true energy to summon his treasured sword to his side. After witnessing the young man's ruthless methods, the hermit had begun to harbor a sense of caution. In the world outside, one must always remain vigilant. The Chilean hermit, once a formidable figure, was no longer indifferent to Zhao Tiangong's minor abilities. Now, having been severely injured, Zhao Tiangang possessed the capacity to pose a threat, and the hermit could not afford to be careless. Approximately half an hour later, the door creaked open once more, and Zhao Tiangang re-entered, cradling some fruits, a roasted chicken, and a bottle of wine. The origins of these items were unknown to the Chilean hermit, nor did he wish to inquire. When Zhao Tiangang eagerly offered the wine, the hermit accepted without hesitation, downing it in one swift motion. However, he refrained from consuming any food, citing his need for healing as a reason to enter a state of meditative practice. As he sat cross-legged, motionless, Zhao Tiangang gnawed on the roasted chicken, his gaze fixed intently upon the hermit. Time ticked by in the abandoned temple, enveloped in silence, until the Chilean hermit, with eyes still closed in contemplation, suddenly swayed slightly and then opened his eyes wide, gazing in shock at Zhao Tiangang. The hermit's expression was one of disbelief. Despite his carefulness, having neither consumed food nor allowed the wine to pass his lips, he now found his body in disarray. A sense of powerlessness washed over him as his already damaged meridians began to falter. Sensing the dire situation, the Chilean hermit struggled to rise, but as he managed to lift himself halfway, he collapsed heavily to the ground. You, Zhao Tiangang, gripping his steel knife, silently stood as well, his expression devoid of emotion, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. This is a specially crafted soporific I prepared to deal with merchants and their bodyguards. It proves effective even against innate masters. I was concerned it might not affect you, but it appears your injuries are indeed severe. Zhao Tiangang, we bear no grudge. I have even shown you kindness. Why do you treat me thus? Kindness? Have you never heard the saying, to send a Buddha is to send him to the West? You chose to abandon me in my time of need. What am I to do? How am I to survive under the pursuit of the Qin family? Tightly gripping the hilt of his knife, Zhao Tiangong's eyes gradually narrowed. Since you are incapacitated, why not relinquish that protective jade of yours to me? Let us part amicably. You. The Chilean hermit leaned against the wall, his already severed arm making him appear even more wretched. Yet, Zhao Tiangang did not approach immediately. Instead, he touched the wound at his waist. A look of trepidation crossing his face, he bore a wound inflicted by a bodyguard during his earlier ambush of the merchants, a strike that had come from an unanticipated attack. while that bodyguard had also appeared to be affected. Lacking any strength to resist, he had managed to retaliate as Zhao Tiangang drew near. Had he not reacted quickly, he might have fallen victim to a fatal counterattack. Having learned from past misfortunes, Zhao Tiangang would not be so easily deceived a second time. Regardless of whether this man was feigning or sincere, he could not afford to approach him again. Cautiously retrieving a pouch of soporific powder from his waist, Zhao Tiangang opened it and blew the contents towards the Chilean hermit, while simultaneously placing an antidote pill in his mouth. This rudimentary tactic was executed with remarkable finesse, as the powder billowed towards him. The Chilean hermit had no means of evading it, and his pupils constricted as he bellowed in fury, "Zhao Tiangang, I shall not rest until I have avenged myself upon you." No sooner had he spoken than the sword embedded beside him whirled and shot toward Zhao Tiangang, aimed directly at his face. Regrettably, weakened by his injuries and the poison, the hermit's sword technique lacked both form and force, and its speed was lamentably slow. Zhao Tiangang had anticipated this and sidestepped, the blade merely slicing a small tear in his clothing as he successfully evaded the attack. The sword clattered to the ground several meters away, and Zhao Tiangang, remaining cautious, kicked it aside before drawing his steel knife and lunging at the Chilean hermit. Despite the hermit's desperate struggles, Zhao Tiangang thrust his knife into the hermit's body with force, twisting it vigorously. After delivering several stabs and witnessing the hermit's widening eyes, which gradually lost their spark, Zhao Tiangang finally withdrew his blade, letting out a cold snort. "Threatening me even in death, I fear not the living. Why should I fear the dead? Moreover, without achieving the Yuanying stage, one's soul remains formless. Where could you possibly flee to become a ghost?" Had the individual before him been a legendary Yuanying cultivator, Zhao Tiangang might have hesitated to harbor any malice. Unfortunately, he was merely a golden core practitioner, incapable of separating his soul or seizing another's body, with no hope of escaping to seek revenge. Once he was dead, he was truly gone. There would be no saving him. Pushing aside the lifeless form of the Chilean hermit, Zhao Tiangang began rifling through his belongings. He found a jade storage ring, an item he had never encountered before and knew not how to manipulate, a broken postnatal grade sword, its quality unknown but evidently not of great worth, was also present. Additionally, there was a gourd that could hold a considerable quantity of fine wine, barely qualifying as a magical artifact. Finally, the Piece d'Arsistance, the jade that had repeatedly saved the Chilean hermit's life. Gently caressing the jade in his hand, Zhao Tiangang gazed at it with a mixture of emotions. In his youth, he too had possessed a treasured jade, within which resided a celestial sister. Alas, those days were long gone. Not only had the jade been taken from him, but his childhood sweetheart had also been lost to him. How could that woman have grown so powerful so suddenly? I have heard no tales of the Qin family possessing any secret treasures. Could it be that the secrets within the jade had been shared with her by that corpulent fellow? No wonder she was so aligned with the Qin family. She had clearly become complicit. With a grip tightening around the jade, Zhao Tiangang's gaze grew increasingly fierce. In the short term, he dared not provoke the Qin family, but that did not mean he would relent. The enmity between them was far from over. As Zhao Tiangang sat beside the corpse, attempting to open the storage ring, a chilling voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "What a ruthless lad. Your benefactor says kill, and you do so. You are truly a promising candidate for villainy." At these words, Zhao Tiangang's entire body jolted, and he hastily grabbed his steel knife, rising to his feet. "Who goes there?" Chapter 44, Disciple of the Demon Sect, who is there? Show yourself. As he listened to the disembodied, chilling laughter echoing around him, Zhao Tiangang gripped his steel knife, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Just as his words fell, a cold wind whispered past his ear. That icy voice leaned in closely, softly speaking, "Young lad, did you seek me?" This sudden disturbance rendered Zhao Tiangang frozen in place, his hand trembling slightly as the steel knife slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. The ability to approach him so silently indicated that the individual possessed strength beyond his own. This was a master. Listening to the crisp sound of the blade striking the ground and gazing at the motionless figure before him, the man in black standing behind revealed an expression of keen interest in his eyes. "Not bad. I thought you would dodge," he remarked. "Senior, your strength is formidable. Killing me would be a mere trifle." Why should I engage in futile efforts? Ha, you certainly have a way with words, but alas, I dare not accept your flattery, especially with the past serving as a cautionary tale. Gliding like a specter, the man in black floated away from Zhao Tiangang, approaching the lifeless body of Qinglian Sanren. He squatted beside it, examining it closely while making a clicking sound with his tongue. What a fine golden core practitioner! Not perishing at the hands of a master or succumbing to the tribulations of heaven, yet instead falling to the likes of you, a mere child. Truly disgraceful, senior. There is no need for explanations. I require none from you. With both hands pressed against his knees, the man in black abruptly turned his head, grinning maliciously at Zhao Tiangang. Regardless of the outcome, he is destined to die. Whether you kill him or not, I shall do it myself shortly. Your intervention merely spares my hands from getting dirty. Kicking the steel blade on the ground, the man in black continued with a smile. How about doing me another favor? Why not finish it yourself? What was that saying? Oh right, help someone to the end. Zhao Tiangang stammered, his body trembling slightly as he slowly retreated. Yet, before he could take 2 steps back, the man in black's chilling voice resounded once more. You may attempt to flee. I would genuinely like to see whether your speed surpasses that of my flying sword. As the words fell, 2 pitch-black short swords shot forth from behind the man, hovering silently at his sides. The hilts were adorned with skull decorations, and as the blades swayed gently, the air filled with the faint echoes of anguished wails, as if countless souls were crying out in agony. With a casual flick of his hand, the man in black gleefully remarked, Li Sha's twin swords, a postnatal first-grade artifact, crafted from the souls of over 1,000 slain. Quite exquisite, wouldn't you agree? Zhao Tiangang remained silent, feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his heart chilled to the core. To forge a sword from souls is a tactic of the demonic sect. Only a golden core cultivator could master such a formidable weapon. Another golden core expert. And to make matters worse, he is a practitioner of the dark arts. Encountering such a malevolent being, my life may very well be forfeit. The man in black, indifferent to Zhao Tianggang's terror, unsheathed his sword. He swiftly plunged one of the black blades into the corpse of Qinglian Sanren. In the next instant, the blade glowed crimson, and the body of Qinglian Sanren withered at a visible rate, rapidly transforming into a desiccated husk. As the gentle breeze passed, the remains crumbled into dust, leaving no trace of its former shape. Recalling his sword, the man in black pinched a small golden orb, no larger than a bean, raising it above his head to examine it closely under the moonlight, his gaze somewhat entranced. Tell me, after cultivating for hundreds of years, is it not laughable that this diminutive golden core is all that's left? Once dead, even this golden core will no longer belong to you. As he spoke, the man opened his mouth wide and released the orb, swallowing it whole. The quality of spiritual energy is quite good, truly befitting a renowned loose cultivator. Yet, how could he allow himself to be so grievously injured? Could it be that he encountered an unparalleled master? Muttering to himself, the man in black suddenly lifted his head, staring at Zhao Tiangang with a look of surprise. Hey, why haven't you committed suicide yet? Do you genuinely wish for me to take action? I warn you, if I kill you, you may not be so fortunate. Shaking the small sword in his hand, the man's smile darkened. What? Do you wish to attain immortality like them? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tiangang trembled, collapsing to his knees. Immortal one! Silence. Do not call me immortal one. The black-clad man interrupted, his voice sharp as if he had stepped on a cat's tail, pointing his sword at the ash on the ground. His face twisted in anger. The last one who called me immortal one has already departed for the afterlife, and you dare to curse me? Enough with the nonsense. Get on with it. If you do not act soon, I shall seize your soul. With a fierce glare at Zhao Tiangang, whose face had turned ashen, the man in black shook his head. You know, you're quite to my taste, sufficiently ruthless, cruel, and decisive. You might have had a chance to join my sect. But alas, I am pressed for time, so you shall simply perish. Looping his finger through the sword's guard, the man in black spoke impatiently. I'll give you 10 more seconds. If you don't take your own life within that time, I shall turn your soul into a doll and toss it into a cesspit. The countdown begins. 10, 9, 3, wait. I have something to say. 1. Time's up. You're finished. without granting Zhao Tungang a moment to speak. The man in black's eyes glinted coldly as he suddenly hurled his sword. The short blade, accompanied by wails, lunged for Zhao Tiangang's forehead. Poised to pierce through. In this moment of peril, Zhao Tiangang abruptly cried out with a sharp voice, "I possess a third-grade Heart Sutra." Buzz! The weapon poised against his forehead came to an abrupt halt, leaving a trace of blood due to their close proximity. The man in black, several meters away, flickered and appeared before Zhao Tiangang, pressing his elbow down upon the floating short sword, looming over the kneeling Zhao Tiangang with a scrutinizing gaze. "Third-grade Heart Sutra? A cultivation method? You're not deceiving me." Methods are divided into 9 grades, with the first being supreme. Ordinary sects possess methods of the 4th grade and above, while the 3rd grade is a closely guarded secret. A mere village boy claiming to have a 3rd-grade method. The man in black could hardly believe it, yet this did not prevent him from pausing to inquire. Seeing that he had narrowly escaped calamity, Zhao Tiangang felt his body grow weak, almost collapsing to the ground. "Yes, it's called Sangyo Baiyu Jing, a 3rd-grade divine skill. You're talking nonsense." As soon as Zhao Tiangang finished speaking, a cold light flared before him. The man in black seized his suspended short sword, crouching down to grip it with an inverted hold, positioning it against Zhao Tiangang's neck. "Sangyo Baiyu Jing is the secret of Yunnu Peak. How could you, a man, possibly possess it? Do you dare to toy with me?" Chapter 45. 9 True, 1 False Law. Gazing at the fierce visage of the man in black, Zhao Tiangang, drenched in cold sweat, found himself surprisingly calm. Since the other party valued this martial art, his life was essentially preserved. What he needed to consider now was how to maximize his benefits. Clenching his hands, Zhao Tiangang refrained from providing a direct answer. Instead, he opened his mouth and began to recite. "Sangyo draws the Yin, traveling through the 100 meetings. Bones give birth to jade marrow, skin solidifies like frost. The white garment remains untainted by ink, water flows, the fragrance of the celestial maiden arises, utilizing innate Yin energy as a guide. Traversing through the limbs and bones, first entering the heavenly spirit's 100 meetings, ascending to the clouds, connecting with Baizhe, turning to Taiyuan, gathering Shaoshang in the hands." As Zhao Tiangang recited, the man in black listened, increasingly astonished, his eyes lighting up. Though he could not know how the treasured techniques of Yunnu Peak were cultivated, he was, after all, a cultivator and understood the principles of method operation. The convoluted flow of energy described by the young man before him was undoubtedly indicative of a profound heart method. The deeper the cultivation method in the realm of immortality, the more complex and rare it becomes. The man in black could have concocted a complicated qi-gathering cultivation method, but with his capabilities, he could at most create a method suitable for foundation establishment. In the realms above, he could not devise anything, for cultivation methods grow increasingly complex and perilous. A misstep in the cultivation route could lead to minor setbacks or even death. This is precisely why those who can devise a complete method are hailed as geniuses of unparalleled talent. Attempting to circulate his true energy according to the route, he found it indeed smooth and astonishingly swift. The man in black's eyes glimmered with excitement. He could not believe that this young man could spontaneously devise such a sophisticated cultivation method. Moreover, the flawless execution of the method, devoid of any superfluous steps, indicated it had been refined by countless prodigies and was nearly perfect. Even if it were not Yunnu Peak's Sangyo Baiyu Jing, the sheer complexity of this qi-gathering practice alone would undoubtedly exceed the 4th grade. Who would have thought that merely spending one night here would lead to such an opportunity? Could it be that fortune had finally smiled upon him? The man clad in black, in a fit of agitation, tugged at his ears while the other hand incessantly scribbled on his notepad, utilizing his inner energy to inscribe the incantations that Zhao Tiangang had articulated. However, just as he was engrossed in his task, Zhao Tiangang's voice abruptly ceased, causing the black-clad man to pause mid-action. After a moment of silence, he slowly lifted his gaze towards this direction. "Why have you stopped? Please continue." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tiangang remained silent, merely shaking his head in quiet refusal. Observing this scene, the black-clad man closed his eyes, and an unexpected smile graced his features. "What, do you intend to use this as leverage against me, young man? It appears you are truly unaware of the methods employed by our demonic sect." With a swift motion, he summoned 2 small swords that whirled towards him. The black-clad man's eyes snapped open. A glint of malice sparkled within. "Though you think I would beseech you for the incantations? No, no, no. I will compel you to kneel and plead for the knowledge." Glistening with cold sweat, Zhao Tiangang finally spoke. "My lord, please do not misunderstand. It is not that I do not wish to share. Rather, I genuinely lack the knowledge. Do not know? Indeed, I am only familiar with the incantations for the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages. And what of the golden core stage, the nascent soul stage, the out-of-body stage? In the possession of others, we each mastered 2 layers. I, being somewhat dim-witted, cannot retain overly complex information. I have memorized the incantations for the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages, while the other 2 possess the golden core and nascent soul stages, respectively. As for the subsequent realms, we have yet to encounter them." Upon hearing this, the black-clad man regarded Zhao Tiangang with an expression of incredulity, gnawing on his nails as he lapsed into silence. The notion of incantations only reaching the out-of-body stage was something he could comprehend, for regardless of whether one belonged to a sect or was a rogue cultivator, all incantations adhered to this pattern. The later stages, transformation, integration, tribulation, and great ascension, were indeed the true secrets that remained unspoken. These final 3 realms were never inscribed in texts, but were instead passed down orally to those deemed worthy within sections. Of course, this pertains to the pinnacle of incantations. Common incantations do not follow suit, as they typically lack any means to cultivate through the tribulation stage, often ceasing at the nascent soul stage, or even merely the golden core stage. Otherwise, why would they be rated as 8th or 9th tier? It is merely due to the incompleteness of subsequent incantations that they cannot be practiced further. To cultivate completely to the Great Ascension stage requires a comprehensive system of teachings. Even if written poorly, as long as it is practicable, it would at least begin at the 5th tier. For the authors would not leave it unfinished. There would still be hope. Were Zhao Tiangang to claim knowledge of the subsequent realms' incantations, the black-clad man would undoubtedly have slapped him then and there, exposing his deceit and compelling him to continue writing. Should he refuse, the man would not hesitate to toy with him. However, Zhao Tiangong's candid admission left the black-clad man somewhat perplexed, unable to discern the truth amidst the lies. "You mean to say that the 3 of you possess a single tome of incantations?" Indeed, it was an unexpected discovery, shared among the 3 of us. Subsequently, due to an uneven division of spoils, we split the book, each mastering 2 layers. I retained the incantations for the initial 2 realms, intending to leverage this for substantial wealth to marry my childhood sweetheart. And then, later, the 4th son of the Qin family, Qin Yu, betrayed our trust, deceitfully obtaining those 2 layers from my beloved, and subsequently tricked her into taking the 2 layers from me. He even sent people to hunt me down. Oh, hunted down. Casting a quiet glance at the nearby ashes, the black-clad man appeared momentarily dazed. Observing this, Zhao Tiangong's eyes flickered, and he hastily interjected, "Yes, indeed, hunted down. The Qinglian Wanderer was someone I enlisted using the first 2 layers of the incantation, but unfortunately, he was no match for the Qin family and was ultimately killed by their patriarch." Listening to Zhao Tiangong's blend of truth and fabrication, even the well-versed black-clad man found it challenging to discern reality from deception, his agitation causing him to tug at his hair. Noticing his inner turmoil, Zhao Tiangang swiftly added, "You can verify this. Right now. Is it not true that the 4th son of the Qin family is to be wed today? Is he not marrying an ordinary peasant girl? How could the son of the city lord make such a public display marrying a commoner? This was the promise he made to Zhang Xiaolan when he solicited the incantations. This, moreover, Qinglian Wanderer and I intended to crash the wedding today to reclaim the incantations. You can certainly inquire about that. It is absolutely true." Zhao Tiangong's words prompted the black-clad man to nod slowly, raising his gaze to scrutinize him. "I indeed know about the 4th son of the Qin family's marriage. And it is true that he is marrying an ordinary girl. It seems you are, in fact, not deceiving me." Leaning closer, his face nearly touching Zhao Tiangong's, the black-clad man's eyes narrowed. "You have said so much. Do you wish for me to stir up trouble at the Qin family?" Without a hint of hesitation or concealment, Zhao Tiangang nodded emphatically. "Indeed, I wish to join the demonic sect, to become your disciple. When the time comes, I can be the first to test the incantations obtained from them, to verify their authenticity, provided my lord agrees to 2 requests. Speak. Leave Zhang Xiaolan to my handling. As for Qin Yu?" I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 46. The gathering of the Shadow Demon sect. With the agreement between Zhao Tiangang and the black-clad man established, the latter immediately dispatched a message to summon the adept practitioners of the sect. Should this treasure be a divine weapon or a magical artifact, the black-clad man would have risked his life to claim it for himself. Even as a cultivator in the Golden Core stage, an apex of martial prowess, facing off against other warriors could only be described as a life-or-death gamble. However, this time, the treasure in question was a tome of incantations, particularly suited for female practitioners. Having already formed a golden core, the black-clad man found it impossible to shift his cultivation path. Thus, this tome held little practical value for him. Its only merit lay in its potential for exchange within the sect for treasures, be it divine weapons or the subsequent layers of incantations for the shadowy arts he practiced. Therefore, enlisting assistance was the most prudent and convenient course of action. Employing the technique of distant communication, he promptly informed the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect, receiving swift responses from his fellow disciples. Despite their affiliation with the demonic sect, these practitioners exhibited a remarkable sense of solidarity, particularly in the absence of conflicting interests. After all, those who lacked unity had already been eradicated by righteous individuals, thus purging the threats to society. Listening to the responses conveyed by several senior disciples through the token, a smile of excitement crept upon the black-clad man's lips. He was one of the 12 demons of the Shadow Demon sect, a direct disciple of the Illusion Demon. Those who could be counted as his brothers and whom he could contact were all equally skilled practitioners in the Golden Core stage. After all, the Qin family's influence in Tianlong City was not to be underestimated. Ordinary disciples would be of no use against them. The reputation of the old man Qin Shou was formidable, and facing him alone, even a fellow Golden Core practitioner might not stand a chance. Caution was essential, and enlisting several skilled practitioners was imperative. Stowing away the token, the black-clad man turned to glance at Zhao Tiangang. My brothers have received the message. They will arrive in the coming days to assist. Indeed, that old man Qin Shou possesses quite a reputation and undeniable strength. Alone, I may not be his equal. Therefore, once they gather, we shall seize the tome and eradicate the Qin family to the root. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in the black-clad man's eyes. TOC's someone's cultivation method is akin to slaying their parents. It would undoubtedly forge a deep-seated enmity. Moreover, given that the opponent had possessed the tome for several days, they would have likely comprehended its cultivation methods. Should they manage to survive, a martial prodigy could very well emerge, and the Shadow Demon sect would face dire consequences. Thus, if we must act, it is imperative that none are left unscathed to prevent future troubles. Upon hearing the black-clad man's words, a glimmer of coldness emerged in Zhao Tiangang's eyes. As the designated test subject to verify the authenticity of the methods, he found himself in a position of reduced peril. He might even find himself enshrined within the demonic sect, embarking upon the path of cultivation, thus turning misfortune into fortune. Yet, prior to this, there remained a matter he must resolve: the fates of Qin Yu and Zhang Xiaolan. The falsehoods he had espoused could easily be unraveled by the two of them. Hence, both must perish. Ideally, Qin Yu would meet his end beforehand, rendering him incapable of revealing the 2 layers of incantations he possessed. At that point, the entirety of the Shadow Demon sect would be left with only him holding the white jade scripture capable of cultivating to the out-of-body stage. As Zhao Tiangang and the man in black each harbored their own clandestine schemes, an entire night passed silently, unnoticed by anyone, and no one was aware that disciples of the demonic sect were gathering nearby. Nor did they know that Zhao Tiangang had swiftly found himself another formidable ally. The bustling Dragon City remained as vibrant as ever, and the Qin family continued to bask in their glory. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed. It was now noon, the sun high in the sky. A man and a woman strolled leisurely along the street, mingling with the passers-by. Zhang Xiaolin linked her arm with Qin Yu's, gently brushing a stray hair from her temple with a tender motion. With her practice of the Tsangyo Baiyu Sutra, her beauty had blossomed even more. If she had previously been likened to a delicate flower, she now radiated the charm of a pristine lotus emerging from the water. Beside her, Qin Yu had also been cultivating this technique. Although the effects were not as pronounced for males, they were still beneficial. Not to mention that during this time, Qin Yu had been fervently dieting. While he still appeared somewhat portly, he was certainly a far cry from his previous appearance, which had been marked by an abundance of excess flesh and a fierce demeanor. As the pair chatted and laughed, they swiftly navigated through the crowd. Suddenly, while Zhang Xiaolan was perusing a vendor's stall, she noticed that the smile on Qin Yu's face had abruptly vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow of deep contemplation. Observing Qin Yu's troubled expression, Zhang Xiaolan felt a wave of confusion wash over her. "Why, dear husband? What troubles you? Is something amiss?" Her words jolted Qin Yu from his reverie. He smiled and shook his head, casting a discreet glance to the side. There, several young men and women were selecting items at the stall, each one an epitome of beauty and talent, exuding an air of elegance that clearly distinguished them from the ordinary. They appear to be either disciples of a sect on a journey or members of a prominent family out for leisure. Such occurrences were not particularly rare, especially in Dragon City, where these individuals mingled with others of their kind. However, what truly captured Qin Yu's attention was the ominous aura radiating from the group. Black halos, uniformly dark and notably intense, they were even more pronounced than that of the Qin family. To encounter such notorious figures was indeed a rare event. Yet this marked the third time Qin Yu had stumbled upon a cluster of these black haloed individuals. This was certainly abnormal. After all, this was the territory of the Qin family. It was not theirs to claim. What were they congregating here for? There was definitely something amiss. Lowering his head and glancing furtively, Qin Yu finally caught sight of Zhang Xiaolan, who bore an expression of concern. She had been practicing for 3 days without any progress, showing no signs of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. According to the usual narrative, when a protagonist becomes stuck at a bottleneck, 2 scenarios often arise. Either a fortuitous encounter aids them in overcoming their obstacles, or an unexpected event jolts them into a forced breakthrough. Could it be that these unknown miscreants were sent by fate to provide her with the necessary impetus? Remembering the injuries he had sustained and the misfortunes he had endured over the past few days, Qin Yu shuddered, realizing he had no mood for leisure today. Unless he uncovered the origins of this group, he feared he would spend an entire year plagued by unrest. Grabbing Zhang Xiaolan, he swiftly departed. And once out of sight, he hurried to the highest floor of a nearby tavern, surveying the crowd from above. Moments later, he finally spotted his target, a figure who, while mingling among the nefarious crowd, bore a halo of only a faintly dark hue. If even the wrongdoers were so lackadaisical, this individual must be the key. He resolved to interrogate him for information. Chapter 47. Shadows of the Demonic Sect in a Narrow Alley. A man sighed heavily as he approached the corner, his hands laden with an abundance of food. His name was Wang Qi, a 4th-generation disciple of the demonic shadow sect, the apprentice of the illusory demon, a golden core cultivator recently taken under the wing of Huan Tian. Wang Qi's entry into the demonic sect was purely serendipitous. He had been visiting a friend's home when, unexpectedly, his friend's enemies arrived, secretly poisoning and murdering his entire family. Fortunately, due to his abstinence from alcohol, Wang Qi narrowly escaped this fate and, seizing the moment while feigning death, managed to turn the tables and kill the assailant. To his surprise, at that very moment, Huan Tian happened to pass by, observing the young man's ruthlessness and skill. He had exterminated an entire family, recognizing the traits of a true disciple of the demonic sect. Huan Tian promptly took him under his wing. Could Wang Qi refuse? Could he dare to explain? The answer was evident. Thus, he unwittingly became a disciple of the demonic sect in contrast to his fellow disciples, who were either ruthless killers or unhinged individuals. Wang Qi, who had only acted in self-defense, felt woefully out of place. Having recently joined and lacking sufficient strength, he was soon sent out to fetch food by his peers. Just as Wang Qi lamented his misfortune, he suddenly froze mid-step. Behind him, a glimmering dagger had appeared, pressed against his throat, clad entirely in black with a mask obscuring his face save for his eyes. The man spoke in a cold whisper. "What path do you tread, boy?" "I don't wish to answer." "Very well. Then I must bid you farewell. Please, don't kill me. I am a disciple of the demonic shadow sect." Demonic shadow sect? A fellow practitioner. Then, my brother belongs to the blood slaughter sect. Hearing those words, Wang Qi sighed in relief. It turned out they were all disciples of the demonic sect. He had feared they were righteous cultivators come to eliminate evildoers. "By the way, may I ask your name, esteemed elder?" "Do not jest. I have yet to clarify matters. Just as Wang Qi prepared to turn around, the man behind him struck him hard on the head, causing him to stand upright in alarm. What brings your demonic shadow sect here? I do not know. What? I truly do not know. I merely accompanied my master, Huan Tian. He did not inform me of our purpose here. Huan Tian? Yes, my master's master is the illusory demon, one of the 12 demons of the demonic shadow sect, a golden core expert. As Wang Qi spoke, the Qin guard standing behind him narrowed his eyes. He had been summoned by the fourth young master to assist, initially thinking it was merely a prank. However, upon learning that a golden core expert had arrived in the city, this was no trivial matter. Clenching his weapon, the Qin guard spoke icily, "How many have arrived? I am unsure of the exact number, but at least 8 disciples of my master's generation have come, each accompanied by at least a dozen followers." Upon hearing this, the Golden Core Qin guard inhaled sharply. 8 Golden Core experts had arrived silently, all disciples of the demonic sect. This was an ominous sign indeed. As the Qin guard absorbed this shocking revelation, a shadowed figure leaning against the wall behind him suddenly inquired, "Is there any outside presence among this gathering? Do you know someone named Zhao Tiangang, or the Qinglian Wanderer?" "I have not heard of the Qinglian Wanderer, but I do know Zhao Tiangang. He is a disciple under the illusory demon and, I believe, only recently joined. By the way, this gathering was called by the illusory master." As Wang Qi's words fell, Qin Yu, equally shrouded in black and obscured, widened his eyes in astonishment, locking gazes with the equally astonished Zhang Xiaolan. "Zhao Tiangang has joined the demonic shadow sect? When did this happen? Is he some sort of Liu Bei? How can he cling to powerful allies so swiftly? My dear husband, do not panic, we shall discuss this later." Qin Yu raised a hand to halt Zhang Xiaolan's impending words and moved toward the exit. As he departed, he subtly signaled to the Qin guard, who understood and nodded, leaning close to the frozen Wang Qi, whispering ominously in his ear, "Tell your master that we keep to our own affairs, and do not interfere with our business, or the consequences shall be yours to bear." Having spoken, Qin Wuwei retreated into the shadows, swiftly vanishing from sight. Only after the weapon left his neck did Wang Qi finally relax. Slumping against the wall and collapsing onto the ground, his body drenched in sweat without him realizing when it had happened. The Blood Slaughter sect, a formidable faction within the demonic path, is renowned as one of the most elite assassination organizations in the world. The sect is filled with numerous experts who are ruthless in their methods and proficient in the art of killing. Such formidable adversaries are not only avoided by righteous individuals, but even the demonic sects are reluctant to provoke them. The disciples of the righteous path engage in the punishment of evil for the sake of reputation, whereas the assassins of the Blood Slaughter sect kill without leaving a name, and their combat prowess is such that engaging them would result in severe losses. The disciples of the demonic sect kill for profit, and provoking an assassination organization is inherently a perilous endeavor, devoid of any tangible benefits. Hence, the Blood Slaughter sect remains one of the few factions that can act with impunity, with both righteous and demonic sects refraining from antagonizing them unless absolutely necessary. After sitting on the ground for a considerable time, Wang Qi regained his senses, and no longer concerned about the food he had purchased. He discarded it and scrambled back towards his residence, intent on reporting the presence of Blood Slaughter sect disciples to his master. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and his companions had changed their clothes and returned to the Qin family estate. The Qin Wuwei went directly to report this crucial news to Qin Shou. Qin Yu and Zhang Xiaolan, however, returned to their residence, their expressions grave. Qin Yu, seated at the table, stole a glance at Zhang Xiaolan. His heart filled with despair. It had barely been 2 days of peace, and trouble was already knocking at their door. Was that Zhao Tiangang some sort of cockroach? How could he not be defeated no matter how hard they tried? Athena had yet to invite him to become a Saint Seiya, and Dragon Ball had not called him to be the main character. What a waste of such talent! Upon hearing the name Zhao Tiangang from the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect, Qin Yu's heart sank, realizing that trouble was imminent. Given Zhao Tiangang's involvement, it was highly likely that these uninvited guests were heading towards the Qin family. Moreover, it was 90% likely they were targeting Zhang Xiaolan, the protagonist. As for the reasons behind their approach, was it for her unique physique, her talent, or merely her beauty? Qin Yu could not ascertain, nor did he need to know. All he understood was that even if his father was formidable, Facing an assault from 8 Golden Core experts would undoubtedly lead to a disastrous fate. The combat power of a returning Origin Realm warrior is indeed superior to that of their counterparts in the same realm. But it was not sufficient to take on 10 opponents at once. After all, that would be absurd. Did he think he was E1? Cradling his head, Qin Yu felt a buzzing in his mind. And only one thought remained. With a mere card in hand, he wished to eliminate his entire clan for the sake of excitement. The protagonist's luck was truly a double-edged sword. Chapter 48. The game and its resolutions several hours later. In the study of the Qin family, Qin Yu and Zhang Xiaolin were summoned by the family head, Qin Shou. Under the vigilant watch of the Qin Wuwei, Qin Shou, with a grave expression, tossed a letter onto the table. Grabbing the pre-written letter, he handed it to Qin Yu with urgency. I am already aware of the situation. The Shadow Demon sect is making a large-scale incursion, and it is highly likely they are after Xiaolan. They either know of her unique constitution or are after the inheritance of martial arts. Regardless of the reason, it is far too dangerous for you to remain here. He pointed to the letter. His voice serious. I have a good relationship with an outer elder of the Blood Slaughter sect. This is a letter of recommendation for you. Take Xiaolan and seek refuge with him. If the Qin family survives this crisis, you may return. If we do not survive, remember that as long as both of you are alive, the Qin family will not perish. Qin Yu gazed at the letter in his hand, then looked up to meet his father's gaze. Can't we call upon that expert for assistance? It is too late. I have already sent someone to investigate. Many experts have arrived in these past few days, and it is likely that the enemy's forces have already gathered and may attack at any moment. Turning to Zhang Xiaolan, Qin Shou sighed quietly. Xiaolan, I am sorry that the Qin family is powerless to protect you, forcing you and my son into a precarious situation. Father, do not say such things. This matter originated because of me. If it comes to it, I will negotiate with them. Foolish child. The demonic sect does not engage in reason. They respect only strength. Your actions will not save the Qin family. Please do not act rashly. Rising, Qin Shou placed his hands behind his back, his expression shifting as a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. Moreover, since I have foreseen this matter, the outcome is not set in stone. 8 Golden Core experts are hardly a concern for me. Why urging you to seek refuge is merely a precaution. He retrieved a storage ring from the table and solemnly handed it to Zhang Xiaolan. Within is some money and 35,000 spirit stones. The Qin family can only muster this much in haste. With these in hand, you need not fear a lack of resources. As for the affairs of the Qin family, leave them to me. After Qin Shou's gentle urging, Zhang Xiaolan and Qin Yu turned to leave the room. As they exited, the smile on Qin Shou's face gradually faded, replaced by a deepening worry. 8 Golden Core experts, while concerning, did not instill fear in him if he was prepared. However, if the enemy could mobilize 8 Golden Core experts, who knew whether other powerful individuals were also on their way? If that were the case, the Qin family might well be doomed. He could only hope that the rescue pigeons he had sent out would return with reinforcements before the enemy launched their attack. With a sigh, Qin Shou turned to gather the Qin Wuwei, preparing to discreetly arrange defenses against the impending threat. As for the ordinary disciples of the Qin family, he chose not to inform them immediately. One reason was to avoid alarming the enemy and provoking an early attack. The other was that the ordinary disciples had limited strength and would be of little assistance even if prepared. As Qin Shou busied himself, Qin Yu and Zhang Xiaolan exchanged glances upon exiting the study. Zhang Xiaolan, clutching the storage ring, appeared anxious and uncertain. Husband, are we truly leaving? Qin Yu fell silent for a moment upon hearing her words. Following the protagonist often meant facing the greatest dangers, yet it could also offer safety. Those fortunate enough to navigate through perilous situations might even reap some benefits. However, Qin Yu was burdened with the luck of a villain, and he feared becoming a sacrificial pawn in the face of trouble. If they were intercepted while fleeing, he could guarantee that Zhang Xiaolan would escape unscathed, while he would undoubtedly perish. The cursed halo above his head was, in a sense, already foreshadowing his fate. No, we must take a chance, he resolved. Where there is a trap, there must also be a breaker. Xiaolan, follow me. Unwilling to escape so easily, Qin Yu swiftly led Zhang Xiaolan toward the garden. He also instructed a passing servant to fetch some items from the storage. Watching the various items being brought over by the servant, Zhang Xiaolan's expression was filled with trepidation. Husband, is this not too dangerous? Dangerous? Falling and dying is far better than being killed by someone else. Hold on to the rope. Having already taken a large kite to the rooftop, Qin Yu leapt down as soon as he saw Zhang Xiaolan grasp the rope tightly. As the formations on both sides of the kite lit up, a fierce wind sprang forth, carrying Qin Yu's kite aloft into the sky. Below, Zhang Xiaolan secured the rope to a stone while tightly gripping it to control their ascent. The sudden appearance of the giant kite rising from the Qin family estate immediately caught the attention of the residents of Tianlong City, igniting a flurry of speculation. Isn't that the kite the Qin family uses during the Spring Festival celebrations? But the new year hasn't arrived yet. Why are they flying a kite now? Who knows? It seems like there's a person hanging from it. Did someone make a mistake and get sent up there to be blown about? Now that you mention it, I think there really is someone up there. Amidst the clamoring remarks from below, Qin Yu, soaring with the kite, was oblivious to their chatter. At this moment, tethered to the kite, he had reached a sufficient height to pull out a monocular and scan the bustling streets below. His intent in becoming a kite was simple: to draw out the crowd and, taking advantage of the altitude, identify those who possessed extraordinary luck. Anyone worthy of breaking the trap must at least be a silver-ringed supporting character, since the Shadow Demon sect had sent numerous individuals. The one to break the trap would either be an elite expert or a multitude of capable persons. Such shining gold could be easily spotted by Qin Yu, who could discern their uniqueness through his halo. However, after floating in the sky for quite some time, he had yet to spot a potential savior for the Qin family. Instead, he saw a throng of Shadow Demon sect disciples gathering to watch the spectacle. Each possessed a dark and glowing halo, sending chills down Qin Yu's spine at just a glance. 80, 100, or even more. And this was merely those who had come to spectate, not accounting for those who remained hidden. How many had actually arrived? Had he miscalculated? Was this truly a guaranteed downfall for the Qin family, with no savior in sight? Was the only escape route to flee? As Qin Yu grew increasingly anxious, his pupils suddenly constricted. He swiftly pivoted his monocular telescope to focus on a nearby tavern. From his distant vantage point, he noticed a woman seated within, sipping her drink. It appeared she had sensed his gaze. As she lifted her head, silently locking eyes with him from over 100 meters away. Not only did she perceive Qin Yu's actions above, but she also leisurely raised her wine bowl and offered him a slight salute before downing its contents with a flourish. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Yu lowered his telescope, the tension on his face replaced by a radiant smile. He had found the key to his predicament. Moreover, the individual was beyond his expectations. The one who held the solution was, astonishingly, a woman of the same golden aura as Zhang Xiaolan, another protagonist of considerable significance. Chapter 49. The golden circlet in white armor. With a clang, the wooden door of the tavern swung open. Qin Yu, accompanied by Zhang Xiaolan, strode in briskly, disregarding the enthusiastic greetings from the staff. Zhang Xiaolan, however, was more considerate, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement. The two made their way purposefully to the second floor, leaving the tavern owner shaking his head as he returned to his seat. What a sensible girl! Why did she marry into the Qin family? Mused a patron at the counter, adjusting the sword at his waist, before grinning widely. But how sensible can she remain in such a den of thieves? She'll inevitably turn into one of them. Indeed, after settling his bill, the patron departed, leaving the remaining customers to engage in hushed discussions about the unfolding events. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Qin Yu and Zhang Xiaolan hurried past the second floor, finally reaching their intended destination on the third INA corner. A woman set down her wine bowl, seemingly dissatisfied with merely sipping, and instead seized a wine jar, tilting it to her lips for a hearty swig. Perched on one leg atop her chair, she drank with reckless abandon, capturing the astonished attention of those around her. After finishing the jar's contents, the valiant woman in armor placed the empty vessel onto the table with a thud. She then wiped her mouth and grabbed her sheathed broadsword, preparing to leave. As the golden circlet-clad woman turned to exit, Qin Yu quickly stepped forward to block her path. "Excuse me, miss, please wait." Bang. Just as his words fell, the sheathed sword pressed against Qin Yu's chest, halting his advance and pushing him back towards the stairs. "I've just had my fill, and I don't want you ruining my mood. Step aside." Before Qin Yu could respond, Zhang Xiaolan, witnessing the confrontation, erupted in fury. She kicked the sheathed sword away with great force. As the white-armored woman scrambled to catch the weapon, Zhang Xiaolan charged in, throwing punches, and within moments, The two were engaged in a fierce exchange. With a resounding thud, they clashed fists, causing the white-armored woman to leap backwards. Landing on a table with a graceful flourish, crossing her legs, she propped her sword against the table and regarded Zhang Xiaolan with keen interest. "What a fiery little girl! Haven't your family taught you about manners?" As she spoke, the white-armored woman lifted a nearby wine bowl and downed its contents, nonchalantly discarding it back onto the table, completely oblivious to the stunned patrons around her or the fact she was seated at someone else's table. Consuming their wine. Hearing the woman's words, Zhang Xiaolan's expression darkened. "That question should be directed at you. Drawing a weapon on someone upon first meeting. Haven't your family taught you about politeness?" At that moment, a commotion erupted below. The tavern owner, having heard the ruckus, summoned a few of his hired hands and a waiter to investigate. However, before they could speak, Qin Yu barked, "Everyone leave. Qin Yu, will cover any damages." At his proclamation, the tavern owner nodded quickly, not daring to provoke the Qin family. Meanwhile, the white-armored woman, her expression shifting to one of intrigue, waved her hand excitedly. "The bill for this table is on him. Oh, and bring me 2 jars, no, 3 jars of your finest wine." The proprietor merely glanced at Qin Yu in response. Understanding the unspoken agreement, Qin Yu nodded slightly. "Ensure the finest wine is brought and prepare a feast." "Yes, fourth young master." As the shopkeeper hurried off with his hired hands, the white-armored woman scrutinized Qin Yu with a curious gaze. "You seem rather generous, young man. Who would have thought that the notoriously domineering Qin family would have someone like you among them?" Reclining back in her chair, she casually tossed her sword onto the table, resting her head on her hands. "Now, speak up. What do you wish to discuss? Since you've gone through the trouble to approach me, I'll begrudgingly grant you a meal's time. Consider it payment for the wine." Relieved, Qin Yu pulled Zhang Xiaolan to sit across from the white-armored woman. "May I inquire your name, miss?" "Don't ask, I have no desire to share." "What purpose is there in knowing my name when we are mere strangers?" Then might I ask if you would be willing to visit my home, the Qin family?" Surprised by her unwillingness to divulge her name, Qin Yu forced a smile, opting for directness. His proposition startled both Zhang Xiaolan and the white-armored woman. Realizing the implications, the white-armored woman leaned forward, propping her chin on one hand while playfully poking at Qin Yu's chin with the other. "Is that your intent? You wish to woo me?" Before Qin Yu could clarify, Zhang Xiaolan, incensed by this audacious woman daring to flirt with her husband, swiftly slapped the hand away. The startled woman, retracting her hand, shifted her attention to Zhang Xiaolan, attempting to tease her instead, only to face fierce resistance. Her outstretched hand was met with several swift strikes, and nursing her now red palm, she finally conceded. As she rubbed her hand, she arched an eyebrow at both Zhang Xiaolan and Qin Yu. "Such a fiery girl. You managed to keep her in check. Quite impressive. Is she your sister?" "No, I am his wife." Of the Qin family, Zhang Xiaolan's displeasure resonated as she glared at the white-armored woman, her eyes filled with indignation. After all, who wouldn't be irked to see their partner so brazenly pursuing another? Zhang Xiaolan's restraint was a testament to her naturally gentle disposition. The white-armored woman's response was a shake of her head as she leaned back in her chair, a look of wistfulness crossing her features. "What a splendid catch! A shame. Really? You?" Zhang Xiaolan rose in anger, only to be forcefully restrained by Qin Yu. "It is quite unfortunate," he mused, glancing at the golden circlet atop Zhang Xiaolan's head before noting the dark aura above the white-armored woman. Qin Yu couldn't help but reflect on the capriciousness of fate. What merit does an ordinary minor antagonist like me possess to draw such a formidable figure's favor? For her, this might merely be a minor skirmish in her life, while for him, it could spell an annihilating disaster. Truly, it was a case of celestial beings clashing while mere mortals bore the brunt of it. Surprisingly, the white-armored woman appeared unfazed by Qin Yu's insightful remark. Instead, she expressed her approval, her interest piqued as she scrutinized him further. "Do you genuinely wish for me to visit your home? Indeed, if you could come, it would be a tremendous honor for the Qin family. Whether it is an honor or not remains to be seen, but if you dare to harbor designs on me, I assure you, calamity will swiftly befall your Qin family." With a mischievous gleam in her eyes, the white-armored woman's brows danced playfully, her gaze filled with a teasing intensity. "To harbor lustful thoughts towards a disciple of Yunu Peak, young man, Do you even know how to spell death? Chapter 50. Trouble approaches Yuna Peak. As these three words escaped their lips, both Qin Yu and Zhang Xiaolan were suddenly taken aback. The Jade Maiden Peak, a formidable sect in the realm of cultivation, though perhaps not as terrifying as others boasting tens of thousands of inner disciples and countless outer disciples, nonetheless followed a path of high-quality elitism. With its unique cultivation techniques, tailored geomantic landscapes, and the accumulation of countless years of treasures imbued with the essence of Yin, the disciples of Jade Maiden Peak, though numbering merely 3,000, boasted an astonishing 80% in the Golden Core stage. Not to mention the numerous experts in the nascent soul stage and even the out-of-body stage. Furthermore, this sect straddled the line between righteousness and wickedness, embodying a neutral stance that was neither wholly virtuous nor entirely malevolent. They were formidable fighters who did not align themselves with any faction, uniting for the sake of mutual benefit and, most importantly, generally rendering their territory and treasures unassailable by common folk. This reality led to an unspoken agreement among many to avoid provoking this group of women. The crux of the matter was that the secret manual currently cultivated by Zhang Xiaolan and Qin Yu was precisely the Jade Maiden Peak's most closely guarded secret. The Cangyo Baiyu Jinged, Tio steal the techniques of a sect was a grave offense. Should the sect discover this transgression, it would undoubtedly result in a river of blood. Unbeknownst to them, such a stroke of fate caused Qin Yu's expression to shift dramatically. While Zhang Xiaolan instinctively clutched his arm, her demeanor betraying her anxiety. Their sudden change in demeanor left the woman in white armor momentarily stunned, her brows knitting slightly. Though the Jade Maiden Peak was known for its protective nature, it had yet to reach the level of intimidation exhibited by the demonic sects, who were often avoided at all costs. In fact, they frequently engaged in chivalrous acts and, with their formidable skills, maintained a reasonably good reputation. Why did these two react as if they had seen a ghost upon hearing the name of the Jade Maiden Peak? After sizing up Qin Yu, the woman in white suddenly displayed a look of realization. Seizing the exquisite wine brought by the attendant and taking a hearty swig, "Oh, not be alarmed. We are not those who seek fame and fortune. Why would we trouble your Qin family without cause?" Upon hearing the woman's misunderstanding, Qin Yu offered an awkward smile. Observing his somewhat stiff smile, the woman in white narrowed her eyes and chuckled again. "Little brother, now that you are aware of my identity, do you still wish to invite me to your Qin family as a guest?" Initially, the woman in white thought that, having revealed her identity, the young man would retreat in the face of difficulty. However, to her surprise, Qin Yu nodded emphatically without a hint of hesitation. "Why not? Even at the brink of death, I would invite you to stay for a couple of days, regardless of whether you hail from the Jade Maiden Peak or the righteous Dragon-Head Sky Sword sect. After all, meeting is a matter of fate. If the lady would honor us, the Qin family would surely host a grand banquet to welcome you." "Lady? Me? Ha ha ha. You truly have some audacity to address me so. Do you even know how old I am to dare call me lady?" The woman in white nearly burst into tears from laughter at his words, while Qin Yu maintained a serious expression in his reply. The disciples of Jade Maiden Peak are forbidden from marrying or forming romantic relationships, hence the name Jade Maiden. Regardless of age, if one is unmarried, calling her lady is entirely appropriate. Qin Yu's words caused the woman in white to pause slightly, studying him intently. "You are indeed quite intriguing, but alas, I do not hold your Qin family in high regard. As the saying goes, those who engage in wrongful acts will inevitably bring about their own demise. Your Qin family has long been tyrannical. It is only a matter of time before calamity befalls you. Thus, I shall decline the invitation to your residence." Taking a sip from her wine bowl, the woman in white smiled at Zhang Xiaolan and waved her hand. "This little girl is quite lovely, and her demeanor resembles that of our Jade Maiden Peak to some extent. If you are not married, I would genuinely wish to invite you to join our sect, but alas." Her words caused Qin Yu's heart to sink gradually. He knew this woman would not assist the Qin family lightly. After all, even if she were a disruptor, she was merely the disruptor of Zhang Xiaolan, the woman of fortune, not of the Qin family, a mere insignificant local family that held no weight in her eyes. With his head bowed and brows furrowed, Qin Yu still clung to the hope of inviting this expert from Jade Maiden Peak to visit, for she was perhaps the only one capable of rescuing the Qin family. However, before he could formulate a plan, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the staircase. A dozen men and women, dressed in various styles, descended from the second floor, chatting and laughing as they casually found a place to sit. Yet, this seemingly ordinary group of patrons caused an immediate stillness to envelop Qin Yu's table. He observed a figure with dark rings adorning their head take a seat beside him. Qin Yu's expression darkened. Had they come seeking trouble? The situation was escalating faster than he had anticipated. Not only did Qin Yu's expression sour, but the woman in white across from him also frowned. Though she could not perceive the dark rings, her profound cultivation allowed her to sense that something was amiss with this group. Most notably, as the strangers drew near, she detected a lingering aura of blood. The two fell into a moment of silence, and after several seconds, the woman smiled and turned to Qin Yu, speaking in a hushed tone. "Have you noticed something off?" Qin Yu nodded slightly in response. "It seems they harbor ill intentions, that of course, who would come seeking us with good will." Gripping the hilt of her sheathed sword, the woman in white smirked, her eyes narrowing slightly. "You treat me to a meal, and I shall help you out of this predicament. We shall call it even." Her last two words rose in pitch as she abruptly stood, slamming her palm down on the table's edge. In the next instant, the wooden table, laden with wine, spun upward, soaring over her head. The patrons, alerted by the commotion, scrambled to draw their weapons, but it was already too late. With 3 dull thuds, the table crashed into 3 of the intruders, sending 2 of them spitting blood. Having incapacitated the first 3, the woman in white laughed triumphantly, her sheathed sword spinning rapidly as it slammed into the chest of one of the assailants charging toward her. The impact sent him sprawling several meters away, crashing through the building's wall. The sudden assault startled the members of the Shadow Demon sect nearby. As they regained their composure, their eyes glinted with malice, and they drew their weapons, roaring as they charged towards the trio. The situation had been exposed. They all rushed in together. As the chaos erupted, Qin Yu and Zhang Xiaolan hastily grabbed their weapons to confront the threat. The Qin family guards that Qin Yu had brought along, upon hearing the commotion, also rushed upstairs. In an instant, the entire 3rd floor of the tavern erupted into a fray. A dozen experts from the Shadow Demon sect clashed fiercely with over a dozen Qin family guards. Blades clashed, swords glimmered like lightning, and bursts of true energy echoed, sending wood splinters flying through the air. Among the fray, the woman in white moved with unparalleled grace, effortlessly zeroing in on the strongest adversary. She wielded her sword sheathed, casually parrying strikes with one hand. Even when faced with 2 opponents wielding swords, they struggled to break her defense despite exerting their full strength. With a swift rotation of her sword, she forcefully pushed outwards. The 2 men, having their weapons knocked aside, were struck in the chest by the hilt of her sword, stumbling back several steps before barely managing to halt, coughing and clutching their chests. They exchanged terrified glances, realizing they were up against a formidable foe. "Go all out," they shouted in unison, discarding their weapons as they channeled their true energy, gathering it furiously towards the floating weapon. Moments later, a swirling black mist erupted, coiling into the shape of a dragon's head, with the sword acting as its horns, charging madly toward the woman in white. Seeing this, her brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features. The Shadow Demon sect's Dragon Shadow technique? Humph! Merely a trivial skill. As she spoke, her weapon whirled, and her true energy surged. With her power fully gathered, she sidestepped and thrust her sword forward. A deafening roar resonated as the dragon's head collided with the point of her cold glimmer. In the next moment, the dragon's head shattered, sending everyone around them flying backward. The decor of the tavern's 3rd floor was obliterated in an instant, with countless railings splintering into fragments. The 2 Golden Core stage experts from the Shadow Demon sect, who had just engaged her, were sent sprawling out of the tavern, blood spewing from their mouths. Their summoned swords shattered instantly, leaving only a fragment of the hilt spinning as it lodged itself into the rooftop. Still trembling in place, "Master!" As one gazes upon the formidable prowess of their own master, witnessing him being effortlessly incapacitated by a single strike, one cannot help but feel a surge of dread. The assailant, throughout the entire encounter, never once drew his sword from its sheath, and intriguingly, he maintained a hand behind his back. This sight sent shivers down the spines of the other disciples of the Shadow Demon sect, who, in their terror, lost all courage to continue fighting. In a hurried panic, they fled, and in their hasty retreat, a few more were cut down. Mere moments later, all traces of them had vanished, leaving behind only a handful of lifeless bodies. In the midst of the chaos at the tavern, the experts from the Qin family fared relatively well. Even their weakest member was of the innate realm, possessing a commendable level of cultivation. Thus managing to maintain their footing amidst the turmoil, however, Qin Yu and Zhang Xiaolan were not as fortunate, as they beheld the ground tiles being shattered, sending splinters of wood soaring towards them like a tempest. Qin Yu instinctively positioned himself in front of Zhang Xiaolan, crossing his arms to shield his face. Neither of them had reached the innate realm, rendering them incapable of projecting true energy. The potential injuries from the flying debris were of little concern. But should their faces be marred, it would spell disaster for Zhang Xiaolan's beauty. While Qin Yu, as a man, was not overly concerned about facial wounds, for Zhang Xiaolan, a flower-like maiden, such a disfigurement would be akin to taking her life. With a muffled groan, as the wood shards descended, an eruption of blood arrows burst forth from Qin Yu's body. His decisive move to protect her, though commendable, unleashed a force far beyond his expectations. Not only did his body become drenched in blood in an instant, but he was also sent hurtling backward by the impact. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaolan rushed to intervene, attempting to catch Qin Yu. However, the force of his collision sent her flying alongside him, and it seemed they would plummet from the tavern's height. In this critical moment, a white jade figure appeared, deftly grabbing their arms and pulling them back. Ignoring Qin Yu's expression of lingering fear, she cast him aside with elegance, wrapping her arms around Zhang Xiaolan's waist while simultaneously clasping her raised hand, their fingers intertwining. Just as the white-armored woman opened her mouth with a charming quip, her smile froze upon their hands meeting, her eyes widening in shock. "You." Before the astonished white-armored woman could utter a word, the quick-thinking Zhang Xiaolan shoved her away and hurried to Qin Yu's side, aiding him to his feet. "Husband, are you all right?" Gazing at Qin Yu's furrowed brow and the numerous splinters embedded in his body, Zhang Xiaolan's expression was one of utter panic. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and help him back home for treatment." "Yes." The guards rushed forward, with two of them swiftly breaking a wooden table and tearing down doors and windows to create a makeshift stretcher. They carefully placed Qin Yu onto it, while Zhang Xiaolan, having removed the splinters from his face, fought back tears. "Husband, why were you so foolish? You clearly lacked the strength to protect me. Why did you stand in front of me?" Qin Yu let out a bitter laugh, lifting his gaze to the ceiling as a sigh escaped his lips. "I thought I was hefty enough to withstand it." The moment those words left his mouth, even amidst her tears, Zhang Xiaolan couldn't suppress a chuckle. Quickly, she turned to direct the guards, ensuring they carefully lifted Qin Yu to bring him home. Yet, just as they began to move, a hand suddenly reached from the side. Gripping her shoulder tightly, the white-armored woman glared at Zhang Xiaolan, her eyes gleaming with intensity. "9 jade body? How do you possess a 9 jade body? What body? I don't know. Let go of me." Daring to possess a 9 jade body? That lad is courting death. He is mistaken. You haven't even reached the innate realm yet, are already half a step into foundation building, possessing immense potential. Even if he is reckless, the others from the Qin family would never allow him to harm you. Suddenly realizing the implications, the white-armored woman pulled Zhang Xiaolan closer, her face alight with excitement. "Little girl, do you know what your physique signifies? You are a once-in-a-thousand-years treasure for my Jade Maiden sect." Smack! Before she could finish, a sharp sound echoed as the white-armored woman stood stunned, clutching her face. Zhang Xiaolan withdrew her hand, glaring fiercely at her, filled with indignation. "To hell with your 9 jade body. Dare to block me again, and I swear I'll end you." With a sudden burst of strength, Zhang Xiaolan broke free and leapt down from the third floor, hastily following the stretcher. Left alone in the tavern was the white-armored woman, still in shock, her hand pressed against her face. After a moment of silence, she rubbed her cheek, surprisingly not angry but rather displaying a hint of playful amusement. "What a fiery temperament. I like it. Where have all the patrons gone? Pack up my food and drinks. I intend to take it with me." Grabbing a nearby wine jar, she took a hearty swig, wiping her mouth before gazing at the direction in which Zhang Xiaolan and Qin Yu had departed, her smile growing ever brighter. Miss, hee, I quite fancy that title." As the white-armored woman reveled in her drink and grinned foolishly, Qin Yu, under the protection of the guards, returned to the Qin family, instantly drawing the attention of the family patriarch, Qin Shou. upon learning that his precious son had been grievously injured. Accompanied by his beloved daughter-in-law, Qin Shou nearly lost his composure, rushing out to assess the situation. Upon discovering from Qin Yu that it was the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect who had attacked, his expression darkened immediately. These scoundrels dare to act with such audacity in broad daylight? Very well, summon my orders. Strike back. Yes. Chapter 52. Direct confrontation. Meanwhile, as the Qin family was consumed by fury, in the Shadow Demon sect stronghold within Tianlong City, a group of disciples returned, lamenting their misfortunes. 18 had joined forces, yet over half were gravely injured, with as many as 7 slain on the spot. Even the 2 leading Golden Core experts bore significant wounds. It was an utter rout. Upon witnessing their disheveled appearances, the other disciples rushed forward to inquire about the situation. During their exchange, in a central chamber, 8 third-generation disciples of the Shadow Demon sect sat together. Their expressions void of emotion, 2 of whom still bore traces of blood. Observing their disarray, one disciple abruptly slammed his hand on the table. I told you we should strike together. You insisted on being cautious. Look where that got us. Now they are prepared. What chance do we have for a night raid on the Qin family? At these words, the faces of the 2 brothers seated nearby darkened as they clutched their wounds. Glaring back fiercely, we were all set to go, but you were the one who hesitated and delayed, blaming us for alarming them. So what if they are prepared? Do we fear them? Enough. Do you think the Qin family is made of clay? They have dominated this region for hundreds of years. How could they not have a few tricks up their sleeves? Do you know how many lives could be lost in a direct confrontation? Voices of disagreement rose as they began to bicker. Just as the tension escalated, the man at the head of the table slammed his palm down, his face contorted with anger. Enough. Silence. Yes, senior brother. Humph. A bunch of useless fools. You managed to ruin everything. Looking at his fellow disciples, the elder disciple of the illusory demon Dao was filled with frustration. You say we should ambush, but that failed. Now we cannot even launch a direct assault. The enemy is alert, and we haven't captured a single person. The once promising strategy lay in ruins, and his anger was palpable. Since the matter had already been exposed, there was no point in delaying further. To avoid any unforeseen complications, they would strike tonight. Yes. The others nodded gravely, but the 2 Golden Core experts who had just returned exchanged hesitant glances before one spoke up. Senior brother, we could have succeeded this time. But that white-armored woman is terrifyingly powerful. We could barely withstand 10 of her strikes. Could she be an ally summoned by the Qin family? As soon as this was said, the room fell silent. Only the elder brother regarded them with a profound gaze. Are you afraid? We fear is the right sentiment. I have already examined your injuries. They were inflicted by White Jade True Qi, and her cultivation undoubtedly surpasses the Golden Core stage. White Jade True Qi. Does that mean she belongs to those women from Jade Maiden Peak? The disciple who spoke paused mid-sentence, glancing around nervously, as if fearing that a flower-like woman might leap out from the shadows to deliver a few sharp slaps. Not only he, but the others also wore expressions of alarm, with one shorter disciple exclaiming, Senior brother, we cannot provoke Jade Maiden Peak. That place has 5 experts at the transformation stage, and their sect leader is a tribulation-transcending woman. We cannot afford to offend the Shadow Demon sect. Exactly. I heard that the people from 100 Flower Valley inadvertently offended a new female disciple from Jade Maiden Peak, and for a mere Golden Core disciple. Those mad women besieged the entrance of 100 Flower Valley for 21 years. 21 years. The sect leader and elders of 100 Flower Valley were killed. Their disciples were castrated after being rendered powerless. It was worse than death. Senior brother, should we consider fleeing? The cacophony of chattering voices erupted as a group of Golden Elixir stage masters found themselves utterly flustered. Observing their expressions, the elder brother harbored no doubts. If someone were to shout that the disciples of the Jade Maiden Peak were attacking, they would undoubtedly scatter in a frenzy. He helplessly pressed his forehead and sighed. What are you afraid of? Is there not a shred of dignity left as disciples of the Shadow Demon sect? At this, a disciple instinctively retorted, Elder brother, are you not afraid? Ahem. I have already conducted an investigation. The Qin family has always been tyrannical. Their conduct hardly commendable. The individuals from Jade Maiden Peak look down upon men. They would never collude with such a family, let alone assist them. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief, with several individuals slumping into their chairs, utterly dispirited. They had no fear of death. After all, as disciples of the demonic sect, skirmishes were a commonplace affair. However, they dreaded the thought of being castrated, which was far more unbearable than death itself. The tragic fate of those unfortunate souls from the 100 Flowers Valley remained vivid in their memories. Among them, only the two injured Golden Elixir Masters exchanged peculiar glances. The earlier tension hardly suggested animosity. Yet reflecting on the conduct of the Jade Maiden Peak, these women, though notorious, held disdain for those who bullied him, and it was mild for them to incapacitate someone, but castration was a frequent occurrence. Such a disposition certainly did not seem conducive to an alliance with the Qin family. As the crowd finally seemed to relax, the elder brother once more struck the table, preparing to speak. Yet, before he could utter a word, the door was flung open, and a panicked disciple rushed in. "Master, Uncle Master, this is dire. The entire Qin family is mobilized. They are collaborating with the city defense forces and bounty hunters to indiscriminately hunt down our brothers. Over 20 have already fallen victim." "What?" With a clatter, 8 Golden Elixir Masters stood up in disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. The elder brother bellowed in rage, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! How could they respond so swiftly? Even if they could, how could they assemble so quickly?" The kneeling disciple's face twisted in anguish. "Master Uncle, it is true. That gang is indeed hunting our people. Their methods are ruthless and their aim precise. This has clearly been premeditated." Upon hearing the disciple's resolute confirmation, the elder brother hastily shoved past him and dashed out of the room, raising his hand to fire a distress signal. As the signal flared into the sky, a multitude of responses lit up in return. However, the elder brother's expression darkened upon witnessing the scene of the hundreds of disciples scattered throughout the city to evade the Qin family's notice. Fewer than half responded in mere moments. The Qin family had ensnared at least 50 individuals? What a farce! Even if they were a horde of monkeys, they could not possibly react this quickly. What are you still standing there for? Come with me to provide support. Chapter 53. The Qin family's tactics boss. How much for this? A few minutes prior, on a bustling street, 3 disciples of the Shadow Demon sect were merrily shopping and conversing. Despite their affiliation with the demonic sect, these individuals were indeed paying for their purchases. After all, even the most bloodthirsty would not kill indiscriminately. Otherwise, it would be deemed madness. Shopping for clothes and food, strolling through markets, these were activities they engaged in, appearing no different from ordinary folk, and in fact, they tended to be more generous with their spending. Before they resorted to violence, their outward appearance made it difficult to discern their true identities. Otherwise, if they were all to look menacing, resembling extraterrestrial beings, how could they have contended with the righteous sects for so long? Enemies would identify them from afar and strike them down without hesitation. Upon hearing that the handsome youth wished to make a purchase, the shopkeeper eagerly nodded, having witnessed firsthand the young man's extravagant spending. 1 item for 2 taels of silver, a specially crafted sachet for 5 taels. Please do not find it expensive. These are all hand-woven, exquisite in both craftsmanship and materials, and the fragrance within is remarkably potent, I assure you. Give it a sniff. As he spoke, the vendor eagerly handed over the sachet. The woman among the trio accepted it, opened the sachet, and took a gentle whiff, seemingly curious to ascertain the validity of the vendor's claims. However, to her shock, as the sachet opened, a cloud of gray mist erupted forth. Inhaling the mist, the woman and her 2 companions immediately felt the world spin around them. Before the startled trio could retreat, the once amiable vendor kicked over a table, allowing the sachets to scatter across the ground, drew out a concealed spear from beneath the table, and lunged at the woman. With a piercing sound, the sharp spear pierced through her clothing, plunging 3 inches into her abdomen. Alas, despite her Golden Elixir stage prowess, she was incapacitated by the toxins within her body, rendering her unable to conjure her true energy, and she was grievously wounded by an ordinary man in a single strike. Moreover, the vendor was not alone in his attack. As he struck, passers-by and nearby vendors, including shopkeepers, drew their own weapons and charged towards the trio with furious roars. Dozens of spears converged from all directions, targeting the 3 figures in the center. Despite their attempts to wield their swords in defense, facing the impeccably coordinated encirclement, The trio found themselves utterly defenseless, unable to summon their true energy. A series of dull thuds echoed in their ears as their sword formation shattered, and the multitude of spears pierced their bodies, lifting them into the air. With another resounding crash, countless spears withdrew, leaving behind 3 lifeless corpses of the demonic sect, riddled with bloodied holes, their eyes wide open in death. The sudden onslaught of violence left genuine pedestrians and vendors in shock, who screamed and scattered in fear. Meanwhile, another trio from the demonic sect, present on the same street, were startled by the scene. However, they were not disciples of the same master as the deceased trio and had no previous interaction with them. Unaware that the fallen were their comrades, they suspected that a vendetta was being enacted in broad daylight. Thus, rather than fleeing, they moved closer to observe the unfolding spectacle. Yet, their entertainment would be short-lived. As they pushed through the crowd, one of them inadvertently released a handful of gray powder, enveloping the 3 in a cloud. The more experienced leader among them gasped, recognizing the peril. "Everyone be cautious, do not breathe. This is the soul-binding powder that can seal one's true energy." Just as his warning fell, the assailants who had just slaughtered the trio turned their attention toward them with malicious intent, while vendors and pedestrians on either side surged forth, brandishing various weapons in a frenzied assault. With the cacophony of battle cries echoing, the 3 found themselves engulfed in a chaotic mass. Despite hearing their leader's warning, the 2 younger disciples, in their haste, could not react in time and were tragically caught in the fray. Amidst the chaotic stabbing, the 2 were swiftly killed by the indiscriminate strikes. Only the elder brother, reacting the fastest, managed to evade the soul-binding powder, thus remaining unaffected. Realizing his 2 junior brothers were beyond saving, he drew his treasured sword and leaped into the air, breaking through the encirclement. However, just as he soared upward, several glints of cold light rushed toward him from all sides. The protective true energy enveloping his body was as fragile as paper against the arrows, shattering in an instant. With a scream, the elder brother was struck by multiple blood arrows, plummeting toward the ground. Awaiting him was a relentless barrage of blades and axes. His cries were abruptly silenced, devoid of protective true energy. This golden elixir stage master perished on the spot at the hands of the mob. As the area fell silent, the Qin warriors stationed atop the watchtower relaxed their bows, removing the precious anti-demonic arrows from their quivers. Such brutal and precise ambushes were playing out throughout the entirety of Tianlong City, orchestrated by bounty hunters hired by the Qin family, in conjunction with their own disciples and the city defense forces. Among them were many innate realm Qin warriors. For anyone fortunate enough to escape, they would still face the elite of the Qin family, the golden elixir stage Qin warriors armed with long-range bows. With the soul-binding powder ambush, the expert encirclement, and the final deadly arrows, every step was fraught with peril, as the golden elixir stage expert of the Shadow Demon sect had articulated, having ruled over Tianlong City for so long. How could the Qin family possibly lack their own hidden trump cards? Had you not been discovered by him in advance, and if you had launched a surprise attack with all your might, it might have been possible to annihilate his clan overnight, leveraging your superior skills. However, if he had detected your presence beforehand, the entirety of Tianlong City would become your adversary in mere moments. Over 40 masters from the Shadow Demon sect have perished beneath the lethal effects of the spirit-severing powder and the demon-breaking arrows. How many experts from the Shadow Demon sect are present in total? Perhaps just a little over 100. This counterattack has already severed one of their arms in an instant, and what's worse lies ahead. Before the assembled 8 Golden Core experts could rush out of their chambers, the courtyard's gate was suddenly shattered. A robust man clad in white, with his hands clasped behind his back, led a throng of over 100 dark figures into view. Qin Shou's expression remained impassive as he scanned the 8 individuals, his gaze ominous. The 8 Golden Core masters, grave in countenance, slowly drew their respective swords. "Qin Shou, spare us the pleasantries. Today, we shall determine life and death." Chapter 54. Blood stains on white garb. With a leap akin to a tiger breaking free from its cage, Qin Shou's voice had scarcely faded when his figure shot toward the crowd. The 8 experts from the Shadow Demon sect, without hesitation, soared forth with their swords aimed at Qin Shou. Instantly, 9 Golden Core masters became embroiled in a chaotic melee, with sword shadows intertwining and sword energies crisscrossing. Sending dust flying from the ground, as Qin Shou spun, His long sleeves, though mere fabric, wielded like two steel whips under the enhancement of his true chi, despite the combined efforts of the 8 golden core cultivators. They could not gain an inch against him. Realizing their strong assault was futile and that they were entirely outmatched in swordplay, the 8 members of the Shadow Demon sect exchanged glances, suddenly raising their hands to form a sword technique, retreating in a whirlwind. Once they stabilized their forms and successfully distanced themselves from Qin Shou, they pointed their swords, summoning a swirling mass of dense black fog that transformed into a storm of sword energy aimed directly at their foe. In an instant, the sky was filled with chilling light, causing onlookers in the distance to hastily retreat. Caught in the midst of the 8, Qin Shou summoned his chi, vigorously swinging his sleeves to defend himself. A torrent of crimson energy surged between his palms, forming a protective barrier as the sword energies bombarded against it without causing him to budge an inch. As the surrounding sword energies began to wane, Qin Shou let out a bellow, and the protective barrier erupted, sending the shattered sword energies hurtling back toward the enemies. Unprepared for the backlash after their collective assault failed, the Shadow Demon sect masters hastily waved their swords and retreated. The clashes of sword energies against their blades sent dust flying from the ground, while the rebounding sword energies devastated the nearby structures, leaving them riddled with holes. By the time the 8 landed and braced themselves with their weapons against the onslaught, a white figure swooped down like a hawk, targeting the 2 individuals at the rear. With a sharp crack and 2 muffled groans, Qin Shou, employing the eagle claw technique to deflect their weapons, sent the 2 blocking his path flying before gracefully returning to the front of his soldiers. The 8 golden core masters, now regrouped, gazed at Qin Shou with solemn expressions. Among them, the eldest brother sneered coldly. Indeed, Master Qin, your renowned prowess is no mere legend. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou narrowed his eyes, hands clasped behind his back, chest puffed with pride. Only those who enter the golden core realm may call themselves my peers. One must transcend the core to be deemed a true immortal. Though the lifespan of martial artists may not rival yours, beneath the nascent soul, you all are but mere chickens and dogs to me. You? One of the disciples from the Shadow Demon sect, enraged by his words, brandished his weapon and prepared to charge, only to be halted by the eldest brother's hand. Casting a deep glance at Qin Shou, the eldest brother, sword in hand, spoke with growing gravity. Qin Shou, I admit that in a one-on-one duel, I am no match for you. However, no matter how formidable you are, can you truly defeat us all? Roar, you wish to outnumber me? On my Qin family's territory, in Tianlong City, do you dare to compare numbers with me, Qin Shou? Roar. As Qin Shou's voice fell, a synchronized roar erupted. A multitude of Qin Wu guards surged forth, forming 2 lines to block the 8 masters from the Shadow Demon sect. The front line knelt, wielding shields and blades, while the second line raised their longbows, poised to unleash. The arrows glimmered like stars, radiating a chilling light and even exuding a hint of red mist, demon-breaking arrows. Figures emerged from the rooftops, armed with bows and aiming at the Shadow Demon sect disciples below, faced with dozens of pointed arrows aimed at them. The disciples trailing the 8 golden core masters turned pale, swords in hand but unsure of where to defend. Even the 8 golden core masters grew solemn, hesitant to make any rash moves. Observing the silent crowd, a glint of coldness appeared in Qin Shou's eyes. Do you possess the qualifications to compare numbers with my Qin family? Master Qin, our Shadow Demon sect has no enmity with your family. Must we truly engage in a life-and-death struggle? Humph, afraid. Are we? I do not understand why you seek to oppose my Qin family, but since you have acted against us, I have brought my men. Today, at least a few of you must perish for me to save face. Just as the eldest brother from the opposing side seemed poised to speak again, Qin Shou did not grant him the opportunity. Suddenly raising his hand in a decisive gesture, the moment his palm descended, a deluge of demon-breaking arrows was unleashed, transforming into a cascade of cold light aimed at the crowd. Seeing this, the eldest brother's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he bellowed, "Break through! Kill!" In an instant, nearly half of the Shadow Demon sect disciples fell to the onslaught of arrows, roaring as they charged alongside their masters. Simultaneously, the Qin Wu guards, having completed their volley, along with a host of experts summoned by the Qin family from Tianlong City, drew their weapons and surged forth. The 2 sides became a chaotic melee, Locked in a fierce struggle, the clamor of battle ringing ceaselessly. The experts from Tianlong City, caught in the fray, found themselves in a dismal predicament, unable to voice their grievances. The Qin family had summoned them without revealing their adversary, and motivated by a desire to avoid enmity with the Qin family, as well as their generous remuneration, they had followed along. Now, realizing they were battling a major demonic sect, their hearts sank. Defeat meant certain death, and even if they managed to win, they would likely face retribution from the Shadow Demon sect, leaving them in a dire situation. Yet, now that they were on the battlefield, with arrows drawn, they could not withdraw. Even as they silently cursed their fate, they had no choice but to press forward. After all, if they did not act, it would be the Qin family that extinguished the Shadow Demon sect first. The 8 Golden Core Masters from the Shadow Demon sect, breaking through the throng, charged once again at Qin Shou, intent on capturing the leader first. However, at this moment, Qin Shou was flanked by 4 Golden Core experts from Tianlong City. While they could not single-handedly take on 8 opponents without faltering, the majority of them, being seasoned warriors, could easily overpower any adversary of the same realm, regardless of whether one was a youthful prodigy or a dragon among men. Martial artists excel in combat, particularly in close quarters. As long as one had not entered the nascent soul stage, they held an absolute advantage in battles against anyone. Attack! An elder from a prominent family in Tianlong City bellowed fiercely, raising his saber and charging in with ferocity. His lifespan was waning, and upon his death, his family would likely fall into decline. The only hope for survival lay in the support of the Qin family, the local power. Thus, this elder fought with extraordinary fervor, even to the point of risking his life. With a gleaming golden saber, he managed to suppress 2 Golden Core Masters single-handedly. The remaining 3 also performed admirably, with the weakest among them able to hold off one opponent. As for Qin Shou, he was already engaged in fierce combat with the last 2 remaining masters of the Shadow Demon sect. Wielding a sword in one hand and a war spear in the other, resembling a deity of slaughter. With a resounding thud, Qin Shou's war spear struck heavily against an enemy's sword, forcing the opponent to their knees and cracking the ground beneath them. As their eyes locked, reflecting mutual fear, Qin Shou's gaze was fierce. "Today, I shall dye this white garment with your blood." Chapter 55. A wave unsettled swords rise, the mist of Lanshan clears, long spear cleaves through waves. Severing the skies, the world proclaims heroes brave. Who dares to block this blade's edge? The treasured sword cleaved through the air, instantaneously deflecting a soldier's weapon. In the next moment, a long spear swept across, forcing another to hurriedly duck and evade. Before this individual could raise his head, the descending sword was thrust upward with a swift motion. With a piercing scream, half of the arm wielding the weapon was sent spinning into the air. In the presence of Qin Shou's formidable aura, the protective chi of that Golden Core Master was rendered utterly ineffective, offering not a shred of defense. Clutching his severed arm, the man staggered backward, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead in agony. Just as Qin Shou, holding the spear, intended to pursue, another disciple of the demonic sect, witnessing his comrade in peril, rushed forward with his sword to intervene. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Qin Shou's murderous intent was merely a feigned assault. The instant the man leapt to his aid, the spear was thrust backward with full force, striking directly at his chest, with a glint of cold light in his eyes. Qin Shou's spear spun rapidly in his grasp, its sharp point transforming into a drilling instrument. Accompanied by a splatter of blood, the man let out a wretched cry as he was impaled through the heart by the spear shaft. With a graceful flick of the spear, he spun it around him, creating a deadly whirlwind. The clash of metal resonated as the war spear was driven forcefully into the ground, shattering the tiles beneath it. In the next heartbeat, a figure hurled into the air fell directly onto the upright spear. Blood flowed from the crescent blades on either side, dripping incessantly onto Qin Shou's pristine attire, gradually staining one side crimson. Lifting the corpse of his fallen foe, Qin Shou expressionlessly regarded the one-armed man before him, causing the latter to retreat in terror, ultimately stumbling and collapsing to the ground due to his collision with the corpse. Not only had he swiftly dispatched one opponent, but the surrounding disciples of the demonic shadow sect were also suffering significant casualties. Caught off guard and losing the advantage of surprise, compounded by the overwhelming numerical disparity and the prior onslaught of magic arrows that had felled half of their ranks. The disciples of the demonic shadow sect had little hope of victory. The remaining dozen or so gathered together, warily scanning their encroaching adversaries. Numerous wounds marred their bodies, and the eldest brother, with 2 arrows embedded in his back, wore a grim expression. Gritting his teeth, he wrenched the arrows free and hurled them to the ground. With a piercing shout, the eldest brother cried out, "Qin Shou, do you truly wish to eradicate us completely? Are you not afraid of retribution from the demonic shadow sect?" In response, Qin Shou forcefully pushed through the crowd, raising his hand to discard the corpse from his weapon, and strode toward the remaining foes with an imposing demeanor. The weapon scraping against the ground, showering sparks. Having established enmity, what do I have left to fear? Moreover, with your 8 golden core masters accompanying you to the grave, the Qin family stands to gain immensely. Just as the eldest brother was about to utter further words, a flash of cold light suddenly illuminated before him. It was Qin Shou, abruptly lifting his spear to launch a fierce thrust toward his face. The eldest brother hastily gathered his qi, transforming it into sword energy to counterattack, but to his dismay, Qin Shou spun the spear with one hand, effortlessly breaking through the sword energy, and without hesitation, thrust it into the eldest brother's abdomen. With a forceful lift, he hoisted the man into the air. Before the eldest brother could let out a cry of anguish, a flash of cold light appeared. In the next instant, blood erupted as Qin Shou's other hand wielded a sword, severing the eldest brother's head from his shoulders. The killing of another foe seemed to signal a frenzy, as disciples of the Qin family, armed with long weapons, surged forward with wild abandon. Though the trapped disciples of the demonic shadow sect fought desperately, brandishing their swords and attempting to conjure qi or cast spells in retaliation, they faced the overwhelming onslaught of Qin Shou's battle-hardened warriors, trained specifically to pierce armor and slay. If they were to engage in one-on-one combat, they might have had a chance of prevailing. But now, surrounded and besieged from all sides by long spears, escape was an impossibility, and soon their bodies were riddled with bloodied punctures. Only a few golden core masters could muster a counterattack, cleaving through weapons and even breaking long spears. However, under the immense numerical advantage, even they could not endure for long. Another scream echoed through the chaos as one golden core master, desperately parrying against a dozen incoming spears, was struck by 3 magic arrows from above. Not only was his body pierced, but his protective qi shattered instantaneously. In the next moment, a flurry of spears surged forth, lifting him off the ground. Following a relentless barrage of thrusts, when he was finally thrown to the ground, he was already lifeless. Observing the ongoing slaughter of his fellow disciples, the golden core master who had lost an arm to Qin Shou could no longer bear it. Kicking aside an advancing Qin Wu guard, he summoned his strength to leap into the air. Sensing someone attempting to escape, the Qin Wu guards perched upon the rooftops swiftly loosed an arrow. Unfortunately, this time, the magic arrow proved ineffective against the prepared golden core master, who was not so easily harmed by such projectiles. Channeling his qi, his sword grew immensely within the swirling darkness. Just as he was about to ascend the blade and flee, a sudden flash of cold light shot up from below, piercing through his protective qi and impaling him completely. With a resounding clang, the uncontrolled celestial sword clattered to the ground, producing a sharp sound. While its master was skewered by a halberd, rendered motionless in the midst of the crowd, Qin Shou slowly retracted his throwing spear, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Trying to escape? Have you consulted with Qin? At this moment, the battle in the courtyard was nearing its conclusion. The remaining disciples of the demonic shadow sect capable of resistance had all fallen. Even a few who managed to cling to life were gravely injured and teetered on the brink of death. Raising his hand, he seized a Qinglong halberd from a fallen soldier, his expression devoid of emotion as he approached the last few survivors. As he drew near, a golden core master, covered in bloodied wounds, struggled to crawl while waving his hands in protest. Wait, but before he could finish, the war halberd had already descended, piercing through the man's skull. Emotionless, Qin Shou withdrew the weapon, unable to suppress a cold snort. What nonsense is this? Just kill them all? Yes. At Qin Shou's command, the Qin family disciples encircled the remaining foes, regardless of whether the fallen were truly dead or merely feigning death. they ensured each received a final blow. Their movements were practiced and devoid of mercy. Faced with such merciless execution, two individuals pretending to be dead attempted to rise and flee, only to be instantly gunned down amidst the chaos. While the crowd busied themselves with the aftermath of battle, a sudden sound of crisp footsteps echoed from behind them. Upon hearing the noise, the crowd swiftly turned, with Qin Shou gripping his halberd in one hand, chi flowing throughout his being, as he focused intently on the entrance. At the threshold of the courtyard stood a middle-aged man clad in black robes, his expression unreadable as he surveyed the scene of carnage. Glancing at the corpses strewn across the ground before fixing his gaze on the turned disciples, the corners of the man's mouth twitched slightly, breaking into a bitter smile. Heh, it seems I have arrived a bit late. Qin Shou pushed aside the guards blocking his path, stepping forth and driving his halberd into the ground. Who are you? The enemy. Who among the enemy? A second-generation disciple of the demonic shadow sect. One of the 12 demons, the illusory demon Taoist. Chapter 56. Another wave approaches before the gates of the Qin family estate. A figure strolled leisurely, one hand grasping a roasted chicken and the other a bottle of fine wine. Indulging in a casual feast, entirely oblivious to the peculiar gazes of passers-by. This woman not only consumed food and drink in public, but occasionally bumped the gate with her elbow, producing a series of loud thuds. After several such disturbances, the individuals within the courtyard could no longer endure and slowly opened the gate. Through the gap, Zhang Xiaolan revealed half her face, casting a menacing glare at the woman at the entrance. Had she not been raised without learning any vulgarities and spent her time understanding the concept of gentle interactions, she might have resorted to outright cursing. What do you want? The Qin family does not welcome you. Ah, little girl, don't speak so absolutely. That little man of yours was just hoping to invite me in for a visit. You didn't agree. Well, this lady agrees now. Come on, open the door and let me in. The woman in white armor smiled as she approached the gate, only to be met with a resounding slam as the door shut abruptly, nearly striking her in the face. From behind the door, Zhang Xiaolan's voice immediately rang out. No need to open the door. Just continue enjoying your drink. Safe travels, no need for a send-off. Hiss, your temper is indeed quite fiery. Fine, fine. There will come a day when you will be the one to open the door. Lazily turning around to lean against the door, the woman clad in white armor resumed her leisurely drinking and feasting. As young maidens passed by on the road, this woman would shamelessly whistle at them. With her strikingly handsome features and dashing armored appearance, she often left the young ladies blushing, either covering their faces or scoffing in disdain. Regardless of the various reactions from the girls, the woman in white gracefully accepted them all, her smile unwavering, exuding an air of ease. Just as she continued to tease the passers-by, a cacophony of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from a distance. A throng of battered Qin warriors rushed towards her, carrying numerous stretchers among them. At the forefront, shielded by several skilled protectors, lay the esteemed head of the Qin family, Qin Shou, the foremost expert in Tianlong City. Ignoring the unfamiliar woman at the door, a Qin warrior dashed forward, pounding on the entrance. Open the door, quickly, open the door. Upon hearing this familiar voice, the heavy door swung open swiftly. The household servants gasped in alarm at the sight of the disheveled group, hastily ushering them inside. Witnessing this scene, the woman in white paused momentarily. After a brief hesitation, she hoisted her sheathed sword and staggered into the courtyard alongside the others. To inflict such injuries upon a martial arts master. It hardly seemed within the reach of a mere golden core cultivator. Could it be a case of overwhelming numbers? Yet that didn't add up. If they were outnumbered, how had this group of inept followers survived? Had they encountered some formidable adversary? Curiosity swelled within the woman in white as she boldly followed the throng into the courtyard. The servants, unable to discern her identity, mistakenly assumed she was one of the reinforcements summoned by the Qin family, and thus made no effort to stop her. With a resounding thud, the door closed heavily, shrouding the Qin residents in silence once more. Only the murmurs of curious passers-by broke the stillness. After all, the gravely injured individual was none other than Qin Shou, the venerable patriarch who had dominated Tianlong City for over 200 years, suppressing all challengers with his singular might. How could he have lost? A palpable sense of unease enveloped the Qin estate as the news spread among the family members, who rushed to the scene but were promptly halted by the Qin warriors at the entrance. Even Qin Shou's eldest and second sons were not exempt from this treatment, with only the two of them being specially summoned inside. This led to a tempest of emotions among the other Qin heirs, particularly the eldest and second sons, whose expressions darkened with uncertainty. After all, the disparity in treatment was glaringly evident. Despite Qin Shou's previous affection for the fourth son, it had never reached such absurd levels. What had the fourth son done to earn such favor? Meanwhile, within the room, Zhang Xiaolan and Qin Yu had been brought in to meet with the recently awakened Qin Shou, who lay on the bed. His body swathed in blood-stained bandages, his complexion an unnaturally pallid shade. A conspicuous bloodstain in the shape of a handprint marred his exposed chest. At the bedside, Qin Yu appeared equally disheveled. Although not severely wounded, he bore numerous splinters that had embedded themselves in his body, wrapping him like a dumpling. The two wounded men exchanged glances, and Qin Shou let out a heavy sigh, gazing at the ceiling. The Qin family had suffered a great loss. Their opponent had brought a nascent soul cultivator, and he was no match for such power. Father, how grave is your injury? Not fatal, but it will not heal in the short term. After all, while martial artists are strong, they do not excel in healing, unlike cultivators. Feeling the dire state of his body, Qin Shou sighed again. Though that old man sustained some injuries from me, with the recovery ability of a cultivator, he will likely be back to full strength by tonight. The Qin family is in for a calamity. Father, we must leave. Take Xiaolin with you. Before he regains his strength, remember that as long as you survive, the Qin family will not perish, and you? I do not expect anything from you. Once Xiaolan has cultivated to a sufficient level, you must seek vengeance for the Qin family and eradicate the entire Moing sect. Coughing violently, Qin Yu, standing by the bed, looked at his father, who despite his grievous injuries still harbored thoughts of revenge. His expression fell. Father, have you considered that perhaps we could flee together? Flee? What nonsense. I, Qin Shou, have never bowed to anyone. The Qin family's fortunes are entrenched in Tianlong City. If I flee, I would be the laughingstock of the world. Well, father, is it not possible that not everyone in the world knows you? Believe me, even in my current state, I could still effortlessly strike you down. With a fierce glare, Qin Yu shot back, but seeing the worry in his father's eyes softened Qin Shou's gaze. I cannot escape. If we all run together, we would be too conspicuous and certain to be pursued. Someone must divert their attention. You two must go, the farther the better. Qin Shou's words caused Qin Yu's expression to shift. And just as he was about to respond, a clamor erupted from outside the door. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the Qin residence? Stop right there. Do not move. The sound of clashing metal accompanied by cries of distress erupted. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Shou's face paled, fearing it was the Moing sect's people attacking. He struggled to rise, only to be hastily supported by Qin Yu. Zhang Xiaolan, however, displayed an even more direct response. This woman, who had been timid and fearful just half a month ago, now drew a sword from the wall with fierce determination, standing protectively in front of the bed. Under the watchful eyes of the three within the room, the door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. Two Qin warriors brandished their swords, desperately attempting to fend off the intruders, but they were no match for the assailants. With two dull thuds, the woman in white armor effortlessly dispatched the warriors, tossing them aside with a flick of her wrist. She then casually slung her sheathed sword over her shoulder and, with a swish of her ponytail, greeted the room. You too. How have you been? Chapter 57. The spirit of a man. The Qin warriors on either side quickly regained their footing, their anger flaring as they charged towards the woman once more. Yet, suddenly, Qin Yu raised his hand and issued a low command. Stop, this is a guest I have invited. Upon hearing this, the Qin warriors halted their advance, though they did not immediately lower their weapons. They turned in unison to look at Qin Shou on the bed. Only when Qin Shou gave a slight nod did they bow and withdraw, as the door closed behind them. An eerie silence enveloped the room. Qin Yu gazed at the woman before him, who wore a radiant smile, one hand clutching a sword and the other holding a wine jar. His gaze flickered momentarily to the splendid golden ring atop her head, and a glimmer of hope stirred within him. Miss, have you come here for a specific reason? Do not misunderstand. Your family's fate is of no concern to me. I will not interfere in this matter. Scratching her head with the sword hilt, the woman in white quickly shifted her focus to Zhang Xiaolan. I have come for her. Xiaolan? Yes, the Nining Jade body you cannot keep. Keeping her by your side will inevitably lead to your downfall. Why not allow me to take her? The woman spoke while casting a glance at Qin Shou, but then her brows furrowed, and she slowly shook her head. It seems there is no need to wait. You have already attracted trouble. You have been afflicted by the true energy of the Amoing sect, likely from a nascent soul expert. Though you are a martial arts master, you are ill-equipped to challenge them. With a flourish, she slammed the wine jar onto the table and leaped onto it, crossing her legs in a relaxed manner. How about this? Young man, let us make a deal. Hand her over to me, and I will assist you in dealing with that nascent soul cultivator. If you do not wish to help, then the Qin family has pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Before the woman could finish her sentence, Qin Yu's cold voice interrupted her. Without waiting for her look of astonishment, he turned to the conflicted Zhang Xiaolan beside him, gazing at the increasingly beautiful and ethereal young woman before him. Qin Yu could not help but sigh. It seemed the protagonist's luck had exceeded his expectations. This affection from Xiaolan, the Qin family cannot bear. However, to suggest that he, Qin Yu, sell his wife to seek survival? What a ridiculous notion! Setting aside the dire consequences of such an act, merely becoming Zhang Xiaolan's nominal husband had already driven him and the Qin family to a dead end. If he were to sell her, he could guarantee that once she attained her full strength and returned to Tianlong City, the Qin family would either be annihilated or suffer a fate worse than death. After all, he had never heard of a supporting character who sold the protagonist seeking survival ending up well. Not to mention, they were not mere supporting characters but a band of villains. Furthermore, Qin Yu had his own pride. A man must possess a spirit of resistance, bowing to heaven and earth for love. Though I lack the ambition of Pangu, I shall shed blood, not honor. Though Qin Yu was an insignificant figure, he had not sunk so low as to sell his wife for survival. Even if Zhang Xiaolan were to become a darkened protagonist, it must not be due to his actions. Taking the letter from his bosom, Qin Yu forcefully thrust it into Zhang Xiaolan's hands, his expression grave. Xiaolan, I, Qin Yu, am powerless. I cannot provide you with wealth and glory, nor can I ensure your safety. In fact, I must abandon you for Zhao Tiangang, which may not be much different. Gazing at the wide-eyed Zhang Xiaolan, Qin Yu took a deep breath, his demeanor becoming increasingly solemn. This is a letter of recommendation from the Blood Slaughter sect. With it, you shall undoubtedly become a disciple of the Blood Slaughter sect. Remember, relying on others is futile. In this world, no one can be trusted but your own strength. Zhang Xiaolan clutched the envelope, astonished, her arms trembling slightly. But, my husband, I should have perished a month ago. Living an extra month is already a boon, Qin Yu replied, releasing Zhang Xiaolan's hand and turning to face the astonished Qin Shou on the sickbed. A sudden smile breaking across his face. Old man, I've burdened you with so much trouble and expense during this time. Allow me to accompany you one last time, as a token of gratitude. Qin Shou stared at Qin Yu, momentarily stunned, before shaking his head with a bitter smile. You rascal, you have spirit. If you wish to die so badly, then I shall accompany you. As Qin Shou's words fell, Qin Yu's smile grew ever brighter. Zhang Xiaolan, holding the envelope, took a nervous step forward, wanting to speak. But before she could utter a word, a cold glimmer suddenly flashed, pressing against Qin Yu's neck. The sword, which had remained sheathed in the hands of the woman in white armor, was now drawn. The gleaming blade, glinting silver, was closely aligned with Qin Yu's throat, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The white-armored woman, who had maintained a cheerful demeanor until now, possessed a sharp gaze filled with murderous intent. Boy, do you realize what you're doing? How dare you send the finest talent of Yunu Peak to the demonic sect? For this alone, I could slaughter your entire clan. Feeling the icy steel against his neck, Qin Yu turned his head, his gaze devoid of fear, instead radiating an icy resolve. What a joke! I fear not death. Why should I fear this old hag? Previously, when he had sought her assistance, he had met her with a smile. Now, he no longer expected her to come to his aid. Smile? What nonsense, if I don't strike you. It is merely a matter of strength. Seizing the blade, he let the weapon slice into his palm, disregarding the pain. Qin Yu dismissed the white-armored woman with irritation. Miss, our Qin family's matters do not require your interference. Are you suggesting that you wish to confront the Qin family here? If so, I shall gladly oblige. You, If you do not intend to fight, I kindly ask you to leave, lest you be drenched in blood. As for my wife's choice of sect, rest assured, even if she does not join the Bloodslaughter sect, she will not go to Yunu Peak, given the notorious reputation of your disciples in matters of orientation. Boy, you seek your own demise. The white-armored woman's expression twisted with rage as she listened to Qin Yu's pointed taunts. It was not that she was angered by Qin Yu's accusations. Rather, she knew that Yunu Peak was indeed flawed in certain respects. Many disciples, restricted by sect rules and unable to marry or bear children, often sought alternative outlets. The white-armored woman was among them, having been anything but normal even before joining Yunu Peak. However, knowing this was one thing. Proclaiming it publicly was another matter entirely. Just as the white-armored woman prepared to thrust her sword at Qin Yu in fury, she inadvertently glanced to the side and was instantly drenched in cold sweat. For beside them, Zhang Xiaolin was glaring at her with animosity, the sword in her hand poised for action. Had the sword not been too close to Qin Yu, Zhang Xiaolin would have surely lunged forward. Seeing Zhang Xiaolin in such a state, the white-armored woman realized that if she dared to make a move, she could forget about enrolling Zhang Xiaolin in the sect. As for apprenticeship, if no grudge were formed, it would be a blessing from the heavens. This boy is leading her into a trap. Gritting her teeth, the white-armored woman shot Qin Yu a furious glare and lowered her weapon. Before she could voice her thoughts, a deafening roar echoed from outside. Qin Shou's whelp! I have arrived! The furious shout resonated through the skies, shaking half of Tianlong City. Hearing the commotion, Qin Shou's expression changed drastically as he suppressed the excruciating pain and rolled out of bed, nearly collapsing from the force of his movements. Seizing the sword from Zhang Xiaolin's grasp, Qin Shou stumbled toward the door while shouting, Xiao Si, take Xiaolin and flee. Qin Yu's expression shifted rapidly upon hearing this. He swiftly grasped the guandao hanging on the wall, swinging the blade behind him and rushing out, Xiaolin, you must escape through the back door, whether we live or die, whether we prosper or suffer. Let fate decide. Watching the father and son rush out of the room, Zhang Xiaolin's expression changed as well. Frantically scanning her surroundings for a weapon and finding none, she clenched her teeth and prepared to charge out empty-handed. However, before Zhang Xiaolin could reach the doorway, the white-armored woman barred her way with her sword. Young lady, the Qin family has been tyrannical for over 200 years. Their downfall is entirely of their own making. Why should you involve yourself in this? Get out of my way, you old hag with no man. Zhang Xiaolin retorted fiercely. Why Qin family's affairs are none of your concern. Before the white-armored woman could finish her sentence, Zhang Xiaolin forcefully collided with her, pushing her way outside. The white-armored woman, burdened by her sword, wore an expression of exasperation. On one hand, she admired Zhang Xiaolin's fierce demeanor. On the other, she found her straightforwardness troublesome. With such a personality, unless the Qin family betrayed her, it would be difficult for her to sever ties with them. This could lead to complications. Dragging her head down, the white-armored woman followed suit, lethargically making her way to the Qin family's entrance. When she arrived, chaos reigned in the courtyard. An elder with his hands behind his back wore a grim expression, flanked by over 20 disciples, all of whom glared angrily in this direction. The Qin family, not to be outdone, had gathered a throng of hundreds, each armed with various weapons, standing defiantly against the intruders. While it appeared that the Qin family had a significant numerical advantage, any discerning eye could tell that their defeat was inevitable. If a Golden Core expert could rely on surprise and special weapons to achieve victory, a nascent soul expert was an entirely different realm. Such individuals possessed innate protective energy, rendering any attacks against them futile. Stealth attacks were meaningless, and a strategy relying on sheer numbers was laughable. Despite the Qin family's hundreds of members, if the nascent soul expert wished, annihilating them would take no longer than a quarter of an hour. The elder's face was slightly pale, and his breathing was labored, clearly indicating he had sustained injuries. As he watched Qin Shou, who approached unsteadily with a sword in hand, even with the weapon to support him, the elder's eyes revealed a glimmer of coldness and apprehension. Qin Shou's whelp, it has been half a day since we last met. I trust you are well? Qin Shou inhaled deeply, a sharp glint in his eyes. Illusion demon Taoist. I never imagined you would come to my Qin family as a guest without tending to your injuries. What brings you here? Do you really wish to rush things? How can I not? You, a mere Golden Core brute, managed to severely wound me in a direct confrontation. Should I not be wary of your Qin family? The white-armored woman's hands subtly shifted behind her back as the illusion demon Daoist spoke, his gaze growing more intense. I would relish the opportunity to wipe out your entire clan at once. If I delay for even half a day, what if a few of you manage to escape? Qin Shou, realizing that further conversation was pointless, chose silence. The ruthless Qin Shou understood that the opponent would not spare them, just as he would show no mercy if he were victorious. With a sudden roar, Qin Shou raised his sword. Qin family disciples, to battle, fight, fight, fight. Born into a lineage of warriors, the Qin family is inherently martial in nature. Though their personalities may vary and they are generally not regarded as virtuous, they exhibit remarkable unity and ruthlessness. Even when fully aware that their adversary has already defeated Qin Shou, they boldly charge forward. Weapons at the ready, in response to Qin Shou's furious roar. The sheer number of their disciples, hundreds strong, creates an overwhelming presence that even the illusory demon Daoist finds daunting, solidifying his resolve to eradicate them entirely. With a swift motion, the illusory demon Daoist engages Qin Shou, quickly overpowering the severely injured warrior. Several elders and skilled fighters from the Qin clan attempt to assist, but they are swiftly subdued within mere exchanges. A single strike can leave one bleeding profusely or worse, shattered beyond recognition. This is not a fair contest. Although the illusory demon Daoist bears wounds, he can still unleash at least 70% of his strength, while Qin Shou likely struggles to muster even half of his potential. Yet, the battlefield is not confined to this one struggle. Recognizing their own inadequacies, the Qin disciples, unable to contribute meaningfully to the conflict, ferociously assault the disciples brought by the illusory demon Daoist. Among them are 2 golden core disciples, while the rest are lesser apprentices. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, even the 2 golden core disciples find themselves in disarray. One is forced to take to the skies, engaging the archers below with spells. The lesser apprentices fare even worse, with several falling victim to the chaos within mere minutes. Amidst this tumultuous battlefield, one man scurries about in panic. Zhao Tiangang, the persistent nuisance, remains alive. Perhaps due to his prior status as a protagonist of fate, his resilience is astonishing. He narrowly escaped the previous ambush led by Qin Shou against the masters of the Magic Shadow sect. And now, he inadvertently guides the illusory demon Daoist directly to them. However, his fortunes have run dry. Having anticipated a life of luxury and vengeance alongside the illusory demon Daoist, he soon realizes that once the fighting commenced, he was entirely disregarded, as even the powerful apprentices fall swiftly. Zhao Tiangang, a mere cultivator of the acquired realm, would have met his demise had he not cleverly discarded his demonic garb. Nevertheless, this change of attire may deceive others, but it will not fool those familiar with him, such as Qin Yu. Zhao Tiangang. The furious roar rings in his ears as he turns to see Qin Yu, wielding a broadsword, charging towards him. There is no chance for retreat. As Qin Yu closes the distance, he swings his weapon with ferocity, the blade crashing against Zhao Tiangang's sword. With a whirlwind motion, Qin Yu continues his relentless assault, forcing Zhao Tiangang into a desperate defense. Yet, how can a mere sword withstand the might of a broadsword? With a thunderous impact, the sword bends under the force, and the broadsword crashes into Zhao Tiangang's shoulder. Though the sword offers some protection, the sheer weight of the blow elicits a pained cry from him. Before he can react, Qin Yu delivers a kick that sends him flying. Chapter 59. The death of Zhao Tiangang tumbling to the ground. Zhao Tiangang scrambles to escape. Just as he manages to roll away, a broadsword slams into the spot he occupied, shattering the tiles beneath. Faced with the fury of Qin Yu, Zhao Tiangang, already disoriented, finds himself with no means to defend himself. As he struggles to rise, a glint of cold steel flashes before him, and before he knows it, his clothing is torn, blood spurting forth. Though he narrowly avoids being gutted by that strike, the long, narrow wound on his chest inflicts unbearable pain, causing him to retreat in front of him. Qin Yu readies his broadsword, utilizing the blade's edge and the back spike to spin and close in. The chilling flashes of light force Zhao Tiangang to retreat, unable to halt his flight. After forcing himself back several meters, Qin Yu suddenly alters his approach, raising the broadsword overhead before sweeping it horizontally. As dark strands of hair fall, A startled Zhao Tiangang realizes that his once flowing locks have been reduced to a buzzsaw in that moment of terror. As Zhao Tiangang clutches his head, Qin Yu, filled with rage and determination, is momentarily distracted by an illusion. Suddenly, he finds himself surrounded by multiple Zhao Tiangangs. Startled, Qin Yu hastily defends himself, but as one of the illusions lunges forward, his strike passes right through, revealing the ruse. The illusory demon Taoist's magic has ensnared not just Qin Yu but all the Qin disciples present, leaving them disoriented and unable to distinguish friend from foe. The battlefield descends into chaos, with fratricide occurring, random weapon strikes, and some, like Qin Yu, remaining vigilant and defensive. In an instant, the tide of battle shifts dramatically, as the once dominant Qin disciples find themselves at a severe disadvantage. The illusory demon Taoist, reveling in the success of his illusions, observes the confusion among Qin Shou and the others, unable to suppress a smirk. He does not rush to kill. The proximity is still too perilous given Qin Shou's formidable combat prowess, especially in close quarters. Moreover, who knows what hidden cards he might still hold? It would be more prudent to wait until his opponent is exhausted by the illusions before claiming his head. Meanwhile, Zhao Tiangang, engaged in combat with Qin Yu, realizes the situation has turned dire. Observing the sudden shift in momentum and Qin Yu's frantic attempts to defend himself, Zhao Tiangang's pupils constrict with a glimmer of hope. Understanding the illusory demon Taoist's expertise in illusions, he had not anticipated the extent of their power, which now blankets the entire Qin estate. Grabbing a sword from the ground, Zhao Tiangang storms towards Qin Yu, only to find that Qin Yu, on high alert for any movement, instinctively slashes out at the approaching footsteps. The unexpected attack catches Zhao Tiangang off guard, and as the clash of metal rings out, he realizes the earlier sounds were not mere figments of his imagination. Qin Yu, now a relentless pursuer, continues his assault, forcing Zhao Tiangang to retreat amidst the chaos. As he scrambles away, Zhao Tiangang seizes a longbow and retrieves arrows from a fallen comrade. With bow drawn and arrow aimed, he targets Qin Yu's head, convinced that the disoriented warrior will be unable to defend against a ranged attack. Yet, the arrow ultimately fails to reach its mark. At the moment of release, a sword whirls in, severing the arrow mid-flight, causing the remaining half to narrowly miss Qin Yu. Startling him, in front of Zhao Tiangang stands a striking figure, fists clenched and energy surging. Zhao Tiangang, Zhang Xiaolan, the two former childhood companions lock eyes, yet one is filled with trepidation while the other burns with fury. The Qin family is doomed, and you would do well to, before Zhao Tiangang can finish. Zhang Xiaolan lunges forward, and as she approaches, the silhouette of a roaring tiger materializes behind her, radiating a faint white light, resembling a celestial tiger descending from the heavens. Her energy surges forth, no longer confined to her skin but instead manifesting alongside the tiger, crashing toward Zhao Tiangang's face from several meters away. This is a display of her true energy being unleashed, an indication of her innate realm, a foundational breakthrough. In this critical moment, Zhang Xiaolan has achieved a breakthrough. If one were to say that Zhao Tiangang initially had a modicum of resistance against Zhang Xiaolan, who was merely a half-step innate master, then faced with Zhang Xiaolan, now a true master, he found himself utterly defenseless. In the midst of his terror, Zhang Xiaolan struck towards his forehead. Even before her hand reached him, the force of her energy shattered the longbow Zhao Tiangang had drawn. In the next moment, accompanied by a sharp crack, the fierce energy crashed down upon the crown of Zhao Tiangang's head. Following closely, Zhang Xiaolan descended like a fierce tiger, her palm firmly pressing against his forehead. Xiaolan, die! The moment Zhao Tiangang's wail escaped his lips, his head was shattered under the pressure of her true energy, exploding into a mist of blood. The headless corpse swayed and fell, while Zhang Xiaolan, who had just obliterated Zhao Tiangang with a single strike, allowed her anger to dissipate. Paying no heed to the body, she hurried towards Qin Yu. However, the sudden sound of footsteps alarmed Qin Yu, who was lost in a daze, prompting him to swing his blade in her direction. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaolan reacted swiftly, evading several of his attacks with agile movements. Finally, she lunged forward, wrapping her arms around his waist. Husband! The crisp sound of the blade ceased abruptly, the tip poised just above Zhang Xiaolan's head. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qin Yu's eyes widened in confusion. Xiaolan? Husband! It's me! Gazing at Qin Yu, who had become utterly blind to his surroundings. Zhang Xiaolan tenderly caressed his face, as the pure energy of the white jade infused into Qin Yu. The unique essence of the nine-yin jade body instantly shattered the illusions tormenting him. With a mind unclouded and unaffected by any magical barriers, this was the innate power of the nine-yin jade body and its natural counter to all illusions. Finally regaining his sight, Qin Yu, upon confirming that the one embracing him was indeed Zhang Xiaolan, breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his weapon. Meanwhile, the armored woman standing nearby, who had witnessed the entire scene, spat in frustration. Well, this kid is too quick to react. He didn't even injure Zhang Xiaolan. Any hope of inciting enmity between them is utterly dashed. Chapter 60. Silver Wolf, Marshal unmatched Zhang Xiaolan. Why haven't you left yet? Looking at the woman who held him, her eyes shimmering with emotion, Qin Yu felt a moment of joy, which quickly turned to shock and then to furious anger. He thrust the broadsword into the ground and seized Zhang Xiaolan by her collar. His gaze fierce as he shouted, "You need to leave, now." "But, husband, I want to. If you still acknowledge me as your husband, go." Just as Qin Yu was about to forcibly throw her out of the Qin family gates, a voice, aged and commanding, suddenly echoed in their ears. "Leave? Since you have come this far, and you two are so affectionate, why not stay?" A figure descended from above, the illusionary demon master, hands clasped behind his back, stooped as he gazed at them with a seemingly amiable smile. However, witnessing the chaos around them, both Zhang Xiaolan and Qin Yu had no illusions about his benevolence. He was more akin to a grim reaper. Raising his hand, Qin Yu instinctively shielded Zhang Xiaolan behind him, seething with anger as he positioned his broadsword defensively. Illusionary demon master. Indeed, it is I presume you two are Qin Yu, the young master, and his beloved wife, Zhang Xiaolan. With a gleeful examination of their appearances, confirming they matched, the illusionary demon master continued, "I've heard you possess a certain manual. I happen to be fond of collecting various texts. Might I have the pleasure of perusing it?" "You, do not rush to respond. I do not require an answer from you. Whether you speak or remain silent, I possess myriad ways to extract your secrets." The illusionary demon master's eyes narrowed with a hint of malice. "Because of you two, I have lost numerous disciples. I shall certainly reclaim this debt from your souls. Perhaps I shall seal your souls within two swords and present them to your enemies." His words did not faze Qin Yu. After all, encountering this individual meant death was inevitable. As for the manner of demise, that was of no concern to Qin Yu. Raising his blade, he growled fiercely, "You wish to move against us? Come, try." Zhang Xiaolan, observing Qin Yu standing protectively before her, did not step forward despite his greater strength. After all, with their meager skills, they would likely be of little distinction in the eyes of the illusionary demon master. Gently wrapping her arms around Qin Yu's waist, she rested her head on his shoulder, her eyes blissfully closed. Though the journey had been fraught with challenges and the reputation of her husband's family was less than stellar, she felt assured she had not chosen unwisely this time. "Want to die together? I shall grant your wish." The illusionary demon master's eyes widened in disbelief, his demeanor shifting as he lunged forward, intent on seizing their souls. Just as he reached for Qin Yu's chest, a clear sound of a sword ringing out pierced the air. A sheathed sword was thrust forth, effortlessly blocking the illusionary demon master's attack. Startled, the illusionary demon master stepped back, his pupils contracting in fear as he turned to glare at the armored woman, his complexion ashen. "Who are you?" "I am your aunt." The white armored woman, exuding a fierce aura, showed no inclination to parley with the illusionary demon master and charged forward with a palm strike. The illusionary demon master, taken aback, attempted to retaliate, but with a resounding impact, his arm shattered upon collision, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball. Blood splattered in every direction, and those caught in the fray were reduced to mere mist. Ultimately, with a thunderous crash, a nearby building collapsed, cleaved in two. The illusionary demon master, battered and lying amidst the rubble, coughed up blood, his eyes wide with horror. "This is White Jade True Energy. You are from Jade Maiden Peak." Grasping her disheveled hair, the white-armored woman shot a venomous glare at Qin Yu before turning back to the illusionary demon master. "And what of it? If Jade Maiden Peak wishes to kill you, what can you do about it?" At that moment, the white-armored woman felt her fury boiling over, especially upon witnessing the intimate scene between Qin Yu and Zhang Xiaolan. Zhang Xiaolan, it seemed, had no hope of turning against the Qin family now. If she allowed the illusionary demon master to kill Qin Yu, not only would she be at odds with the Qin family, but she would also incur Zhang Xiaolan's everlasting enmity. What? You claim it has nothing to do with Jade Maiden Peak. What grudge do you hold against them? Do you expect to reason with a woman who is utterly desperate? If Qin Yu is truly killed, everyone present here will inevitably fall under Zhang Xiaolan's wrath. Thus, despite her reluctance, the white-armored woman was compelled to act. Grasping the sword hilt, she yanked it back, transforming the once broad blade into an elongated silver spear over 2 meters in length. Planting the spear firmly into the ground, she glared fiercely at the illusionary demon master, whom she deemed useless. Behind her, as true energy coalesced, a colossal silver wolf head, its gaze fierce, circled above, casting a shadow that blotted out the sky. Witnessing this spectacle, the battlefield fell eerily silent. The once menacing illusionary demon master now appeared pale and terrified. Gazing at the wolf head peeking through the clouds, which obscured the sky entirely, the illusionary demon master felt a chill run through him as he trembled, finally managing to utter, "Jade Maiden Peak. Silver Wolf, martial unmatched." With those words, everyone present inhaled sharply, including the wobbling Qin Shou, who cast a horrified glance at Wu Wushuang. 3,000 golden elixirs on the peak. 4 sacred beasts stand before 5 generations of disciples. The wolf head at the peak can swallow the heavens. The Jade Maiden Peak boasts a total of 3,000 disciples, with over 80% being at the golden core stage. Recruitment is stringent, with numerous conditions. Once a disciple is accepted, they undergo meticulous training. Among them, 4 second-generation disciples are known as the 4 beasts of the mountain, all formidable figures at the transformation stage. The Jade Green Dragon oversees matters, addressing all issues within the sect. The Jade White Tiger excels in martial prowess, renowned for their valor. The Jade Vermilion Bird specializes in leading disciples to eliminate those who offend the Jade Maiden Peak, embodying a philosophy of retribution. While the Jade Black Tortoise, a master of formations and talismans, primarily ensures the sect's security. Above these 4 stands a sage, the sect's leader, a transcendent being at the tribulation stage, who has nearly ascended to immortality. Should anyone provoke the Jade Maiden Peak, and the 4 beasts fail to restore honor, one must be prepared to engage in a life-or-death struggle. However, within the Jade Maiden Peak, the most renowned figure is not one of these 5, but rather a 5th-generation disciple, or more accurately, a 1st-generation disciple who has been demoted to 5th-generation status. Chapter 61. The Fall of the Illusory Demon Within the Celestial Realm. As the ancestors of each generation gradually age, disciples typically ascend through the ranks, 5th generation to 4th, newcomers becoming the new 5th, and so forth, until the once novices become the pillars of the sect. Positions of the 4 beasts and the sect leader are filled by the most outstanding talents among the disciples over successive generations. Yet, exceptions abound, and the Jade Maiden Peak is not devoid of peculiarities. Once, there was a senior sister of the current sect leader who held the position of the White Tiger among the 4 beasts, and even harbored aspirations to contest for the leadership. However, due to improper conduct, she attempted to manipulate her peers through underhanded means during the contest for leadership, but her scheme was thwarted by a junior sister. Enraged, her master expelled her from the White Tiger position, demoting her to a 3rd-generation disciple. Subsequently, even after the 3rd-generation disciples advanced to the 2nd, she remained obstinate, culminating in another failed attempt and yet another demotion. After 2 such humiliations, she finally resolved to change during her 3rd opportunity. To clarify, it was not her character that transformed, but rather she learned from her missteps and surprisingly succeeded this time. Yet, once her actions were revealed, she was subjected to public condemnation and ridicule. Ultimately, the sect leader, the very target of her initial deceit, along with the current 4 beasts, the second target of her ploy, voted to relegate her to the 5th generation, barring her from any further advancement for life. This rendered her the first ever 5th-generation disciple at the transformation stage within the Jade Maiden Peak, a true legend of her time. Her moniker became Silver Wolf, attributed to her adeptness with the wolf's head fist and the overwhelming presence of her Jade Wolf avatar. Observing the astonished expressions of those around her, Wu Wushuang, expressionless and leaning on her spear, gazed sharply at the young man before her. "You've got some guts. Kid, I've traversed the martial world for over 2,300 years, and you are only the second to dare compete with me for a woman. Come closer. Let me see how many heads you have that are worth chopping off. Before she could finish her taunt, the pale-faced illusory demon Taoist opposite her suddenly exploded, showering the courtyard in a mist of blood that enveloped all present, sealing their senses. Before the crimson haze could dissipate, a chilling light erupted. A silver dragon roared in the sky, tearing through the blood mist as it shot straight upwards. In its wake, the illusory demon Taoist, having self-destructed, fled in a panic, but was met with no chance to escape. A tremendous sound resonated as the clouds above erupted, and the previously gloomy sky was illuminated by pure white light, enveloping the Qin family estate and all of Tianlong City below in a flash of cold brilliance. The raging dragon returned, transforming back into a spear that landed beside Wu Wushuang. Throughout this, Wu Wushuang maintained her posture with arms crossed, rolling her eyes at the display. Lacking any real strength, yet you dare to imitate others in vying for women? Seeking death, are we? Gently stretching her shoulders, Wu Wushuang's voice deepened as she turned to Qin Yu. All right, the second one vying for a woman has been dealt with. Now, it's your turn, kid. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou coughed excitedly, while Zhang Xiaolan hurriedly shielded Qin Yu, glaring at Wu Wushuang with arms spread wide like a protective hen. Witnessing this scene, Wu Wushuang felt utterly exasperated, her arms drooping as she lamented. I mean, silly girl, this kid has no looks, no physique. Why are you so intent on hanging your hopes on this crooked tree? Do not speak ill of my husband. All right, your husband is impressive, fine. This little chubby kid is the handsomest. All right, just keep hanging on that tree. Retrieving her spear and transforming it back into a sword resting on her shoulder, Wu Wushuang cast a glance at Qin Yu, muttering softly, look at that tree. Drooping and lifeless, if it lasts 100 years without dying, that would be extraordinary. I reckon by the time the tree dies, you won't have anyone left to hang on. Had Zhang Xiaolan not broken through to the foundation establishment stage, Wu Wushuang might have worried that Qin Yu's youthful exuberance could inadvertently harm her. However, with Zhang Xiaolan's successful advancement, Wu Wushuang no longer cared. Even if unfortunate events were to occur, they would not hinder Zhang Xiaolan's cultivation. Besides, Wu Wushuang had discerned that Qin Yu lacked talent, and martial artists have short lifespans. Thus, she was unperturbed by the notion of outliving Qin Yu. After all, it was merely a matter of a century or two. She could simply reside there, treating it as nurturing Zhang Xiaolan. When Qin Yu eventually passed, Zhang Xiaolan would be free of attachments, and surely, she would return to the sect with Wu Wushuang. A century or two of cultivation should suffice for her to reach the out-of-body stage. Perhaps even the transformation stage. After all, the Nine Jade body is characterized by its rapid advancement. Such an exceptional cultivation physique cannot be judged by common standards. Unbeknownst to Wu Wushuang, who had prepared for a prolonged engagement, Zhang Xiaolan was currently assisting Qin Yu in helping Qin Shou rest in the courtyard. With the complete annihilation of the illusory demon Taoist, the crisis threatening the Qin family had finally passed. After cleaning the battlefield and handling the corpses, collecting all valuables, the Qin family returned to their former tranquility. Wu Wushuang, a peak expert at the transformation stage, swaggered into the Qin residence to ask for the willingness of the Qin family's younger generation. It was a joke. Even if they were reluctant, they would have to keep such sentiments to themselves. Among the hundreds of members of the Qin family, only Zhang Xiaolan dared to show her teeth at Wu Wushuang. Even Qin Shou, upon encountering such a venerable figure, instinctively held his breath, not daring to challenge her. After all, she was a being who had lived for over 2,000 years, far surpassing the history of the Qin family by tenfold. Not only would she be welcomed into the Qin residence, but should she choose to sleep at their doorstep, it was likely that the family would refrain from leaving their home for several days. Such a figure was not one to be trifled with, even by established sects. As night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, the Qin family disciples, having endured multiple shocks throughout the day, gradually succumbed to slumber. When darkness finally set in, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Qin Yu entered the room with a lantern, only to find the bed completely unoccupied. Before he could speak, a sword was drawn from behind, pressing against his neck, accompanied by a chilling voice. You little brat, daring to ambush your aunt? You are truly the first. It is usually I who ambush others. Feeling the cold steel against his neck, Qin Yu was not frightened. Rather, He remained expressionless as he calmly stated, "Wu girl, I have matters to discuss with you regarding Xiaolin." At this, Wu Wuxuang paused, her eyes sharpening. "What? You plan to use her to threaten me? Kid, you've got guts. Are you attempting to leverage Zhang Xiaolan as a bargaining chip, expecting me to comply and lie down while you manipulate me? Then, when the matter turns, you'll use it to coerce me into harming others at the Jade Maiden Peak. And when everything goes awry, you'll turn the tables and claim I was seducing you. Speak. Is that your plan? Wu girl, please do not view me through such a sordid lens. I may be bad, but I am not so depraved as to that extent. Oh, not project your persona onto me. All right? Chapter 62. Riding the wind with sword in hand seizing a chair, Qin Yu sat down, his expression impassive as he gazed at Wu Wuxuang, who had settled across from him. After a brief silence, he suddenly spoke. Wu Wuxuang, please take Zhang Xiaolin with you. Wu Wuxuang, poised to drink from her teacup, froze at his words. Silently setting down the teapot, she fixed a deep gaze upon Qin Yu. What did you say? I said, please lead Zhang Xiaolin into the celestial realm to pursue the path of immortality. Are you out of your mind? Do you grasp the weight of those words? I do. As he grasped a teacup and toyed with it silently, a flicker of helplessness passed through Qin Yu's eyes. People are of countless varieties, and fate has myriad forms. Zhang Xiaolin and I are not destined to be companions. The Qin family is too small to accommodate a dragon. Continuing to confine her would only bring harm to her and to us. Our acquaintance has barely lasted 2 months, yet during this brief period, the Qin family has been embroiled in chaos. Not to mention other matters, just the previous battle, despite our eventual victory thanks to Wu Wuxuang's intervention, resulted in over 30% of the Qin family's disciples perishing in that catastrophe, and countless elite reinforcements have also met their demise. The root of all this turmoil stemmed merely from Zhang Xiaolan's protagonist's fortune. As the heavenly order sought to aid her in breaking through her realm. In truth, the heavens' intervention proved successful. From Zhang Xiaolan's perspective, her breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, coupled with the abandonment of her childhood sweetheart, whom she personally dispatched, and the annihilation of the invading elites, constitutes a flawless conclusion. However, from the standpoint of the Qin family, we have unwittingly become enemies of the Shadow Sect, losing 30% of our disciples without cause. During this time, Qin Yu has been perpetually plagued by his injuries. He has come to a clear realization. In the face of a fortune unmatched by the protagonist, to wish to stand by the protagonist's side is tantamount to courting death. After all, an old adage holds true. In the most perilous times, the protagonist's side is the safest. Yet in the safest of times, it is the most dangerous. Given the Qin family's unfortunate circumstances, if we continue to meddle with Zhang Xiaolan, it is but a matter of time before we meet our demise. Had Qin Yu not intervened previously to introduce Zhang Xiaolan to Wu Wuxuang, thereby drawing Wu Wuxuang's attention to her unique constitution and compelling her to act in rescue, this incident might have resulted in the annihilation of the Qin family, with Zhang Xiaolan being fortuitously rescued by Wu Wuxuang as she passed by, subsequently taken to Yunu Peak. Now, this master of the transformation stage, Wu Wuxuang, has made it clear that she intends to take Zhang Xiaolan as her disciple, and Zhang Xiaolan's constitution is the pinnacle of the Yunu Peak's Tao bodies. It seems that Zhang Xiaolan's entry into Yunu Peak has been ordained by fate, until a method is found to alter her fortune and acquire a fortune that matches Zhang Xiaolan's golden halo. Qin Yu can no longer afford to accompany her in this endeavor. With a sigh, Qin Yu raised his head and cast a deep gaze at Wu Wuxuang. I shall pen a letter to Xiaolan. When the time comes, you can escort her back to the mountain directly. By the time she awakens, she should not be far from the mountain gate. If Xiaolan harbors any grievances, let her blame it all on me. Wu Wuxuang's expression grew increasingly complex upon hearing this. Having lived for over 2,000 years, she had witnessed countless betrayals for personal gain, witnessed the killing of wives to attain enlightenment, and seen those who abandoned their spouses to flee in the face of disaster. It was precisely because she had seen the fickleness of human relationships that Wu Wuxuang had adopted such a wild and unrestrained demeanor. However, she had never encountered a fool like the one before her, who, having weathered calamity and understood the value of Zhang Xiaolan, would willingly let her go, fully aware that retaining Zhang Xiaolan would ensure the continued presence of this transformation stage master. Provide me with an explanation. An explanation? What explanation? Explain why you chose to let her go. If you had consummated your union, she would undoubtedly be forever bound to the Qin family's chariot. A century hence, she could stabilize the Qin family's position. A millennium later, she could lead the Qin family to rise entirely, perhaps even to become a family of cultivators. Are you not even slightly tempted? Tempted, of course, but what of it? Qin Yu stood up, leaning on the table as he shook his head and walked towards the door. Shallow waters cannot contain a dragon, nor can low mountains harbor an eagle. Why life is of no use. If I dare not ruin another's future, let it be blamed on my own lack of destiny. As the door closed, a letter floated gently to the ground. Wu Wushuang raised her hand and grasped it, the letter flying directly into her palm. Gazing at the humble envelope in her hand, Wu Wushuang remained silent for a long while. After several minutes, she finally rose and walked towards Zhang Xiaolan's room. That night, the Qin family was enveloped in silence, with not a single beast stirring. Accompanied by a flash of cold light that soared into the sky, illuminating the entirety of Tianlong City, countless citizens gazed out of their windows at the distant starlight. Unable to restrain their murmurs, on the rooftop of the Qin family estate, Qin Yu sat silently, holding a wine jug, gazing at the departing celestial being. After a long time, he finally lowered his head and let out a bitter smile. The dragon leaves the borders to roam the heavens, the Kunpeng spreads its wings to manipulate the cosmos. Zhang Xiaolan, our paths shall part here. The celestial sword soared across the sky, traversing several dozen miles, weaving through the clouds as the scenery on both sides flashed by like a fleeting panorama. When Zhang Xiaolan, lying atop the giant sword, groggily awoke, the two individuals on the sword had long since flown far beyond her reach. As she widened her eyes to take in the rapidly shifting scenery around her, a shiver coursed through her body, and she instantly became alert, turning her head sharply to look behind her. There, a woman clad in white armor stood gracefully on the sword's tip, her hands clasped behind her back. The fierce winds that approached her were effortlessly sliced apart by her conical protective qi. The dazzling light visible to the mortals below, with tails stretching for dozens to even hundreds of miles, was a result of the violent flames created by the friction between the fierce winds and her protective qi. Wu Wushuang, upon seeing the woman before her, Zhang Xiaolan's expression shifted dramatically. She abruptly sat up, swiftly assuming the initial stance of the Qin king's breaking army fist. You crazy woman, where are you taking me? Let me down this instant, do you hear me? Wu Wushuang, upon hearing this, remained expressionless, continuing to gaze into the distance with her hands behind her back, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Even at this point, she could not comprehend why that man would make such a choice. Was it a matter of deep feelings, or a reluctance to sink into despair? Or was it for some other reason? Human hearts are indeed complex. Hearing Zhang Xiaolan's furious shouts from behind her once more, Wu Wushuang turned and casually tossed her a letter. Zhang Xiaolan caught it, shooting an angry glare at Wu Wushuang before violently tearing open the envelope. Upon seeing the familiar handwriting inside, she fell into silence. This was the handwriting of her husband. One she knew all too well. It carried a hint of wild arrogance amidst its rawness, revealing a sense of freedom, starkly different from that of the calligraphers of the world, a style entirely its own. Dear Zhang Xiaolan, Qin Yu, lacking in talent, presumptuously takes the liberty to request Miss Wu to take you into the immortal gates to study. The Qin family temple is small and cannot accommodate the 9 jade body. Thus, I implore you to seek your own path. From this day forth, we shall owe each other nothing, whether in wealth or poverty. In the path of immortality or demise, let each follow their own destiny. Qin Yu. Gazing at the words on the letter, Zhang Xiaolan's hand trembled slightly, her eyes widening in disbelief. After a long silence of more than 10 seconds, she abruptly raised her head, glaring fiercely at Wu Wushuang, her voice piercingly sharp. Wu Wushuang. What did you say to my husband? Did you threaten him? Otherwise, why would he write such things? Wu Wushuang, with her hands still behind her back, remained unmoving, merely tilting her head to glance at the woman behind her, an eyebrow raised. What makes you think I threatened him? Need I even say? When formidable enemies approached, he did not abandon me. How could he possibly force me away when everything was already decided? This is clearly your coercion. Zhang Xiaolan's words momentarily stunned Wu Wushuang, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Indeed, why would he choose to drive you away now? That is also what piques my curiosity. You, Miss Xiaolan, you may choose to believe that I compelled him to act thus, But you must understand, a genius who has not yet matured cannot truly be considered a genius. Turning her gaze towards the distant sky, Wu Wushuang's eyes burned with intensity. The cultivation of the 9-yin jade body requires immense resources. When it comes time to form the golden core, one must seek rare treasures. The Qin family simply cannot provide such support, which will undoubtedly hinder your growth. If you cannot swiftly mature, you will be unable to protect them. Ultimately, should your constitution attract formidable elites, it would spell disaster for the Qin family. The 9-yin jade body is the pinnacle of feminine constitutions, a coveted cauldron for countless sinister experts. Even a Yuanying stage master nearly brought ruin to the Qin family. If a transformation stage expert were to come, and I were not present, would they survive? Wu Wushuang's words rendered Zhang Xiaolan's expression frozen. Her head bowed, tightly biting her lip, the envelope in her hand creaking under her grip. I do not want the 9-yin jade body. I have no desire to cultivate immortality. I am but an ordinary peasant woman. I wish to find a husband, work from dawn till dusk, marry and bear children, enjoy a century of harmony with him, and care for him until he closes his eyes and departs. But why? Why have I found him already? Why must you appear? Why must everything be ruined because of a mere constitution? Why? Perhaps this is destiny. Wu Wushuang closed her eyes and sighed. It is your destiny, as well as his. I do not believe in destiny. Once, I was a skeptic, living in the imperial household when I clandestinely fled from my marriage. I had hoped to spend an eternity with the one I cherished, but fate dealt a cruel hand, resulting in her demise on my wedding night. I took the life of an unfortunate man who bore me no ill will. And once again, I found myself on the run, desperately escaping, pursued by the wrath of two royal families. With a bittersweet smile, I turned to gaze at Zhang Xiaolan as a flicker of sorrow passed through Wu Wushuang. By a twist of fate, I was rescued by the inhabitants of Yunu Peak, and after honing my skills, I returned to annihilate both families, avenging my beloved Ai in that moment. I questioned my father about the multitude of princesses within the royal lineage. Why was he so intent on holding me captive, denying me a path to freedom? His response was unwavering. I was born into royalty, raised within its confines, and thus, it was my destiny to serve the imperial house. For that was my fate. With a heavy sigh, Wu Wushuang clenched his eyes shut. After vanquishing the two great royal families, I could not bear to witness the suffering of the common folk. Ruling as emperor for a full 150 years until a capable successor emerged. How absurd! I evaded my fate, caused the demise of my dearest, and took the lives of countless innocents, only to find that I could not escape my destiny. What does this signify? Is it the outcome of my struggles, or was my fate predetermined? As Wu Wushuang's emotions surged, the sword beneath their feet began to tremble slightly. It was only when Wu Wushuang regained his composure that the sword stabilized once more. Turning his back to Zhang Xiaolan, he adopted a nonchalant tone. You may choose not to believe in this destiny. You can opt to return and take your chances. Speak the word, and I shall escort you back. But the consequences, whether they are blessings or curses, will rest solely upon your shoulders. Are you certain you wish to return? Zhang Xiaolan gripped the envelope tightly, biting her lip in silence for several minutes before finally speaking in a hushed tone. Do warriors possess long lifespans? How do they compare to cultivators? A nascent soul's first stage is unparalleled. Below that, lifespans are pitiful. Mortal martial artists are merely ordinary, while innate warriors may live without worry for a century. Yet those who cultivate elixirs cannot exceed 200, and golden core practitioners merely surpass 300. If I were to cultivate for 50 years, what realm could I attain? The 9-yin jade body excels in speed. Provided there are sufficient resources, a nascent soul can be shattered, and one can achieve the out-of-body stage. I am the out-of-body stage. Can I protect the Qin family? Humph. A mere Qin family is easily safeguarded. But you must consider one thing, my dear. Turning to Zhang Xiaolan, Wu Wushuang's gaze sharpened. As a disciple of Yunu Peak, one cannot marry or form a union in this lifetime. If you choose to enter the mountain's gates, turning back would mean opposing the entire Yunu Peak. Are you truly prepared to do so? You have resigned yourself to your fate, have you not? But I, Zhang Xiaolan, am yet to accept it. Ha ha ha, very well. I shall dedicate 100 years to see whether this fate is truly yours to command. Brace yourself. With a decisive gesture, The sword beneath them surged forward, slicing through the air as it plummeted toward the earth. Breaking through the clouds, below, numerous towering peaks stood majestically, interconnected by golden chains, with countless fleeting golden patterns spreading around them. Any bird that approached would inevitably crash into the suddenly materialized golden barrier. Unable to breach even a fraction, on the largest peak, several conspicuous inscriptions were etched. All hail the harmony of yin and yang. Who says solitary yin cannot prevail? Await the day when we ascend to immortality. Drunkenly reclining atop the firmament, laughing at the world, above the golden characters, 3 imposing words loomed. Why you? In you? Feng, little girl. Welcome to this celestial realm, the city of solitary yin. Ha 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 ha. With a flourish, several talismans were cast, effortlessly penetrating the mountain's protective array. In the next moment, the barrier dissipated, and the sounds of chirping insects and birds filled the air, with countless spiritual herbs laid bare before the eyes. Wu Wushuang, riding the sword's brilliance, suddenly spread his arms wide and laughed heartily. Yunu Peak. This young lady has returned. Upon hearing that familiar voice, countless female disciples, who were meditating or honing their skills on the surrounding peaks, abruptly turned to face this direction. Some wore expressions of anger. Others displayed shyness, while a few charged forward, swords in hand, their fury evident, clearly not in the mood for a reunion. Just as the disciples became aware of the situation, a colossal white jade phantom, obscuring the sky, suddenly expanded from the central peak. The 4 symbols of jade, Chapter 64. Qin Yu faces punishment within the Qin family estate. The atmosphere was palpably tense. Elders and stewards sat expressionlessly on either side of the hall, their gazes fixed upon the center. He, the head of the table, Qin Shou, still nursing his injuries, wore a stern expression and remained silent. In the midst of the Qin family's onlookers, Qin Yu knelt in the center, his face betraying an air of indifference, his posture rigid and unmoving. He showed no sign of reaction. An elder could no longer contain himself, rising abruptly from his seat. Qin Yu, do you comprehend the enormity of your folly? You have jeopardized the Qin family's legacy. What punishment do you deserve for this? At these words, a hush fell over the hall. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, casting a quiet glance at the elder. Then, he smirked, adopting a rather insufferable expression. What a mess, you. Just as the enraged elder prepared to voice further indignation, the family head, Qin Shou, unexpectedly interjected. The elder's expression froze, and he quickly fell silent, returning to his seat. Under the scrutiny of all present, Qin Shou inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze upon Qin Yu. Little 4, countless disciples of the Qin family have perished for Zhang Xiaolan. After enduring such adversity, you dare claim that you allowed her to leave with those from Yunu Peak? How can I explain this to the family? How can I justify it to our fallen brothers? Father, there is no need for distress. One must bear the consequences of their own actions. I shall accept responsibility for my mistakes. Qin Yu spoke with conviction, without a hint of hesitation. What nonsense! Such a grave matter. Can you truly bear the weight of this? Before Qin Yu could finish, another elder bellowed with fury, Family head. This child's actions are tantamount to severing our Qin family's fortunes. A severe punishment is imperative. I understand your fondness for the 4th young master, but this concerns the future of the Qin family. Even if you were to kill me today, I must express my opinion. As the elder's words fell, the other Qin family disciples nodded vigorously in agreement. Observing the scene of collective outrage, Qin Yu remained expressionless. He understood that allowing Zhang Xiaolan to leave would undoubtedly lead to disaster. Setting aside what Zhang Xiaolan herself represented, the fact that a transformation stage expert was willing to remain in the Qin family for her sake was enough for the family to revere her like an ancestor. However, as much as he knew this, that individual could not be retained. After all, the golden death talisman hovering above her head was a constant warning to Qin Yu. Qin Shou gazed at his son, who stood resolutely by his side in the face of life and death. Unable to suppress a sigh, he asked, "Little 4, do you have anything to explain? No, you have no justification for your actions?" "None whatsoever. In that case, I, as the family head, hereby decree that from this moment forth, 4th son Qin Yu shall lose his right to inherit the family. You are no longer the next heir of the Qin family." On the day of the grand wedding, Qin Shou had publicly declared Qin Yu to be the next head of the Qin family, receiving the congratulations of all present. Yet who could have foreseen that in less than a few days, before he had even settled into the position, Qin Yu would be ousted once more? Exchanging glances, the eldest and second sons of the family displayed expressions of delight. The second son stepped forward, emerging from the crowd, and bowed deeply to his father. Father, the fourth's temperament is rebellious. He is indeed unsuited to be the family head. However, he is still your son. I suggest we consider this punishment sufficient and not pursue the matter further. The second son's words ignited a chorus of indignation from the surrounding Qin family disciples. How absurd! After such a grave error, how could the punishment be so lenient? Indeed, this demands a severe penalty. Please, family head, impose a fitting punishment. Otherwise, the resentment of our fallen brothers shall not be quelled. Listening to the cacophony of voices surrounding him, Qin Shou cast a deep gaze at his second son before raising his hand decisively. In that instant, all noise ceased. Qin Shou slowly turned to his eldest son, raising an eyebrow slightly. Eldest, what is your stance? Do you also concur with the sentiments of the crowd? At these words, the eldest son trembled, lowering his head while his eyes darted around. What do you mean? Do you also concur? The old man speaks in such a manner, clearly intending to provoke a rebuttal from him. Under normal circumstances, the eldest son would naturally heed his father's counsel. However, the issue lies in the fact that the usually reticent fourth son has recently garnered an overwhelming amount of attention, to the point of almost seizing the position of family head. The second brother harbors apprehensions about him, fearing he might usurp power. As the eldest brother, he too is concerned that this young upstart may encroach upon his sources of income. Although such a significant commotion has arisen, it seems unlikely that he will attain the role of family head. Yet, given their father's affection, it is inevitable that he will be allocated a lucrative position for his retirement. What will happen when all the better opportunities have been claimed by him? With a concentrated gaze, the eldest son abruptly lifts his head, disregarding his father's meaningful glance, and solemnly clasps his fists. Father, I too do not concur with my second brother's words. If one errs, one must be punished. The emperor is no exception to the law, and as your son, the fourth brother should serve as a role model. If he has committed a transgression, he must be met with severe retribution. Oh, is that your perspective? Gazing deeply at his two sons, Qin Shou's hand subtly clenches, causing the armrest to crack under pressure. After a prolonged silence and under the scrutiny of all present, he finally nods gently. Very well, since you insist on this course of action, I shall heed your counsel. From this day forth, all of Qin Yu's monthly allowances shall be revoked. The Qin family will no longer support him. Upon hearing this decree, the younger members of the Qin family show expressions of delight, and the eldest and second sons exchange glances brimming with repressed amusement. However, before their smiles can fully blossom, they freeze in place as Qin Shou's voice resonates again. Yet, I cannot bear to witness my son starve, for he is, after all, my child. He must be able to earn a living to fill his belly. Henceforth, fourth brother, you shall work in the Foreign Affairs Department and see if there are any odd jobs available for you. The eldest son's eyes widen in shock as he stares incredulously at his father. In my department? How? Do you have any objections? And no, but my department is already at full capacity. We don't need any additional hands. Then let him assist. Any task can be assigned to him. The eldest son's expression stiffens. Caught completely off guard by this unexpected turn of events, Qin Shou silently surveys the crowd, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. I have acquiesced to all of your requests, and my son has received the punishment he deserves. And he is now to commence work in the Foreign Affairs Department. He is still young and naive to the ways of the world, and it is inevitable for him to err. I kindly ask that you all, for the sake of my old age, do not make things difficult for fourth brother. Listening to the patriarch's calm yet firm tone and observing his inscrutable gaze, the crowd below trembles and hastily lowers their heads. Although Qin Shou does not explicitly state it, the implications of his words are unmistakably clear. Take care of his son, otherwise there will be consequences. Months later, in Tianlong City, a group strides boldly down the street, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. At the forefront, a young man carries a sugarcane, striding as if he were a dragon among tigers, while several subordinates desperately chase after him, panting heavily. Fourth young master, please wait for us. We can't keep up, one of the subordinates shouts, straining to pull a two-wheeled cart. finally catching up to Qin Yu's pace. On the cart, several boxes clink noisily, marked with seals inscribed with the words, "Qin family wealth. Those who tamper with this shall be executed." Hearing his subordinates' cries, Qin Yu takes a bite of the sugarcane, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "You're this exhausted just from collecting rent? Have you not eaten?" But we did eat. We've been at it since early morning without rest." "What, are you implying that I have burdened you?" "Of course not. Well, fine. Today you shall treat us. This is..." Hearing Qin Yu's absurd demands, the subordinate's expression falls, yet he feels powerless to object. It has now been nearly 3 months since Qin Yu was assigned to work in the Foreign Affairs Department as a mere lowly errand boy. The staff there, however, dared not truly command him. They treated him as if he were a revered ancestor, hoping only that he would not cause any trouble. Unfortunately, the opposite of what they feared came to pass. Upon his arrival, Qin Yu quickly began wreaking havoc. "Forgive the debts of this destitute household. They look so pitiful, let it go. And this one too, they appear equally unfortunate, so let them off the hook." Though this young man has both parents, he simply found the fourth son appealing and decided to grant them 2 months' worth of rent. Such chaotic actions left the Foreign Affairs Department in disarray. A veritable whirlwind of activity. To make matters worse, for reasons unknown, since joining the department, Qin Yu has taken a particular disliking to a few individuals, continually devising ways to torment them. Despite their adeptness at flattery and social maneuvering, it proved futile. Ultimately, the eldest son, barely containing his fury, relegated Qin Yu to the rent-collecting department, hoping that out of sight would mean out of mind. Regrettably, even in this new role, Qin Yu remains unrelenting. Recently, he has clashed with the leader of the rent-collecting department. Indeed, the man straining to pull the cart behind him is the head of that very department. Previously accustomed to luxury and adoration, he has now been reduced to the status of a mere cart driver. Originally, the 2-wheeled cart should have been pulled by a horse, but due to Qin Yu's insistence that horses must work during the day and stand at night to rest, the horses were granted a holiday, leaving the leader to pull the cart himself. Faced with this unreasonable, tyrannical fourth son, the members of the rent-collecting department dare not voice their grievances. The leader, once used to acting with impunity, is no exception. After all, this is the fourth son. Should he choose to report them to their father, the family head would surely flay them alive. Casting a glance at the beleaguered rent-collecting leader, observing the redness radiating from his scalp, Qin Yu can hardly suppress a smirk. This scoundrel, lacking any real prowess, is far more troublesome than his own father. Truly, he is well suited to the role of a collector. Had he not encountered such individuals, it would have been one thing. Yet now that he has, Qin Yu is determined to make him suffer. Throughout these 3 months, many have fallen victim to his mischief, especially those whose heads shone with a bright hue. His motives for such antics are far from idle amusement, nor are they rooted in a desire for justice or righteousness. Qin Yu is, at his core, a villain, and his previous actions are hardly nobler than those of a true antagonist. Expecting him to be a harbinger of justice, who would he eradicate? His father? His brother? Or himself? Qin Yu's actions were primarily motivated by his desire to defy fate. He wished to experiment with the possibility of altering his own destiny. Although he was inherently a minor antagonist, he believed that individuals could change for the better. It seemed implausible that one could be a villain for a fleeting moment and remain so for a lifetime. By assisting others in overcoming adversaries and shielding them from oppression, he considered his deeds as acts of virtue accumulating merit. Surely, if he performed enough good deeds, his fortune would eventually shift, even if he did not ascend to the role of protagonist, but merely sought redemption. Buddhism advocates the idea that one can attain enlightenment simply by laying down their weapons, yet Qin Yu was unconvinced that the heavens would be so merciless as to deny him the chance for reformation. As it turned out, the celestial order was indeed cold and unyielding. Regardless of how Qin Yu endeavored to help others, save lives, or punish wrongdoers, whether by alleviating taxes for the virtuous, erasing debts for orphans and widows, or punishing the wicked, his own dark aura remained unchanged, unyielding to his efforts, inciting a deep frustration within him. Nevertheless, despite his extensive good deeds, Qin Yu had not emerged entirely empty-handed. His reputation in the bustling Tianlong city had undergone a significant transformation. Though the heavens may have overlooked his metamorphosis, the common folk certainly took note. Public displays of confronting bullies, distributing relief funds, and adjusting taxes had become commonplace for him. His initial impulsive acts of kindness had morphed into a sustained campaign over several months, with his targets of assistance being unmistakably clear in their moral standing. This led to a growing acknowledgement among the citizens, and gradually, Qin Yu's reputation improved, with some even expressing their gratitude directly to him. Others clandestinely referred to him as a rare force of nature amidst the muck of the Qin family. However, Qin Yu's indiscriminate generosity towards the impoverished and his reckless erasure of debts had drawn the ire of the Foreign Affairs Department. The head of this department, the eldest son, had escalated the issue directly to his father. Unfortunately for him, Qin Shou merely acknowledged the complaint with a nod and stated he was aware, offering no further commentary. It was evident that he was resolutely determined to shield Qin Yu from repercussions, which left the Foreign Affairs personnel feeling increasingly apprehensive about crossing him. As Qin Yu strolled down the street, gnawing on the sugarcane gifted to him by a vendor, he passed a shop where the owner cheerfully tossed him a persimmon, which he deftly caught. The leader of the rent collection department, following closely behind, also received a persimmon, but as he was gripping the railing, he had no hands free to catch it, resulting in the overripe fruit smacking against his face, darkening his expression. He glared menacingly at the distant child who had thrown the fruit, causing the little one to turn and flee. The leader, gritting his teeth and panting, continued to trail behind Qin Yu, vowing silently, "Just wait. The fourth young master will leave one day, and when that time comes, none of these scoundrels will escape. I shall return with a vengeance." At the forefront, Qin Yu, burdened with his sugarcane, glanced back at the leader, his eyes narrowing slightly. What a fierce glare, he mused. Is he harboring resentment? If so, I'll make sure to find a reason to deal with this little punk when I eventually depart. He wishes to play the villain? I refuse to believe he could outdo me. Chapter 66. The Mystery of Yongkang Medical Hall. As Qin Yu led the rent collection team forward, scanning the surroundings, he suddenly halted, frowning at a peculiar sight nearby. In the midst of this neat and orderly street stood a structure that seemed utterly out of place, an edifice severely charred. Reduced to little more than a few blackened beams, surrounding it lay ashes, remnants of wooden frames, and some half-burnt furniture. This building, clearly the site of a fire, stood in stark contrast to the other properties lining the street. Kicking at the scorched sign at his feet, Qin Yu scrutinized the faintly legible inscription, finally discerning, Yongkang Medical Hall. How could a hospital have burned down? Was there a riot involving patients here as well? Turning his attention to his companions, he inquired, "What happened here? Are you aware?" Several aides exchanged glances, their expressions shifting uneasily. The leader of the rent collection department sheepishly smiled, explaining that a fire had broken out here a few days prior, and it had been quite severe. By the time the patrol team arrived, they could not contain the flames, which raged throughout the night, ultimately claiming the lives of the entire family within the Yongkang Medical Hall. A night fire? Qin Yu echoed, incredulous. You expect me to believe that with the night watch station just 100 meters to the left, they wouldn't respond promptly? Perhaps the flames were simply too fierce at the outset. The leader stammered. Rubbish. Did you douse it in gasoline? How could a fire ignite and spiral out of control that quickly? This is a bustling street. If the flames spread to neighboring shops, the losses would be monumental. Are you suggesting they simply stood by and did nothing? The rent collection leader faltered, unsure how to respond. Seeing his hesitation, Qin Yu regarded him with a piercing gaze before losing interest in the conversation. He turned away, approaching the nearby shops to inquire about the incident. The shopkeepers, aware of the fourth young master's recent goodwill and improved reputation, were eager to engage with him, regardless of whether he was in the mood for benevolence. No one dared to withhold information from a member of the Qin family. However, when Qin Yu inquired specifically about the medical hall, the shopkeepers' expressions grew increasingly peculiar. They either stammered through unbelievable excuses or outright claimed ignorance. Observing their reluctance to discuss the matter, Qin Yu glanced back at his subordinates. Frustrated, he tightened his grip on the sugarcane and marched toward the firewatch station. Minutes later, he emerged from the station, having given a guard a light rap on the head with his cane, and subsequently took out his irritation on one of his aides as well. With a grim expression, he squatted by the roadside, lost in thought, while his aides hurriedly joined him. The guards at the station provided reasonable explanations for their inaction, but their accounts mirrored those of the rent collection leader, with no discrepancies in detail. The same story of a nighttime blaze and overwhelming flames was recounted, but the guards offered a plausible excuse for their failure to intervene. The city's defense forces had been engaged in a skirmish elsewhere, leaving them severely understaffed, which forced them to create a firebreak and watch helplessly as the flames consumed the building. Did Qin Yu believe their explanations? With their dubious auras, he would have to be a fool to buy into their story. It was evident that something was amiss. The fire had arisen under suspicious circumstances, burning with alarming precision without affecting adjacent structures. The fact that everyone was so evasive about the incident only deepened his suspicions. It was inconceivable that no one was meddling in this affair. Fourth young master, the sun is setting. Should we continue collecting rent? One of the aides ventured, hoping to divert Qin Yu's attention from the matter. Unfortunately for him, Qin Yu was not swayed. He cast a sidelong glance at the aide and, propping himself up with the sugarcane, swiftly stood. We're not collecting any more. You all may return, but fourth young master, mind your own business. Worry about your own affairs. Be cautious, or I might just make you carry the cart for rent collection tomorrow. Ah, indeed, let us return, for the day has grown late. I implore you, young master, to retire early. With a bow and a gesture, the leader of the rent collection department withdrew, dragging a cart and accompanied by several subordinates. However, the instant he turned away, the smile on his face vanished abruptly, and his brows knitted tightly together. Watching them recede into the distance, Qin Yu turned to survey his surroundings, only to discover that the shops nearby, especially those he had previously inquired at, had already closed their doors for the evening. Shaking his head, understanding that he would glean nothing from them, Qin Yu hoisted a bundle of sugarcane and walked toward the horizon. 15 minutes later, in front of the main entrance of the Qin family's Foreign Affairs Department, he abruptly threw the cart's handrail to the ground, signaling his companions to hasten and transport the money to the warehouse and record it properly. The leader of the rent collection department then approached the inner courtyard with a grim expression, quickly greeting a few individuals before making his way to a study room, gently knocking on the wooden door. He hastily entered upon hearing a voice from within. Inside the study sat a middle-aged man, slightly gaunt but with bright, piercing eyes, who was meticulously reviewing documents in his hands. He was Qin Yu's elder brother. Notorious among the four brothers of the Qin family for his greed, dubbed the Smiling Tiger in Tianlong City, expert in extracting wealth from others. Despite the commotion, Qin Da, the eldest brother, remained engrossed in his documents, modifying and perusing them without raising his head. What brings you here? Has my fourth brother stirred up trouble again? Young master, the fourth master. There's no use in complaining to me. The Qin family is not my domain, but my father's. With my father's protection, none in the Qin family would dare to touch him. After stacking the revised documents aside, Qin Da resumed his examination of another file. If there's an issue, bear it yourself, do not worry. I will compensate you later. Why has the gold shop's business been so poor this year? Has some scoundrel been pilfering my money again? If I catch him, I shall flay him alive. As Qin Da's tirade echoed, the leader of the rent collection department, standing at the door, wore a stiff expression, hesitating for a moment before choosing to speak softly. Young master, the fourth master is at the Yongkong Medical Clinic. Upon hearing this, Qin Da's hand froze in its motion, slowly lifting his gaze. What did you say? The fourth master happened upon the clinic and saw the remnants of the fire. He went to investigate and even inquired about the cause of the blaze. Is anyone spreading rumors? Not yet. Then tonight, go and issue a warning to them. Let this temporary situation become permanent. Yes, young master. And remember to find someone in there who is usually disobedient, double his rent, and use him to instill some understanding in the other shops about the consequences of careless words. Understood. The leader of the rent collection department hurriedly exited the room, closing the door quietly behind him. Watching him leave, Qin Da maintained his indifferent demeanor, though a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. What interest does that fellow have in the Yongkong Medical Clinic? Never mind. He'll not uncover anything of significance. Let him continue his antics. Lowering his head, Qin Da resumed his review of the documents, confident in his methods. After all, business is fundamentally about profit. Those on the commercial street, if they wish to keep their golden opportunities, would never dare to oppose him. The patrol and firefighting teams in that area were also under his command. Under such circumstances, it would be miraculous if Qin Yu could extract any information. As Chinda continued to delve into the documents, and the leader of the rent collection department was dispatched to admonish the merchants to keep their mouths shut, a new figure emerged in a narrow alley near the commercial street. Qin Yu, dressed in tattered clothes and with his face smeared in soot, sat huddled in a corner, lost in thought, hands tucked into his sleeves. In front of him lay a broken bowl, containing merely 2 copper coins. Alongside a stick adorned with rags, bearing a large inscription. No house, no car, in debt, a new talent among beggars. After squatting for what felt like an eternity, with only 2 copper coins to show for it, Qin Yu suddenly heard footsteps approaching. As the sound drew near, he turned to find 2 older men had appeared beside him, each holding a bowl in one hand and a stick in the other. Their appearances not much better than his own. The 3 of them exchanged silent glances, the atmosphere growing awkward. New here? One of them inquired. Yes. Do you understand the rules? I do not, but I am willing to learn. He picked up his broken bowl and poured the meager savings inside into the bowl of the other beggar. Observing the bewildered expression of the other man, Qin Yu grinned widely, revealing teeth as dark as coal from his recent diet of charcoal. The beggar was taken aback, even edging away slightly. When was the last time you brushed your teeth? Huh? You, young man, while poor in spirit, must not neglect your hygiene. How can you aspire to be an exemplary beggar with teeth like those? With that mouthful of decay, could you possibly gnaw on an expired bun? The words struck Qin Yu dumb for a moment, instinctively reaching to touch his teeth. He had thought disguising his dental state by chewing charcoal was a clever ruse. Yet, who would have imagined he would be reprimanded for his blackened teeth? In this day and age, even beggars seem to understand the importance of dental care. Turning to observe the older beggar's bright smile, Qin Yu found himself at a loss for words. Before the elder could continue his lecture, the quieter of the 2 beggars suddenly stood and spoke up. Enough chatting. Time is of the essence. Let us return. And what about this kid? What else can be done? If he lingers here without paying homage to the mountain gate, he risks getting his business stolen. If he encounters other beggar gangs, he might be beaten to death. Let us take him back and see if he can join us. As they spoke, the tall beggar turned to leave the alley. Only then did Qin Yu realize that this large-framed man was missing an arm. In his moment of astonishment, the generous elder beside him gave him a firm push. Let us go. My brother will introduce you to the mountain gate. Should you succeed, we shall be comrades henceforth. Oh, thank you, elder. Nodding earnestly, Qin Yu followed the 2 as they hurried away. Although the process was not as he had initially envisioned, the outcome did not stray far from his expectations, the very least. He had successfully infiltrated the beggar community, and with a little inquiry, he would undoubtedly unearth the truth that the shop owners dared not disclose, including the real reason behind the fire at the medical clinic. After all, as Jin Yong's novels clearly illustrate, the beggar clan is a formidable organization. They may not be the strongest, but their intelligence is unparalleled. If there were questions to be answered, they would surely provide the right guidance. Initially, Qin Yu had not intended to disguise himself to infiltrate. He had hoped to purchase information outright. Unfortunately, even when offering a silver ingot, enough to sustain a beggar in comfort for years, those beggars had turned tail and fled upon hearing his request for information. Showing no willingness to engage in any trade, not even inquiring what he wished to know. Thus, he had no choice but to adopt a disguise and blend into their ranks. Following the 2 as they twisted and turned, they quickly arrived at an abandoned temple on the outskirts of the city, not far from the main town. The 3 finally came to a halt. Tianlong City is indeed a treasure trove. Nestled entirely among the mountains, the peaks form a U-shape, enclosing a vast expanse of land, with the main city of Tianlong and a sprawling wilderness for agriculture, alongside scattered villages for habitation, spanning 200 miles. It boasts 1 main city, 4 towns, and 41 villages, with boundless fertile fields and even its own horse ranch. At the mountain's exit stands a robust city wall, capable of repelling external threats and beastly incursions, truly achieving a state of being easy to defend yet difficult to attack. Consequently, while external forces of beasts roam freely, the common folk dare not venture far from their towns. The villagers under the Qin family's jurisdiction enjoy a certain degree of freedom, able to traverse the mountains at will. This is also the primary reason why beggars can venture out at night without fear. As the wooden door of the temple creaked open, the 2 beggars led Qin Yu inside. Within the dilapidated sanctuary, hundreds of beggars had already gathered, turning their heads upon hearing the commotion. An elderly beggar, missing a leg, approached eagerly. The leading two beggars promptly offered their collected goods in the next moment. The old beggar opened his mouth wide and bellowed, "Su de go. Chen Bing. We have collected a total of 83 copper coins, 7 steamed buns, 1 set of clothes." As soon as these words were uttered, the beggars surrounding him erupted into exuberant cheers. However, after a brief moment of jubilation, they quickly noticed the unfamiliar face of Qin Yu. The lively atmosphere in the courtyard abruptly came to a halt, with everyone ceasing their activities and fixating their gaze on this newcomer. Witnessing this scene, Su Degu hurriedly nudged the nearby burly man with a severed arm, signaling him to speak up. The one-armed man, known as Chen Bing, promptly stepped forward in response. "This newcomer wishes to join our ranks," he announced. The beggars began to murmur amongst themselves. Before they could reach a consensus, a deep voice resonated from the back of the crowd. "Join? That doesn't seem to align with our customs, my young friend." Chapter 68. The Unfeeling Way of Heaven Boss. "You're back? Greetings, elder brother." A cacophony of voices erupted as the beggars hastily parted to make way for a man emerging from the crowd. It was only when he drew near that Qin Yu could discern the true visage of the leader of the beggars. What can be said of his appearance? He was certainly not handsome. Indeed, one might even describe him as rather unattractive. Clad in ragged garments, his hair was a wild tangle of white. Most strikingly, the left side of his face was horrifically scarred, his eye socket vacant, rendering him an unsettling sight. As this elderly man with disheveled white hair approached, the two beggars standing beside Qin Yu hurriedly lowered their heads. The burly one-armed man spoke up swiftly. "Salutations, Chief. Chen Bing. The rules of the realm dictate that we cannot indiscriminately recruit others. We can scarcely sustain ourselves. Taking in new members could jeopardize us all, but this young brother is whole and hearty. He could easily find work as a servant, thus avoiding the hardships of our collective existence." The elder sighed, glancing at Qin Yu before explaining to his companions, then turned back to Qin Yu with a genial smile. "You must be new here, and likely without a place to stay. If you do not mind, you are welcome to reside here for a few days while you search for employment. However, as for joining our band of beggars, I believe it would be best to forego that notion." He gestured towards the beggars behind him, many of whom were either disabled or elderly, and offered a bittersweet smile. "As you can see, our humble abode can only shelter the unfortunate and the weak. There are no better prospects to be found among us." Upon hearing the elder's words, Qin Yu had little to retort. His original intent was not to join the beggars, but to extract genuine information from them. With the matter resolved, the beggars began to disperse swiftly. The dilapidated door creaked as waves of beggars returned from the town, each carrying the spoils of their day's almsgiving, some with money, others with food, and still others with clothing. The garments were immediately distributed among the other beggars, while the money was pooled together for collective management. As for the food, that which was not easily preserved was tossed into a pot, while the more storable items were stacked in a corner. With the large pot boiling, a medley of food bubbled within, and the aroma wafted enticingly into the air. The beggars who had already filled their bowls gleamed with anticipation, forming an orderly queue for their meal. Those who had collected items first were served first, while those who had nothing to show for their efforts took their turn afterward. The last to eat were the children and the elderly. Do not be deceived into thinking that the final diners received nothing. On the contrary, as the soup was ladled out, the remaining food was often the most plentiful, provided there was enough to share. This last group enjoyed the best fare. Naturally, if supplies ran low, that would be a different matter. Qin Yu was allotted a bowl of mixed soup and half a bun. Observing the beggars devouring their meals with fervor, he felt his brow furrow ever deeper. Amidst the clamor, the scarred beggar chief seated himself beside Qin Yu, casually selecting a spot. Noticing that Qin Yu had yet to lift his chopsticks and was instead frowning at the crowd, the elder chuckled lightly, biting into his bun. "What troubles you, young brother? Is the fare not to your liking?" "Ah, no, I find it rather curious. There are numerous odd jobs available in the city, and while many here may be physically impaired, there are still plenty who are capable of work. Why do they choose to rely on begging?" The moment these words left Qin Yu's lips, the surrounding beggars froze in their motions. They turned to regard him, but said nothing, choosing instead to lower their heads and continue eating. plunging the temple into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, the beggar chief let out a long sigh. We wish we could work, but who would hire us? Without identification or any records of our pasts, we are deemed as vagrants, as refugees. Would you hire someone whose background you know nothing of? What if they harbor ill intentions? What if they steal your possessions? What if they resort to violence? No one will employ us. Begging is our only recourse, he sighed again, gnawing fiercely at the stale bun. This Tianlong city is a fortuitous place. At least it allows us to beg within its walls. Outside, dangers lurk, and in other cities, oh, those of us who are weak, ill, or elderly would have long since perished. The beggar chief's words left Qin Yu momentarily stunned. Before he could respond, the elder gestured towards the other beggars. Do you see the two who brought you here? The burly one with the severed arm is named Chen Bing. True to his name, he was once a soldier, but when his army fell and his general perished, he emerged as a deserter. The very arm he lost was severed by us to save him. Returning as a deserter meant certain death, yet to remain was to live as a wanderer. Once a proud centurion, he now finds himself in this plight. He continued. The lad beside him was once a merchant. After offending the authorities, he lost everything, and had he not fled here, he would have faced a grim fate upon capture. Yet even in escape, his intellect is of no use. He too is a beggar. Looking at his ravenous companions, the elder sighed again. We earn little, and begging does not guarantee daily sustenance. Thus, we band together for warmth. You gather a little money, I procure some food, and we look out for one another. Should there come a day when no one can beg for food, at least we would face starvation together, rather than in solitude. The beggar chief's words deepened Qin Yu's silence. Having grown accustomed to a life of peace in his former existence, and now finding himself reborn as a scion of wealth, he had faced numerous dangers during his time here. Yet it was not until this moment that he truly comprehended the harshness of this world. Gazing at the pale auras surrounding the beggars, Qin Yu, who had originally intended to infiltrate their ranks to seek information, found his resolve waning. The pale auras seemed to mock their fates. Isn't it ironic? A family draped in darkness, the Qin family, thrives with abandon, while a collective of benevolent souls, eager to share their meager resources, languishes in uncertainty. The machinations of fate are indeed relentless, as Qin Yu contemplated these thoughts. The elder beggar suddenly spoke in a low voice, Young brother, you are not one of us, are you? Huh. Clothes can be disguised, faces can be fabricated, but a person's spirit is unmistakable. You do not appear to be one who has gone days without sustenance. With a twinkle in his eye, the beggar chief turned towards Qin Yu. One does not visit the temple without purpose. What brings you here, young brother? Chapter 69. The unforeseen calamity. The beggar chief's inquiry caused Qin Yu's expression to shift rapidly. Feeling the elder's keen, albeit singular, gaze bore into him, he fell into silence for several seconds before letting out a sigh. He placed the soup and bun beside the elder, along with 2 silver ingots, and silently rose to his feet. Why apologies, esteemed ones, I did not mean to intrude. With those parting words, Qin Yu turned to leave. Seeing this, the beggar chief's eyes flickered with concern. As Qin Yu approached the exit, the elder called out, Young brother, please wait. You should take back this money. I have no intention of demanding anything from you. The elder, with a solemn expression, approached Qin Yu and returned the silver pieces to his hand. Old man knows that we, the weak and infirm, have little to offer. Your arrival here is merely to inquire about certain matters, and for that, I am truly sorry. We cannot divulge anything. The elder's face bore a look of melancholy. One does not receive rewards without effort. If this were our hard-earned alms, we would accept it without hesitation. However, since it is intended for inquiries, we must refuse. As Qin Yu opened his mouth to respond, the elder suddenly pointed to his own ravaged left side, where his eye once resided. 20 years ago, we sold information during the conflict between the 2 great families in Tianlong City to survive. Their victory, however, did not lead to the annihilation of their rivals, and when peace was brokered, the vanquished came knocking at our door. The already deceased facial skin twitched slightly, casting a threefold terror upon the kindly demeanor of the elderly man. They drove us away, threatening death should we refuse. Yet beyond this Tianlong city, past the Tianlong Pass, lies a world rife with marauding beasts and rampant bandits. Where could we possibly go? Where would we dare to venture? That fateful night, Over 100 lives were extinguished, our leader brutally beaten to death, while I, possessing some martial prowess, was left severely injured. One assailant forcefully pressed my face against the burning coals, even gouging out one of my eyes. Until their wrath was satiated and they departed, the family we aided did not utter a single word on our behalf. As I touched the half-burned visage, the old man's expression gradually grew placid. His once ferocious gaze now devoid of menace. I harbor no resentment towards them, he stated, for no one cares for the fate of beggars. Everyone is acutely aware of this truth. Their silence is but a natural response. Especially since we accepted compensation, young brother. Engaging in the trade of information is a venture we can no longer afford, for it is a matter of life or death if you seek intelligence. I implore you to find someone more capable. We cannot accept this payment, lest we attract unnecessary trouble. Thank you for your explanation. Sir, I take my leave. Be safe on your journey. I offer you this bun. It is a fair distance from Tianlong City, and it may stave off hunger. My gratitude. Qin Yu departed. The old beggar, cradling his cracked bowl, let out a deep sigh. Turning to the beggars behind him, who had risen to observe, his gaze sharpened upon Chen Bing. Chen Bing, I recognize your assistance stems from good intentions, but such kindness should not be extended in the future. Chief, in this era, kindness is seldom rewarded. If you cannot save yourself, how can you hope to assist others? I recall a merchant caravan expressed interest in your skills, wishing to hire you as a bodyguard. Why do you not seize such a splendid opportunity? The chief's words caused Chen Bing's expression to stiffen, slowly shaking his head. You have shown me kindness. I cannot abandon you. Foolishness. You have a chance to escape. Why remain in this quagmire? We rescued you once. Do you expect us to rely on you for alms? You, who are mute as a jar, will not elicit a single coin. Tomorrow at dawn, you shall seek employment with the caravan, aiming to become a guardian as soon as possible. If you truly wish to assist us, once you acquire wealth, send us some food as a token of gratitude. Chen Bing understood. Nodding in agreement, a smile rapidly spread across the chief's face. Very well. The troubles are resolved. Everyone, let us eat. The soup will soon grow cold. To the chief. Cheers erupted, and the dilapidated temple was once again filled with lively commotion. Despite the hardships they faced, this group of beggars found contentment. Sipping hot soup and munching on cold rice and buns, they occasionally enjoyed leftover dishes and pickles. Some even showcased their meager talents, only of half-hearted caliber, yet their performances brought forth hearty laughter from the crowd. However, amidst the revelry, a sudden knocking at the door interrupted the merriment. Upon hearing the sound, everyone paused, exchanging puzzled glances. Chen Bing, brandishing a worn blade while demonstrating a one-armed sword technique, swiftly leaped to the door. Rushing to the chief's side. Who knocks at this hour? Could it be that young brother returning? The chief furrowed his brow in contemplation, realization dawning as his expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Quickly, take the others and flee through the back. What? Chief? Before Chen Bing could inquire further, the wooden door suddenly shattered. A throng of figures clad in black, wielding steel blades, surged into the temple. Gazing at the glinting weapons, the beggars were taken aback. Hastily retreating, the chief, gritting his teeth, shoved Chen Bing aside and stepped forward. Brave warriors, I swear to you, we have revealed nothing, nor did we allow that young brother to voice his inquiries. Upon hearing this, the initially menacing group of over 20 black-clad figures paused, exchanging glances before their leader narrowed his eyes, tightening his grip on his weapon. What you have or have not said is irrelevant to us. We are solely responsible for ensuring you can no longer speak. Clang. Before his words could fully resonate, the steel blade descended upon the chief's head. Yet, with a low growl, the descending weapon met a worn blade in a clash. The beggar, wielding the one-armed blade, blocked the strike, causing the leader's pupils to constrict. Well done. I did not expect such a master among beggars. You, all of you, attack, slay him, before Chen Bing could utter a word. The surrounding black-clad figures charged at him, blades flashing from all directions. Indeed, Chen Bing was no ordinary man, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. His single-handed swordsmanship was exceptional, reaching the pinnacle of his prowess. Though diminished by the loss of an arm, he valiantly fended off the onslaught, holding his ground against 5 attackers without yielding. Seeing their continued failure to subdue him, The leader bellowed furiously, "What are you all dawdling for? You cannot defeat him. What about the other beggars? Attack? Leave none alive." Yes, the beggars, upon hearing this command, shrieked in terror, hastily retreating. Some even grabbed pots and pans from the ground, preparing to fight back, however, facing this formidable group of black-clad figures. The beggars, who could barely afford a meal, found themselves utterly powerless. One black-clad man kicked over a large pot, leaping towards the beggars with his blade raised to strike. At that moment, a glint of cold light flashed from behind. It was Chen Bing, who hurled his blade directly at the assailant. This unexpected assault caught everyone off guard. The black-clad man, unprepared for the sudden abandonment of his weapon, was pierced through the chest, eyes wide as he collapsed lifelessly. Yet, without a weapon, Chen Bing was swiftly beset by multiple steel blades, sustaining grave injuries in mere moments. One attacker, seeing Chen Bing grasp his blade, violently kicked him aside. As Chen Bing fell heavily before the beggars, the black-clad figures advanced menacingly. The beggars hurriedly dragged their companion back into the crowd, brandishing bricks and wooden planks in a tense standoff. Observing the pale faces of the beggars, the black-clad men exchanged glances before, in unison, they charged forward. Just as they were about to plunge into the throng, a voice thundered from behind. "Stand down." Chapter 70. The arrival of the officials. With that roar, several arrows flew through the air. Accompanied by anguished cries, 3 black-clad figures fell dead upon the ground. The sight startled the remaining black-clad men, who turned to see a multitude of armored soldiers, bows and arrows and blades in hand, storming through the door. Additionally, some agile soldiers leaped atop the surrounding walls, aiming their bows at the scene below. A dark mass of nearly 100 armored figures stood before them, instilling fear into the hearts of the black-clad men, who began to retreat. From the crowd emerged 2 men wielding crescent blades, clad in general's armor, taking their positions to either side. Qin Yu, with a stern countenance, stepped forth between them, casting a malevolent glare at the black-clad intruders. "I leave for but a moment, and you already come to spill blood. How swift you are, 4th young master. Spare me your excuses. Attack, slay them." As Qin Yu gestured forcefully, the 2 men wielding crescent blades charged forward, followed closely by soldiers bearing shields and halberds, without hesitation. Only the archers refrained from drawing their bows, aware of their limitations. As the beggars were directly behind the black-clad figures, they could not guarantee the safety of the innocent. If one were to accidentally kill a beggar, the 4th young master would surely seek retribution. Gazing upon the advancing soldiers, the black-clad men turned pale, unwilling to engage. However, faced with this dire situation, any further words were futile. "Charge!" With a resigned roar, their leader propelled his group forward, clashing with the soldiers in a desperate bid to break through. In truth, it was he who engaged the 2 sergeants, while the rest of the black-clad men were left to contend with the soldiers, who were fully armored and equipped with superior weaponry. This is akin to striking a stone with an egg. A figure clad in black soared into the air, wielding a sword aimed directly at the soldier's throat. Yet, the soldier, with remarkable agility, raised his arm to block the attack, causing sparks to fly as the sword clashed against his armored arm, failing to breach his defenses. Before the black-clad assailant could exhaust his techniques, another soldier charged in from the side, using his shield to knock the black-clad figure away. Before the staggering black-clad man could regain his footing, several shield-bearers surged forth, effectively pinning him in place while simultaneously fending off his weapons. In the next moment, pikes and broadswords descended upon him. And before he could utter even a single cry of despair, he was riddled with numerous wounds, culminating in his head being severed by a swift blade. The essence of a soldier lies in their orderliness. They understand how to cooperate in battle. Fully armored, a single soldier can contend with a martial artist, 10 soldiers can challenge a practitioner of innate abilities, and 100 can form a formidable unit capable of battling against those who possess profound skills. This group of postnatal martial artists, lacking even innate capabilities, stood no chance against the meticulously trained, skillful soldiers of the Qin family. Even the most ordinary militia in a town, inadequately equipped and lacking in strength, could easily hunt them down with a bit of coordination. The common folk living in this world of cultivation are not to be underestimated in terms of their physical prowess. Cries of anguish echoed as, within mere dozens of exchanges, Over half of the black-clad figures had already perished, either surrounded and slaughtered by shields or impaled by long spears. Armed solely with swords, they found themselves utterly defenseless against the battlefield's lethal instruments. Among the throng, only the leader of the black-clad men managed to hold his ground against the soldiers. Although he lacked the advantage of weapons, his extensive combat experience and mastery at the 8th level of innate cultivation allowed him to hold his own against 2 centurions of equal standing. With a clank, his sword swiftly struck the armor of the advancing centurion, but amidst a shower of sparks, the blade failed to penetrate. Just then, 2 broadswords swept in, one high and one low. The black-clad leader, demonstrating remarkable skill, adeptly evaded the dual assault, planted his sword into the ground, and forcefully blocked the upward thrust of the blades. Retreating several paces while gasping for breath, the leader raised his sword in defense. However, as he beheld the severely warped blade resulting from their exchanges, despair settled within him. Had he known he would face such formidable opponents, he would have refrained from greedily pursuing that meager coin and instead purchased superior weapons. Now, with his only means of resistance on the verge of shattering, he feared that if this continued, both he and his weapon would be cleaved in two by the very foes before him. While the black-clad leader lamented his fate, the 2 centurions had no time to ponder his thoughts. Tasked with the patrol that day, upon receiving a distress signal from a direct descendant of the Qin family, they rushed to the scene without a second thought. To their astonishment, the one who had sent the plea for help was none other than the recently favored 4th young master. Let it not be said how cherished this 4th young master was. His recent good deeds alone warranted the immediate response of the soldiers. After all, a good man is indeed a rare treasure in the Qin family. Upon learning that the 4th young master sought their assistance, the soldiers followed suit without hesitation. Seeing that they were unable to overcome their adversaries, the 2 centurions exchanged glances and nodded vigorously. If they succeeded this time, promotions and bonuses would surely follow. Today, even if it meant risking their lives, they could not allow a single one to escape. With a resounding roar, the 2 centurions charged forth, blades raised high. Behind them, the soldiers who had already dispatched the remaining black-clad men surged forward. Their eyes ablaze with fury, faced with a horde of over 100 charging towards him, the black-clad leader, who could barely withstand the force of 2 men, paled in terror and dared not continue his desperate struggle. With a determined stomp, he leaped, attempting to escape over the surrounding wall. However, as he soared several meters high, he unwittingly drew the attention of the archers who had been waiting nearby, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Over 30 arrows were loosed in unison, hurtling towards the fleeing black-clad leader. Upon hearing the whistling sound, his expression shifted dramatically as he frantically swung his sword to deflect the incoming projectiles while channeling his true energy for protection. Yet, a single sword, especially one so severely warped that it could barely be wielded swiftly, stood no chance against the barrage of arrows. With a cacophony of clanging, at least 10 arrows pierced through his defenses. Striking the black-clad leader, 6 of them were intercepted by the protective barrier surrounding him, but the subsequent arrows tore through his exhausted energy, swiftly penetrating his body. A piercing scream escaped his lips as 4 arrows embedded themselves in his frame, and his body crashed heavily to the ground. Before he could rise, 2 broadswords crossed before him, firmly pinning his neck, while several spears intertwined to restrain his limbs, rendering him utterly immobile as he gazed at the soldiers encircling him. Their glares filled with rage, the wounded black-clad leader lowered his head in defeat, fully resigned to his fate. Chapter 71. The beggar enters the city. Footsteps echoed as Qin Yu approached the black-clad leader. His face flushed with anger, and he swiftly tore off the mask covering the man's face. He was eager to discern who had been tailing him, attempting to silence him so soon after his departure. As the mask fell away, a familiar visage came into view, and upon recognizing the true identity of the black-clad leader, Qin Yu remained silent, his expression darkening further, devoid of any shock. Only the 2 centurions holding the man in place exchanged glances, unable to contain their surprise. The leader of the tax collection department? Lying on the ground, the leader of the tax collection department managed a bitter smile as he looked up towards Qin Yu. 4th young master, I had no choice in this matter. This incident pertains to the eldest young master, so I implore you not to pursue it further. Otherwise, it may lead to dire consequences. Qin Yu regarded the leader of the tax collection department with a penetrating gaze before abruptly seizing the hilt of a broadsword. You make a valid point, but how can I ensure that my elder brother is made aware that this matter ends here? The leader of the tax collection department appeared momentarily taken aback. As if he had grasped the implications of Qin Yu's words, his eyes widening in realization. Wait! Before he could finish, Qin Yu's grip on the sword hilt abruptly tightened, and the blade resting against the leader's neck descended swiftly. As blood flowed, the leader's wide eyes dimmed, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Qin Yu quietly relinquished the hilt, pausing for a moment before speaking in a low voice. When you return, inform the steward to distribute the rewards, 50 taels for each of you, and 100 taels for the 2 centurions. Just say it was my decision. Thank you, fourth young master. As for today's events, we understand, nothing happened today. Very well, you may leave. Yes, the soldiers swiftly dispersed, whispering amongst themselves. Some unable to suppress smiles as they departed. 50 taels was enough to sustain them for several months. Tio encounters such a windfall during a routine patrol, while also eliminating a dozen notorious members of the tax collection department. Was indeed a stroke of luck. Amidst the crowd, only the 2 centurions wore expressions devoid of joy, tinged instead with concern. After all, everyone knew that the members of the tax collection department were the very financial enforcers nurtured by the eldest young master. These individuals had the audacity to act with impunity, having received the eldest young master's tacit approval. The fourth young master had brazenly taken down the eldest young master's confidants. Surely, this would lead to upheaval in Tianlong City. Watching the crowd disperse, Qin Yu turned sharply to face the beggars gathered nearby, protecting their comrade, Chen Bing, who bore several wounds. Taking a few steps closer, Qin Yu's eyes reflected a hint of remorse. I apologize, old sir. I did not anticipate their ruthlessness. At this moment, Qin Yu's expression darkened once more. Having heard the beggar leader mention that a family had recently discovered their hideout and sought retribution against those who had informed on them, he sensed that the situation was far graver than he had imagined. While he was uncertain of his elder brother's temperament or methods, the ominous crimson glow could not be mistaken. The silence of the businesses lining the street spoke volumes about the ruthlessness of his elder brother's approach. Thus, as soon as he departed from the beggar's den, he swiftly dispatched a distress signal on behalf of the Qin family's direct descendants. Anyone who witnessed that signal, be they a member of the Qin family or a city guard, would undoubtedly rush to provide assistance. Yet, despite Qin Yu's decisive actions, calamity had nearly struck. Those wretched individuals had been tailing him all along. Hearing Qin Yu's apology, the beggar leader slowly shook his head, his expression tinged with bitterness. Young master, there is no need for apologies. Die in the struggle for survival. The small fry often suffer the consequences. It cannot be blamed on others. If blame is to be assigned, let it be upon our status as beggars. If you do not mind, perhaps you would consider entering the city with me? I can help you find a place to settle. The beggars exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily. Naturally, they did not wish to rely on begging for the entirety of their lives. No, to be precise, it was not merely a matter of a lifetime. Devoid of identification, even if they were to have offspring in the future, those descendants would likewise be condemned to a life of begging and wandering. Presently, witnessing this youthful figure, who could command the city guards and whose status was evidently extraordinary, offering assistance, they were internally filled with 100-fold willingness. Yet, the troubling situation they had just witnessed implied that this young man was clearly embroiled in a conflict. While possessing a legitimate identity was advantageous, they were far more apprehensive about the potential cost to their lives, particularly the elder beggars among the crowd, whose faces had turned ashen. After all, the harrowing events of over 20 years ago remained vividly etched in their memories. They could not forget the grim outcomes of being ensnared in familial strife. Noticing the worried expressions on the faces around him, Qin Yu took a deep breath and tugged at his clothing. It seems I have yet to introduce myself, he began. Allow me to do so now. I am Qin Yu, the fourth son of the Qin family. The Qin family? That Qin family? In Tianlong City, could there truly be another family of the same name? The beggar leader's eyes widened in astonishment, and only after several seconds did he process the revelation. We are willing. We shall accompany you into the city, fourth young master. Your kindness and benevolence shall never be forgotten by us. All right, enough of this. Let us enter the city. Otherwise, Chen Bing may soon find himself unable to endure any longer. Yes, to the city. Let us hurry. In a flurry, the beggars lifted Qin Bing and hurried after Qin Yu. A dark throng surging toward the city gates. Were it another family, the beggars would have hesitated to ally themselves, fully aware of the ongoing strife. However, the Qin family was an entirely different matter.